Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Ziwei Star Region, Tianyuan Continent. An unknown dynasty in the eastern wasteland, Qingping City. In the center of the city, a young man in white was soaked in blood. 4 thick iron chains penetrated his chest, back, and shoulders, tying him firmly to a high platform. His entire body was supported by iron chains and suspended above the ground. The messy hair covered the exploded left eye, leaving only the right eye emitting the most resentful look in the world. Both thighs were shattered, as if they were flattened by a huge rock. The sinner Zhao Wumian fell into the devil's way, colluded with the demons, and slaughtered billions of lives in the eastern wasteland, committing heinous crimes. Do you admit your guilt? Millions of powerful men gathered above Qingping City, most of whom were from the East Wasteland Holy Land and the ancient families. The rest are the mid-tier sects and the remaining low-level cultivation families or mortals in the eastern wilderness. There are 1,800 people in my family, and I'm the only one left. How could you have the heart to do this to me? All those who cried and shouted were low-level practitioners, because the ones who died in this horrific massacre were low-level practitioners and mortals. Demon? Know your guilt. What crime have I committed? The bloody man in the center of the chains moved his head slightly and roared. His name was Zhao Wumian, and he was the eldest son of the Zhao family, a wealthy family in Qingping City. Although he had little talent for cultivation, he had never had to worry about food and clothing since childhood. My father is dignified, my mother is kind, I have brothers and sisters, and I also have a childhood sweetheart. But all the good things disappeared half a month ago. 15 days ago. Zhao Wumian picked up a ring in the mountains. After returning home, he showed it to his father. It turned out to be a legendary storage ring. Father Zhao opened it with his spiritual sense and found that it was full of various cultivation resources. He even took out an unknown treasure that emitted colorful fairy light. However, because of this priceless storage ring, the Zhao mansion was flooded with blood that night and everyone died tragically. That night, 6 people from the mountains descended upon the Zhao family, drawn by the rays of immortal light. There were 6 people in the group. The leader was called Ye Chen, who called himself Ye Shenzi. Oh! There's such a beauty down the mountain. Ye Chen took the storage ring out of thin air and glanced at everyone in the Zhao family, as if he was looking for something. He first glanced at Zhao Wumian meaningfully, and then turned his gaze to the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. His main purpose of coming down the mountain this time was not to seek the treasure, but to find the person who bore the guilt for the blood sacrifice that took place once every 1,000 years. He happened to discover that there was a fairy light rising into the sky from the Zhao family, so he rushed over with 5 servants. He chose the person who would bear the sin at first sight, and Zhao Wumian was a perfect fit. He must make good use of these people from the Zhao family to arouse Zhao Wumian's hatred. Then let him take the creation magic pill and truly become a person who falls into the path of evil. Ye Chen grinned and grabbed the Zhao family's eldest daughter by the hair and dragged her into the east wing. Soon, heart-wrenching screams were heard. No matter how afraid Zhao's father and mother were of the people in the mountains, they could not bear to see their daughter being humiliated like this. He rushed in with bare hands, and after a moment he turned into countless pieces of corpses and flew out. After a while, there was no movement in the room. Ye Chen walked out slowly with a smile on his face. At this time, several servants also brutally killed all the members of the Zhao family. There were corpses everywhere in the corridor and the courtyard, including the old, the weak, women and children. In the east wing, a woman of 18 or 19 years old had an incomplete body and her soul had disappeared. In the west wing, 3 or 5 children were nailed to the wall. Their skulls were gone, their eyes were empty, with only a bloodshot thread running down, and 2 eyeballs hanging in front of their chests. The other rooms were exactly the same, like hell on earth and a bloody battlefield. Zhao Wumian suddenly woke up from the boundless fear, and saw a hellish scene. Seeing the corpses on the ground and his sister's miserable condition, he fell into endless pain. He roared to the sky, his eyes filled with murderous intent, turning them red. "You beast, you will be punished by God." Zhao Wumian was overwhelmed by pain, with only boundless hatred in his heart. "Ha ha 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 ha, divine punishment? I am the sky." Ye Chen laughed wildly when he heard that, and stepped heavily on Zhao Wumian with a foot that seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. The latter's thigh was instantly shattered, and the bones and flesh fused together. The Holy Land will punish you!" Zhao Wumian roared in pain. In his ignorance, he firmly remembered that the existence of the Holy Land could punish these heinous people. This was a story his grandfather told him when he was a child. He said that most people in the mountains are cold-hearted and don't treat people from the lower reaches of the mountain as human beings. However, there is an existence that restricts the behavior of people on the mountain, and that is the Holy Land. "Perhaps the Holy Land is on my side, you stupid ant." Ye Chen sneered and kicked Zhao Wumian again, crushing his other thigh into a pulp. In fact, this ancient contract did exist a long time ago and it does work. Can restrain many people on the mountain. But in that era, there was a great emperor in power, who oppressed countless Holy Land families to the point of suffocation. If even the ancient beings in the forbidden zone of life were law-abiding, there wouldn't be a blood sacrifice today. Times are different now. This ancient contract has long been lost to time. Do you want to see what's happening outside? Ye Chen suddenly stopped moving, stepped into the sky, and brought Zhao Wumian up with him. This ant is not angry enough, not desperate enough, and does not meet the conditions to take the creation magic pill. He planned to let this ant know a little about today's blood sacrifice and let it be completely overwhelmed by hatred. "Why?" Zhao Wumian raised his eyelids, and the next moment, his eyes widened and his soul trembled, as if he saw the real Shura purgatory. In Qingping City, several dark shadows were like demons, releasing devastating magic powers with every move they made. In an instant, the huge city was filled with cries and shouts, bones and flesh were splattered, and blood accumulated like streams. Before long, the entire city turned into a dead city, with countless corpses piled up in the city. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a sea of blood and corpses. With so many people dead, the lingering blood vapor was so thick that it filled Zhao Wumian's nostrils. However, even after all this, these devils still won't give up. I saw several black shadows rushing into the sky, holding unknown objects in their hands. The next moment, all kinds of liquid or soul substances from the corpses in the entire city were swallowed up into the object. Why did you want to involve the people of Qingping City? You are absolutely heartless, you beasts. Zhao Wumian couldn't imagine it, it was hard to understand. Killing his entire family could be considered silencing them, but what about these people outside? What crime had they committed? They are simply a group of extremely cold-blooded executioners, completely devoid of humanity. What's the difference between them and the legendary demon? Don't be so quick to get angry. This isn't just happening here. It's happening in other cities, other countries, the entire eastern wasteland, the entire continent. Every 1,000 years, a blood sacrifice is held in this world, and it's for you ants. Ye Chen's words entered Zhao Wumian's ears word by word, like the devil's whispers. Ah! You are such a heartless beast! Zhao Wumian's mind completely collapsed. He yelled and roared. The foulest words in the world cannot describe the behavior of these beasts. I'm a beast? No, you are. You've fallen into the devil's way, you've colluded with the demons, you've massacred an entire city, you're the devil. The Holy Land will be here soon, but it's only here to judge you, ha 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 ha. Ye Chen bent down, his eyes teasing and arrogant, and gently patted Zhao Wumian's left cheek. Then he forced the creation magic pill into Zhao Wumian's mouth, using his powerful magic power to dissolve the medicinal effects and help Zhao Wumian digest it. This pill can forcibly elevate Zhao Wumian's realm, making him appear to have the power to massacre hundreds of millions of people. Zhao Wumian suddenly burst into tears of blood, and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. His family died tragically, and millions of people in the city were also massacred. In the wider world outside, there were countless billions of low-level monks who died tragically. Finally, this heinous crime was pinned on him. Suddenly, an unprecedented pain arose in the heart, and then spread to every part of the body. The pain quickly expanded, and Zhao Wumian was almost speechless from the torture. His face was distorted and his whole body was twitching violently. It hurts so much. From body to soul, I am suffering inhuman torture. It was as if someone was hammering away at every inch of his flesh and blood, and tearing away his soul piece by piece. Zhao Wumian screamed at the top of his lungs, consumed by boundless hatred and pain. One after another, beast-like roars resounded through the night sky. He didn't know how to express the resentment in his heart, and he didn't know what existence could stand up for his family and support countless weak people. Are these ants wrong? No. It's this world that's wrong. How unfair! The weak deserve to die, the weak deserve to become pigs and dogs, the weak deserve to be toyed with and slaughtered at will by practitioners. He hated it. He hated it so much. He hated it so much. Every pore of Zhao Wumian's body was filled with resentment. But what was he desperately hoping for? He racked his brains but couldn't come up with any idea. How could he punish the so-called mountain family in Holy Land? 15 days later, that is, today, the brutal massacre ended, and he became the culprit. Countless people came to the sky above Qingping City to judge him, the unparalleled demon. If falling into the devil's way can help me avenge my blood feud, then I'm willing to pay any price. In the city center, the curses in Zhao Wumian's ears never stopped for a moment. He didn't care and even felt pity for these people. The mastermind behind the blood sacrifice was standing behind them. But they were blinded, and 1,000 years later, they would repeat the same mistakes. Half a month passed, and his resentment had not diminished at all, and had even become stronger. This world is wrong. Zhao Wumian gritted his teeth, venting his final resentment and unwillingness. He is about to be sentenced to death, and his soul will be used as raw material to light the soul lamp. Detecting that the host's resentment has reached its maximum value, the original true demon system begins to activate. Chapter 2. What's ringing in my head? Zhao Wumian was stunned, as if a strange voice sounded in his mind just now. Host, please calm down. This system is a primitive true demon system. We have detected that you are filled with extreme resentment towards this world, so we have descended here. The voice sounded again. Zhao Wumian was sure that he had not heard it wrong. He quickly asked. What system? Can you help me get revenge? Can you? Of course you can. He asked this question in his mind again and again, thinking he had encountered a being beyond his comprehension. Then would he have a chance to avenge his blood feud? Yes, but you need to transform into the original true demon queen and take revenge personally. The voice gave an extremely affirmative answer, full of temptation. As long as I can get revenge, I will obey you in everything. You can ask me to do anything. I am willing to pay any price. What should I do? Zhao Wumian didn't even care whether it was true or not. He tried his best to convey his voice and seize this opportunity. Don't do anything. No matter how they deal with you, the system will protect a trace of your soul. When you awaken in 20 years, you will transform into the source of strangeness and disaster, the original true demon. Why 20 years? I don't want to wait even a moment. I want to kill these beasts with my own hands and destroy this twisted world. Zhao Wumian was puzzled. 20 years is too long. The system will need a long time to absorb all the dark matter and various energies in this world to help you transform into a primordial true demon. This process is necessary. Okay. I'm willing to wait. Zhao Wumian stopped insisting after hearing this, as it was already a rare opportunity. He could afford to wait 20 years, but he just hoped that when that day came, these beasts would not have forgotten him. "And, do you have anything else to say? This son of God will be kind enough to give you a chance." Ye Chen slowly floated above Zhao Wumian's head, looking at him with contempt and a playful expression. "Yes, of course there are. You hypocritical beasts treat low-level practitioners like pigs and sheep, and then you keep the truth hidden from them. I curse the heavens. 20 years from now, the true devil will awaken, and a crimson blood sun will hang in the sky. The entire world will be plunged into its darkest hour since the dawn of time. The weird and the devil will coexist, and all of you will die." Zhao Wumian's voice grew louder and louder, and he uttered 3 curses. His broken throat roared out a demonic sound that was louder, more terrifying, and incomparably weird and creepy than before. His bloody eye exuded boundless hatred as it swept across every person in the sky, as if he wanted to memorize everyone's appearance in his mind. The people on the mountain were frightened by the gaze, and after they came to their senses, they felt extremely humiliated. "I was actually scared by a person who was about to die. Ha 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 ha, a curse from heaven? Just you? That's ridiculous." Ye Chen thought that Zhao Wumian would have some bold words to say before he died, but what he said turned out to be such irrelevant words. "A mere ant dares to unleash the heavenly curse. You don't really think you can become a demon by taking the creation magic pill? You're overestimating your own abilities. Kill him quickly, you're wasting my time. This demon has lost his mind, talking nonsense and having no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth. A piece of trash from the bottom, you got carried away just because the Ye family forced you to improve your strength. Do you really think you're a demon? It's really not a pity for him to die. How can there be such a fool in the world? Living is a waste of spiritual energy." The godlike crowd in the sky burst into laughter again and again, not taking it seriously at all. Some even felt annoyed. Who were they to come here just to watch an ant go crazy? Even the disciples of the sects below the Holy Land followed suit in mocking them, saying that they were a group of people in the middle class of the continent. If the lower class is the pigs and sheep raised by the Holy Land families, then the sect is the dog of the former. These people don't know the truth either, they just know that what their master says must be the truth. Ye Chen, fellow Taoists still have things to do, please finish quickly. The head of the Ye family, Ye Qingshan, frowned and urged. "Yes, father." Ye Chen didn't even turn his head to respond. Then he condensed a small energy sphere in his hand and slowly dropped it. With a boom, the energy sphere exploded, and the violent force raged and squeezed, swallowing Zhao Wumian in an instant. After a few breaths, only a pile of rotten flesh and broken bones remained, breaking free from the chains and falling to the ground. But that's not all. Ye Tian sneered and made a move with his hand. Zhao Wumian's soul had no power to resist and entered the soul lamp in his hand. "Now, you can say goodbye to this world. Your soul will be extinguished and disappear from the world forever." Then, he loosened his grip, and the soul lamp along with the rotten flesh on the ground flew into the sky until it disappeared from everyone's sight. "Disperse, everyone, please be more careful in the future and don't let this happen again," Saint Lord Jianyuan said lightly, not knowing who he was talking to. Half an hour later, everyone retreated, leaving behind only a dead city. Another day later, dark clouds gathered, a rotten smell was already emanating from the city, and flocks of crows were circling in the sky. None of the so-called people on the mountain stayed, and they buried the dead, leaving countless corpses to rot, emitting a foul stench and eventually attracting crows to peck at them. Uncle Wumian, Mom and Dad, Grandpa and Grandma, Linger, choked up, will avenge you. A little girl in red came out from under the rubble, looking sad, and gritted her teeth to prevent herself from crying. There was a white bead emitting sparkling gemstones hanging around her neck, and a book was clutched in her little hands. These two items were found together with the storage ring, and Zhao Wumian gave them to the little girl as a gift when he returned home that day. The little girl was called Zhao Linger, the youngest child in the Zhao family. During the massacre that night, the beads on her neck suddenly underwent a mysterious change, emitting a layer of green light that took her to hide in the ruins. In the entire Zhao family and the entire city, she was the only one who survived. Boom! The sky was filled with thunder and lightning flashed across the sky, and soon heavy rain began to fall. The little girl in red crawled out of the ruins, took a last look at the Zhao family mansion, and then walked out of the city alone, stepping on the corpses with difficulty. At that time, she was only 3 years old. After Xiaolinger disappeared, Qingping City became dead silent again. No one noticed that countless invisible wisps of resentment and evil spirits all gathered towards the place where the soul lamp flew that day. Even further away, higher up, whether on the mountain or down the mountain. The same situation occurs wherever there are living beings. All the dark matter in the entire Tianyuan continent is converging into one place. That direction is exactly where the soul lamp floated to. It is impossible for such a strange phenomenon to escape the eyes of the powerful ones, but they did not notice it. It was as if an invisible, sky-covering hand appeared in the eastern wasteland, obscuring everyone's eyes. 15 years later, in the central plains of Tianyuan continent, there is a holy place near the eastern part of the central plains, named Qixia Holy Land. In a blessed cave among the countless sub-peaks of the Holy Land, a stunningly beautiful woman in white was sitting cross-legged, practicing and comprehending the great Dao. Suddenly, a ray of fairy light ignored the mountain protection formation of the Qixia Holy Land, and went straight into the blessed land and directly penetrated into the center of the eyebrows of the woman in white. The next moment, the woman in white suddenly opened her eyes, and her calm face was quickly filled with the boundless fear of facing death. The original true demon. The woman in white screamed in fear, then quickly integrated the memory of this body and stepped out of the paradise. Chapter 3. The woman in white stepped out of the paradise, and when she walked out the door, she was faced with a beautiful sea of clouds filled with fairy air. She just took a quick glance, with no mood to appreciate it. Her feet felt heavy and she fell into the sea of clouds. On both sides were high peaks reaching into the sky, and she kept flying forward following her memory. After passing countless mountains, the view became wider and there was a relatively small mountain below. The top of the peak has been flattened and is one of the many platforms for disciples to communicate in the Qixia Holy Land. He leaned over and landed lightly. Immediately, several blue-robed monks came trotting over attentively. "Greetings, senior sister. Do you have any instructions for me to land here?" One of them asked first. The platform here is mostly used by ordinary disciples. This was the first time that senior sister Tianjiao, who they could only see from afar, came to visit them. This was a great opportunity for them to show their courtesy. "What year is it today?" The woman in white asked calmly, imitating the tone of the previous owner of this body. "Ah! It's the 13,795th year of the Tianyuan calendar." The disciple in green was surprised at first, wondering why the other party would ask such a common-sense question. After being stunned for a while, he answered honestly. "I'm late." The woman in white's aura suddenly surged upon hearing this. She could no longer suppress her surging magic power, which vented madly in all directions. Her name is Ye Beiwei. She comes from the fairyland 5,000 years later and her cultivation has reached the level of the fairy emperor. In the previous life, the silent gate to the fairyland was suddenly breached by a peerless demon. At the beginning, the demon was not very strong. But the devil is very strange and has countless indescribable methods, so he cannot be killed at all. Gradually, the devil took root in the southern fairyland, and his strange tribes grew rapidly, until one day, they attacked the fairy court and destroyed the entire fairyland. She was defeated and died in the battle. After that, her soul fell into an unknown space and began to descend rapidly. In it, she sensed the flow of the power of time and quickly analyzed that her soul was traveling to the past. I vaguely remember seeing a picture when I traveled through time, which was about the origin of that great demon. It was an unknown place, dark and eerie all around. A rotten corpse and a soul lamp slowly floated down. There is a row of small characters engraved on the soul lamp: Demon Head Zhao Wumian, Tianyuan calendar year 13,780. In the following 20 years, the soul lamp gradually went out, but the body continued to rot. At the end of the 20 years, something strange happened. Endless demonic energy gathered in the corpse, and eventually the corpse stood up, covered with a twisted black shadow, and a pair of bloodshot eyes revealed a chilling murderous light. Afterwards, endless demonic energy emanated from the black shadow. A crimson blood moon hung in the sky, the world was shrouded in darkness, and countless strange tribes appeared. At that moment, she realized that her rebirth must be arranged by heaven to save the world. So, that person cannot die. Ye Beiwei came back to her senses, quickly controlled the dissipated magic power, and took it back into her body. After dropping a bottle of pills, she left. Is he dead? Alas! Ye Beiwei sighed heavily. She had thought that she could find that person before he died and prevent his death, so that many disasters would not happen later. Unfortunately, I was still a step too late. No, it's not too late. Only 15 years have passed. I still have time to find his body and completely annihilate it with the purple sky divine thunder of the immortal realm. Ye Beiwei's eyes showed determination. The purple sky divine thunder, the most famous thunder magic in the fairyland, was created by an almighty and unparalleled emperor of heaven. It is the best at restraining the evil monsters in the world. If this thunder is used to bombard the demon corpse hundreds or thousands of times, it can also prevent it from transforming into a great demon. We must make other preparations. If we can't find him beforehand, we must suppress him with lightning speed when he appears, completely annihilating him. On the way back to the paradise, Ye Beiwei kept deducing and calculating to ensure that nothing would go wrong. She cannot miss any link and all the details must be carefully considered. What she did concerned the survival of the entire fairyland, no, the survival of all the heavens and worlds. In a blink of an eye, Ye Beiwei returned to the paradise where she usually practiced. After packing everything up simply, she went out again. Even though there are still 5 years left, it is actually not a long time. Although this is the lower world, the area is very large. The central plains where she is now is enough for her to run. After all, her current strength is not very high, and her leg strength and spiritual awareness are not enough. This time she did not fall into the sea of clouds, but turned around and flew backwards. There are 3 higher fairy mountains there, standing on the earth like pillars of heaven. The clouds and mist lingering on the mountainside are as breathtaking as a painting. Not long after, she approached Zhuozexian mountain, and her speed suddenly slowed down as she was about to get closer. This body is just an ordinary genius. Given her status, what she says will probably be hard to take seriously. She might even be mistaken for a lunatic possessed by demons. Ye Beiwei frowned. An ordinary genius was nothing in a holy land and his status could only be considered middle level. If you want to contact the core powerful people in the Holy Land and tell them what you know, basically no one will believe you. There is not even a chance to meet the core powerful person. There are countless talented disciples like her in the Qixia Holy Land, and every powerful one has countless subordinates. There is no way she can see him whenever she wants. Is there something wrong with this junior sister? At this time, a beautiful figure flew out from the fairy mountain and stood in front of Ye Beiwei. I have something to discuss with Master. Ye Beiwei said casually, since we are here, we might as well give it a try. Master is in seclusion now, so please come back in a few days. The woman opposite refused directly with an indifferent expression. Senior sister, I have something very important to report to Master. Please be flexible. Ye Beiwei did not give up. She could see that the woman was clearly lying and did not want to let her in at all. You don't have much cultivation, but you don't practice hard and instead you are calculating. I've seen many people like you, so I advise you one last time, go back and cultivate and attain enlightenment. The woman's tone became more serious and she showed disgust, thinking that Ye Beiwei was trying to take advantage of her beauty. He said he had something important to report, but in fact he wanted to take a shortcut and get ahead in one step. She is indeed very good looking, but unfortunately, the master hates people who want to get something for nothing the most. It was once said that people of this type have poor character and cannot go far even if they have talent. All right. Ye Beiwei frowned, turned around and left. This approach was not feasible. Humph, disrespectful to elders, with no manners at all. He's exactly the kind of person master described. The woman snorted coldly and stared at Ye Beiwei's back with contempt. Time is running out. I can't find the body on my own. Do I have to spend time trying to gain some say? Ye Beiwei's frown deepened, which would take up quite a bit of time. What she lacks most now is time. But if you don't do this, you will have no chance to contact the top leaders of the Holy Land, and what you say will not attract others' attention. Never mind. This is the only way now. With the memories in my mind, it's not difficult to grow quickly. Ye Beiwei breathed a sigh of relief and decided to go into seclusion, using the insights from her previous life and the immortal scriptures to quickly break through and improve her status. In this way, one can legitimately contact the higher UPS of the Holy Land. Chapter 4. After careful consideration, she decided to play it safe and return to the paradise to go into seclusion. Only after gaining enough say can we mobilize the resources of this Holy Land and act more conveniently. Ye Beiwei began to retreat, and time passed quietly. A year later, at the foot of the Qixia Holy Land, there was a girl in red, carrying a long sword on her back, gazing at the fairy mountain that looked like a pillar of heaven. It is rumored that the most glorious and upright Holy Land in the entire continent is the Qixia Holy Land. The girl in red secretly clenched her fists. It had been 16 years, a full 16 years. She never forgot for a moment that those hypocritical families and holy places had joined forces to destroy Qingping City. All her loved ones were killed, and her uncle Wumian, who loved her the most, suffered horrific torture. For 16 years, she dared not forget and practiced without interruption for countless days and nights. She was born in a mortal body and could not embark on the path of cultivation. But the small beads and the book that Uncle Wumian gave her when she was a child were actually prepared for mortals. Inside the small bead is a peerless magic scripture that can transform a mortal into an immortal and go against the will of heaven. It is called Demon Art of Devouring the Sky. And that book is actually a sword manual. From her perspective today, it is also an unparalleled sword manual throughout history. 16 years later, she relied on Taoist scriptures to open up the spiritual sea, build a divine bridge, reach the other side, and finally break into the realm of divine storage. It can't be said to be fast, but it is definitely not slow. Moreover, his foundation is extremely profound, not inferior to those geniuses at all. Unfortunately, my current strength is not enough to kill those executioners and beasts. Yes, this is the only surviving little girl in red in Qingping City, Zhao Linger. Many years ago, she achieved some success in her cultivation and excitedly left the small cave she had found, wanting to seek revenge. After truly entering the world of cultivation, she became desperate. Learn the true horror of the so-called aristocratic families and holy places. Aristocratic families are also called ancient families or immemorial families. Their profound heritage is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Among them there are powerful ones, and there are even peerless strong ones who are even more powerful than them. Holy places are similar to aristocratic families. They are also terrifying sects that have stood on the Tianyuan continent for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. But she was alone and her realm was even lower. After learning about the huge gap between the two, Zhao Linger decided to remain dormant. After several years of adventure, I learned that the Qixia Holy Land has a very high reputation and is clearly distinguished from other holy places, with almost no negative information about it. So, at a young age, she started from the eastern wasteland, crossed half a region, and came to the central plains. After going through countless life and death ordeals, he finally stood at the foot of the Qixia Holy Land. I hope this place lives up to its reputation, at least on the surface it's fair and just, so I can grow faster. Zhao Linger stepped forward, and there were cultivators everywhere around her, who also came to participate in the disciple selection. There is still 1 year before the selection begins, and they have to reach the fairy mountain through a road to heaven within the year. The road to heaven is not easy to walk, and it contains various difficult trials. Every time disciples are selected, 90% of them will be stopped from taking the path to heaven. Even after climbing up the immortal mountain, one may not necessarily be able to join the Holy Land, one must still pass the selection of the Holy Land. A year later, the Qixia Holy Land held its 5-yearly disciple competition. At the same time, new disciples will be recruited after the competition. Both are major events held every 5 years in the Qixia Holy Land. On this day, countless disciples walked out of the blessed land, transformed into divine rainbows, and soared into the sky, arriving above the sea of clouds. The Qixia Saint Lord personally came out of seclusion to preside over this competition, and was accompanied by several half-step masters. The Sea of Clouds has been reinforced by the great magical powers of several powerful masters and can be used as a trial ground for disciples. Let's get started. Everything is ready, and Saint Lord Qixia announces the start of the competition. The event was carried out in an orderly manner, just like the previous ones. The disciples fighting in the trial field also fought exceptionally well, because it was related to the promotion of status and the allocation of resources. Only by standing on the shoulders of fellow disciples can you stand higher and see farther. Master remembers that there should be a disciple named Bai Wei. Why hasn't she appeared? On a huge auspicious cloud, an elegant middle-aged man frowned and asked. He was Ye Bai Wei's master, Li Huayuan. Master, that junior sister came to see you 2 years ago, but was turned away by your disciple. Maybe after she returns. 2 years ago, the woman had just finished the competition and answered Li Huayuan's questions respectfully. Haha! Are you angry? With that kind of mentality, how can she achieve anything great? Then just ignore her and carry on. Li Huayuan shook his head without any change in expression. He had at least 800 disciples under him. There are always a few useless things. Fortunately, most of the disciples are still very obedient and can be trained to become the backbone of Qixia. More than 10 days later, this massive trial has come to an end. Those standing on the Sea of Clouds now are not ordinary geniuses. Each of them has a special physique and is the future and hope of the Qixia Holy Land. Countless eliminated disciples stepped aside and watched the battle with the senior leaders. The competition among the top geniuses of a holy land is bound to be exciting. Boom! When the two geniuses were fighting fiercely, a loud noise was heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a shock wave of energy broke through the Sea of Clouds and went straight into the sky. A moment later, purple air came from the east for 30,000 miles, with the shadow of a fairy phoenix rising and falling in it. The battle between the geniuses was forced to be interrupted, and everyone stared at the strange phenomenon on the Sea of Clouds in amazement. Don't know what happened. Oh? A disciple has broken through to the dragon transformation realm and even cultivated an ancient Dharma form. Which elder's disciple is this? The Holy Lord Qixia looked at the several half-step great powers beside him. Disciples who can cultivate ancient Dharma images are already top-notch talents, but he is not affected at all. Have these elders actually learned to hide their shortcomings? Holy Lord, this is a disciple of my lineage. Li Huayuan answered with a stiff upper lip. He was also completely bewildered. How could this disciple suddenly reach the dragon transformation realm and even cultivate an ancient Dharma image? Great job, Li Qingshan! You hit it well enough that you even fooled this Saint Lord. Ha 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 ha! The Holy Lord Kixia smiled and joked that she was of course happy to see fresh blood being born in the Holy Land. Hee hee! Li Qingshan smiled awkwardly. When had he ever hidden anything? Half an hour later, the strange phenomenon on the Sea of Clouds ended, and a woman in white flew up to the Sea of Clouds and headed towards the trial field. Disciple Yebeiwei greets the Holy Lord and the elders. Yebeiwei stepped forward and bowed, explaining why she did not arrive at the competition on time. It's okay, it's okay. Breaking through is the real thing. Besides, the trial isn't over yet, so you can join in now. The Holy Lord of Kixia waved his jade hand and granted Yebeiwei the privilege to skip the previous stage directly. Baiwei has just broken through to the dragon transformation realm. I don't think she can be a match for those top-tier geniuses. Li Huayuan shook his head. Yebeiwei would not be able to get a higher ranking in this competition. All those who are still standing in the field are extremely talented. There are several people who have cultivated the Dharma image, and Yebeiwei has no advantage. If I participate again in 5 years, I might be able to reach a higher level. Chapter 5. Yebeiwei slowly came to the center of the scene. There were 5 people nearby, all of whom had extremely deep auras and strong backgrounds. But you guys come together. Under the gazes of countless people, a clear voice sounded faintly. Are you that crazy? She thinks she's invincible. You are so ignorant and ignorant. How ridiculous. Foolish. Even the Holy Sun wouldn't dare declare war on these 5 people at the same time. That's courting death. Ha 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 ha, is she crazy and trying to covet the position of saintess that has been vacant for a long time in our holy land? Countless disciples erupted in heated discussions, and the vast majority felt that Yebeiwei was delusional and arrogant to the extreme. The remaining small number of people simply don't bother to care and are just delusional people talking to themselves. I guess he became too arrogant after cultivating the Dharma image and felt that he was invincible. You're such a clown. I'll finish you in 3 breaths. A fairy-like figure rushed over to the scene, trying to make Yebeiwei face the truth. Senior sister Zhou has taken action. This junior sister might not be able to hold out for 2 breaths. Hee, I find it hard to even breathe. What a pity. He's very good looking, but he has some problems with his brain. The disciples watching burst into cheers. They hated people who showed off, regardless of gender. Void palm. Yebeiwei had a blank expression on her face. She muttered something under her breath and then raised her hand to slap out. Bang! Amidst the sharp explosion, the so-called senior sister Zhou was severely injured by a palm strike before she could even get close, and lost her combat capability. Whether it was the disciples or the elders, they were all speechless. With just 1 palm, a top genius was defeated in the blink of an eye? This combat power is too terrifying. We seem to have misunderstood her. She's really quite something. Ahem, well, forget what I said before. The disciple who had verbally attacked Yebeiwei earlier was extremely embarrassed. Not to mention anything else, just the power of this palm is enough for him to say that. This hasn't even started using the Dharma image. I told you, come together, don't waste my time. Yebeiwei's 3,000 black hair fluttered in the wind. The method she practiced was not comparable to that of the lower realm. Then let's go together. The remaining 4 disciples looked at each other and at this moment regarded Yebeiwei as their real opponent. All 4 of them fought at full strength, each looking for a direction to suppress. 3 breaths later, Yebeiwei stood alone in the field, her skirt fluttering, like a standing empress. The 4 geniuses combined could not last more than 3 breaths. So terrifying. Even if the Holy Sun comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to get anything good. This is definitely the Saint Woman's choice. The scene was completely in an uproar, and everyone was impressed by Ye Beiwei's invincible grace. His foundation is as deep as the ocean, and his cultivation method is exquisite and incomparable. He can be called a peerless genius. At the head, Saint Lord Kixia nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of admiration. Ye Beiwei, right? This Saint Lord officially declares that you have become the Holy Maiden of the Kixia Holy Land. You will be able to enter the main peak for cultivation in the future and receive personal guidance from the Supreme Elders. However, the Holy Lord of Kixia directly announced that a large number of benefits would be given. There are only a few such geniuses in the entire Tianyuan continent. This is the future of a holy land. Thank you, Holy Lord. Ye Beiwei simply thanked her. To be honest, she looked down upon the treatment of the so-called saint. What she values is the influence and appeal that this position brings. And the power to meet directly with senior management. All right, now that the competition is over, please move to your respective peaks and begin selecting new disciples. The Holy Lord of Kixia said 3 good words in a row, and at a command, everyone descended from the sea of clouds to start the second stage, selecting disciples. Ye Beiwei smiled with satisfaction, her goal achieved. Now all he had to do was wait for a suitable opportunity to reveal Zhao Wumian's affairs to the higher UPS of the Holy Land and use their power to find the former's body. She took a light step and also went down from the sea of clouds. When Kixia Holy Land selects disciples, maybe we can come across some good talents. There was no guarantee that Zhao Wumian's body would be found, so she had to prepare for both scenarios. If the search for the body turns up nothing, she will have to confront it head-on, so she needs to gather her strength now. Not only do we need to become stronger ourselves, but we also need to cultivate a group of true geniuses. Even, when there is really no other way, find a way to contact people from the upper realm and kill this big demon in the cradle. Since you failed to be saved, you must die again. Ye Beiwei said firmly that this was her mission and she would complete it at any cost. Sunset Peak, the Holy Land of Kixia. The scale of disciple selection this time is extremely large, and it is basically being carried out simultaneously on every mountain in the Kixia Holy Land. Being able to reach the top of the mountain means that you have reached the most basic level of cultivation and your character is up to par. The next test is talent and comprehension. If you pass these two, then congratulations, you will become a disciple of Kixia Holy Land. A half-step great man explained to the hundreds of people below. Now, the assessment begins. Touch the jade stone in the center of the platform with both hands. This will reveal your aptitude and understanding. The half-step great one announced the start of the selection, and hundreds of people below immediately lined up and took the test in turn. Talent, comprehension. In the crowd, a girl in red was frowning. I didn't expect that the final test would be these two things. She was born with a mortal body, so how could she have any qualifications? As for understanding, she didn't know if she had it. For the past 16 years, I have been adventuring alone, without a master or fellow disciples. Next, Zhao Lingor. The team moved at a constant speed, and after a while it was the turn of the girl in red, Zhao Lingor. Hearing this, she covered her hand with the jade-colored boulder without any hope. Soon, the results came out. No talent for cultivation? And your comprehension is so poor, this. The half-step great one stared with his eyes wide open, having never seen such a strange person. How could someone without any qualifications cultivate to this level? If you fail the test, go down the mountain. After a long time, the half-step great power finally gave the final result. If it's not passed, it's not passed. There has been no special case in Kixia Holy Land. Well. Zhao Lingor sighed. Since she couldn't join the Holy Land, her cultivation would have to continue to slow down. So is there any chance for revenge in this lifetime? The wronged souls in that city will never be able to rest in peace? Wait, come with me, I will accept you as my disciple. Suddenly, a crisp sound caught everyone's attention. Following the voice, I found that it was the newly appointed saint of Qixia. The half-step great man also looked over, hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. The Holy Lady of the Holy Land wanted to accept a disciple, but they had no right to interfere. That's the power of privilege. Oh, me. Zhao Linger pointed at herself and asked in disbelief. Yes, it's you. Come here. Ye Beiwei smiled and nodded. This person, although he had no talent, was 100 times better than those ordinary geniuses. I remember there was a supreme heavenly emperor in the upper realm, but he himself was also a mortal. A mortal body that can embark on the path of cultivation is much stronger than those with special physiques. This is exactly what she needs, a true genius. Under the command of her, a former immortal emperor, talent is nothing. Chapter 6. Ye Beiwei took Zhao Linger and left Sunset Peak directly. She took a quick look at the remaining disciples and found nothing worthy of attention. You are quite good. Don't be discouraged by your own talent. Just because you are immortal doesn't mean you can't reach the end. While flying under the sea of clouds, Ye Beiwei did not forget to comfort him. Thank you for your appreciation, Master. Linger will practice hard and will not let you down. Zhao Linger forced out an ugly smile. In the past 16 years, she had forgotten how to smile normally. Is there something on your mind? Ye Beiwei was a very capable person. She had once cultivated to the level of immortal emperor and she could see at a glance that Zhao Linger's heart was almost dead. No, no. Zhao Linger flatly denied it. She had a very deep grudge against the people in the mountain. She won't reveal anything until she has personally experienced and discovered what the other person is like. Oh, first, come with me to a blessed place. I'll come back after I'm done with my business and teach you the Taoist scriptures. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk, Ye Beiwei didn't ask any more questions. She believed that time would open her heart, and that this repressed mentality was not conducive to spiritual practice. Zhao Linger replied in a low voice, glancing cautiously at her master. She couldn't see anything disgusting about him at the moment. Half an hour later. The main hall of the Qixia Holy Land. By way, what do you want to talk to me about? The Holy Lord Qixia asked with a pleasant expression. She liked this genius who suddenly appeared. Holy Lord, I am actually a reborn person. Ye Beiwei straightened her chest and walked step by step to the middle of the hall before stopping. She looked up and looked directly at the Holy Lord Qixia, and a flash of supreme majesty seemed to appear in her eyes. Two rays of divine light shot out from the eyes of the Qixia Saint Lord. The woman's temperament at this moment was completely different from before, not like that of a woman in her 20s. As the ruler of a holy land, she understood very well that this was something accumulated over many years by the superiors. Considering that the other party had been unknown before and suddenly rose to prominence. It's a bit weird indeed. Rebirth, reincarnation? Or something else? The Holy Lord of Qixia was half believing and half doubting, as Ye Beiwei's previous behavior was abnormal. So she could judge from just one sentence that the other person was very special in some way. No, he died in the future, and his soul traveled through time and descended to the present. Ye Beiwei shook her head. This time the explanation was more understandable. This. Saint Lord Qixia opened his mouth, his thoughts were lost for a moment, and his mind was blank. Die in the future. The soul travels through the long river of time. Coming into the world? Could this happen? Looking back on her nearly 2,000 years of life, she had never heard of any existence that could touch the power of time. Not to mention the past, future, and present. This is probably something that only the Emperor can access. Do you have any proof? After a long time, Saint Qixia asked in a daze. She still couldn't believe it. It was too unbelievable. There's not much evidence, but you can understand it by looking at this passage. All Yebeiwei can produce now are the supreme Taoist scriptures from the upper realm and various magical powers. She randomly picked out a few paragraphs and presented them to the Holy Lord of Qixia. It was the opening chapter of a Taoist scripture. Boom! As soon as the Holy Lord Qixia finished reading the first line of words, a thunderous roar sounded in his mind. The supreme scripture. Unparalleled immortal classic. With just one glance, she suddenly realized that this scripture was not something that could exist in this world. What realm did you reach in your previous life? The Holy Lord of Qixia already believed it about 80% to 90%. This cross-border inherited scripture forced her to believe it. This in turn raises a new question: if this person is really a person from the future, to what level of cultivation must he have reached to have such a magical scripture at his disposal? Have you ever heard of immortals? I have reached the realm of immortal emperor in the upper realm. Yebeiwei replied calmly. Immortal, immortal emperor. The Holy Lord Qixia could no longer sit still at this time, so she stood up and walked towards Yebeiwei. There was a storm in my heart. There is an emperor in this world, and it is said that above the emperor are the immortals. That immortal emperor, is he the emperor of immortals, just like the emperor in this world? This person has reached the pinnacle in the upper realm. Then why have you come here? Aren't you afraid that this Saint Lord might have other thoughts? The Holy Lord of Qixia stood in front of Yebeiwei, and a fire of boundless desire indeed arose in his heart. This person is more precious than any chance or opportunity. Moreover, her cultivation is still weak, so she can completely control the other party as long as she wants. Everyone has greed, but there are some things that you cannot reach. I dare to come, so I am not afraid of you taking action. On the other hand, if the Holy Lord listens to my story, he will also give you a copy of the immortal scripture, which will allow you to ascend to the immortal path in this life. Yebeiwei looked directly into the eyes of the Holy Lord Qixia without any fear. Tell me, what's going on? The Holy Lord of Qixia let out a long sigh, his eyes gradually regained clarity, and the fear of the unknown overcame his desire. She didn't dare to gamble, especially after the other party promised to become an immortal. She was even more afraid to act rashly. She knew deeply that boundless desire would devour a person. The most sensible thing to do is to quit while you are ahead. I was killed by a peerless demon in the upper realm, and the immortal world was also destroyed by it. And he came from your world. Yebeiwei's expression became serious as she explained the whole story. How is this possible? The Holy Lord of Qixia shouted, according to what this person said, the upper realm must be extremely terrifying. How could such a world be conquered and destroyed by people from the lower world? That's true. I saw him when my soul traveled through time, and I learned that he died in the 13,780th year of the Tianyuan calendar. 20 years later, he was resurrected from the dead and transformed into the most terrifying demon. 3 more years. The Holy Lord of Qixia understood, and after a little calculation, he concluded that the so-called demon would awaken in 3 years. That's right, so I came to seek the help of the Holy Land to find his body and destroy him before he transforms into the original true demon. Yebeiwei also breathed a sigh of relief. She was very cautious in this conversation and finally made the Holy Lord trust her. This immortal, as you said, the demon has broken through the upper realm, so does the lower realm. The expression of the Holy Lord Qixia also became solemn. The upper world has been destroyed, so how could the outcome in the lower world be any better? I didn't see it, but judging by the behavior of that peerless demon, the underworld will have the same ending. Yebeiwei said this, she really didn't know the specific situation in the lower world. What should we do? How should we find him? Saint Lord Qixia could no longer remain calm. There was a 90% chance that all this was true. The world is about to be destroyed, and she can't just sit there and wait for death. I don't know either. I only know that his flesh, blood, and soul lamp drifted into the darkness, leaving no trace at all. Yebeiwei sighed. This was her headache. The Tianyuan continent was not small. Chapter 7. This is difficult, but I will send all my disciples and elders to search the 5 regions. Whether we can find it or not is up to fate. It doesn't matter if I can't find him within 3 years. He shouldn't be that powerful when he first becomes a demon. By then, I will use all the power of the Holy Land to kill him. The Holy Lord Kixia had his own selfish motives and could have contacted all the holy places on the continent to conduct a search. But she didn't want to expose Yabeiwei's existence. This was a treasure unique to the Kixia Holy Land. Restraining her greed was already her limit, and it was impossible for her to share Yabeiwei with anyone else. She was confident that even if that demon appeared, she could easily suppress it. Well, it should be easier to eradicate him when he's just born in the netherworld, but it would be best if we can find him. Yabeiwei nodded and said that this was the limit of what she could do. If she still couldn't find the body, she had no choice but to start the second plan and kill him by force. A moment later, Yabeiwei left the hall. At the same time, the Holy Lord Kixia issued a decree, and everyone in the Holy Land instantly moved. They walked out of the cave and all turned into divine rainbows, flying in all directions. As for Yabeiwei, she did not follow to search. It doesn't matter if she's not here. She can do more if she stays. Linger, the inheritance has been given to you. The rest of the journey depends on you. Remember, don't be impatient, don't compare yourself with others, don't. After Yabeiwei came back, she picked out a Taoist scripture that was most suitable for Zhao Linger in her mind. Then he briefly talked about some taboos and spiritual practice and didn't go on. A truly strong person is not taught, but relies on his own understanding and walks his own path. 1 year later, the Kixia Holy Land was searched for a whole year, and the entire Central Plains was almost turned upside down, but the so-called body was not found. Instead, all the people from Kixia Holy Land prepared to head towards the Western Paradise, which was the second search target. If I'm unlucky, I might miss it completely. Do I still have to face that devil? In the Kixia Holy Land, Yabeiwei was not in a good mood. It only took 1 year to complete the search of one large area. Now there are only 2 years left, and there are still 4 large areas left. The hope of finding it is not very great. Well. She sighed softly, then regained her spirits, stepped out of the cave, and headed towards the cave where Zhao Linger was. Because of their master-disciple relationship, she could easily enter Zhao Linger's cave without any restrictions. Are you in seclusion? Yabeiwei originally wanted to check Zhao Linger's progress in cultivation and explain the things she didn't understand. Now? No, she seems to be trapped by inner demons. Yabeiwei was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw a wisp of black air emerging from between Zhao Linger's eyebrows. Looking closely, her face was slightly distorted, as if she was being tortured by something. This is very much like the manifestation of encountering inner demons. How could she encounter inner demons at this level? Could it be related to her experience? Yabeiwei slowly floated to the front, ready to take action at any time. Of course, it would be a better choice if the apprentice could get over his inner demons on his own. It shouldn't be a big problem. I've been here many times this year, and only this time did I see any signs of the inner demon. Yabeiwei thought quietly as she hovered in front of Zhao Linger. You bunch of butchers! Just wait, when I have mastered my cultivation, I will definitely slaughter you all. Suddenly, Zhao Linger, who was in seclusion, shouted loudly, and the black energy between her eyebrows became heavier. Seeing this, Yabeiwei was about to take action, but then stopped. She could still control this level of inner demons. Why not, take a look at what my disciple is really thinking, so that I can give him some indirect guidance in the future. Kill! Kill! Kill you all! Zhao Linger was almost roaring, and the black energy between her eyebrows spread to her entire face, making her look extremely terrifying. Yabeiwei raised her hand, covered his head, and was about to attack the next moment. Uncle Wumian, father, Linger is incompetent. After all these years, I still haven't avenged you. I haven't let you. Ye Beiwei's movements suddenly stopped and she looked at Zhao Linger in disbelief. Uncle Wumian? Revenge? Is it possible? She was so agitated that she couldn't calm down. The big demon she had been looking for so long couldn't be related to the disciple she had accepted. A clear and bright air flowed out from the palm of his hand and slowly poured into Zhao Linger's head. She could almost confirm that this person was related to the great demon. Zhao Linger, alas! Ye Beiwei sighed, fearing that she was not destined to be this disciple. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Linger woke up. She frowned and didn't care about fainting, as if she had already gotten used to it. Master! Just as he was about to adjust his mindset and resume his cultivation, he caught a glimpse of someone standing next to him out of the corner of his eye. Well, Linger, I just discovered today that you have already planted a demon in your heart. This is not conducive to your cultivation. If possible, could you please tell me about it so I can help you resolve your inner demons? Ye Beiwei tried her best to choose her words, hoping to confirm her guess from Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger frowned, feeling very resistant inside, and remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Ye Beiwei half closed her eyes. It was probably still difficult to get any information out of him. It would be better if... The next moment, there was a hint of determination and apology in her eyes, and then she pointed out something unexpectedly, hitting Zhao Linger right between the eyebrows. The latter didn't react at all, and didn't even see Ye Beiwei's attack. After being pointed at, his eyes instantly became dull and his luster disappeared. After a while, she began to speak unconsciously, all of which were the past events that she had hidden in her heart for these years and never wanted to mention. Those people, those beasts are not human at all, they. As Zhao Linger was speaking, she couldn't stop crying. Even though she was unconscious, tears started to flow out of her eyes and she couldn't stop them. Very good, keep going. Ye Beiwei gradually became excited. She felt that the great demon's life experience was about to be uncovered. They are a group of extremely cruel demons. Zhao Linger seemed to be fed with obedience, and told everything truthfully, listing the evil deeds of the ancient Ye family and other holy places one by one. Massaging a whole city and then torturing your uncle Wumian to the extreme is truly a demonic act, and deserves the punishment of heaven and earth. Linger, don't worry. Master may not be strong enough now, but it won't be long before he personally avenges this blood feud for you. Ye Beiwei frowned as she listened. She roughly understood the whole story. It was nothing more than the mentality of the superiors on the mountain that led to this tragedy. To be honest, such things are numerous in the cultivation world. For example, in the upper realm, trillions of lives are destroyed at any time. The reason may be the aftermath of the fight between the two powerful masters. However, in order to find the villain and to make her conscience feel at ease, she decided to avenge Zhao Linger. It can also be regarded as a way to settle the cause and effect for the great demon who is about to be born. Ah! Master, what are you talking about? Zhao Linger suddenly woke up and looked at Ye Beiwei in surprise and wariness. Alas! I just came to check on your progress in cultivation. I never expected to see you sinking into a state of inner demons. I also happened to hear about your tragic childhood experiences. Don't worry, Master is absolutely sure to help you get revenge. If you are patient, Master can even teach you the supreme Taoism so that he can destroy those criminals with his own hands one day. Ye Beiwei saw the worry and vigilance between her apprentice's brows and immediately made a promise. The forces of the lower realm are nothing in her eyes. It will be destroyed in less than 30 years. It can be considered as a compensation for the more than 300 days of master-disciple relationship. That's okay. Zhao Linger's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and she felt something was amiss. But I couldn't tell where it was, so I had no idea how to ask. Well, in order to help you cultivate without any inner demons, why not let me accompany you to Qingping City to pay homage to that city and your uncle Wumian? Ye Beiwei gently touched Linger's head and said with concern, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Chapter 8. Oh well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger had no choice but to accept it. Wait here for a moment. I'll go borrow a formation pattern from the Holy Lord that will take me directly to the eastern wasteland. Ye Beiwei smiled and said that it would not take her long to go to the eastern wilderness on her own. There should be a formation in the Holy Land that can perform space teleportation, which can cross a large area in an instant. Okay. Zhao Linger nodded. She had never gone back in the past 16 or 17 years because she didn't dare to, for fear that those people would find out any clues. Now that she had the chance, she wanted to go back and take a look. She wondered what the city was like now. Her family and Uncle Wumian hadn't been buried yet. A moment later, Ye Beiwei entered the main peak of Qixia Holy Land and found the Holy Lord of Qixia. Holy Lord, you can call everyone back now. I have received information about that demon. A hint of relief appeared on Ye Beiwei's face. This great demon was finally going to be destroyed in the cradle by her. How did you find it? The Saint Lord Qixia was puzzled. She remembered that Ye Beiwei had not gone out to participate in the search this year. Could it be that he used some profound and mysterious method to deduce it alone? I accepted a disciple named Zhao Linger. Ye Beiwei said with great relief. Maybe this is fate, which allowed me to be reborn and meet Zhao Linger. Perhaps the way of heaven is also secretly helping him to eradicate the devil. Dong Huang, I'll go with you. This kind of demon may not be so easy to annihilate. Saint Lord Qixia said seriously that she had been worried all day since she learned about this from Ye Beiwei. Ye Beiwei's current realm is not enough, and it may be difficult for her to completely destroy the demon. Okay. Ye Beiwei nodded. Her purple sky divine thunder might not be able to reach its full potential due to her realm. If the Holy Lord of Qixia goes with us, it can prevent various emergencies. The scene changed, and Ye Beiwei and the other two were standing high in the sky. I saw the Qixia saint's dress fluttering, and her slender jade hands cast a corner of the formation pattern. This is a formation pattern that a senior from the Holy Land found in an emperor's tomb. It can instantly cross a large domain. Unfortunately, it has only been used a few times over countless years. These are probably the last 1 or 2 times. After that, it will collapse. The Holy Lord of Qixia explained while his hands kept moving, using his magic power to stimulate the mysterious power in the formation pattern, drawing a portal the size of a person in front of him. Go in quickly, the array pattern is on the verge of breaking. She urged, taking the lead and stepping into the black portal. Ye Beiwei and the other two immediately followed and jumped in. When the world regained its light, the 3 of them had already appeared on the edge of the ancient Ye family's influence. Looking down, there is a desolate land, where the dynasties established by the original low-level practitioners are. Perhaps among the 3, only the Holy Lord Qixia knew the truth. This was not a simple massacre of the people in the mountains. This is a blood sacrifice that takes place once every 1,000 years. The reason why Zhao Linger's uncle was pushed out as the culprit is probably because of that storage ring. It was during the blood sacrifice period, and if it attracted the attention of the people in the mountain, wouldn't it be natural for me to become a target of framing? You're going to be killed anyway, so what difference does it make if I accuse you of a heinous crime? We can only blame these people for their bad luck, being thrown into the lowest level of society, and being destined for a tragedy that happens once every 1,000 years. Little girl, you should still remember where Qingping City is. The Holy Lord of Qixia looked around the earth. They had never cared about these ants, so naturally they didn't know where Qingping City was. Yes, that ruin. Zhao Linger looked unhappy. It had been almost 20 years, and this place was still deserted. Looking down at the earth, there are only dozens of sect-like buildings and no other living creatures. Why does it seem like more than just Qingping City was massacred? Zhao Linger's expression gradually became solemn. When she reached the sky, she realized that the desolation on earth was far more than just Qingping City. Those dynasties seemed to have collapsed, unlike the prosperity that my grandfather talked about. She glanced cautiously at the indifferent Qixia Saint Lord. The massacre that night was probably not as simple as she thought. Let's go. Ye Beiwei swooped down in the direction Zhao Linger pointed. She was filled with agitation and a lingering fear. That indescribable demonic figure still exists in my mind. That kind of existence, even before it transforms into a human form, it makes people's heart palpitate. Not long after, the three of them arrived at Qingping City and walked on the ruins. The city is still full of bones, and no one has come to clean them up for so many years, let alone worship them. The Holy Lord of Qixia knew Zhao Linger's purpose and took action personally to save time. With a flip of his hand, the bones of the entire city suddenly floated in the air. A gentle force swept across Qingping City, and the ruins turned into a flat ground. Immediately afterwards, rectangular pits appeared on the ground, and then the bones fell together and were covered with soil. A moment later, when Zhao Linger looked again, Qingping City was full of graves. When she landed on the ground, she first knelt down and paid her respects to all the graves, and finally knelt at the original location of the Zhao mansion to pay tribute to all the members of the Zhao family. The ancient Ye family, the Qianyuan Holy Land, and those lackey sections. She silently recited the power of her enemies, and at this moment, the hatred in her heart grew instead of subsiding. Only now did she realize that the people in the city were not simply dead, their souls were no longer there, and it was impossible for them to be reincarnated in this life. If there is reincarnation, where is your Uncle Wumian? The two people who had been watching indifferently from above seemed unable to wait any longer and started asking Zhao Linger. His flesh, blood, and soul lamp drifted over there that day. Linger is not sure of the exact location. Zhao Linger spoke with her head down, looking very unnatural. Once again, she sensed something was amiss. It seemed like the Holy Lord and Master were hiding something from her. Upon hearing this, the Qixia Saint Lord's spiritual consciousness extended rapidly in that direction, passing through several streams and several mountains. Found it, it should be him. About an incense stick later, she suddenly spoke, a serious look on her face. That place was shrouded in darkness, and spiritual consciousness could not penetrate. Considering the unparalleled demon that Ye Beiwei mentioned, this situation was very reasonable. There must be something unspeakable there that gave rise to this demon. After determining the location, the Holy Lord Qixia took the two of them across space in one step and instantly arrived at the place shrouded in darkness. Is this the place? She looked at Ye Beiwei and asked. It's right here. Ye Beiwei affirmed, her heart beating violently, as if she was back to the day when she fought the big devil. Divine consciousness cannot penetrate this darkness. Is this dangerous? The Holy Lord of Qixia did not dare to act rashly. With a slight movement of his mind, a small tripod with a bright divine light appeared in his hand. This is a quasi-imperial weapon, one of the treasures of the Qixia Holy Land. I brought it here specially this time to prevent any accidents. I don't know. It's better to be careful. Ye Beiwei shook her head. She knew very little about the big demon. She only knew that he was ridiculously powerful and possessed all kinds of indescribable strange methods. What happened to Uncle Wumian? Is he still alive? Behind the two of them, Zhao Linger felt something was wrong the more she listened. Her master and the Holy Lord must be hiding something from her. These two people are not here to worship, they clearly have other purposes. She felt heartbroken for a moment, as if she had done something wrong. Chapter 9. Be careful, don't leave the range of the imperial weapon. Ye Beiwei turned around and grabbed Linger, with a hint of pity in her eyes. She was not here to pay tribute, but to destroy the only hope in Xiao Linger's heart, her Uncle Wumian. For a year, she really treated Linger as her personal disciple and taught her. But because of the original true demon, he had to use Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger's expression had changed at this moment. She nodded lightly and followed the two into the darkness. There was nothing she could do at this point. Rather than questioning her master's intentions, she wanted to go in and take a look. Is Uncle Wumian still alive? It's just pure darkness that blocks spiritual awareness and vision. After entering the darkness, Saint Lord Kixia breathed a sigh of relief and said that this dark matter had no lethality. Despite this, they were still moving slowly and had to be careful when facing the unknown. After the three of them walked slowly forward for 2 hours, the darkness in front of them dissipated, and was replaced by a narrow blood-red space. An extinguished soul lamp floated in the air, beneath which lay a rotten body. After so many years, the body hasn't decayed yet. There must be something wrong. The Holy Lord of Kixia stopped cautiously and stood in the darkness, watching the strange scene in front of him. Uncle Wumian. Zhao Linger covered her mouth and stared with a look of disbelief on her face. She didn't know what had happened to Zhao Wumian, she just felt that this scene broke her heart. I can't imagine what Uncle Wumian is going through here, whether he is awake or suffering. Your uncle is dead. His body is being transformed by an unknown entity and is about to become a great demon. Once this demon is born, the entire world will be destroyed and no one will survive. Ye Beiwei did not hide anything, she felt that the truth should be told to Zhao Linger. But don't worry, I promised to avenge your clan and I will do it. I won't break my promise. Ye Beiwei let out a long breath, and purple lightning gathered at her fingertips. Master, what are you doing? Zhao Linger seemed not to have heard anything. Realizing what Ye Beiwei was about to do, she hugged the latter's arm. She had a feeling that Uncle Wumian was not dead and was about to be resurrected. For the sake of this world, he must die. This is my mission and responsibility. Ye Beiwei shook Zhao Linger away, and the purple sky divine thunder quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying thunder as thick as a dragon roared out. No! No, Master, Uncle Wumian is not dead yet. He is not a demon. Zhao Linger was pressed to the ground by a huge force and screamed desperately, tears streaming down her face. Her only relative, her uncle who loved her the most, should not be treated like this again. It is those people on the mountain who should be damned, why don't they let him go? Born in this devilish land, he will definitely not be a good person after he is born. Your master is not wrong. Saint Lord Kixia said indifferently. He. You and those people are all the same. Uncle Wumian is right, this world is wrong, and you are the devil. Zhao Linger screamed in pain, her eyes red. She hated the world and her own incompetence. After struggling for more than 10 years, she finally ended up on a pirate ship. Boom! The purple sky divine thunder repeatedly blasted into the bloody space and exploded on the rotten flesh. During this period, the Holy Lord Kixia also followed suit and bombarded the bloody area, even mobilizing the supreme power of the quasi-imperial soldiers. It is supplemented by the thunder method in the Holy Land. Although it is not as pure and masculine as the purple sky divine thunder, it excels in quantity. The boundless magic power transforms into thunder that rages and shakes the earth. In fact, the corpse had already turned into ashes when the first purple divine thunder struck. But Ye Beiwei and Kixia Saint Lord were still worried and kept using thunder magic until their magic power was exhausted. It is worthy of being an immortal technique from the upper realm. The corpse has turned into dust as if it had met its nemesis. The Holy Lord Kixia exclaimed in praise. It disappeared. I did it. Ye Beiwei saw the bloody space and the darkness behind it disappearing quickly, and a look of relief and pride appeared on her face. She saved the world and accomplished her mission. Half an hour later, the darkness completely disappeared and the surroundings returned to normal. The devil seemed to be truly destroyed. Are you still coming back with me? Ye Beiwei observed for a long time before she felt relieved and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she looked at Zhao Linger lying on the ground with complicated eyes. This is a disaster, why don't we just... Looking at the hatred in Zhao Linger's eyes, the Holy Lord of Qixia felt that this person could not be kept. I will avenge you and massacre the Donghuang Ye family. Ye Beiwei shook her head and left with the Holy Lord Qixia. Apart from the great demon from her previous life, she was not afraid of anyone, let alone a little human girl. Even if she grows for billions of years, she will never be able to catch up with me. The Holy Lord Qixia had no objection to this. He was just a mortal body, so he would not kill him. The remaining energy in this formation can be used once. The Holy Lord Qixia took out the formation pattern that was on the verge of collapse. She couldn't wait to go back and learn Ye Beiwei's supreme immortal method. This is an agreement between the two. Now that the great demon is dead, it is time for the latter to fulfill his promise. Don't worry, Holy Lord. I will teach you the complete scripture after I return. After that, I will go into seclusion for a long time. Ye Beiwei took one last look at Zhao Linger. Her mission had been completed. She would remain in seclusion and return to the fairyland as soon as possible. Well, it's time to pass on the throne of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord Qixia muttered silently. Ever since she heard about the existence of the fairyland, her long-dormant heart of Taoism has become active again. It's time to put aside all thoughts and focus on the road. She also wanted to find the end of the road and see the scenery from a higher place. After the two left, Zhao Linger knelt on the ground silently. Her heart was dead, and now she only wanted to keep vigil for Zhao Wumian for 3 years. 7 days later, Ye Beiwei passed a volume of Taoist scriptures to the former Qixia Saint Lord. Afterwards, the two of them went into seclusion and no longer cared about worldly affairs. That very night, something suddenly happened in the area outside Qingping City. The boundless darkness returned, even more eerie and terrifying than before. The bloody space in the center was restored again, but the difference was that the pool of rotten flesh was replaced by a blurry shadow. Uncle Wumian. Zhao Linger was shocked by this scene. She was not afraid, but felt happy instead. Uncle Wumian seems to be still there, not silent forever. Energy reserves are complete, all conditions are met, and the original true demon body begins to take shape. In the silent night, a cold voice echoed in the darkness. The black shadow in the blood-colored space began to slowly solidify. Endless black matter gathered together, as if the earth was pulsating, endlessly transmitting the most extreme dark power to the black shadow. During this period, many indescribable substances appeared out of thin air and flowed into the dark shadows like streams. 3 days passed, and the black shadow gradually took shape, flesh, blood, and bones slowly appeared, and thousands of meridians were built on it. Then the head, limbs, skin, and hair appeared one by one, forming a person with black hair and bloodshot eyes. The body is shaped, and the soul is shaped. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wumian's ideology appeared on a plane. The world is surprisingly peaceful, with an endless sea of blood behind him. What do you want to do when you return to this world? Kill. Kill everything, destroy all justice, all evil, all hypocrisy. What is a demon? I am the devil. I disregard rules and laws. I am the original true devil. As Zhao Wumian uttered the last word, white-red spider lilies bloomed on the endless plain. A fishy wind blew over the sea behind him, and the entire plain was covered with blood-red spider lilies. At this moment, his humanity was completely destroyed, his heart turned into the heart of extinction, his soul turned into the soul of extinction, and his body turned into the original true devil. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming into a young primal true devil. Original true demon, the first and only demon, born before chaos. The system sent congratulations and described the origin of the original true demon. After listening to this, Zhao Wumian slowly opened his eyes, and 2 blood-red lights suddenly flew out, penetrating the boundless deep space. 18 years, 2 years ahead of schedule. Ye family, Qian Yuan, Dong Huang. Are you ready? Chapter 10. Zhao Wumian's mouth curled up to an exaggerated angle, and he knew why it was 2 years earlier. All this is thanks to those 2 people who tried their best to use thunder magic a few days ago. Over the years, all kinds of dark matter have already accumulated, and all that is missing is the injection of energy. That day, a dragon-transforming cultivator from the upper realm, a powerful saint, provided him with enough energy. Host, please do not act rashly. There is still a lot of energy left, which can help you break through several realms. At this time, something called the system reminded. Immediately, surges of spiritual energy poured into his body. Transcendence, spiritual sea, divine bridge, the other shore, divine treasure. He broke through 5 major realms in one breath and had basically no bottlenecks in the early stage after becoming the original true demon. I am still me, but I am not me. Zhao Wumian gently raised his arm, and the surrounding space immediately twisted and deformed. Groups of black air spread out, almost collapsing the space. The power of the original true demon is incomparable to human power. He is now at the 4th extreme realm. When his combat power is fully unleashed, no one at the same realm can match him. However, individual combat power is only the weakest ability of the original true demon. The real horror of the original true demon lies in its weirdness and darkness, as well as its extremely terrifying innate magical powers and various supreme characteristics. Uncle Wumian, do you still recognize me? Not far away, the boundless darkness had already penetrated Zhao Wumian's body. Zhao Linger looked at the man opposite her with surprise. He was wearing white clothes, had black hair, and had a pair of strange bloodshot eyes. His appearance had changed a lot, but she still recognized him at a glance. This was Uncle Wumian. Little Linger. Zhao Wumian called out softly. His transformation into the original true devil did not mean that he had completely changed into a different person. A real demon will also protect something, or must protect something. He is a demon who is indifferent to everything except what he is protecting. So he is still him, but not him. Host, she has been possessed by a demon. Why not just turn her into a true demon? At this time, the system reminded that Zhao Linger's current condition was not much better than Zhao Wumian's before. She was extremely disappointed with the world and no longer believed in anyone except Zhao Wumian. All that was left was endless resentment. Uncle Wumian, you are really still alive. Linger felt as if you were by her side before. Zhao Linger moved her feet and threw herself directly into Zhao Wumian's arms, feeling the familiar smell. Is it a real demon? Zhao Wumian looked at Xiao Linger, whose eyes were dull, and asked softly. Linger, are you willing to become a demon? A real demon? He told Linger all about his situation so that little Linger could make a choice. Ever since that day in Qingping City, Linger no longer wants to be a human being. Xiao Linger raised her head and forced a stiff smile. Zhao Wumian nodded at the same time, and covered his head with his palm. Immediately, endless demonic energy poured down from his head. In an instant, Zhao Linger felt herself enveloped in endless darkness, and her body and mind underwent unprecedented transformation. Her despair for the world turned into the purest source of power. As a ball of original demonic energy from the true devil sank into her eyebrows, Xiao Linger completely transformed into a true devil. Demon transformation successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining his first true demon subordinate. Why do I feel like I have an inexplicable connection with Xiao Linger? It seems like I can use her power. Zhao Wumian asked doubtfully. The method of demon transformation is the original secret method of the original true demon. It can be bestowed upon any living being. However, few can endure it, especially true demons. The host can only have 3 true demon subordinates in his lifetime. You mean there's still great danger in becoming a demon? Of course, the chances of successfully transforming into a demon from a primordial true demon are extremely low. The higher the level of demon transformation, the lower the chances. What level is the true demon? The true demon is below the original true demon, and then comes heavenly demon, earthly demon, great demon, demon god, demon emperor, demon king, demon general, demon, half demon. The host can transform into 3 true demons, 8 heavenly demons, 12 earthly demons, and 365 great demons in his lifetime. Zhao Wumian nodded expressionlessly after listening. Uncle Wumian. Your Majesty. After Zhao Linger turned into a demon, her temperament became unusually cold. Her consciousness was darkened, but she did not lose herself. I wanted to call him Uncle Wumian, but was interrupted by a supreme power, and finally changed it to Your Majesty. Just keep calling as usual. As Zhao Wumian spoke, he absorbed the last bit of darkness around him into his body. The next moment, he moved. As he took a step forward, the sky behind him was covered with demonic clouds, and the sun in the sky gradually turned into a crimson blood sun. He seemed like the god of death, and with every step forward, darkness shrouded him. The creatures inside were instantly swallowed up by the dark energy, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. At the same time, all the creatures on the continent looked up at the sky with puzzled expressions. Why does the sun produce such a strange phenomenon? Has this ever happened before? There are powerful people who can climb up to the sky, but they still cannot see the reason for the changes in the crimson blood sun. It's just a strange phenomenon. Brother Dao, don't you know the miraculous sights that occurred when those beings walked out of the forbidden zone of life? A powerful person on the ground nearby responded, saying that legend has it that a long time ago, the existence of the forbidden zone of life came to the world, and the sun in the sky was directly blocked, and it was pitch black. It is much more terrifying than the blood day today. I feel like there's an ominous aura spreading. Could it be that a natural disaster is about to strike the Tianyuan continent? The former powerful man frowned. Whenever strange phenomena appeared in this world, it was usually the opening of opportunities and destiny. Unlike this time, it made people feel very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, what kind of natural disaster can compare to those beings in the life forbidden zone? Don't worry, apart from them, Tianyuan continent has never feared anything. The powerful people on Earth just laughed it off and didn't take the matter seriously at all. Similar situations occurred in all 4 major areas. Countless people were slightly startled at first, but soon calmed down. To be honest, in this world, encountering a strange phenomenon is not very common, but it is definitely not rare. However, the ancient families and holy places in the eastern wilderness have a slightly different attitude from the other 4 regions. After seeing this scene, many people recalled the curse of the sinner 18 years ago. Yes, of course there are. You hypocritical beasts treat low-level practitioners like pigs and sheep, and then you keep the truth hidden from them. I will curse the heavens, cursing you all to die a miserable death. 20 years from now, the true devil will awaken, a crimson blood sun will hang in the sky, and the entire world will be plunged into the darkest moment in eternity. All of you will die. The scene seemed to be still vivid in my mind, and the scarlet blood sun that the man had mentioned had indeed appeared. The ancient Ye family. Father, this vision. Ye Chen pointed at the bloody sun in the sky and felt a sudden panic in his heart for no reason. Why, do you also think that the curse of that lowly ant has come true? Ye Qingshan sneered, what a curse from heaven, it's pure bullshit. If anyone could curse the Tianyuan continent before dying, this world would have been destroyed long ago. Yes, I am worrying too much. Ye Chen came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh at himself, not to mention whether that low-level waste could cast a curse. Even if it is, the time doesn't make sense. Didn't he say 20 years later? It's only been 18 years now. Thinking about the content of the curse, Ye Chen laughed out loud. Everyone is going to die? How did he die? In this world, apart from those in the restricted area, who can shake the Ye family in the slightest. The other Eastern Wasteland Holy Land level forces had the same reaction. After the initial self-doubt, they just shook their heads and smiled. What kind of curse from heaven is this? It's nothing but the dying words of a poor wretch. Wonderful flavor. Zhao Wumian licked the corner of his mouth, a weird expression on his face. In just a moment, at least thousands of lives were directly sucked into ashes, and all their strength, magic power, and souls turned into nourishment for Zhao Wumian. Every time he passed a mountain, everything would be destroyed behind him like a swarm of locusts. Pitch-black clouds soon came over Qingping City, and countless black lightning bolts were tearing at the city with their fangs and claws. Where did the demons come from that dared to step into the territory of the ancient Ye family? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distant sky, and a dozen young men and women came riding on a divine rainbow. Judging from his attire, he should be a member of the King Yun sect who is affiliated with the ancient Ye family. Chapter 11. 15. Too few. Zhao Wumian was motionless, with a look of disappointment on his face. His first attack was only against 15 pieces of trash at the dragon transformation realm. Arrogant. You think you can scare us by turning into some black clouds? How ridiculous! How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Go! A young man shouted loudly, made a hand gesture, and swung his robe sleeves to release a 1,000-foot-long gust of wind. Then he looked at Zhao Wumian with disdain, waiting for the dark clouds and darkness to be blown away by his breeze. Third Senior Brother's magical power has reached such a profound level. I estimate that he will be able to successfully pass the assessment of the ancient Ye family next time and enter the Immortal Mountain to practice. That little demon over there has lost his mind. He thinks he can just barge in with impunity by stirring up a few black clouds. The demons these days are becoming increasingly useless. Haha, he still thinks we are those low-level practitioners who can be slaughtered by him. Ridiculous. The others were too lazy to do anything and just watched the show from the side. Except for a great demon that appeared 18 years ago, no demons have been seen in this land since then. I didn't expect to see such a stupid person again. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, a 1,000-foot-strong wind blew across the sky. Just when the darkness was about to be cleared away, something unexpected happened. When the gale was still dozens of feet away from the black cloud, an indescribable devouring force suddenly emerged. The 1,000-foot-high gale seemed to be grabbed by a huge hand and pulled away, disappearing in an instant. It's like a drop of water falling into the sea, without even a ripple. Something, but not enough. The young man who cast The was still disdainful. It could be seen that the little demon opposite was only at the dragon transformation level. Die! The young man did not hold back any longer, and a Xianqing thunder method shot out from his hand, instantly hitting Zhao Wumian and exploding into a vast cloud of dust. Take the Xianqing thunder technique head on. The fellow apprentices next to him laughed out loud, what a fool! Not to mention the demons, even the disciples of the righteous sects would try to avoid this kind of thunder magic. If you dare to take it with your mere flesh, the only end you will suffer is turning into ashes. A waste of time. Unexpectedly, a voice was heard in the smoke and dust, and then the black-haired and blood-red-eyed demon stepped into the sky, and his bloodthirsty eyes instantly locked onto them. Impossible! Could it be a body-refining demon cultivator? This physique is a bit terrifying. A cultivator of physical cultivation shouldn't be like this. All 15 people were shocked. They had never seen someone with such a strong body. Thunder magic? I also know a little bit. Zhao Wumian said coldly. A ray of black lightning emerged from his fingertips and crackled. With a thought, the black lightning left his fingers and landed on the young man's clothes when it fell. Ha 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 ha, it's really just a little bit. It's not even enough to tickle our third senior brother. A clown. No one felt any sense of danger. The black lightning fell like a small feather and seemed to have no lethality at all. Yet, Zhao Wumian raised a strange smile, and the black lightning seemed to have received some instructions. The next moment, the lightning moved like a flesh worm and instantly drilled into the young man's flesh. Then bursts of gnawing sounds came from its body. After a moment, the young man's whole body seemed to be petrified and he could not move. A slight breeze blew by, and his body cracked like an eggshell. Crack, crack. After it was completely shattered, the flesh and bones disappeared, leaving only the larger black lightning. Ding! The host kills a creature in the same realm and gains 1 kill point. Ding! The personal panel is open, and the system wall is open. This thing is very interesting. Zhao Wumian was confused at first, but soon got the answer in his mind. Every time he kills a living being, he will gain a corresponding killing value. The amount of killing value is determined by his own cultivation level and the enemy's cultivation level. The higher the level above his own, the more killing value he will get, and vice versa. The killing value can be exchanged for the original true demon's exclusive magical powers and the embryo of his life treasure in the system wall. Moreover, when the killing value accumulates to a certain amount, the next original true demon characteristic will be unlocked. His current characteristics are devouring and transforming into demons. Devour all energy, magic power, and soul to nourish oneself. As the name suggests, the devil is transformed. Wherever Zhao Wumian goes, billions of dead souls buried underground can be transformed into devils and return. These various characteristics are the true essence of the original true demon. The activation of the next feature requires 10,000 killing points. If you kill monks of the same level, you will need to kill 10,000 people. What kind of magic is this? This demon is too strange. My fellow disciples, quickly use your killing moves to destroy him. I will send a message to the sect. The remaining 14 people immediately broke out in cold sweats. This scene was too weird. It didn't seem like something a small demon could do. Beyond their understanding. Sucker punch! Zhao Wumian said coldly. After he finished speaking, the black lightning that had been suspended in the air suddenly split apart on the spot, like twisted black snakes with bloody mouths opening and pouncing towards everyone. The speed was too fast, and the 14 people had no time to dodge. They didn't even have time to cast spells before they were entangled by the black lightning. Immediately afterwards, the same ending as the young man was completely swallowed up by lightning. Ding! The host killed 14 creatures in the same realm and gained 14 kill points. 2 breaths later, the black lightning gathered into a ball, which was 10 times larger than before. Zhao Wumian waved his hand calmly, and the black lightning flew over and fell into his mouth. After swallowing the lightning, his realm began to rise rapidly, and the strength of his soul also skyrocketed. All the magic power and souls of the 15 people became his treasures from heaven and earth. In the late stage of dragon transformation, the original true demon has a very strong physique and requires a lot of resources. Not long after, Zhao Wumian opened his bloodshot eyes. 15 people were sucked dry by him, and it took him only 2 small realms to break through. At this moment, the distress signal sent by the person among the 15 people turned into a stream of light that shuttled across the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Finally, the light fell on a 1,000-foot-high mountain, which was the King Yun sect. King Yun sect has a history of more than 1,700 years since its establishment. There are many powerful people in the sect who can split mountains and seas and turn the world upside down. The strongest one, Li Xian, is a half-step great man sent by the Ye family. Originally, dozens of dynasties in the surrounding area were under the jurisdiction of King Yun sect, but unfortunately these dynasties became ruins overnight. As a result, the King Yun sect received less tribute, and its disciples began to frequently go out in search of resources or opportunities. In the sect's back mountain, in a spacious hall, longevity tablets of all the inner disciples are placed. Suddenly, a stream of light broke through the door, entered the hall and then dissipated. The next moment, 15 of the longevity tiles in the pile shattered and collapsed. Who dares to kill my King Yunsek's inner disciples? In the corner, an old man who was snoring was awakened. When he saw the collapsed and shattered longevity sign, his face was filled with anger. The matter was serious. The old man turned into a shadow and walked out of the hall. A moment later, he came to the main hall of King Yun to ask to see the headmaster, Li Xian. Master, 15 disciples who were training outside have died at the same time, and it happened in the ruins of Qingping City. The old man hurriedly reported and learned the location of the incident through the information in the flowing light. He specifically reminded me that this was very important, as Qingping City was the territory of the ancient Ye family. Their King Yun sect is even its affiliated sect. Anyone who dares to kill people in Qingping City is probably not a good person. 15 people. Li Xian frowned deeply. The death of 15 people at once had only happened a few times in the history of King Yun sect. Yes, there are only 2 people on the other side, and they are both demon cultivators at the dragon transformation realm. The old man said in confusion, although it was difficult to understand, it was the fact, and this was the information sent back. A demon cultivator transformed into a dragon? I'm afraid he has extraordinary talent. He's some scum from some demonic holy land. Tell Elder Zhou to take a few deacons with him. Li Xian cursed loudly. The demon sect, which had been silent for countless years, began to become restless again, and actually allowed the genius among its disciples to come out and do evil. After a little consideration, he sent out an elder who had reached the great perfection of the Soul Palace and several deacons of the early and middle stages of the Soul Palace. I think even the most talented person can be captured alive. Yes, sir. The old man took the order and left quickly, bringing the appointment of the headmaster to Elder Zhou Yuan. Half an incense stick later, 7 divine rainbows rose from the ground of King Yun sect and flew towards Qingping City at a high speed. Chapter 12. Here I come. Zhao Wumian stood quietly on a high place in the ruins of Qingping City. He was waiting for the so-called King Yun sect's rescue to arrive. He didn't kill enough people before, so he deliberately let one of them send out the rescue message. Uncle Wumian, it seems that they are all masters of the Soul Palace realm, and one of them should have reached the great perfection of the Soul Palace. Zhao Linger reminded from the side. There's nothing to be afraid of. Among the 7, only the one with the great perfection of Soul Palace can hold on for a while longer. Zhao Wumian didn't care at all, showing a bloodthirsty smile. He is now in urgent need of slaughtering a large number of cultivators to improve himself, and the affiliated forces of the ancient Ye family are a very good choice. Once all of these affiliated sects are wiped out, I should be able to grow to a terrifying level. Holy Land. Noble family. Just wait, it won't take long. Zhao Wumian turned his head and looked at the towering fairy mountain in the distance, where was the ancient Ye family. Everything we have endured in the past was caused by them who were high and mighty. How dare you be so presumptuous? Elder Zhou Yuan led the other 6 deacons on their journey in a hurry, fearing that the so-called demon cultivator would escape. Unexpectedly, the other party stayed there quietly and didn't leave at all. Be careful, Elder Zhou. This demon tribe is terrifying and well prepared. One of the deacons quickly reminded him and searched everywhere with his spiritual sense. There's no ambush nearby. This demon cultivator is probably seeking death. Zhou Yuan took out an ancient bronze mirror. This ancient treasure could identify all the hidden methods of powerful people. Obviously, there are only 2 demon cultivators at the dragon transformation level in Qingping City. Quack! Zhao Wumian said indifferently, then he trampled through the ruins under his feet and rushed towards the 7 people with boundless darkness. The girl in red also ejected a long sword. Although it was made of ordinary material, it was surrounded by thousands of threads of demonic energy. Act recklessly. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, and then he turned his palm and covered the entire Qingping City with a huge hand of spiritual power. A tremendous pressure swept over, and the tombs below exploded. Destroy the world. Zhao Wumian uttered 2 words lightly, and the darkness behind him moved forward rapidly, directly covering an area of 100,000 miles. Destruction of the world, the original True Devil's innate magical power, once activated, immediately generates a dark area. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the sky, and countless blood-red lightning bolts tore down. Nothing more than that. Zhou Yuan didn't care at all when he saw this. The strength of the magic power was just that. He turned his palm over again, and pressed down with his big hand, attacking the sky fiercely, trying to tear the black clouds into pieces. Sizzle! Before the spiritual power hand touched the black cloud, it was pierced by the blood-red thunder, and then corroded clean at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, countless blood-red lightning bolts bombarded the 7 people, and the distance between them was only a few feet. The 7 people still did not foresee what kind of opponent they were facing, but a layer of light shield floated on their bodies, which they thought was solid. Boom! Thunder rumbled, breaking all spells and hitting the 7 people. The defensive light shield could not last even a moment and broke like an eggshell. Blood-red lightning entered their bodies, and the other 6 people except Zhou Yuan were instantly reduced to ashes. What kind of weird magical power is this? Damn it! Zhou Yuan was horrified. The 6 deacons died on the spot without even a scream. If he hadn't had the ancient mirror blocking him for a moment, he would have suffered the same fate. Now, the ancient mirror was also covered with cracks and could not hold out for long in the center of the blood thunder. Looking up at the boundless darkness in the sky, he suddenly wanted to escape. This demon is too strange and he cannot deal with it. Just as he turned around, he saw a girl in red coming towards him with a sword. The long sword, shining with cold light, pierced straight into his chest. How is it possible? Zhou Yuan couldn't believe that the 7 of them would die at the hands of 2 demon cultivators at the dragon transformation realm. He kicked the girl in red and used the momentum to break free from the sword. He reached into his chest with his right hand and saw a big hole. He could even see half of his heart beating slowly. What kind of magic skill is this? Zhou Yuan was horrified. The sword itself was not very powerful, but its astonishing devouring power was incomprehensible. The dog of the aristocratic family, die. Zhou Yuan, who had retreated violently, met Zhao Wumian who had been waiting for a long time. In a trance, he only saw a snow-white hand covering his head. After a while, he felt his soul being pulled by a terrifying suction force. After a moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes lost their luster, and soon, all his flesh and blood was sucked dry, leaving behind an empty shell. Ding! The host killed 7 Soul Palace creatures and gained 21 kill points. Soul Palace early stage. His cultivation level skyrocketed again, breaking into the Soul Palace. The energy consumed to break through this great realm is extraordinary. After devouring the 3 Soul Palace deacons together, his realm reached the middle stage of the Soul Palace. Only a foundation as powerful as that of the original true demon can support the use of these magical powers and spells. Zhao Wumian put away the boundless dark domain. It was extremely difficult to improve his realm, but his magic power was relatively profound beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every cell in his body is like a spiritual sea, storing a certain amount of magic power. Uncle Wumian, I'm also in the early stage of Soul Palace. Xiaolinger came to Zhao Wumian and wanted to show off like she did when she was a child, but she couldn't force a normal smile on her face. Both of them seemed to have forgotten all their emotions and found it difficult to express them. Well, your characteristic is that you devour mana and can grow rapidly. Zhao Wumian frowned and nodded, seeing Xiaolinger's current state. However, he soon felt relieved and accepted that this was the price they paid for becoming possessed by the devil. The original true devil is essentially the original devil, not the so-called demon clan or demon cultivator. The former human beings Zhao Wumian and Xiaolinger have been buried along with Qingping City. Wake up! Zhao Wumian stood solemnly under the dark clouds in the sky, waved his hand and roared at the earth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the ground of Qingping City, a pile of dry bones dug through the soil and rocks and came to the surface. Millions of people were buried here in the past, and today all of them have returned. Not only that, this land has buried countless lives since ancient times, but only a piece of bone and a piece of flesh have been left, and all of them have come to the surface. Zhao Wumian ascended into the sky, casting down endless darkness once again. When he put away the darkness, countless dry bones were wrapped and filled with demonic energy. The second innate characteristic, transformation into a demon, which can endow all spirits with the original demonic energy, allowing them to return to the human world to fight. This is the terrifying thing about the original true demon. Wherever it goes, it will turn into real demon land, and the demon army will come in an endless stream. Even after the enemy dies, they will become part of your camp, which is called immortality. Zhao Wumian then turned his gaze to the distance, and then slowly moved forward with Zhao Linger, followed by more than 1 million demon soldiers. Moreover, wherever they went, a steady stream of undead crawled out of the soil, slowly expanding this terrifying team. Miss, look at that person, he feels so scary. In the distance, above the sea of clouds, 2 young women were walking on the clouds. The woman who looked like a maid pointed at Zhao Wumian below the sea of clouds and said, "This person is from the demon clan, and behind him is." Hearing this, the woman in a goose yellow dress looked solemn. This demonic energy was unheard of and purer than any demon she had ever seen. Even more orthodox than the demon who is rumored to possess the heart of the demon emperor. Let's go back to the Zhang family quickly. This person is so scary. The little maid's calves kept trembling, and she grabbed the Zhang family goddess and begged. "You, no matter how terrifying you are only at the soul palace level. Have you forgotten that I have already reached the great perfection of the soul palace?" The woman surnamed Zhang chuckled and slapped the maid's hand away. "Ah? Only the soul palace? That's not a big deal." When the little maid heard that the person below was only at the soul palace level, she immediately calmed down. Her cultivation was not high enough, so she could not see the realm of the white-clothed demon. "I thought it was a big demon. My young lady is not only at the peak of her soul palace, but also possesses the Taiyin divine body. She is also one of the top geniuses in the entire Tianyuan continent. What are you looking at?" "Ah!" Suddenly, a cold and ruthless voice sounded nearby, and the woman surnamed Zhang took several steps back in shock. Only then did he see clearly that the person coming was the man in white clothes and with blood-red eyes. "Look at you, what's wrong?" As if wanting to make up for her earlier gaffe, the woman surnamed Zhang put her delicate hands on her waist, straightened her chest and raised her head as she spoke. "He Taiyin divine body, a good cauldron, but your realm is not high enough. When you break into the realm of great power, I will take your yuan yin." Zhao Wumian let out a creepy laugh. As an original true demon, he recognized the world's top furnace physique at a glance. Chapter 13. The Taiyin divine body will automatically comprehend a Taiyin law after breaking through the realm of great power, and can share its yuan yin with others. "How dare you! My young lady is the Zhang family's goddess Zhang Miazu. Have you, a pervert, always lived in the mountains?" When the little maid heard these disgusting words, she could no longer bear it and immediately said that they were from the ancient Zhang family. His young lady is the famous goddess Zhang, who has suppressed countless geniuses in this life. Ancient family. Zhao Wumian's expression became colder, and the word aristocratic family completely aroused the endless devil fire in his heart. Without any nonsense, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his niece's neck. With a crack, the white neck was broken, and then the true devil's energy quickly rushed in, turning the living person into an empty shell in a moment. Ding! The host killed a dragon creature and gained 0.5 kill points. Everything happened in a flash, and Zhang Miazu had no time to react. When she came to her senses again, the little maid who grew up with her was dead. "You're looking for death." Zhang Miazu was furious, his face became ferocious, and an ancient Dharma image instantly appeared behind him. He pinched his fingers to create a magic spell and repelled the boundless sea of clouds, like an immortal god suppressing him. "If I didn't think you were still useful." Zhao Wumian looked at the other party quietly, without any spiritual energy fluctuation, and just punched out. Bang! After a dull collision sound, all of Zhang Miazu's attacks were easily broken up. The devilish fist, carrying the aura of destroying everything, struck the latter's lower abdomen fiercely. Boom! Another muffled sound. Zhang Miazu seemed to be hit by a sacred mountain, her delicate body twisted and deformed in the air, and then fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom! A crater was smashed into the ground, and dozens of mountains in the surrounding area collapsed. Ahem! After a long time, Zhang Miazu climbed out of the deep pit with difficulty, covering her lower abdomen, and spitting out blood from her mouth. "Remember my words, I will take your primordial yin when I reach the realm of great power." It was still those cold words, reaching her ears through the sea of clouds. "I lost." Zhang Miazu couldn't accept it for a moment. Compared to the matter of Yuan Yin, she was more concerned about the fact that she had lost like this. He had no power to fight back, and even though he was using almost all his strength, he was still suppressed by the man with just one punch. Had. After lying hunched over on the ground in a daze for a long time, Zhang Miazu let out a self-deprecating laugh. What a peerless genius, he doesn't even have a chance to fight in front of such a person. Looking up at the sea of clouds again, that person had already led the endless darkness towards the direction of King Yun sect, not even glancing at her, the so-called goddess. In King Yun sect, there was still the main hall on the back mountain where the longevity tablets were placed. This time, no one came to ask for help, but 7 of the tablets were broken and collapsed. Hiss! The old man guarding the temple gasped when he heard the noise. No message came, and the longevity tablet collapsed. He approached quickly with great speed, and was horrified when he saw the name on it. Just as he guessed, Elder Zhou Yuan and the 6 deacons who had just left were all killed. Only deacons or above can leave a trace of their soul in the King Yun sect's longevity tablet. Therefore, there is no need to send a message to know whether the person has died. This is not good. The old man felt a sense of crisis and rushed out of the hall again to find the headmaster. Did they also fall? Li Xian was furious and smashed the glass jade chair below with one palm. I'm afraid this isn't just a simple dragon transforming demon cultivator. This is a premeditated ambush. Have we fallen for it? His eyes narrowed slightly. The death of 7 Soul Palace Masters in such a short time was definitely not something a mere dragon transforming demon cultivator could do. This matter is not simple. Their King Yun sect may very likely become a pawn of some demonic holy land to attack the ancient Ye family. Gather all the elders and disciples and follow this master to meet the enemy. Suddenly, Li Xian's powerful consciousness sensed that the monstrous demonic energy was approaching. He roared loudly, and his words spread throughout King Yun sect. An enemy is invading? How dare he do that? Who the hell is so stupid as to come here? Rampant! I want to see who this villain is. Oh my god! The disciples cursed one after another, thinking that the invading enemy was extremely stupid. The ancient Ye family is not dead yet. But when they came to the sky, they were all dumbfounded. The vast army in the distance, carrying with it the overwhelming demonic power, is truly frightening. At a glance, this is at least tens of millions. Combined with the crimson blood sun in the sky, it is really chilling. It's outrageous. How did such a massive demon army enter the Ye family's territory? How could it not be discovered in advance? How strange! This is more than just weird, this. Is this the curse? It wasn't long before some people began to recall the curse from 20 years ago. The crimson blood sun has arrived, and with it this strange demonic army that covers the sky and the Sunday. Could it be that the Tianyuan continent is really about to fall into its darkest hour? We're all going to die. More and more disciples had fear on their faces, and it was hard for anyone to remain calm after seeing this scene. Shut up! What darkest hour? Look at those demon soldiers. Each of them has the lowest level of cultivation. Some of them are even mortals without any realm at all. How can they be called demons? Worse than a dog. An elder roared, letting the disciples see the truth. That seems to be the case. They are all low-level ants. After careful observation, it was indeed as the elder said, they were frightened by the other party's momentum. There's nothing to be afraid of. I can single-handedly suppress 1,000,000 of these ant-like troops. Many disciples regained their confidence, took out their own weapons, and prepared to start a massacre. He. The demonic sounds were extremely penetrating and came from the mighty demon army. Then 2 blood-red beams of light crossed thousands of feet and shone onto the mountain gate of King Yun sect. That was Zhao Wumian's gaze. Along the way, he constantly awakened the undead sleeping underground and gave them the status of demon slaves. The demon slave is the lowest level demon under the original true demon. Although his cultivation is not high, the demonic energy surrounding his body is genuine. Once this evil energy is touched or inhaled, the whole person will be cholera-stricken and their mind will be corroded, and their spirit will be corroded. It would be easy for tens of millions of demon slaves to attack a sect. Kill, destroy everything and turn this place into hell. Zhao Wumian soared into the air and waved his hand forward. Suddenly, tens of millions of demon soldiers, wrapped in boundless darkness, pressed forward. I'll leave those deacons to you. I'll deal with the other high-ranking officials. Zhao Wumian instructed Xiao Ling'er beside him. The latter nodded slightly and drew his sword. For a moment, sword energy and demonic energy blended together, erupting with an extremely terrifying aura. Zhao Wumian ascended straight into the black cloud, his body disintegrating, releasing endless madness, distortion, and evil. The speed of darkness's advancement reached its peak, and in less than an incense stick of time, the entire King Yun sect was engulfed. The next moment, everyone wrapped in darkness was attacked strangely. Especially for the disciples in the Soul Palace and below, their eyes seemed to be covered, and the evil in their hearts was magnified hundreds of times. These people no longer cared about the other demon army, and fought with their fellow disciples with red eyes. Great demon! Unrivaled great demon! In the entire sect, Li Xian was the only one who remained conscious for a moment. He watched all this in disbelief. However, in a short period of time, all the elders and disciples of the sect lost their minds and fell into extreme killing. It's this evil obstacle! Li Xian roared and looked for Zhao Wumian everywhere. The boundless darkness made everyone lose their fighting ability. He must first deal with the person who created this darkness before he can restore his disciples' sanity. Chapter 14. I'm here. There were divine and demonic words echoing in the darkness. Li Xian was filled with murderous intent, and his spiritual consciousness was spread out like a huge net, searching for the source of the voice. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find that person. Puff! A sound of flesh and blood breaking came from his body, and Li Xian felt pain at the same time. He looked down and saw a white palm protruding from his right chest. Before he could react, there was another puff sound, and another white hand appeared at his heart. There was also a bright red object on it, beating slowly. Well! Large streams of blood began to flow out of Li Xian's mouth. When he turned around, he saw the last and most unforgettable scene in his life. The extreme darkness transformed into a huge demonic shadow, embracing him into the boundless darkness. After a moment, he felt his entire body was falling apart, his soul was tightly sealed, and he couldn't escape. Until the last trace of consciousness dissipated, leaving behind a crystal-clear jade skeleton. Ding! the host killed a half-step Great Master and gained 3 kill points. Ding, the host kills the Soul Palace. Gain 1 kill point. Ding, host. Gain 0.5 kill value. The system keeps beeping. All those who were swallowed by the darkness provided him with killing points and growth resources. Another stick of incense later, all the people in King Yun's sect died tragically. Zhao Wumian's cultivation reached the peak of the late Soul Palace, and he also gained 1,700 kill points. Xiaolinger also devoured many people, and her cultivation level was raised to the middle stage of the Soul Palace. The next section. Zhao Wumian showed a hint of satisfaction after devouring all the resources and gave Li Xian an enchantment. He instantly gained the combat power of a half-step great warrior. Rising high into the sky and glancing down, he saw that only about 10 million of the mighty demon army were left. These demon slaves were still too weak. Even though the minds of the King Yun sect disciples were disturbed, the aftermath of the battle still killed tens of millions of demon slaves. Half an hour later. Uncle Wumian, your realm has improved so quickly since you became a true demon. 2 figures were walking forward in the darkness under the crimson blood sun. The shorter figure in red raised his head and said, "The Soul Palace realm cultivates the soul, and has not yet come into contact with the power of the law. After we break through the realm of great power, perhaps the realm improvement will slow down." The figure in white patiently explained that the original true demon was very powerful, but after reaching the realm of great power, he had to comprehend his own laws before he could move forward. As for the way of killing required by the half-step great power, the 2 of them did not need this thing at all. What the Zhang cuts off are the 7 emotions and 6 desires that hinder cultivation. One of them is the original true demon, and the other is a true demon. They have almost no 7 emotions and 6 desires, so how can they cut off the Dao? Therefore, the rapid growth of the 2 realms can continue for another major realm. Our realm is low right now. If the Holy Land discovers us and attacks us. Looking back, the places they passed by turned into darkness, and Xiaolinger couldn't help but worry. They were within the ancient Ye family's territory, so it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. What realm are the top fighters in the Holy Land? Zhao Wumian had naturally considered this, but he didn't know what the foundation of the Holy Land and the ancient family was. Xiaolinger had practiced in the Holy Land for a period of time, so she should know something. Well, the Holy Land Lord is at the peak of great power, and many elders are also at the early to late stages of great power. In addition, there are also great elders and ancestors who have been in seclusion for many years or have faked their deaths. These old monsters are at least at the Fuiao realm or even the Xiaoao realm. Xiaolinger thought for a moment and added. Sacred places or aristocratic families also hide quasi-imperial weapons and imperial weapons. A Saint Lord level figure can activate a portion of the power of these powerful weapons, and the lethality will be increased by countless levels. In this way, Zhao Wumian narrowed his bloodshot eyes slightly, looking a little serious. Compared with him, the 2 of them were indeed much weaker in combat. The powerful people in this world have comprehended the existence of laws, and their combat power is a world apart from those in the lower realms. Not to mention the Fuiao and Xiaoao realms above it. The Fuiao realm has already perfected a law and can roam the planetary sky in the physical body. The Xiaoao realm allows one to travel freely between star fields. That's not a problem. The original true demon is far more bizarre than this. Zhao Wumian already has a solution, which is a product in the system mall, dark travel. This is also the exclusive magical power of the original true demon clan. After practicing it, one can move freely in the darkness, or even turn into darkness, completely blending into it, making it impossible to track. The darkness behind him is his natural shelter. Thinking of this, he immediately spent 1,000 killing points to exchange for dark travel. He stopped and turned around with Xiaolinger into the darkness, and began to practice this magical power. The Zhang family of East Wasteland. Zhang Miazu returned seriously injured. Just as he reached the edge of Zhang family fairy mountain, he lost his strength and fell straight down. There happened to be 3 or 4 Zhang family members below. They were horrified when they saw this and quickly used their magic power to support the falling Zhang Miazu. After a long time, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Suanji, and a group of elders all arrived. What's going on? Zhang Suanji roared in a dull voice. The goddess of the Zhang family, the hope of the future, was actually seriously injured like this. Upon hearing this, all the family members looked at each other, not knowing the specific situation. They also couldn't understand who was so bold as to beat Zhang Miazu like that. Mute? Doesn't anyone know where Miazu went before? Zhang Suanji looked around at everyone, and especially gave an old woman a few fierce looks. Master, calm down. Miazu said earlier that she was invited by the Ye family's divine son to be his guest. Who knew this? The old woman was terrified. She was Zhang Miazu's protector, and it was her dereliction of duty that such a thing happened. The Ye family, humph. Zhang Suanji snorted coldly, and the next moment he broke into the sky. No matter whether the Ye family was responsible for today's incident or not, they had to give an explanation. The old woman caught a bottle of medicine falling from the sky and hurriedly took Zhang Miazu to the mountains to heal his injuries. Fortunately, the latter did not hurt his origin and he will recover after recuperation. It didn't take long before Zhang Suanji had led a dozen clansmen into the ancient Ye family's sphere of influence. Old man Ye, get out here. Before the person arrived, his angry voice reached the main peak of the Ye family. Brother Zhang, why are you so angry? The Ye family has never offended the Zhang family. Ye Qingshan was in seclusion seeking enlightenment when he was suddenly awakened and his tone was not so friendly. Humph. Then you'd better ask your precious son of God. My goddess came to accept the invitation, but returned seriously injured. Zhang Suanji said with a gloomy expression. Chener, what's going on? Ye Qingshan frowned and brought Ye Chen out of the mountain. The Zhang family goddess is seriously injured, this is a big problem. Ah! I did invite Miazu, but she hasn't come yet. Ye Chen looked aggrieved. He really didn't know what had happened. Zhang Suanji also frowned, and his terrifying spiritual sense began to explore outside the main peak of the Ye family. After a long moment, his gaze fixed. What on earth are you, the Ye family, doing? The blood sacrifice has already passed, yet you are still involved with the demons. Chapter 15. The more Zhang Suanji looked, the more he felt something was wrong. The darkness stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, yet it could still block his spiritual sense from entering. What the hell? Ye Qingshan had no idea what the other party was talking about. How could he not know that the Ye family was involved with the demon clan? Why are you still pretending? Look at the King Yun sect, it's completely enveloped in darkness. Isn't that a subsidiary sect of your Ye family? Zhang Suanji looked disdainful. It was a shame that the Zhang family had wanted to get closer to the Ye family before, even thinking of a marriage alliance between the two. Who would have thought that the Ye family would embark on such a path and become entangled with the demons? This time Miao Zhu was seriously injured. It seems that we have to look for other Holy Land families for marriage. The Ye family is too unreliable. Ye Qingshan was confused, and then his spiritual sense also probed towards King Yun sect. A-hole! How dare you cause trouble in my Ye family? You're courting death. A moment later, Ye Qingshan also saw the darkness that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. And you guys, what the hell are you doing? No one knows about this happening. You're a bunch of losers. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his menacing gaze swept over the many elders of the Ye family. Hee. Beside him, Zhang Suanji sneered. Is this guy named Ye still acting? Brother Zhang, please don't misunderstand. My Ye family truly knows nothing about this matter. If you don't believe me, come with me and we will find the real culprit and destroy him on the spot. Ye Qingshan's face was gloomy, and there was a rage in his heart that was difficult to extinguish. The Ye family has stood in the eastern wilderness for countless years, but has never seen such a daring person. He reached in openly. Did he think there was no one in the Ye family? Do you think I dare not go? Zhang Xuanji didn't believe Ye Qingshan's nonsense at all. If he wanted to pretend, he would pretend with him to the end. His figure flashed with a sonic boom and moved directly towards the darkness. Come on, everyone! I want to see who dares to reach into the Ye family's sphere of influence. Ye Qingshan gave the order with a gloomy face, and then disappeared from the spot. A darkness stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles. Ye Chen also followed, his brows furrowed, his eyes looking up at the crimson blood sun in the sky. The heavenly curse that Zhao Wumian had pronounced before his death surfaced in his mind again. Ant! Even if you come back to life, I can kill you again. Half an hour later, a group of Ye family masters and Zhang Xuanji arrived at the edge of Qingping city. Darkness arose from this point and extended all the way to Qingyun sect. Why is it here? After arriving, even Ye Qingshan was in a trance for a moment. Isn't this Qingping city where that ant was executed? Among these, everyone stopped and noticed something strange about the dark area. Their spiritual consciousness could not penetrate into it, so they dared not move forward rashly. Why did you stop? Zhang Xuanji naturally didn't want to go there in person, and he also noticed the changes in the expressions of everyone around him. The expressions of these powerful people in the Ye family do not seem to be fake. Could it be that this matter really has nothing to do with the Ye family? Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. This place is very strange. Let me explore it first. Ye Qingshan looked a little solemn at this time. The person who made the move seemed to have some skills. He had created a darkness that even the powerful could not see through. His magic power surged, and in an instant, a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun condensed and grabbed into the darkness. Surprisingly, the big hand pressed in without any hindrance. After some grabbing, he returned to the crimson blood sun. What is this? Everyone gathered around, and all the people Ye Qingshan caught were living dead of extremely low realms. Is this a puppet or? An elder of the tribe wondered that there were millions of them caught. These creatures are all surrounded by black demonic energy, and careful investigation reveals that they have no soul at all. Father, there are disciples from the Qingyun sect among them. Ye Chen suddenly spoke, pointing at a bloody man dressed in Qingyun sect uniform. No. More than one, over there, all of them. Soon, the powerful people present discovered more people from Qingyun sect, and a look of anger appeared on their faces. According to this situation, there should be no survivors in Qingyun sect. Act recklessly. Ye Qingshan could no longer sit still and rushed into the darkness alone. He wanted to see what was going on. After an incense stick of time, he returned to the original place again, his expression becoming extremely solemn. After entering the darkness, his spiritual sense could be used again, and he took in every corner of the darkness. There are tens of millions of strange creatures, and there is not a single living person in the Qingyun sect. What's important is that the culprit has not been found. Brother Zhang, the Qingyun sect has been destroyed. I think this proves the innocence of the Ye family. Next, please go back for now, Brother Zhang. I will definitely give you an explanation. Even though Ye Qingshan has evidence to prove that this matter has nothing to do with the Ye family, the real murderer may have escaped long ago. The Ye family might have to spend some time to find any clues. I'll wait. Zhang Xuanji's expression still wasn't looking good. How could the small Qingyun sect prove itself? This kind of sect can be used as a pawn and sacrificed for the Ye family at certain times. But he had no other choice. Perhaps it would be more direct to ask Miao Zhu directly after returning. Snort. After Zhang Xuanji walked away, more than 10 elders of the Ye family took action together and bombarded the darkness with thundering means. It almost completely enveloped the dark area and struck it, causing the ground below to sink for an unknown number of thousands of miles. Unexpectedly, more than 10 powerful men failed to drive away any trace of darkness. What on earth is this? High in the sky, Zhang Xuanji looked back at this strange scene, and a sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Father, could it be that ant's doing? Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but mention that person again. In a short period of time, first there was a crimson blood sun, and then darkness fell. It fits that person's description perfectly. I don't know. This time, Ye Qingshan didn't dare to conclude that these two things seemed to be coincidental, but they were closely connected. It's really hard to understand. Leave a powerful person here to monitor this place. Contact me immediately if there is any unusual movement. After standing there for a while, Ye Qingshan gave these instructions. Yes. One elder of the tribe volunteered to stay, while the others turned into rainbows and flew away. Ants. Ye Chen, who was flying high in the sky, looked back at the darkness. He had just felt like he was being watched. Just like the gaze of that ant 18 years ago, vicious and resentful. It's a pity that Ye Chen didn't come in just now. Ye Chen felt right. In the darkness, Zhao Wumian had been staring at him. Uncle Wumian, a powerful person has stayed here. What should we do now? There was no figure in the darkness, but there was a sound. Zhao Wumian and the others have already gained a preliminary understanding of traveling through darkness and can transform themselves into darkness. Haha, with such magical powers, what are you afraid of? I will destroy all the affiliated sects one by one under their noses, and then destroy the Ye family, destroy the East Desert, and destroy this continent. Zhao Wumian's face was distorted and murderous intent was rampant. The wrong world should be reset to zero. Since there is darkness hidden in everyone's heart, why not just become darkness? Chapter 16. After a long time, Zhao Wumian returned to his indifferent state and did not transform back into a human. With a thought, he came to the edge of darkness. The silent world began to change again, and boundless darkness began to spread forward. The next sect is Dian sect, which is about 5,000 miles away from King Yun sect. With Zhao Wumian's speed, it would take less than half an hour to arrive. It moved. How is this possible? The powerful people who stayed here immediately noticed the abnormality. He stood up suddenly and looked around in disbelief. There was clearly no one coming over or nearby, so how could the darkness move on its own? In a hurry, he immediately sent a stream of light towards the Ye family to notify Ye Qingshan, and then stepped into the darkness to see what was going on. When I first entered, it was dead silent everywhere and I couldn't see anything. Only when he replaced his eyes with his spiritual consciousness could he see things clearly. Who is manipulating the darkness? The powerful man muttered to himself as he continued to move forward. Slowly, he became more and more frightened. As the darkness spread, a steady stream of dry bones and flesh crawled out from the ground. As soon as these strange creatures came out, they seemed to be baptized by darkness, and the shortcomings of their bodies were filled by darkness, allowing them to walk or fly freely. Although his realm was low, this unreasonable scene still shocked the powerful man. Where are they going? The powerful man has never stopped searching for suspicious people, but he still cannot find the person who is suspected of controlling the darkness. There are more and more strange creatures, growing at a terrifying rate. The souls of the dead in the darkness will be resurrected if the powerful gradually discovered some patterns. Most of these strange creatures had died here before. When darkness passes by, it resurrects them with an unknown force. This area has been the territory of low-level practitioners or small sects since ancient times. The powerful ones dare not imagine what terrible things will happen if darkness reaches those ancient battlefields or the forbidden lands of gods and demons. Will those beings who were extremely powerful in their lifetime also be resurrected? This is terrible. Ye family! A stream of light fell on Ye Qingshan's forehead at an incredible speed. No one is automatically spreading rapidly. Ye Qingshan stared at the information in the flowing light in a daze. They had just left not long ago, and no one had entered the darkness during that time. Could it be that the real murderer has been hiding in the dark and has not escaped at all? Ye Qingshan looked extremely solemn, as if they had encountered an unknown existence. He personally went in to investigate in the dark, but could not find anything unusual. Damn it! Ye Qingshan cursed inwardly, went to the secret realm to retrieve a quasi-imperial weapon, and then headed towards Qingping City again. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Wumian had arrived near Dian sect. Without stopping, he drove the darkness to engulf the sect. The powerful men of the Ye family who had been following were still watching curiously. He witnessed with his own eyes that countless disciples of Dian sect lost their minds and fought each other after being exposed to darkness. Even the half-step great power guarding Dian was affected a little bit. When he was not paying attention, some unknown being attacked and killed the leader of Dian sect. By the time he realized it and suppressed the divine power, it was already too late. Next, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. The bodies of all the people in Dian sect began to dry up, and their souls were sucked away by an unknown force. In the end, it becomes an empty shell. As for the leader of Dian sect, he was resurrected from the dead like those strange creatures and was wrapped in darkness. Which demon is this? The powerful man of the Ye family roared angrily and slapped the resurrected Dian sect master with another palm. Unexpectedly, right under his nose, the other party disappeared out of thin air, as if he had never appeared. What kind of monster is this? The powerful man stood there in a daze, unable to imagine what he was fighting against. I don't even know how they did it. Elder Ye Li, have you found anything? At this moment, Ye Qingshan arrived ahead of time with the help of a quasi-imperial weapon and plunged into the darkness. Master, this is weird, too weird, I saw it with my own eyes. This powerful man told Ye Qingshan everything he saw and heard, and he is still frightened. I don't know where you are, senior. If my Ye family has offended me in any way, please let me know. I will definitely compensate you fully. Ye Qingshan thought about it for a long time, and finally gave in and said. He was really at his wits' end now. This darkness was something he had never seen or heard of before. He couldn't find the target nor could he fight against it. Hee. In the darkness, Zhao Wumian sneered and stopped talking, just looking at Ye Qingshan. His current realm is not high enough, otherwise he would have left him here and tortured him for thousands of years. Senior, please speak clearly if you have anything to say. Ye Qingshan and Deneng were both shocked. There really was an unknown existence in the darkness. This time he clasped his hands together, seemingly trying to show respect, but in fact the quasi-imperial weapon hidden in his sleeves was ready to go. He had figured out a little bit of information during his 2 trips to the dark, and the strength of this unknown existence should not be very strong. Otherwise, I would have taken action against them both long ago. It must have some special secret method in the darkness that allows it to hide in the darkness or blend into the darkness. If it is impossible to locate it, then naturally it will be impossible to cause harm to it. He made up his mind that when he heard that person speaking again, he would instantly launch a fatal attack towards the source of the voice. He still didn't believe that there was anything in this world that was truly immortal. Unfortunately, Ye Qingshan waited for a long time but no sound came from the darkness. However, after the darkness swallowed up the Dian sect, it began to move forward again. That direction was exactly the location of the next affiliated sect of the Ye family. You're such a coward. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? You're courting death. Ye Qingshan roared in the darkness, and the sound caused mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and lakes and seas to flow backwards. Can't you hold back? This is just an appetizer, the main event hasn't even begun yet. In the darkness, Zhao Wumian watched Ye Qingshan's impotent rage with great interest. Now he is just collecting some interest, and when he becomes strong enough, he will let the entire Ye family know what true fear is and what the real devil is. 2 days later, news of the strange darkness appearing in the eastern wasteland spread like wildfire and slowly spread to other regions. On this day, the Grand Elder of Qixia Holy Land also received this news. His eyes suddenly focused, and he remembered the instructions given to him by the Holy Lord and the Holy Lady before they went into seclusion. If anything strange happens in the eastern wasteland, immediately open the secret realm where I am in seclusion. The Great Elder did not dare to delay for even a moment and took out a token and headed towards the place where the Holy Lord Qixia was in seclusion. After successfully entering the defensive formation and stepping into the fairyland-like paradise, he saw the Holy Lord Qixia sitting in the rich spiritual energy. Holy Lord, something has happened in the eastern wasteland. Please leave immediately. The Great Elder gritted his teeth and spoke loudly. This was enough to wake up the people in seclusion, but it might cause some harm to the Holy Lord, and in serious cases, he might go astray. Sure enough, the next moment Qixia Saint Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. She suddenly opened her eyes and did not blame the Great Elder. Instead, she asked anxiously. Eastern Wasteland, what happened? Chapter 17. The Qixia Saint Lord had a solemn expression and didn't care about his own injuries at all. There are rumors that a strange darkness has appeared in the Ye family's sphere of influence in the Eastern Wasteland. The darkness is expected to continue to spread, and even the head of the Ye family and other powerful people are helpless. The Great Elder did not dare to delay for a moment and replied quickly. He's not dead. After hearing this, the Holy Lord Qixia let out a roar trembling with fear. That day, he was beaten to ashes and the mountains were blown into the abyss, but he was still alive. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, the Holy Lord Qixia flew straight out of the secret retreat, found the place where Ye Beiwei was in retreat, and broke into it directly. This matter is not something she can solve alone, and only this reborn being knows some details. Hey? He's alive! Unlike the Holy Lord Qixia, Ye Beiwei opened her eyes the moment the former came in and even guessed the reason. Yes, what should we do now? The Holy Lord of Qixia was concise and to the point, she had no other options. I don't know either. Ye Beiwei shook her head helplessly, looking extremely lost, and boundless fear rose in her heart again. She has done everything she can, but the original true devil can still come back. I thought that my intervention would make things better, but I didn't expect the result to be worse, causing the other party to wake up 2 years earlier. Have you given up? The Holy Lord of Qixia frowned. If even this person gave up on himself, there would be no hope for the Tianyuan continent. Give up? No, I won't give up. He hasn't grown up yet in this life. How can I give up? This is my mission. Ye Beiwei suddenly stood up, her eyes gradually becoming firm. There can't be an invincible being in this world from the start. I don't believe he has no weaknesses. If I don't kill him, there will never be peace in the world. She resolutely walked out of the place of seclusion, and the original true demon began to grow in this life. She had more opportunities to understand the other party and find its weaknesses to kill it. I suggest directly reviving the Holy Land's ancestor. Perhaps the ultimate powerhouse can find a solution. After coming out, Ye Beiwei stopped in the sky. Judging from the current information, the powerful ones are no longer able to effectively kill the original true demon. Instead of testing it bit by bit, it is better to use the most extreme combat power. Wake up the ancestor? This. The Holy Lord of Qixia was a little hesitant. The ancestor of the Holy Land had a short lifespan and could not be easily awakened unless the Holy Land was in danger of extinction. Of course, the people of the Eastern Wasteland must handle the affairs of the Eastern Wasteland themselves. We will provide feasible methods and allow them to mobilize their own cutting-edge combat forces. Ye Beiwei naturally took this into consideration. The one that is truly in danger now is the ancient Ye family in the upper wilderness, followed by the various forces in the eastern wilderness. Also, quickly send a message to the Ye family using secret methods. Do everything you can to stop the spread of darkness. The wider the dark area, the more powerful that person will be. Ye Beiwei looked solemn. She only knew some characteristics of the original true demon, but had no solution. So are we just going to wait here for news? The Holy Lord Kixia nodded and did as he was told, then asked curiously. For now, let's do this. You should awaken the many ancestors. I will pass down the immortal scriptures and give a lecture. Let's see if we can add a few more quasi-emperors or great emperors. Ye Beiwei frowned. She had an endless supply of Taoist scriptures in her mind, so it would not be a problem for her to raise a few quasi-emperors or great emperors from the lower realm. Good. The Holy Lord of Kixia looked delighted. She had actually had this idea for a long time, but she didn't say it out loud for fear of upsetting this person. Now that the other party brought it up, she naturally agreed with both hands. She couldn't hide her excitement, as if she saw an emperor-level figure appear in the Kixia Holy Land again. Thinking back, the last time an emperor appeared was hundreds of thousands of years ago. An hour later, the ancient Ye family received a message from the Kixia Holy Land. The original true demon. Ye Qingshan frowned as he read all the content. This matter concerns the survival of the Tianyuan continent. You, the eastern wasteland, will bear the brunt of it. If you fail to handle it properly, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the end of the message, there was a sentence from the Holy Lord of Kixia, with an extremely solemn tone. Father, how much can you believe this? On the side, Ye Chen was very unsure after listening to it, wondering why the Kixia Holy Land far away in the Central Plains knew so many things. They also said that the trouble came from the Ye family and they must solve it personally. I'm going to the ancient Zhang family. Please don't act rashly. Ye Qingshan's expression was more solemn than ever before, and many contents in the letter corresponded to darkness. The Kixia Holy Land must have some secret information that is unknown to the public. This matter is out of control. He now wants to confirm one thing, whether the so-called original true demon is actually the transformed ant. If you want to figure out all this, you have to start with the ancient Zhang family. The goddess of the Zhang family is very likely to have seen the true face of the devil. The two families were not too far apart, and Ye Qingshan traveled at full speed and soon arrived at the gate of Jiangjiashan. After getting the consent of the head of the Zhang family, he stepped in and finally came to a beautiful mountain stream. There is a pavilion beside the stream, and Zhang Xuanji is treating Zhang Miazu who is still unconscious. Brother Zhang, how is Miazu's injury? Ye Qingshan asked with concern. I won't die for now. What's the matter with Master Ye coming here? Zhang Xuanji had a stern face and was very impatient. After Miazu was injured this time, a little black energy rushed into his soul. It took so many days of recuperation for the black energy the size of a sesame seed to dissipate, but he still hasn't woken up. I have a 70,000-year-old soul-nourishing lotus here, which should help with her soul injury. After examining the injury, Ye Qingshan gritted his teeth and took out a 70,000-year-old medicinal herb. It's not that he felt guilty, but he mainly wanted to get some important information from the former. Oh? That would be disrespectful to refuse. Zhang Xuanji looked surprised. He didn't expect Ye Qingshan to take out such a precious medicine. He took the soul-nourishing lotus, carefully refined its medicinal properties with his spiritual power, and transferred it into Zhang Miazu's mind. The effect is good. He should be able to wake up in another day. It is worthy of being a 70,000-year-old medicine. Just a trace of its medicinal properties can produce significant effects. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be fully recovered in less than a day. Hee hee. Ye Qingshan laughed dryly twice, his face full of pain. How could a medicine that had been taken for tens of thousands of years not be effective? You're not here just to deliver medicine. After feeling a little better, Zhang Xuanji asked casually. He noticed that Ye Shan had been frowning since he came here. Alas! Brother Zhang may not know this, but the darkness within our Ye family is truly strange. It has been spreading recently, swallowing up the Ye family's affiliated sects one by one. Just now, a secret letter suddenly came from the Qixia Holy Land. Ye Shan sighed deeply and let out all the worries in his heart. The original true demon. Are you referring to the person your Ye family once pushed out to bear the blood sacrifice? The more Zhang Xuanji listened, the more frightened he became. When he learned the content of the news from Qixia Holy Land, he instantly thought of the young man who died tragically. There is also the curse from heaven that he has issued. Yes, we always thought that the bloody sun in the sky was a coincidence, until this darkness appeared and the news of the Qixia Holy Land. Ye Shan was in a state of turmoil. There were 3 curses in total, the Crimson Blood Day, the Darkest Hour, and the symbiosis of strangeness and demon. Now the first one has been realized, and the second one is also appearing locally. He couldn't imagine, when the entire continent was swallowed by darkness, would everyone really die? What are the weird and demonic things that people are talking about? Chapter 18. Zhang Xuanji nodded, finally understanding why this old guy suddenly became so generous. It turned out that he wanted to confirm his guess from Miazu. From what we can see now, it's no longer just a coincidence. If it comes true, how will you deal with it? Zhang Xuanji continued to ask. Now it can be basically ruled out that the Ye family is colluding with the demons. But then another problem arises. Once the curse is confirmed, how will the Ye family and the various forces in the eastern wilderness deal with it? When that man was tried that day, all the Holy Land families in the eastern wilderness participated. I have no idea. Whether it's that person's curse or not, I have no idea what to do now. Whether that darkness is man-made or possesses consciousness. I can't tell, let alone solve it. Ye Shan shook his head helplessly. Such a strange thing had never happened before. The two discussed the dark matter all night. At dawn, the crimson sunlight shone down and fell on Zhang Miazu's slightly pale face. Her long eyelashes slowly lifted upwards. After being in a coma for several days, she finally woke up. Ah! Zhang Miazu screamed, and her face showed fear, suspicion, powerlessness, and various other expressions. It was as if he was still immersed in the horror of that punch. Miazu, don't be afraid, your father is here. Zhang Xuanji hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. He couldn't imagine what had happened to make his proud daughter so frightened. Father! Zhang Miazu came back to her senses when she heard the familiar voice. In an instant, she had countless grievances that she wanted to express. Her pride was shattered by that man's punch. Uncle Ye. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Ye Shan beside him from the corner of his eye. After confirming that she was at the Zhang family, she was very confused as to why the head of the Ye family was here. All right, don't be afraid. Who is the person who hurt you? Which Holy Land family is he from? Your uncle Ye is here for this reason too. Zhang Xuanji patted the former on the back. Now everything needed to be answered by his precious daughter. He is a demon cultivator at the Soul Palace level. Zhang Miazu paused for a while before saying that it was really hard to talk about being beaten like this by someone at the Soul Palace level. Soul Palace Demon Cultivator. Ye Shan asked in surprise. This was completely different from what he had guessed. How could someone who could cast that kind of curse only be at the Soul Palace level? Realm levels shouldn't even be used to control such weirdness. Yes, but he is too powerful. He seriously injured me with just one punch, and he seems to be able to control darkness. Zhang Miazu always feels a lingering fear when she thinks about it. Is there really anyone in the world who can possess that kind of power? Can you still remember what he looks like? Ye Qingshan's heart condensed, controlling the darkness. The truth seemed to be on the edge. just a little bit away. It should be possible. Zhang Miazue found the scene of that day from his memory, and then materialized it with a small spell. A figure appeared in front of him, wearing white clothes and with black hair. He had a slender figure, and the most eye-catching thing was his bloodshot eyes. It seemed as if a world was buried inside, with endless murderous aura surging. It's really him. Ye Qingshan's old eyes almost popped out. Although he didn't look at Zhao Wumian many times that day, he still remembered his face in his mind. The facial features of this person with blood eyes are very similar to that person. What really confirmed it for him was the endless hatred and murderous intent in those eyes. Really? Zhang Xuanji also became serious. This matter was not just about the Ye family. That's right. Brother Zhang, the Qixia Saint Lord once told us in a secret letter to awaken the ancestor-level existence. Perhaps it would be possible to kill this peerless demon. We? What do you mean? Zhang Xuanji frowned and interrupted Ye Qingshan. The lifespans of our Ye family's grand elder and ancestors are approaching the limit. It is impossible to wake them up. Ye Qingshan did not hide his thoughts at all. Those old men who had sealed themselves off were the foundation of the Ye family. Haha, my Zhang family is the same, so don't try to get anything from me. Zhang Xuanji instantly saw through Ye Qingshan's sinister intentions. It was ridiculous that this guy wanted to threaten him with the peerless demon. If this big demon wants to kill someone, he will kill the entire Ye family first. He is not in a hurry. No, Brother Zhang, you misunderstood. I meant to find 2 or 3 Fuiao realm experts who are still in their prime and send them out to test whether they can crush the darkness with their fighting power. Ye Qingshan quickly explained with a smile how he could possibly try to trick his future relative. The Taiyin divine body, marrying into the Ye family will be of extraordinary help to Ye Chen. Which holy land or noble family do you think would give you this honor? Zhang Xuanji's expression eased a little, but he still didn't think highly of Ye Qingshan's idea. I am not a fool. This big devil is obviously in your Ye family, and the cause is also because of your Ye family. Do you still want others to solve it? Humph. This matter is not just about my Ye family. If Dong Huang sits idly by and does nothing, my Ye family can just throw it away and find another blessed land. Ye Qingshan snorted coldly. This matter must not be borne by his Ye family alone. What is lost is the family foundation. Father, are you talking about this demon cultivator? Zhang Miazue asked in a low voice after listening for a long time. Yes, he is the sinner in Qingping City 18 years ago. Zhang Xuanji nodded. Isn't he just a soul palace cultivator? Why are you? Zhang Miazue was puzzled. Although this person was ridiculously strong, he was only at the soul palace level. Why are my father and uncle Ye still talking about inviting the ancestors to be born? Why are you asking these questions? Did the devil do something to you? Zhang Xuanji asked back. He had been very curious before. Why would that ruthless and desireless demon let Zhang Miazue go? This was very inappropriate. That kind of person has lost his humanity and is only interested in revenge. He will not show mercy because of Miazue's identity. He said that when I reach the realm of great power, he would share the Taiyin law with me. Zhang Miazue's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and it was difficult for her to talk about such things. What? Zhang Xuanji and Ye Qingshan exclaimed at the same time that Miazue was actually being targeted by that devil. Convene the East Wasteland Conference. I will try to help you convince them. After a long time, Zhang Xuanji suddenly said that he could not stay out of Zhang Miazue's affairs. Then it's settled. I'll send a message to each of the Holy Lands and aristocratic families now. Ye Qingshan is very anxious now. The peerless demon is still devouring the Ye family. Every day that passes, the Ye family becomes more dangerous. This is the 4th one. If I slaughter one more sect, I should be able to accumulate 10,000 kill points. In the ancient Ye family area, endless darkness has spread over 1.2 million miles. Zhao Wumian took Zhao Linger to massacre nearly 9,000 people. After swallowing it all, Zhao Wumian has already stepped into the middle stage of half-step great power, and Zhao Linger is about to break through to half-step great power. As their cultivation level improves, these sect disciples or elders can no longer provide much help. Haha, if that powerful being dares to come looking for me this time, I will definitely keep him as a demon slave. Zhao Wumian controlled the darkness to flood the mountains ahead and killed his way over. The powerful man followed him all the time, coming in to observe from time to time. Now that he has broken into the middle stage of half-step great power, with the power and weirdness of the original true demon, he may be able to keep this elder of the Ye family. Chapter 19. Darkness fell completely, and what followed was a massacre without any suspense. The wailing sounds were endless, and people in white and red kept reaping fresh lives. Yes, they showed up this time with the purpose of catching big fish. When the massacre was almost over, the elder of the Ye family showed up as expected. When he saw the people in white and red walking in the darkness, ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. After waiting for so long, you finally dared to show up. No wonder you were hiding. It turns out that your realm is so low. Hee. The powerful man of the Ye family sneered, and the next moment a small tower appeared in his hand, shining with golden light in the darkness. He used the ancient secret method, reaching the peak speed, and resolutely went towards Zhao Wumian to suppress him. Knowing the strangeness of these two demons, he will launch a fatal attack with extreme speed. Ha! Zhao Wumian curled the corners of his mouth, facing this fatal blow without dodging or evading. When the small tower shining brightly with golden light was about to cover him, he instantly turned into a ball of black gas and disappeared. What? The powerful man of the Ye family was shocked, but he still underestimated the weirdness of this creature. Hide your head and show your tail, come out and fight if you dare. He was not panicked at all. He thought that a mere half-step great power could not cause any trouble. He is currently unable to break the opponent's strange secret technique, but that doesn't mean no one in the Ye family can break it. Please ask the ancestors of Fuiao realm or even Xiaoao realm to come, no matter how strange it is, there will be no escape. Here I come. A whisper suddenly sounded, followed by a sharp kick. The kick came out of nowhere and fell like a meteor. The powerful man of the Ye family couldn't dodge it in time and simply didn't try to hide. He narrowed his eyes, his breath quickly increased, and he was ready to take it head on. There is a divine punishment between half-step great power and great power, which cannot be compensated by talent. Boom! A leg was whipped down hard, making a deafening roar. Click! The right arm of the Ye family's great man, which he used to defend himself, instantly caved in, and then the bones broke. The powerful force still had some force left, and it hit his waist directly. Crack, crack! There were several more sounds of broken bones, and the powerful man of the Ye family was almost cut in half. Bang! By the time he reacted, he had been shot deep into the earth. This power! The Ye family's mighty warrior stood up with difficulty and looked in disbelief at the white-clothed demon standing outside the Tian King. Why could a half-step great power hurt him? How could he hurt him? UBD, if you don't kill me with one strike, you won't have a chance. The powerful man of the Ye family spat out the blood from his mouth, and the small tower appeared again, hovering above his head. The golden light completely enveloped him. He knew too little about this kind of creature, and unexpected things happened frequently. We still can't fight head-on now, the safest way is to ask the ancestor to come. What? You think you can escape by hiding in a turtle shell? Zhao Wumian uttered a mocking sound and waved his hands in the air, mobilizing boundless darkness to flow into the Tian King. Well! Below, the powerful man of the Ye family immediately felt as if he was trapped in a quagmire. The darkness seemed to have solidified into substance, making it almost impossible for him to move. Bah! Just use whatever skills you have. Let me see how you can kill me. Under the protection of the golden light, the powerful men of the Ye family were still not in a hurry. They had experienced the opponent's strength before and knew that they would never be able to break the protection of the small tower. Really? Zhao Wumian couldn't deny it. Under the horrified gaze of the Ye family's powerful men, he controlled the darkness and easily got in. In just 2 breaths, darkness replaced the golden light, completely enveloping it. Thousands of black air penetrated directly into the Ye family's previous injuries. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? It's just an ancient treasure. Zhao Wumian's face suddenly appeared in the Tiankang. After he reached the realm of half-step great power, he was able to control the darkness even more easily. To put it bluntly, unless you hold a defensive imperial weapon, you will not be able to stop the invasion of darkness. You. The powerful man of the Ye family finally felt fear, and the next moment, endless tearing force came from all parts of his body. His flesh, blood, magic power, and soul were gradually pulled over by an irresistible force. No, 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 no. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of death. The limbs waved slowly in the mud algae, trying to grab something. Compared with the pain of the Ye family's powerful men, Zhao Wumian enjoyed double happiness. The realm began to rise steadily, and there was also the pleasure of revenge. In just a few days, he had grown to the point where he could kill the powerful men of the Ye family. It's just interest. The Ye family, such a huge Ye family, not a single one of them can survive. His face was distorted, and the tragedy of the Zhao family appeared in his mind again. Not a single body of his family was left intact, so the Ye family must have suffered 100 or 1,000 times more. Only in this way can he feel a little bit of comfort. As time passed, the Ye family's mighty master quickly turned into a jade skeleton, while Zhao Wumian directly reached the peak of the half-step mighty master. There is also a rudimentary law of fire. Not bad. Zhao Wumian accidentally discovered a law that was swallowing him up. The first characteristic of the original true demon is not as simple as he imagined, and there is probably still a lot to be discovered. After devouring the powerful man of the Ye family, he cast a spell casually, and in the blink of an eye, the former revived and returned, but he was just a dark version of the demon slave. After flying up to the Tiankang, Zhao Linger also completed the swallowing, and her realm successfully reached the early stage of half-step great power. We have to hurry. Zhao Wumian looked towards the world outside the darkness. Only by creating more darkness could he become stronger and safer. The top powerful people in this world still pose a fatal threat to him. Xiaolinger nodded slightly, then turned into darkness and moved forward with Zhao Wumian. This time, the darkness spread more than 3 times faster than before, and the range was also wider. If you stand high in the sky, you can clearly see a black dragon moving at high speed on the earth. The main hall on the back mountain of the Ye family enshrines the longevity tablet. FK. The old man guarding the hall jumped up. A powerful figure from the Ye family has fallen. Master! He shouted and rushed through the palace gate. The fall of a powerful person is a big deal in any holy family. Although Daneng is not the strongest person on the continent, under the premise that the powerful people in Fuiyao are in seclusion, Daneng is the strongest fighting force in the open. The death of any one of them is a huge loss to the family. At this time, Ye Qingshan was far away in the Qianyuan Holy Land. He and Zhang Xuanji were worried about all the saints and family heads in the eastern wilderness. Everyone is here. What's the matter that makes you two so anxious? Asked the Saint Lord Qianyuan calmly from the first seat. Do you all still remember the man who was tried in Qingping City 18 years ago? Chapter 20. Hey? Isn't that the ant that your Ye family pushed out to take the blame? What happened to him? A Saint Lord said nonchalantly that when one cultivates to their level, it is natural that they will not forget any memories. But that ant has been dead for 18 years, so why bring him up again? If you have nothing else, just leave early. It's a waste of time. Haha, the two family heads summoned us together, could it be that the ant has been resurrected? People started speaking up one after another, and some actually guessed the reason correctly. Yes, he has returned, and the second curse has begun to spread, and it's spreading very quickly. Ye Qingshan's extremely serious voice rang out in the hall, and for a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Well, that person's curse has indeed come true. The crimson blood sun in the sky is no coincidence. The second curse, the darkest hour, has also begun to spread to the Ye family. It's very strange. Zhang Xuanji added at the right moment. Isn't your Ye family able to deal with him? Saint Jianyuan frowned and asked. He thought that even if that ant revived, it would be impossible for its strength to reach the peak all at once. There is no way that the ancient Ye family can defeat them. Well, the darkness he created was very strange. I once went in to investigate myself and couldn't find any trace of him at all, but he was there. Also, he can use darkness to resurrect the dead. If this continues, the demon army will accumulate endlessly. Ye Qingshan nodded seriously, trying his best to explain the horror of this resurrected demon. Only when the entire eastern wasteland realizes the seriousness of the matter can he take the opportunity to put forward his ideas. This doesn't make sense. How could a heavenly curse cast by a mere ant possibly succeed? I have never heard of anyone being able to perform a curse on such a large scale. Even the ancient evil cultivation holy places that specialized in the art of curses were not that outrageous. Most of the saints and family heads present were still unwilling to believe it. How could that ant from Qingping City, who was born ordinary, had poor qualifications, and a poor background, launch such a terrifying curse? Ye Qingshan and Zhang Xuanji both looked displeased upon seeing this. With their status, could they still deceive these people? The former was about to take out the photo stone he had prepared earlier to refute, when suddenly a purple mysterious light flew out of the hall. Urgent secret message. Ye Qingshan recognized at a glance that it was a message that would only be sent when something major happened in the Ye family. With a gentle wave of the hand, the secret letter came into his hands. Touching it with a finger, a voice of panic and fear echoed throughout the hall. Master! The elder who guards the darkness has perished in it. Please return to the Ye family as soon as possible. This secret letter was sent by the old man who guarded the longevity tablet. A-hole! Veins bulged on Ye Qingshan's forehead. It had only been a short time since he left, and yet a powerful man had already fallen. Everyone! I'll say this one last time. The curse has already appeared. If we continue to ignore it, it's only a matter of time before darkness envelopes the Tianyuan continent. The Ye family can't bear this disaster alone. Ye Qingshan lost his patience and slammed the table, ready to leave. Wait a minute, Patriarch Ye wants to ask us for help? What should we do? The Holy Lord Jianyuan tried to persuade Ye Qingshan, who was about to leave. The crimson blood sun in the sky has lasted for a long time and shows no sign of dissipating. He once worked together with many powerful people in the Holy Land to deduce, but in the end he got no results. Besides, it's harmless to go there and it won't waste much time. The Saint Lord Kixia personally sent me a message before, saying that if we want to suppress the strangeness, the ancestors must take action to have hope. The three ancestors of my Ye family have all reached the end of their strength and are not fit to leave the mountains. Ye Qingshan paused and turned around to say. Haha, even if it's true, it was your Ye family who caused this trouble. It's not our turn to intervene in this matter anyway. That's right. Your Ye family's ancestor is dying. Could it be that our ancestor is still young? Master Yi's plan is really a good one. Upon hearing this, the powerful saint in the hall could no longer sit still. This guy Ye Qingshan had no good intentions at all. There should be more than a handful of young ancestors in the eastern wasteland. I just asked them to go and investigate and take a look. We are not asking them to participate in a war that will last for thousands of years. Anyway, our Ye family cannot awaken the three ancestors. At worst, we can just move the mountain gate. Ye Qingshan said shamelessly that if he couldn't achieve the ideal result today, he would move with the entire Ye family. Care about the life and death of all forces in the eastern wilderness. Patriarch Ye, there's no need to be so radical. How about this? My Qianyuan Holy Land will produce one ancestor-level being, Kunpeng Holy Land will produce another, and the final one will come from your Ye family. How do you say that? The Holy Lord Qianyuan probably saw Ye Qingshan's determination and immediately stepped forward to ease the situation. In addition, it is impossible to be as the latter said. After all, this matter originated from the Ye family. It is really unacceptable that the Ye family does not send anyone out. I agree. I can go back and wake up an ancestor to come out of the mountain. The Holy Lord Kunpeng, who had been silent all this time, nodded and said that the Holy Land of Kunpeng and the Holy Land of Qianyuan have had a deep connection since ancient times. He was willing to give face to Saint Lord Qianyuan. After all, he would only be away for 2 or 3 days, and the youngest ancestor of Kunpeng Holy Land still had a lot of life left. Brother Ye, this result is already very good. If you continue to push it, you may not get anything good. You can't really move the mountain gate. Zhang Xuanji secretly conveyed the message that if they continued to make trouble, the other holy places would really give up and the Ye family would be the one who suffered. The real top-level blessed land had long been divided up by various forces, so it was impossible for the Ye family to find it in a short time. Okay, then I'll go first and wait for you all at the Ye family. After thinking for a long time, Ye Qingshan said reluctantly. This was not the result he wanted, but it was almost achieved. The outskirts of the ancient Ye family. In a short time, Zhao Wumian swept through the darkness and traveled more than 200,000 miles again. There are still fewer means of killing. Zhao Wumian reviewed the battle and first fought against the powerful Ye family. If it weren't for the strangeness of darkness, he really didn't have any particularly powerful killing moves. Name, Zhao Wumian. Realm, half-step to the peak of great power. Personality, pure good extremely dark. Constitution, chaos demonic body. Skill, original demonic scripture. Feature 1, devour. Attribute 2, demon. Feature 3, evil thoughts collection. Innate magical power, destruction. Avatar, dark walk. Kill value, 13,737 points. After taking a look at his personal panel, he seemed to be thinking about something, and then looked at the system wall. Darkness travel magic power, 1000 kill points. World destroying demonic thunder divine power, 10,000 killing points. 9 transformations of the heavenly demon, divine power, 100,000 killing points. Heavenly tribulation light divine power, 100,000 killing points. Chaos demon body magic power, millions of kill points. World destroying magic crystal magic weapon raw materials, 100,000 killing points. Original true demon origin avenue fragment, 10 million kill points. Exchange for magical power, world destroying demonic thunder. Zhao Wumian said in his mind that he originally wanted to save some killing points in exchange for the world-destroying magic crystal, which was the material for casting the original true magic treasure. Now I think it's better to change some self-protection methods first. Now that his strength has increased, why would he be afraid of lacking killing points? There are countless creatures in the Tianyuan continent waiting for him to harvest. Then he looked at the new feature, Evil Thoughts Collection. This is a characteristic that automatically awakens when the killing value accumulates to 10,000. Not bad, it's a terrifying offensive method. Zhao Wumian was quite satisfied after reading it. The so-called evil thoughts gather to mobilize the negative states of all living beings in the dark area, and finally form a twisted demon. The combat power of the twisted demon god depends on the amount and quality of the negative states in the darkness. But no matter how you think about it, it can't be that weak. With the evil thoughts from millions of miles away gathering at any time, I really don't know what kind of terrible existence it will create. Chapter 21. Escaped. The darkness continued to move forward, and when it reached another mountain gate, it was empty. There is a place ahead that the Ye family values very much. Many years ago, I passed by it and found that many powerful people gathered there. Xiaoling recalled the past. At that time, in order to find an opportunity to assassinate the children of the Ye family, she had lurked in many places outside the city. One day, he happened to discover something unusual about the Ye family. Although it was clearly located on the periphery, it was surrounded by a large group of people and couldn't get out. It is expected that this should be a treasure land that is quite important to the Ye family. Oh? Go over and take a look. Zhao Wumian showed a hint of interest. The more precious something was to the Ye family, the more he wanted to destroy it. Boundless darkness submerged the empty sect beneath his feet and swallowed up everything. Half an hour later, Zhao Wumian and the other arrived at the so-called important place of the Ye family. From a distance, it looks like a deep mountain with a primeval forest. There are indeed people stationed there, but they are very few and the environment is average. Perhaps the Ye family has already taken away any treasures that may have been found here over the years, so. Xiaoling guessed that there were far more people than this when they came here last time. Here I come. Deep in the mountains, a young woman retracted her head, and a voice of fear was heard behind her. Everyone has evacuated. What's the point of leaving us behind? Soon, an indignant voice was heard, mixed with extreme fear. The irresistible darkness appearing outside the Ye family was already known to everyone, and all the sects evacuated after the death of that powerful man. There were only 7 of them left and they were ordered to defend the place and not leave. Don't you think about it? Can we hold it with just a few of us? The higher UPS must be crazy. Brothers, let's run. The mighty ones all died in the darkness. If we stay, we will only die a more miserable death. Most of the 7 people have already thought of retreating. They don't know what kind of monster they are about to face, but they have already taken care of the 18 generations of ancestors of the Ye family in their hearts. There is no point in keeping them here. The beings in the darkness will not show mercy just because they are weak. What the hell is this place of good fortune? The entire Ye family has been guarding it for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and it's still the same. There's not even a single sign of something emerging. As darkness gradually approached, some people's mentality collapsed. Entering darkness means certain death. In the face of life and death, they were not afraid of any punishment. 3 of them turned around and fled. I don't want to become the nourishment of darkness. Want to leave. Zhao Wumian's spiritual sense had been locked on the 7 people, and he smiled coldly after discovering something was wrong. The next moment, boundless darkness spread wildly, and the disciples who had escaped early were instantly trapped in it. The Ye family is completely empty-handed, so they sent a bunch of misfits, to guard this place. At the edge of darkness, wisps of black air outlined a human figure, and indifferent words came from the underworld. It's him. Suddenly, a woman covered her mouth and screamed, her face full of fear. Who? The companion didn't understand what was going on and asked in confusion. Him. The sinner 18 years ago, the devil who unleashed 3 heavenly curses. Wah! Impossible, isn't he dead? Blood day, darkness, did the curse work? The more the 7 people recalled, the paler their faces became. The bloody man who was suppressed in the city in the past seemed to be still vivid in his mind. Sinner? Demon? Some things become real when they're fake long enough, right? Zhao Wumian felt extremely irritated. These Ye family disciples clearly knew that it was fake, but they felt at ease to put the blame on themselves. Over time, it seemed to become the fact. Puff! His figure flashed and he appeared in front of a man, and his right hand stretched out and pierced his left chest. The next moment, a bright red heart exploded in Zhao Wumian's hand. It must be very painful, don't be afraid, it will stop hurting in a while. This is a cultivator from the Soul Palace. He won't die for the time being even if he loses his heart. In order to reduce his pain, Zhao Wumian put his hands together behind his back again, inserted them directly into his belly button, and with a little force, tore it in half. The blood splattered all over the sky, instantly gathered into a long stream in the air and was swallowed by Zhao Wumian. Ah! The remaining 6 people were so frightened by this horrific scene that their legs went weak, and they looked at Zhao Wumian as if they were looking directly at the devil. Who is the sinner? Zhao Wumian instantly appeared in front of a cute girl in a goose yellow skirt. He looked the woman straight in the eyes and spoke coldly. I. The girl stuttered and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Her mind was a mess and filled with fear. Bang! Zhao Wumian punched out, instantly shattering the girl's head, and then appeared in front of another woman in the team in one step. Who is the sinner? The same problem, the same sense of oppression of death, makes people feel like they are falling into an icy cave. Please don't kill me, I can do anything, really, I can. The woman's face was filled with fear, mixed with a pitiful look of pleading for mercy. With trembling hands, he unbuttoned a row of buttons on his coat. Hat! Zhao Wumian sneered. This answer made him very dissatisfied. Suddenly, he covered the woman's face with his big hand, and with great force, he carried her towards the mountain next to him. Boom! 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 Time and again, the woman soon turned into a pool of rotten flesh, her soul flew out and she fled in panic. You can do anything for me, right? Can you die for me? Zhao Wumian smiled strangely, then opened his mouth and sucked, and the fleeing soul seemed to be grabbed by a magic hand. The next moment, Zhao Wumian swallowed the woman's soul into his stomach. Who of you can tell me who the sinner is? Zhao Wumian turned his head and looked at the remaining 4 people with bloodthirsty eyes. We are sinners, we know we are wrong, we repent. The tragic scene of the 3 dead people frightened the disciples so much that they peed and defecated. They knelt on the ground and banged their heads on the ground frantically. Fear spread deep into their souls and their whole bodies were shaking. Oh! Zhao Wumian let out a soft oh when he saw this, and then a majestic black energy surged out from all parts of his body and turned into substance, drowning the 4 people who kept praying. Ding! The host kills 4 Soul Palace realm creatures. You are sinners, you are right. Zhao Wumian grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty madness. Endless darkness enveloped him, drowning this so-called treasure land of creation. Boom! When everything was about to be submerged, thousands of immortal lights suddenly burst out, penetrating the darkness and creating a mysterious scene. It's as if fairies and demons are dancing together, darkness and light are intertwined. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose into the sky from the Qianyuan Holy Land and the Kunpeng Holy Land. After a while, the owners of the 2 auras converged at one place. Ha 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 ha, Hilokui, you are not dead yet. A loud laugh sounded from the sky, and countless people looked up unconsciously after hearing it. Oh my god! Could that kind of Dao essence be the supreme existence of the free and easy realm? Such a person has actually appeared. He is a peak-level expert who is only one step away from entering the Quasi-Emperor realm. Chapter 22. When the powerful Xiaoao appeared, all the people in the eastern wilderness were shocked. Countless people pointed to the sky in amazement, and their hearts were restless. It is rumored that the ancient Ye family and the ancient Zhang family have summoned all the Saint Lord level figures to gather at the Qianyuan Holy Land. These 2 ancestors were born right after that. Is there any connection? The children of the aristocratic families all received a lot of inside information, and they couldn't help but speculate about the connection between the 2. It might be related to the recent Bloody Day. It seems that a strange darkness has appeared in the Ye family. Could it be? Some people couldn't believe it, wondering if there was something hidden behind the Bloody Day phenomenon that could only be solved by the appearance of the ancestor of the free and easy realm. I am from the Ye family. Many things did originate from the Ye family. 18 years ago, that sinner seemed to have awakened. He was the one who caused all these visions. The powerful people in the clan were helpless, so. Not long after, someone from the Ye family came forward and briefly explained the reason. When these words were spoken, countless people were shocked, and deep in their minds they recalled the so-called curse that was supposed to be a joke. Has the curse of the ants come true? It's possible. If there really is an insurmountable darkness within the Ye family, wouldn't that perfectly fit the curse? Both events correspond to curses, and many people have begun to panic. The contents of those three curses are extremely evil. Will everyone die? Humph. So what if it comes true? The ancestor of the free and easy realm has appeared. Even if he is a monstrous demon, he won't be able to run wild for long. That's right. My Ye family has also had an ancestor born. Everyone, please be safe. The so-called strange darkness will soon disappear. I will definitely inform everyone of the good news when the time comes. Damn BD, even after death you can't rest in peace, you have to die again. It seems he hasn't had enough of the extreme torture last time. This time, his soul will be crushed billions of times, and his body will be left for wild dogs to gnaw on. The disciples of the ancient Ye family changed their previous cowardice, and the birth of the ancestor gave them great confidence. This old ancestor was very powerful when he was young. He once led quasi-imperial soldiers to fight alone against a demon sect's holy land, and finally broke through the mountain gate. When such a powerful person who knows everything about the world appears, what demon would not retreat? Oh? Senior Ye has also come out of retreat. Is this matter really so difficult? The two Zhao realm experts quickly noticed a powerful aura rising from the Ye family. After seeing the real person, everyone clasped their fists slightly to show respect. Compared to the powerful Zhao of the Ye family, the two of them are indeed juniors. Well, it's only been sealed for 1,000 years, and something like this has happened during this time. These younger generations are really becoming worse than before. The Ye family patriarch nodded lightly, and his gaze shone like divine light into the darkness not far away. Impenetrable. The Ye family patriarch was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the darkness could even block his spiritual sense. It's indeed a bit strange, but what are those fairy lights? Are they also products of the darkness? The speed of the free and easy strong men was so terrifying that they soon arrived above the ancient Ye family. No, that's a place the Ye family discovered 300 years ago. We speculate that there's some good fortune within it, and it might have been opened today. Ye Qingshan, who was brought here by the powerful Zhao, said reluctantly. This damn place of creation doesn't open earlier or later, but it opens at this time. Now that the two free and easy ancestors have appeared, if you insist on going in to take a look, who would dare to say no? Oh? Looks like we're lucky. We can go out into the world to slay demons and even pick up some treasures. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, the next moment the ancestor of Kunpeng Holy Land laughed out loud, obviously not going to miss this opportunity. Haha, you two picked it up. The ancestor of the Ye family didn't mind. It was good enough that others could come to help when his family got into trouble. Besides, opportunities and fortune are all based on luck, and this has been the case in Tianyuan continent since ancient times. It doesn't mean that just because fate has given him to the Ye family, everything belongs solely to the Ye family. Old man, you're joking. Let's get rid of this obstructing darkness first, and then study this creation. Patriarch Qianyuan said politely that if you want to take advantage of the Ye family, you have to do something first. Well, then let's go in and see who is playing tricks here. The ancestor of the Ye family said coldly that he did not have much time left to live, and would not come out until the Ye family was in a life-or-death situation. Now he was forced to be born early by an ant-like person, wasting his limited time. A moment later, the three ancestors entered the darkness together. How strange! When I was outside, my spiritual consciousness couldn't penetrate it, but now that I'm inside, it can. Patriarch Qianyuan smacked his lips and looked around with great interest. There's a barrier-like thing on the outermost layer of darkness. Perhaps that's what's blocking the divine consciousness. The Ye family patriarch explained that he had noticed this before. This area is not very large, so why can't we find the so-called demon? Saint Lord Qianyuan asked doubtfully. He looked around the darkness in a short time and could not find any demon. Look at that place filled with immortal light. Could he have escaped into it? The ancestor of the Ye family suddenly said that in his sight, there was a portal where the fairy light was filled. Thousands of strands of black air have now penetrated into the portal. It's very likely that this demon's realm doesn't seem to be very high. When it encounters us, it naturally has no intention of fighting. It is reasonable for it to choose to escape to the place of good fortune. Haha, just a little cleverness. It's such a small place, how long can he hide there? The two Holy Land ancestors smiled faintly and did not take this clumsy trick seriously at all. Then let's go in and explore, and see what level of fortune is hidden inside. We agreed beforehand that what treasures we get depends entirely on luck, so don't lose the big picture for the sake of a small one and ruin the relationship. The ancestor of the Ye family then said, judging from his attitude, this land of good fortune is much more important than any demon. It's natural. Saint Lord Qianyuan nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted to say. He has a close relationship with Hilogui of Kunpeng Holy Land. It is because of their relationship that the two holy lands gradually came together and became of the same blood. How could such a deep friendship be broken just because of some fate? Exactly. To be honest, at our level, there aren't many treasures that can spark competition. It all depends on luck, haha. Ancestor Kunpeng stroked his beard and smiled, saying that fighting for good fortune and so on were things that happened when one was young and weak. Nowadays, there are not many treasures in the world that can catch their eyes. In the portal that was blooming with fairy light, Zhao Wumian and his three companions moved forward quickly. They all transformed into darkness, rendering the secret realm as dark as the outside of the gate. Uncle Wumian, can Xiao Aijing find us? Xiao Linger asked in confusion. The moment the free and easy strong man appeared, Zhao Wumian took her into the portal. It's possible. If they use their great magical powers to cover all the darkness, the ultimate power will crush us. Even hiding in the darkness will be useless. Zhao Wumian explained as he walked forward that darkness was not his absolute refuge. It will be useless if you encounter a being that is much stronger than you. Unless he spreads the darkness to infinity, beyond the full attack range of a free and powerful warrior. Obviously, he couldn't do it now, and could only hope that these three strong men couldn't find a way to deal with him. Is that an imperial weapon? Suddenly, Xiao Linger stopped and saw a magical sword shining brightly in the distance. The supreme aura emanating from it is so thrilling. Chapter 23. At least it's an imperial weapon. Zhao Wumian was also very surprised. He had seen the power of the quasi-imperial weapon of the Qixia Saint Lord before he woke up. The pressure of the weapon in front of him was countless times stronger, and it could only be explained by an imperial weapon. Should we? Xiao Linger was eager to try, as this kind of opportunity was hard to come by in 1,000 years. No, keep moving forward, carry the darkness further, and completely envelop the imperial weapon. Zhao Wumian shook his head. This imperial weapon could not be taken. Leaving it where it was might add a bit of vitality to them. Moreover, the imperial weapon is not so easy to obtain. The pressure alone is beyond his ability to withstand at the moment. The incarnation of darkness does have a chance to get close, but the old bastards behind him won't give him a chance. Yet. Xiaolinger nodded obediently and would not question anything Zhao Wumian said. Perhaps, this imperial weapon will bring us unexpected gains, but the chances are slim. Zhao Wumian glanced at the imperial weapon thoughtfully, then shook his head, denying the idea in his mind. I'm afraid this place is not simple, there is a hidden world. On the other side, the three ancestors followed the darkness into the portal. What meets the eye is a world with no end in sight, like an endless plateau. Generally speaking, this kind of fortune born in the secret realm of the inner world will never be bad. That's an imperial weapon. The three people's consciousness followed the darkness and almost at the same time discovered that the immortal sword with a huge pressure was floating there. For a moment, the world fell silent, leaving only the rapid breathing of the three people. The Emperor's weapon is the most powerful divine weapon on the Tianyuan continent. Any holy land that obtains one will firmly occupy the dominant position. All this is because the imperial weapon is too powerful. When controlled by a person with great supernatural powers, it can release combat power beyond the limit. No one dares to provoke the ancient family or holy land that possesses imperial weapons. For example, the Qianyuan Holy Land possesses an unparalleled divine weapon left by its ancestor. It was because of this imperial weapon that the Qianyuan Holy Land established its dominant position in the eastern wilderness. The three ancestors kept staring into the distance, not even daring to turn their heads. They didn't dare to look directly at the expressions and eyes of the other two. With the appearance of the imperial weapon, no agreement or friendship could be maintained. Don't even think about it, you can tell that these three people already have thousands of plans in their minds. 2. Other treasures are fine, but this imperial weapon. The Ye family can't give it up. The Ye family patriarch spoke hoarsely, his eyes burning with boundless greed. As he opened his mouth, a terrifying spear-shaped weapon appeared in his hand. In an instant, supreme pressure descended, and with it came boundless murderous intent. Ye Lingkang, what do you want to do? The two were horrified and instantly retreated thousands of miles. They had not planned to bring their own quasi-imperial weapons with them when they came out of this world. Do I even need to tell you what I want to do? I'm afraid you two have already had other ideas, right? Gui. A sneer hung on Ye Lingkang's old face, and the quasi-imperial weapon in his hand became more and more powerful. He was not the first one to take action just now. The man from Qianyuan Holy Land was about to take action half a breath earlier than him, but was scared back by the quasi-imperial weapon he took out. Feng Jushan, if we work together, we might have a chance of escaping. Otherwise, Gui had been practicing for more than 10,000 years, and he could tell at a glance that the Ye family ancestor was determined to kill. He hurriedly looked at his old friend, thinking that if they joined forces, they might have a chance to get out. Quasi-imperial soldiers. Alas! Feng Jushan from Kunpeng Holy Land looked embarrassed. Ye Lingkang's realm was originally higher than theirs, and he was holding a quasi-imperial weapon. There's really not much hope. Senior Ye, how about we give up the imperial weapon? He spoke sincerely, unwilling to risk his life. There are 2 Xiaoao realms in Kunpeng Holy Land. If he dies here, the foundation of the Holy Land will definitely be greatly reduced. Don't even think about it. It's safer for you two to rest here forever. The murderous look in Ye Lingkang's eyes had not diminished. It would take more than a little time to gain the recognition of the imperial soldiers. If we let the two of them leave, especially Gui from Qianyuan Holy Land, what will greet me at that time will probably be another imperial weapon. Damn it! Brother let's join forces and find a chance to escape. Feng Jushan understood Ye Lingkang's idea in an instant. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, he had no choice but to fight to the death. Good. Gui nodded immediately, but there was a strange light in his eyes. This old friend of mine has the magical power of Kunpeng, and his speed is unmatched in the world. Once this war begins, my chances of escaping will be at the very bottom. Die. After this, the Ye family should take the throne of dominance and overlook the vast east wasteland. Ye Lingkang didn't care about the two people joining forces. With the quasi-imperial weapon in his hand, he was no match for the cultivators of the same level. Kill! He roared the word kill, and the spear in his hand let out a devilish roar. An indescribable might gathered in an instant, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed and cracked, spreading out into countless canyon fissures. A spear was thrust out, and the sky and the earth suddenly lost their color. How can we resist this? Feng Jushan's eyes were bleeding from the bright light, and his expression was dazed for a moment. In fact, this result was already determined, but he just didn't want to give up at the last moment. The advantage of a quasi-imperial weapon cannot be compensated by any means, even if he practices the 9 transformations of Kunpeng. There's no escape. My apologies for this time, old friend. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from behind Feng Jushan, and then, he was caught off guard and pushed forward by a powerful force. He old ghost! Feng Jushan's pupils dilated and he roared in disbelief. In his sight, he Gui smiled strangely, and an unknown light quickly condensed on his body. The next moment, the figure retreated at an incredible speed. By this time, he didn't understand that he had been betrayed. Sold out by my old friend of thousands of years. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to grieve, as the overwhelming might of the quasi-emperor soldier instantly engulfed him. Haha, the ugliness of human nature is clearly revealed. Doesn't this world need to be reset? With one strike from the quasi-imperial weapon, everything in the secret realm was shattered into nothingness. Now there is only endless darkness and the imperial soldiers shining with immortal light in the darkness. Apart from that, there was an old dog from the free and easy realm and 3 pairs of eyes hiding in the darkness. In the face of profit, no relationship can last forever. Perhaps only endless darkness can bring new life to all living beings. Xiao Ling'er's delicate little face was filled with indifference, and she fully agreed with what Zhao Wumian had said before. There is an ugly demon living in the heart of everyone in the world. Don't you see that thousands of years of friendship can be shattered in an instant? Ahem, he actually escaped. What did you do then? In the silent dark world, Ye Lingkang suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He was already on the verge of exhaustion, and after forcibly activating the quasi-imperial weapon, his source of energy was close to exhaustion, and all his magic power was consumed by 90%. He doesn't have much time to live now. The beast from Qianyuan Holy Land has escaped. I can't do it anymore. I must wake up another free and easy realm person to refine the Emperor's weapon. Ye Lingkang's face was quite gloomy. The escape of one person made his plan go wrong. The news about the imperial weapon can no longer be hidden, and the Ye family may have to face the covetousness of the entire eastern wilderness. Imperial soldier. After sending a secret letter, Ye Lingkang slowly and staggered towards the immortal sword that was shrouded in thousands of rays of light. It was worth it to be able to see the true appearance of the supreme soldier before dying. He used the last of his magic power to mobilize some of the quasi-imperial weapon's energy and finally approached the immortal sword. Ye Lingkang's dry palm trembled as he touched it, with endless heat in his eyes. The moment the two came into contact, something strange happened. Thousands of immortal lights quietly disappeared, and the surface of the immortal sword cracked like an eggshell. Under Ye Lingkang's shocked gaze, streams of bloody evil energy suddenly rushed out, dyeing the surrounding darkness red. This is not a magic sword, it is clearly a demon sword. Chapter 24. After waiting for millions of years, someone finally comes before me. Under the strange black and red picture, an even stranger and twisted demonic sound came from the demonic sword. Ye Lingkang was shocked and tried to pull his hand away immediately, but it seemed as if it was nailed to the hilt of the sword. A trap, He glared with his old eyes and then let out a wry laugh. Since we are all dying, it doesn't matter whether it is a trap or not. He is my prey. Just when Ye Lingkang accepted his fate, a voice without any emotion sounded from behind him. He looked back with all his strength and saw a man in white clothes and bloodshot eyes walking out of the darkness. Following behind him were a girl in red and a strange creature in the realm of great power. The one who controls darkness. Kang only now remembered the purpose of this trip, and also remembered this resurrected strange devil. You old dog from the Ye family, you deserve to die in my hands. Zhao Wumian walked over from the void, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head, and countless black magic thunders twisted and roared. Boom! One after another, black thunder pressed down, each time tearing a huge hole in Ye Kang's body. He. Zhao Wumian came behind the old dog with a sly smile, and covered his head with his incredibly white hand. The next moment, a terrifying devouring force swept out, pulling at Ye Kang's soul and blood. You little BD! What are you doing? Ye Kang widened his eyes. He was about to die, but he didn't want to die at the hands of these ants. He couldn't accept being killed by a mere half-step powerful person. What to do? Your Ye family owes me too much. Don't worry, you will not be the last one. No one in the Ye family can escape. You will all die and become my nourishment. The devilish sound rolled and went straight into Ye Kang's mind. For some reason, he seemed to see the bleak scene of the Ye family in the future. Ah, the ancient Ye family! How could they fall into the hands of a little BD like you? I don't believe it. Ye Kang was muttering like a madman, his eyes almost popping out, unwilling to believe the scene he had just seen in a trance. Tisk, very good, that's the kind of fear, very good. Zhao Wumian smacked his lips, enjoying the refreshing feeling of revenge. At the same time, he activated his third characteristic, the collection of evil thoughts. This old dog is very suitable to be the core of the collective, especially in this state of extreme fear. A demon seed emerged from the palm of his hand, floating in the void and beginning to absorb all the thoughts around it. Youngster, I consider you a member of the demon clan. Please retreat immediately. This human is food for this demon god. The magic sword, which had been silent since Zhao Wumian appeared, suddenly made a sound. Back off? Who the hell are you? How dare you call yourself a demon in front of me? Zhao Wumian looked disdainful, and supreme demonic might descended crazily. He had been hiding in the darkness intending to wait and watch for a while, but unexpectedly he witnessed the entire process of the immortal sword transforming into a demon. He was delighted to see this. It turned out to be a trap. The manipulator behind the scenes was probably a great demon who had already died or was seriously injured. Demon, Zhao Wumian is happier to see the demon than to see any other living creature. He is the original true devil, the first and only devil. Any demon would have to bow down before him. You. There was a sound of resentment within the magic sword, but there was no follow-up, and no further movement. Seeing me is like seeing a demon. Why don't you reveal your identity and submit immediately? Zhao Wumian said coldly, having already seen through the creature in the magic sword in his heart. If this spirit had the ability to resist, it would have interrupted his devouring of Ye Go long ago, and would not have threatened him to leave. The first demon. I see, no wonder, no wonder. A sound of sudden enlightenment came from the magic sword. I am not some remnant soul, but the spirit of this magic weapon. I am here to await a monstrous demon. The master is undoubtedly the one I am waiting for. Soon, the demon sword introduced himself and his tone became humble. The Ye family. Ye Kang, who heard all the conversation, became even more frightened. What kind of existence had the Ye family provoked? Even the spirit of the imperial weapon surrendered in just a few words. Outside the secret realm. The three ancestors have been in there for some time. I believe that beast has been killed. Is there even a need to ask? How much of a wave can a mere ant cause? UBD. You slaughtered several of my Ye family's affiliated sects. I wish I could dig up his entire family and whip their corpses 1,000 times. At this moment, countless people gathered at the Ye family, just like the scene of the trial of criminals 18 years ago. Today, they are going to conduct another trial, trample this ant under their feet and humiliate him to the extreme, making him die in pain again. Look, there's divine light emerging from the darkness, the ancestors are coming out. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, pointing excitedly at the darkness below. Hey! Before everyone could react, they saw the divine light leave without stopping for a moment. What happened? Did we fail to exterminate the demon? How is that possible? Didn't the Holy Lord say that the so-called devil was just a piece of trash who hadn't even reached the level of a great power? Another light flew out, it looked like a piece of letter. What about the other two ancestors? What happened in there? The disciples of various forces in the sky were confused and had a bad premonition in their hearts. After a moment, the flowing letter fell directly in front of Ye Qingshan's eyebrows. After reading it carefully, his expression became solemn. He left the spot without making a sound and immediately fled towards the Ye family. Brother Ye. Zhang Xuanji looked at Ye Qingshan, who left in a hurry, confused. He frowned, vaguely feeling that something big had happened in the darkness. Half an incense stick later, an extreme aura rose from the Qianyuan Holy Land and the Ye family one after another. Countless people were shocked. 2 more ancestors were born. Oh my god, are the strange creatures in the darkness so difficult to deal with? 3 ancestors are not enough. Isn't it said that he is just an ant? Many people panicked. Not knowing the truth, they thought the ancestors were born for Zhao Wumian. Bang! Before everyone could recover from their shock, there was another big commotion in the direction of Qianyuan Holy Land. Imperial weapon. This is the aura of the Imperial weapon. Why would Qianyuan Holy Land use the Imperial weapon? How is this possible? It's impossible. This time, even the saint-level figures of various holy places and families could not remain calm. When the Emperor's soldiers appear, catastrophe will surely come. Recalling the last time the Imperial army appeared, 2 holy places were removed from the eastern wasteland. This time, what is it for? It can't be because of the demon hiding in the darkness. Chapter 25. The entire eastern wasteland was stunned. The development of the situation is hard to guard against. What the hell are the Ye family and Qianyuan Holy Land up to? This doesn't look like they're trying to CJ, newly born demon, does it? Absolutely not. A while ago, thousands of immortal lights shot straight up into the sky from the darkness, and not long ago, another wave of demonic energy surged into the sky. Something big must have happened in there. That immortal light looks like a vision before the birth of good fortune. Could it be that good fortune has appeared in the darkness, causing the Ye family and Qianyuan Holy Land to mobilize such a large force? The bigwigs in the eastern wilderness also kept making associations, and their speculations gradually approached the truth. If that's the case, how are the 2 ancestors who didn't come out doing now? Holy Lord Kunpeng said with an uneasy heart. He had a vague feeling that his ancestor had met with misfortune. In the blink of an eye, Holy Lord Kunpeng frowned as he saw a secret family letter coming at him at high speed. Holy Lord! The ancestor's life plate is damaged, and he may have fallen. What should we do next? Should we wake up the remaining ancestors? A quick and sad voice came from the letter. A-hole! Ye family, Qianyuan Holy Land, what on earth happened in the darkness? Why did our ancestors suddenly die? The face of the Holy Lord Kunpeng was so gloomy that it seemed like water seemed to be dripping out of it. He questioned loudly, and his whole body was roaring with surging energy. Hiss! An ancestor has fallen. Isn't it that? The eastern wasteland is going to be in chaos. The roar made countless people present drop their jaws in shock. In just such a short time, the ancestor died in the darkness. No wonder 2 more ancestors were born later. They must have encountered something extraordinary. Humph! This is all the work of the Ye family. If you have any questions, go ask them. Saint Lord Qianyuan snorted coldly, his expression unusually calm, and even a hint of excitement hidden in his heart. Another imperial soldier has appeared. And it is first-hand information. This supreme weapon will eventually fall into the hands of Qianyuan Holy Land. It is a terrifying thing that one Holy Land has two imperial soldiers. I can't contain my excitement just thinking about it. Ye family, you. The murderous intention of the Holy Lord Kunpeng was revealed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Could this be a trap set by the Ye family to kill his ancestor? But on second thought, it doesn't make sense. The Kunpeng Holy Land and the Ye family are far away from each other and have no grudges against each other. No comment. Facing the questioning of Saint Kunpeng, Ye Qingshan did not deny it, but instead acted as if he would never speak. This reaction immediately made Saint Lord Kunpeng even more furious. If there is no denial, then it is the fact. The Ye family really has evil ambitions and has set up a trap. Okay, okay. Very good, okay. Holy Lord Kunpeng gritted his teeth and said harshly. Surprisingly, he did not take action, but instead withdrew his offensive. Please ask the two ancestors to come out of seclusion and bring the quasi-imperial weapons to the Ye family. A moment later, extremely cold words came from the mouth of Holy Lord Kunpeng. He just stared at Ye Qingshan. Even if both of them were injured today, the Ye family would pay a heavy price. Oh my god! How so? As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene, and many people were frightened. On one side is the Holy Land, on the other side is the ancient family, and they also dispatched quasi-imperial soldiers. Such a war would have such a wide impact that who knows how many lives would be lost. And with the Qianyuan Holy Land that took out the imperial weapon, the eastern wilderness is destined to be turbulent. However, facing the actions of the Holy Lord Kunpeng, Ye Qingshan remained indifferent. It was as if the war didn't matter to him at all. Seeing his reaction, the various forces became more solemn. A single move can affect the entire body. When the three forces go to war, I don't know how many people will be involved. By then, the entire eastern wilderness will be plunged into endless war. But, damn it, these forces don't even know the cause, and they are being involved in it without knowing why. It's really frustrating. Master Ye, can you reveal some details? Is it because the demon is too powerful, or is there something else going on? Finally, a saint lost his patience and asked Ye Qingshan. Yes, such a big thing should not be concealed by the head of the Ye family. Immediately afterwards, several more saints spoke up and put pressure on Ye Qingshan. No comment. If you really want to know, why not go into the darkness yourself? Ye Qingshan said calmly, this matter concerns the life and death of the Ye family. Qianyuan Holy Land taking out the imperial weapon is already very troublesome. If these guys get to know the news. Takashi, Takashi, Takashi. The deafening sound of space shattering came from far away and echoed in the sky. While everyone was talking, the ancestor of Qianyuan Holy Land had already arrived across space. It is estimated that we will arrive in half an incense stick of time. At the same time, Zhao Wumian in the secret realm loosened his grip. Ding! The host killed a Xiao 8th level creature, gaining 1000 kill points, Fire Law times 1, Thunder Law times 1, Water Law fragment times 1. The system prompt sounded immediately afterwards, and the powerful free and easy warrior was killed across levels, directly gaining 1000 killing points, 2 complete laws and several law fragments. Of course, the real harvest was the demon seed, which absorbed all of Ye Lingkang's evil thoughts. The core of the demon seed is ready. All you have to do now is find a suitable place to release the demon seed. After devouring countless other thoughts, it will form a collection of evil thoughts. A demon. Zhao Wumian put away the magic seed and Ye Lingkang's quasi-emperor weapon, and then uttered a magic word. Feng Jushan still had a very weak remnant soul and a piece of golden bone the size of a fingernail left. He has no intention of letting go of this peerless demon slave. Ye Lingkeng could have been transformed into a demon slave, but after weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Wumian still regarded him as the core of the demon species. After all, it is the third characteristic of the original true devil. He wants to see how powerful the evil thoughts collection will be after it is successfully born. After saying that, boundless darkness condensed crazily. The demon transformation did not consume Zhao Wumian's mana or blood, but consumed the darkness that had already been created. The darkness contains all thoughts, all evil and endless demonic energy. This is the real reason why the demon can restore the undead's strength in life. The darkness outside the secret realm continued to shrink until it disappeared by 1/6. And in the secret realm, a dark shadow filled with demonic energy reappeared in the world. The Ye family. Qianyuan Holy Land. Perhaps because he was resurrected just after his death, Feng Jushan also gathered back all the thoughts he had before his death. Very good, very good. I will lead you to revenge and personally destroy those treacherous people. Zhao Wumian smiled evilly. It was rare to have a demon slave with some intelligence who also had a common enemy with him. Feng Jushan? You're still alive. Suddenly, a divine rainbow descended, and a white-haired old man walked out of it. This person was another ancestor of the Ye family, and he was also holding a quasi-imperial weapon that looked like a long sword in his hand. When the white-haired old man appeared, he just saw Feng Jushan taking shape. He looked incredulous. Didn't the news say that Feng Jushan was hit head-on by a quasi-imperial soldier with all his strength? How could he stand here peacefully? Chapter 26. Are you surprised that I'm still alive? UBD from the Ye family. Feng Jushan was instantly filled with murderous intent when he saw the people from the Ye family. The layers of demonic energy turned into substance, filling the entire empty space. No, you died and became a demon. The white-haired old man was horrified. Becoming a demon after death, what kind of handwriting is this? It has something to do with you. You are only at the half-step great power realm, yet you possess such miraculous abilities. The Ye family underestimated you. The old man's eyes fell on Zhao Wumian. He knew the reason for the darkness. When he woke up, he had a rough understanding of the cause of the incident and knew about the existence of Zhao Wumian. At that time, he was not surprised. It was normal for 1 or 2 demons to be born after the blood sacrifice. This world is magical, and any living thing can exist. However, it is unheard of that a demon who has just been born possesses such incredible powers. Just as one old dog died, another one came. I wonder how many old dogs the Ye family has for me to kill. Zhao Wumian talked to himself, not bothering to pay attention to the old man. As he finished speaking, his figure merged into the darkness. There will be a huge war coming up, which is beyond his current level of ability to withstand. With a thought, he came directly to the outside of the secret realm, but his sight remained in the secret realm. Darkness is his eyes. Wherever darkness covers, it is within the range of his spiritual consciousness, regardless of his realm. It seems that I am really not that good, just an ant. The white-haired old man saw this scene and sneered. He also brought quasi-imperial weapons this time. So what if Feng Jushan is reborn as a demon? It's just another death. He just didn't believe that this method could be used indefinitely. It must have an end. Thinking of this, the old man gently waved the long knife in his hand, and the space immediately tore and shattered into pieces. There is an old monster coming from behind with the imperial weapon. If he cannot kill Feng Jushan and seize the imperial weapon before that, everything will be in vain. By then, there is a 90% chance that the Ye family will be removed from the eastern wasteland. Boom! The old man stopped talking nonsense and urged his powerful magic power to flow into the quasi-imperial weapon. The world within the secret realm seems infinite, and the stars are still intact outside the void. The long sword trembled and emitted divine light in the void, illuminating countless stars far and high in the sky. The dead starry sky was churning, and huge cracks were constantly tearing apart. Ants. The old man was covered in divine light and slashed with his sword, like a god descending to earth. He he he. Feng Jushan smiled strangely, and a magic gun quietly appeared in his hand. It was the quasi-imperial weapon left behind by Yelingkang. Zhao Wumian left it to him when he left. With a quasi-imperial weapon in hand and no need to worry about the loss of essence, why should I be afraid of the Ye family's bastards? A spear thrust out, bringing with it a large amount of devilish clouds, like a devil's claw reaching out to the sky, breaking through all obstacles. After transforming into a demon, all his methods and supernatural powers have undergone qualitative changes, and this supernatural power similar to the one that can control the heavens and the earth has been strengthened. How come? The two quasi-imperial weapons collided in the void, and a huge mushroom cloud exploded. The white-haired old man was stunned. He knew that another quasi-imperial weapon of the Ye family might fall into the hands of these people. But it's impossible to refine it so quickly. This level of instrument already has a spirit. It cannot be erased in a day or two, and even if it is erased, it will take time to re-establish the connection between the soul and the spirit. He, you foolish and ignorant thing, you don't know the supreme means of my master, go to hell. Feng Jushan grinned grimly. If the Lord could make the imperial soldiers surrender, let alone the quasi-imperial soldiers. The master doesn't even need to take action, the spirit of the imperial weapon can instantly wipe out the spirit of this quasi-imperial weapon and help him complete the soul connection in a short time. The spear was surrounded by primordial demonic energy, and the spear roared out like a dragon, shattering the surrounding stars and annihilating the void. Endless energy determined the outcome of this battle. The old dog of the Ye family is already as exhausted as Yelingkang. How many times can he activate the quasi-imperial weapon? Puff! The white-haired old man tried his best to urge the long sword in his hand, but his source of energy was dried up and he could not urge it with full strength. Finally, a bullet pierced his body. Dark red blood suddenly flowed in the void like a fountain, and countless bone fragments flew everywhere. Ah! The white-haired old man shouted weakly. He was not dead yet. At the last moment, he urged the quasi-imperial soldiers to form a defense. Unfortunately, the origin was still not enough, causing the body to be pierced. Now, he was lying like a dead dog next to a meteorite, just like Yelingkang before, without any strength left. Has the Ye family also reached this point? He was too weak to stand up, his old eyes looking up at the empty starry sky. Once he dies, what will the Ye family use to intimidate other Holy Land families? The imperial army will eventually fall into the hands of the Qianyuan Holy Land, and the Ye family will definitely not have a good ending. In this shocking gamble, the Ye family lost. Ding! The demon slave kills the 7th level Xiaoao creature, and the host gains 1000 kill points. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Wumian received a system prompt that he had no chance to use his first characteristic, so he did not obtain any laws or other nutrients this time. Here they come. The imperial soldiers and the old man from Qianyuan Holy Land are here. Zhao Wumian in the darkness suddenly looked outward, and saw countless humans exclaiming in surprise. Looking closely, I saw a divine light streaking across the sky, and then falling straight into darkness. Imperial soldier. Zhao Wumian looked unpredictable, and no one knew what he was thinking. Master, the ancestor has passed away. The old man guarding the Chongming Palace came in person and conveyed his message in a serious tone. He was almost dumbfounded. There were only 3 ancestors in the clan, and 2 of them died at once. What should he do? How is that possible? Ye Qingshan could no longer hold back the expression on his face. Didn't the ancestor of Qianyuan Holy Land just enter? How did the old man inside die? Who killed him? This is impossible. The ancestor's longevity card has been broken. The head of the family should make plans early. The old man sighed deeply, and he seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. 2/3 of the foundation has disappeared, and the reputation of the ancient family is difficult to maintain. If we don't make plans early, even the young members of the clan may have to be buried with him. Oh, now that things have come to this, what else can I do? Sigh. Ye Qingshen suddenly laughed, then closed his eyes and lay motionless in the air as if he had accepted his fate. The ancestor of Jianyuan Holy Land stepped into the secret realm, and what he saw was a world filled with darkness. Feng Jushan? Where are the others? She slowly raised her head and saw a huge black shadow standing at a very high place. Apart from this, there was no sign of the other 2 ancestors of the Ye family. After dying, are you going to seek death too? Zhuang Huidi. Feng Jushan opened his magic mouth and called out the name of the person who came. Just you? Arrogant. Zhuang Huidi was disdainful, and his spiritual sense was still searching for traces of the Ye family. She found it hard to believe that Feng Jushan could kill the Ye family ancestor who wielded a quasi-imperial weapon. You don't believe it? Look at what this is. Feng Jushan descended with a black cloud, holding a quasi-imperial weapon in each hand, with demonic energy surging, staring at Zhuang Huidi. He had boundless anger in his heart and had no place to vent it. He would not die in peace until he had killed all the people from the Ye family and the Jianyuan Holy Land. Oh, so what? It's just a quasi-imperial soldier. What can it do to me? Zhuang Huidi no longer had any doubts after seeing the quasi-imperial soldiers, but he did not feel afraid because of it. Quasi-imperial weapons are like children's toys in front of imperial weapons, and are not of the same level. If she wanted to, she could suppress the other party by mobilizing a wisp of energy. Jianyuan should rise. Zhuang Huidi was too lazy to even look at Feng Jushan, but instead looked at the magic sword below. Judging from its aura alone, it is indeed an imperial weapon. This good fortune ultimately belongs to the Jianyuan Holy Land. Chapter 27. A cold light flashed in Zhuang Huidi's eyes, which was only stimulated by a trace of the power of the imperial weapon. Even though it's just a bit of borrowed power, it can surpass a quasi-imperial soldier's full-strength attack or full-strength defense. After releasing a ray of imperial power, she walked directly towards the magic sword below, as if Feng Jushan's fate was already determined. It's just an imperial soldier. I have it too. Feng Jushan's voice was extremely cold, making people shudder, and a fierce light flashed quickly in his eyes. As the voice fell, the magic sword below suddenly moved, trembling and flying straight into his hands. Zhuang Huidi watched the whole thing with his mouth open, unable to hide his shock. The imperial weapon that she thought was in her pocket had actually been recognized by its master. She was still a step too late, and everything before became a fantasy. Look at your condescending attitude. Do you really think that just because Jianyuan Holy Land possesses the Emperor's weapon, you can do whatever you want? Feng Jushan sneered, and all the magic power in his body surged, all released into the imperial weapon. The light became brighter and brighter, and a suffocating aura rose in the secret realm. This is the breath of the Emperor. Squeak! The extremely powerful force instantly shattered the imperial power that broke through the air. Are you crazy? Zhuang Huidi's face was filled with horror. This madman actually used all his strength to activate the power of the imperial weapon. This attack. She cannot escape. Whether she resists or attacks, she will die. Then we'll die together. Zhuang Huidi would not die in vain, and immediately mobilized the imperial soldiers with all his strength, determined not to let the BD Feng Jushan go even if he died. The next moment, 2 supreme offensive forces collided with each other, and an aura of destruction was generated in an instant. A ray of white light burst out in the darkness, and the space within the secret realm trembled and then shattered. Thousands of stars in the sky exploded at the same time, and everything was annihilated. The 2 people in the secret realm naturally could not escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Ding! the demon slave kills a creature in the free and easy realm. The host gains 1000 kill points. After a while, the secret space was shattered and about to collapse. This. Outside the secret realm, Zhao Wumian had not expected this kind of ending. Like Feng Juxian, he underestimated the destructive power of the Imperial Army. This time there won't be even a slag left. Zhao Wumian came to the secret realm with one thought, and it was impossible to revive Feng Juxian. Last time, there was still a piece of bone and a trace of soul left, but this time there was no trace of existence at all, everything disappeared. Suppress it. Zhao Wumian didn't care about the loss of Xiao Ao's combat power, and gave orders to the magic sword. If we can keep the imperial soldiers of Jianyuan Holy Land this time, it won't be a loss. Don't worry, my lord. The original owner of this demon sword was a perfect emperor. He is more than capable of suppressing this BD emperor soldier. The magic sword spirit immediately made the promise, automatically sending out overwhelming demonic energy to envelop the 9-story tower that was struggling to escape in the darkness. The imperial weapon has a spirit. Although the owner of this imperial weapon in Jianyuan Holy Land is dead, it does not mean that it will be in Zhao Wumian's pocket. If not controlled, the imperial weapon will escape on its own and return to the Jianyuan Holy Land. After all, it is a supreme weapon. It is impossible for only one ancestor to participate in refining it. Submit, or die. Believe me, I have the ability. The spirit of the magic sword appeared, looking like a young boy, but his expression was completely unlike that of a normal child. There is darkness within the eyes, and countless huge stars are twinkling in the darkness. The weapon spirit boy threatened and drilled directly into the 9-story tower, releasing natural pressure. Erase all the spiritual marks left by the Jianyuan Holy Land. A quarter of an hour later, the spirit of the 9-story pagoda did not choose to be stubborn. Its real owner has long died and has little affection for the Jianyuan Holy Land. My lord, I have fulfilled your mission. The spirit boy floated out from the 9-story pagoda, hovering in front of Zhao Wumian and speaking respectfully. Well done. Zhao Wumian's mouth curled up. He didn't take any direct action in this battle, but the results were very rich, making him the biggest winner. 2 quasi-imperial weapons and 2 imperial weapons. There are not many forces in the entire eastern wilderness or even the entire Tianyuan continent that possess such a foundation. As a result, all forces in the eastern wasteland will no longer have the power to suppress them with the imperial army. Xiaolinger floated out from the darkness, and their revenge plan took a big step forward. Now as long as their strength steadily increases to a certain level, no one in the eastern wilderness will be able to stop them. Pick one. Zhao Wumian transformed 4 weapons. He had more than he could use with so many imperial weapons and quasi-imperial weapons. That's it. Xiaolinger didn't hesitate and pointed directly at the gun-shaped quasi-imperial weapon. Don't you want this sword? Zhao Wumian was a little surprised. Xiaolinger had a supreme sword manual for cultivation, so why would he choose a gun? Imperial weapons are useless to Linger, but quasi-imperial weapons are more than enough. Xiaolinger shook her head. At her current level, it was difficult for her to control a quasi-imperial weapon, let alone an imperial weapon. The higher the grade of any magic weapon, the better it is. The best one is the one that suits you and can exert greater power. Alright, I'll keep it for you first, and you can take it away when you reach a higher level. Zhao Wumian nodded. To be honest, he couldn't use the imperial soldiers either. Now he could only use them as decorations. Let's go. With the quasi-emperor weapon in hand, there's no need to hide from the attacks of the ancestors. Putting away all the imperial weapons, Zhao Wumian instantly appeared outside the secret realm, openly controlling the darkness to continue devouring the Ye family's territory. The darkness is moving again. What's going on? So many ancestors came together, even bringing divine soldiers. Didn't this still kill the demon? The moment the darkness moved, extreme fear broke out among the crowd, and a chill enveloped the depths of their hearts. Such a luxurious demon-slaying lineup. In the end, it failed. Why is this devil so weird and difficult to deal with? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Ye Shen laughed continuously, looking like a madman. Only then did I remember the real purpose of awakening the ancestors this time. Now that the ancestor is dead, the devil is still there, and has even provoked the Qianyuan Holy Land. The Ye family's luck has come to an end. Ye Shen seemed to have aged 1,000 years in an instant, and his former ambitions seemed like a joke. The great ancient family was about to be destroyed in his hands. Click! Just when everyone was confused and afraid, ripples appeared in the space, and the next moment, a figure walked out. Everyone looked over immediately. Why is he back again? He seems to be seriously injured. The person who came was recognized as Higui, who had flown out of the secret realm before and was one of the ancestors who awakened this time in Qianyuan Holy Land. Ye Shan, does your Ye family really want to go to war with Qianyuan Holy Land? The first sentence Higui said after appearing shocked all the forces present. Where did this come from? How did the two top forces evolve to the point of war? Whatever. We're all going to die anyway. If you want to fight, then go ahead. Ye Shen thought Higui was talking about what happened before, but now that it has come to this, he no longer has the desire to please him. Do you really think that seizing the imperial weapon from the Qianyuan Holy Land will make you invincible in the eastern wilds? Higui's face darkened. He was seriously injured and had been planning to retreat and take powerful medicine to recuperate. Unexpectedly, not long after, he received the news that Zhuang Huidi had died and the imperial soldiers had been taken away. Helplessly, he had to come out again to ask for the emperor's soldiers. What the hell are you talking about, old man? My Ye family's ancestor has already perished there. How can we seize your imperial weapons? If you want to start a war, just come directly. Don't put any blame on the Ye family. Ye Shen was completely furious when he heard this. Wasn't his ancestor killed by the Qianyuan Holy Land? How could the other party take advantage of him and still act like a spoiled brat? Chapter 28. Ye Lingkeng and Ye Linyuan are dead too. Upon hearing this, Higui's pale face showed a bit of confusion and fear. The only ones who participated in the fight for the imperial weapon were the Ye family and the Qianyuan Holy Land. As for the Kunpeng Holy Land, it was forced to withdraw early on and the news never spread. When the ancestor of Qianyuan Holy Land fell, they thought that the Ye family had refined the imperial weapon in advance and killed the ancestor who was carrying the imperial weapon. Now it seems, that's not the case. That's right. Ye Shen replied while suppressing his anger. He didn't know what the Qianyuan Holy Land was up to. The ancestor who brought the imperial weapons from our Qianyuan Holy Land has just passed away, and the imperial weapons have not returned. Higui spoke in a heavy tone, his old eyes fixed on the vast darkness, as if something unknown and horrible must have happened there. What? Upon hearing this, Ye Shen widened his eyes and looked at Higui in disbelief. How is it possible that the person who brought the imperial weapon in also died there? What kind of existence in the eastern wilderness could have such omnipotent abilities? You too. What on earth happened in the darkness? How could the ancestor perish and... The saints and family heads on both sides finally couldn't sit still anymore, and shocking news came into their ears one after another. Their young minds really can't bear it. Brother Ye, are you hiding something? Zhang Xuanji even came directly to Ye Shan. The Lord of Darkness was related to her daughter's life and death, so how could she not be anxious? Alas! After entering the darkness, the three ancestors discovered a secret realm. Ye Shan first sighed, and then made the whole thing public. Although he looked extremely solemn and sad, he actually had a glimmer of hope in his heart. The ancestor of Qianyuan Holy Land has fallen and the imperial soldiers have been lost. Doesn't that mean there is hope for the Ye family? There is no need to worry that the other party will come with imperial troops to suppress you in anger. The ancestors are all dead. What strange thing exists in the darkness? What should we do? Countless disciples and all the Saint Lord level figures fell into boundless fear. At this time, they couldn't tell whether it was the Lord of Darkness who killed the ancestors or there was some unknown existence in that secret realm. Everything becomes unpredictable, but darkness continues to spread. What should I do now? After a long period of noise, Ye Qingshan looked at the rapidly spreading darkness and asked helplessly. Without knowing the specific circumstances, I'm afraid no one would dare to go deep into the darkness. After all the powerful Xiaoao realm warriors who entered with the imperial weapons died. Humph. At this point, I have no other options. You Ye family should figure out a solution on yourselves. He Gui snorted coldly. If Ye Lingkang hadn't been consumed by desire, how could he have become like this? Ultimately, it was all the Ye family's fault. They couldn't deal with this strange darkness, and it was the Ye family that suffered. After saying that, He Gui left immediately. He was seriously injured and was not in the mood to listen to Ye Qingshan's nonsense. This Saint Lord just remembered that there is an important matter in the Holy Land, so I will leave first. Master Ye is a man of great talent and strategy. I'm sure he can find the other party's dark methods. As soon as He Gui left, the other holy places and aristocratic families also found reasons to retreat. They really didn't dare to get involved in this mess anymore. In less than an incense stick of time, countless people present had left, leaving only people from the Ye family and the ancient Zhang family. Brother Zhang, this. Ye Qingshan's hope was gone. The problem of darkness has not been solved yet, like a magic sword hanging over the heads of the Ye clan. Doesn't Qixia Holy Land know something? Brother Ye, why don't you report the results of this matter back and see if they have any solution? Zhang Xuanji said after thinking for a moment. This is the only way. Ye Qingshan frowned. At this point, he could only place his hope on the Qixia Holy Land far away in the Central Plains. After an unknown amount of time, a streak of light flew into the main peak of Qixia Holy Land and landed on the center of the Qixia Holy Lord's eyebrows. A moment later. A bunch of trash. It's already this late and you're still fighting among yourselves. Can't you tell what's more important? The Qixia Saint Lord lost his power in an instant and looked extremely unhappy. What's wrong? Behind him, Ye Beiwei's clear voice sounded. These idiots from Donghuang. Saint Lord Qixia spoke slowly, unable to conceal his anger. Normal. No one can resist such a good fortune. It seems we have to go there in person. Ye Beiwei was unexpectedly calm after hearing this. She has been deeply reflecting on herself during this period, and her whole person is awe-inspiring without even getting angry, as if she has become the white-robed immortal emperor from the upper realm again. Since Zhao Wumian's resurrection, she has gradually changed her mindset. Being anxious is useless. To deal with this strange real demon, one must face it with extreme calmness. If you can't accept being frustrated once or twice, then just wait for the devil to come and kill you. Do you have any suggestions? The Qixia Saint Lord frowned. The two imperial weapons fell into the darkness. If they were taken by the original true demon. I've been thinking hard these days and have come up with a feasible method that should be useful. Ye Beiwei narrowed her eyes and, combining the growth path of the original true demon of Crow in her previous life, she discovered a key point. The original true devil's continuous growth in strength is accompanied by the continuous spread of darkness. In other words, darkness is the weakness of the original true devil that is revealed in the open. There are ways to stop the spread of darkness. She had reached an extremely high level in her previous life, and had a very deep understanding of the world and matter. The formation of any substance is inseparable from energy, so darkness cannot be generated for no reason, right? Seal off the darkness and restrict his growth. Ye Beiwei's eyes suddenly opened. Let the darkness swallow you up. I will draw a world to encircle you and see how you can grow. Seal off the darkness? Do we need to call on the ancestors in the Holy Land? The Holy Lord Kixia couldn't quite understand, but she chose to believe Ye Beiwei. No, the darkness isn't too great right now. We can gather all the powerful beings in the eastern wasteland to form the formation. Ye Beiwei shook her head, and the foundation of a large formation appeared in her hand. This formation is called Seal the Heaven and Lock the Earth and was created countless years ago by an immortal emperor of astonishing talent. That time, it was also to trap a powerful demon with extraordinary strength. Looking back, there are some similarities with the original true demon this time. The big demon didn't possess a strange darkness, but was too powerful. There were 7 immortal emperors in that era, and even if they joined forces they could not kill him. In the end, they could only create the Seal Heaven and Lock Earth formation to trap the demon in a universe, hoping to destroy him with time. You know, even the immortal emperor will have his lifespan run out one day. Let's go. If we live another life, it's time to face the original true devil. Chapter 29. In the eastern wilderness, darkness was advancing madly outside the Ye family. At this rate, we will be able to complete the encirclement of the Ye family in about 10 days. Go, let the darkness spread and drown the eastern wasteland. Zhao Wumian has not been idle these days, using the third characteristic to condense countless demon seeds. He did not intend to use these demon seeds to create a collection of evil thoughts, but to accelerate the spread of darkness. The demon seed can not only absorb all thoughts, but also store the original demonic energy. It is too slow to rely solely on Zhao Wumian and Xiao Ling'er to create darkness. Use the demon seeds to devour and absorb the original demonic energy, and then distribute it to countless demon slaves, allowing them to spread outside the Ye family. The Emperor's soldier incident has caused all the Saint Land level forces in the eastern wasteland to be wary and they dare not come to investigate in the darkness again. No one even cares about the whereabouts of darkness, otherwise these demon slaves would not have the strength to take the demon species out. Zhao Wumian watched as the densely packed demon slaves and demon seeds dispersed outside the Ye family. Some of the more powerful demon slaves began to spread from underground. He did this on purpose to avoid meeting a nosy righteous monk on the road who would ruin his plans. Have they given up? Xiao Ling'er was also quite surprised. Ever since the incident with the imperial soldiers, all forces in the eastern wilderness no longer cared about the spread of darkness. Even the Ye family evacuated and returned to the main peak. Who knows? I'm satisfied with the result now. The longer they let it go, the faster the darkness will spread. That day won't be long. Zhao Wumian's eyes were dark and deep, like raging storms, but they returned to calm in an instant. Devouring Ye Lingkang that day caused his realm and strength to skyrocket. Name, Zhao Wumian. Realm, early stage of great power. Personality, pure good extremely dark. Constitution, chaos demonic body. Skill, original demonic scripture. Laws, law of water, law of thunder, law of fire. Magical powers, world-destroying demonic thunder, walking through darkness. Innate magical power, destruction. Weapons, Xuxian sword, peak emperor weapon, 9-story demon tower, high-level emperor weapon, killing spear, high-level quasi-emperor weapon, Zhantian knife, high-level quasi-emperor weapon. Feature 1, Devour. Feature 2, Demon. Feature 3, Evil Thoughts Collection. Kill value, 27,608. Next, I have to spend some time to comprehend the laws of darkness, otherwise my realm will improve too slowly. After taking a look at his personal panel, Zhao Wumian said seriously. After reaching the realm of great power, one can no longer use characteristic 1 to make a rapid breakthrough without bottlenecks. In this realm, one must comprehend the laws before continuing to break through. It's a pity that I can't use the laws I swallowed, otherwise. Zhao Wumian muttered to himself that the original true devil must practice the law of darkness. The laws he had absorbed before were not suitable. In this case, you have to rely on your own practice and understanding. For example, there is a law in the original magic scripture, the law of destruction. As far as Zhao Wumian knew, this should be one of the supreme laws, belonging to darkness. It is also the innate law that the original true demon must practice. However, once the fourth characteristic emerges, those absorbed laws will be put to good use. Zhao Wumian had asked the system before, and the fourth characteristic was called dark sublimation. The specific function is to use the power of the supreme demon to demonize the items you own and then sublime them. These items include but are not limited to laws, magic weapons, etc. The laws that are swallowed can be transformed through darkness sublimation and eventually become the laws of magic. After possessing the magic law, one can use characteristic 1 to devour it and use it for one's own benefit. Perhaps after destroying the Ye family, I can accumulate 1,000,000 killing points. The problem is that the kill points required are too high, and you have to accumulate to 1,000,000 to unlock this feature. It is 100 times higher than the 3 characteristics. Your heaven-swallowing demonic art is quite good, but I'm afraid it's not from this world. Try to comprehend the laws within it. Just before going into seclusion, Zhao Wumian instructed Xiao Ling'er. Because both of them did not need to cut off the Dao when they reached the half-step Great Power realm, the latter also successfully reached the early stage of Great Power. Zhao Wumian will be able to activate the fourth characteristic later, and then his realm will usher in another surge, but Xiao Ling'er will not have this opportunity. If you don't study hard now, you will be left far behind by Zhao Wumian. Yes, Ling'er knows. Xiao Ling'er smiled and nodded. Now she could barely force out a normal smile, but it was still far from how she was before she turned into a demon. The reason why she practiced this simple emotional expression so hard was to bring a little comfort to Uncle Wumian. Although I don't know if it's useful. After a while, the two of them began to meditate in seclusion to comprehend the laws. Of course, the darkness did not stop advancing during this period, and Zhao Wumian separated a bit of his soul to control it. 7 days later. Master, let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. In the main peak of the Ye family, a group of elders and core disciples said in panic. The periphery of the Ye family was about to be completely swallowed up by darkness. They didn't know what would happen after the periphery was strategically located, and whether it would spread to the main peak of the sacred mountain. The unknown is what scares people the most. The Ye family members were already frightened by the mysterious manipulator in the darkness. Leave? Where to? Is there a place for us in the eastern wasteland, or in other regions of the Tianyuan continent? Ye Qingshan sat dejectedly on the white marble chair, looking terribly weak. These days, he watched the darkness advance, and his heart could not bear the pressure and was almost crazy. He had completely lost his former charm and could only watch as the darkness completely swallowed up the periphery and then, swallowed up the Ye family. Father, you have to cheer up. Let's leave this place first. When I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will kill that man and take everything back. Ye Chen stepped forward to persuade him that staying there would mean waiting for death. He wanted to escape. Escape to the ends of the earth, to a place where ants can't find him. Wait till you take everything back. Ye Qingshan looked at Ye Chen with contempt. He knew his son's character best. If the patriarch wants to compromise, then you should stay here. We are unwilling to give up. The Ye family needs to continue. You disappoint me so much. In that case, we will go and wake up the remaining ancestors and rebuild the Ye family elsewhere. Several prestigious elders of the clan stood up, ready to take over Ye Qingshan's position as the leader of the Ye family. For a dignified ancient family to have fallen into this state, they are truly sinking further and further behind. When the elder of the Ye family was about to start a new business, a clear female voice sounded from the void outside. Saint Lord Qixia. Ye Qingshan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a ripple in space and several figures walking out of it. One of them is the master of Qixia Holy Land, Chu Xian. Hurry, everyone, please come in. Ye Qingshen suddenly stood up, swept away his previous dejected look, and put on a smile to greet him. Qixia Holy Land is the overlord of the Central Plains region, even 3 times stronger than Qianyuan Holy Land. What's more important is that the Qixia Holy Land seems to have extensive research on darkness, and may be able to resolve the Ye family's predicament. Chapter 30. No need for that. Immediately gather all the powerful beings in the eastern wasteland and join me in setting up a defense to stop the darkness from spreading further. Before Chu Xian could speak, the woman in white in front of her gave the order first. Who is this? Ye Chen stepped onto the sky, his eyes fixed on the woman in white who was speaking. What a beautiful fairy! Her aura, even Zhang Miazhou can't match it in the slightest. She's practically on par with the number 1 witch in Tianyuan, perhaps even more outstanding. A hint of heat flashed in Ye Chen's eyes, and all kinds of little thoughts quickly emerged in his heart. This woman in white should be a disciple of Qixia Holy Land. If my father can intervene and make some adjustments, maybe he can have a taste of her beauty. Thinking of this, Ye Chen straightened his chest and raised his head, putting on a graceful look. He knows exactly how to behave in front of such a beautiful woman. Think about those so-called genius girls before, all of them were coaxed into bed by his words. This method works every time. I believe this time will be no exception. Bang! Suddenly, a trace of disgust appeared in the eyes of the woman in white, and then she slapped Ye Chen in the face, breaking through the space. The force was so great that half of the latter's face was sunken. Waste! If it weren't for you, how could this demon be born? If you dare to have dirty thoughts again, I will kill you and sacrifice you to the heavens. After giving him a solid slap, the woman in white cursed angrily. The birth of the original true devil is inextricably linked to the scum in front of him. You are looking for death. Ye Chen had never suffered such a loss before, and he didn't care about the injury on his face and tried to suppress it. A-hole! Behind him, Ye Qingshan also shouted and slapped him. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was putting away his magical powers and turned his head to avoid the situation. My father is still protective of his children and would vent his anger for him in front of the Holy Lord of Qixia. Father, you! His eyes suddenly turned into horror and his mouth opened in disbelief. The slap that came from the air was actually aimed at him. Bang! There was another crisp sound, and the other half of Ye Chen's face was also distorted, and the sound of broken bones echoed continuously. My dear friend, please forgive me and let this good-for-nothing rebellious son go. After beating his own son, Ye Qingshan stepped forward and said with a smile in front of the woman in white. He had such a keen eye that he had noticed the extraordinary qualities of the woman in white long ago. Didn't you see that the Holy Lord Qixia was slightly shorter than him and was standing half a step behind him? This unfilial son still refuses to change his bad habits and goes up to tease her. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Haha, if the Ye family had been a step slower, that little BD would have been beheaded. Chu Xian sneered. She didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Ye Beiwei. How dare this so-called Ye Shenzi? Yes, yes, thank you both for showing mercy. Ye Qingshan nodded quickly, with a fawning look on his face, fearing that the woman in white in front of him would not let Ye Chen go. Stop talking nonsense and quickly gather all the powerful people in the eastern wasteland. The woman in white lowered her head. The darkness was about to completely surround the Ye family. She didn't know how powerful the demon was. Well, let's trouble Saint Qixia to come personally. I'm afraid our Ye family can't call them over. Ye Qingshan looked embarrassed. He was afraid that other Holy Land families would no longer respond to the Ye family's call. Then please take out all the formation materials that your Ye family has collected. I will gather the people. Chu Xian said with disdain that she really was in the current situation of the Ye family, like a rat crossing the street. All of them. Ye Qingshan was surprised. This was not a small number. That's right. If you want to trap the demon, do as you are told. Otherwise, we will turn around and leave. Chu Xian said expressionlessly that they, the Qixia Holy Land, had done their utmost to come and help, and it was impossible for them to provide the materials for the formation themselves. Okay, okay. Ye Qingshan gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as the spread of darkness can be suppressed, the loss of some foundation is nothing. I am Chu Xian, fellow Taoists, please come to the Ye family for a gathering. Several streams of light appeared on Chu Xian's jade palm. After the disciple spoke a word, she threw all the streams of light in all directions. Wake up all your ancestors and move the Ye family's main peak and the spiritual veins below to outside the darkness. Chu Xian glanced at Ye Qingshan. Once this formation is set up, the Ye family will also be covered by it. Good. Ye Qingshan nodded helplessly, not knowing what to feel in his heart. The ancient and dignified Ye family was forced to move their ancestral land by an ant. But now they have to move, otherwise after being covered by the formation, the Ye family will probably be completely swallowed by the darkness and the entire family will be wiped out. Half an hour later. Qianyuan Holy Land. Chu Xian, why is she here? Saint Lord Qianyuan frowned after receiving the message. Perhaps they came here for the sake of darkness. Didn't Ye Qingshan mention it before? Qixia Holy Land holds some secrets about darkness. An elder on the side reminded. So are we going or not? Another elder asked. Let's go and take a look together. Saint Lord Qianyuan decided after thinking for a moment. The dark affairs are of great importance, and it would be a good thing if the Qixia Holy Land could partially stop them. Whether it is to the eastern wilderness or to the Qianyuan Holy Land, the darkness is a huge threat. At the same time, all the holy places and ancient families in the eastern wilderness received Chu Xian's letter. Like Saint Lord Qianyuan, everyone chose to come, not for the Ye family, but for themselves. Uncle Wumian, there are so many people here, what are they going to do? In the darkness, Xiaoling suddenly woke up, looked up and saw many powerful beings surrounding the darkness. She's here too. Suddenly, Xiaoling pointed to a direction where a woman in white with extraordinary temperament was floating. When setting up the formation, everyone must keep a close eye on every area and not let any trace of darkness out of sight. As the woman in white raised the core needle pattern of the formation, all the powerful people began to move. Countless formation materials fell to the outskirts of the Ye family, surrounding the darkness tightly. What kind of formation are they going to set up? Zhao Wumian took note of everyone's positions and instantly came to this conclusion. Formation? Killing formation or? Xiaolinger was puzzled. Aren't these people immune to darkness? Could it be that they could just use the formation? That woman in white is very mysterious. She seems to know a lot about the original true demon. Linger, take these demon seeds and escape. Remember, hide until everyone is off guard, and then slowly deploy the demon seeds. Zhao Wumian's heart suddenly condensed. It seemed that there was no killing array that could defeat him. But there is a formation that can restrict him. That woman in white probably knows the real reason for the spread of darkness and wants to isolate us. Zhao Wumian's expression became more and more solemn, his guess was likely to come true. Ah! Let's go together. Xiaolinger's heart trembled suddenly, and she pulled Zhao Wumian's clothes and shouted. Okay, let's go together. Zhao Wumian originally wanted to stay alone in case the woman in white had any other moves. But after thinking about it, it is safer to leave first. Although this darkness is hard won, as long as I am well, the darkness will never be desolate. Fortunately, countless demon slaves and demon species were dispersed before. Zhao Wumian curled the corners of his mouth. His previous unintentional action had created countless undetectable dark filaments underground. Darkness can block the detection of external spiritual consciousness, and when it is stored underground, it is even more difficult to detect with the naked eye. He pulled Xiaoling along and started traveling through darkness. In an instant, they followed the dark filaments and entered millions of miles underground. After randomly selecting a horizontal dark filament, the dark travel is activated again. In an instant, they crossed millions of miles and left the Ye family's territory. Because it was an extremely fine thread of darkness, the speed of its spread was infinitely accelerated, which allowed the demon slaves to travel so far in a short time. Boom! As soon as Zhao Wumian left the Ye family's area, they heard a loud noise. Through the vision given by the darkness, Zhao Wumian saw a huge light shield with majestic purple air covering all the darkness and the ruins of the Ye family. When this purple light shield fell, all spiritual energy, living beings, matter, energy, etc. within tens of thousands of miles outside the darkness were blocked. In this way, the formation became a desolate place, losing the source of nutrients for continued growth. Haha, you guys can seal it slowly. His bloodshot eyes were surging, and boundless murderous intent was rising in his heart. Everyone wanted to be his enemy and kill him. When I return, the eastern wasteland and the central plains will all turn into darkness. Zhao Wumian said coldly. It's a bit conceited to control the darkness and surround the Ye family openly. Next, we have to be more secretive and take advantage of the demon seeds to secretly plant demon seeds throughout the entire eastern wasteland. Then it exploded instantly, causing darkness to flood everywhere. Chapter 31. Are there demons in the central plains? Zhao Wumian retracted his gaze, looked at Xiaolinger and asked. Yes, there are 3 demonic holy places and 2 ancient demon families in Tianyuan continent. All 3 holy places are located in the central plains, and the remaining 2 families are in the southern region. Uncle Wumian, why are you asking this? Xiaolinger asked with her head raised in confusion. I want to split the troops into 2 groups. You go to the central plains to make arrangements, starting with those demons. Zhao Wumian actually had this idea a long time ago. It was of little use for him to walk with Xiaolinger, who could not help him to speed up his progress in the darkness. It would be better to let her go to the central plains, lay out the plan in advance, and prepare to swallow the Tianyuan continent. Oh! Xiaolinger murmured and nodded, even though she didn't want to be separated from Zhao Wumian. The central plains is extremely important to us. Once we occupy it, we can easily spread to other regions. Moreover, the Qixia Holy Land is also in the central plains. If you want to spread darkness across the Tianyuan continent, you cannot avoid the central plains. With your true demon status, those demons will naturally be suppressed. You can even turn enemies into friends and draw the demons to our side. Zhao Wumian didn't push Xiaolinger to the more powerful central plains on a whim. The main reason is that there are 3 demon holy places there. After Xiaolinger goes there, she can directly hide the demon clan's sphere of influence, and even create darkness, and no one will care. You should know that although those demons are not pure demons, their training environment, magical powers, and visions are mostly blood and black. If used well, there would be no need to wait for Zhao Wumian to detonate the demon seed. Xiaolinger could slowly bring down the darkness. The ability to spread darkness is not unique to the original true demon. Xiaolinger now has a true demon body and can also create darkness, but her speed is several times slower than his. Once you're there, proceed with caution. Be sure to conquer the 2 demonic holy lands first before advancing towards other so-called righteous forces. Zhao Wumian stroked Xiaolinger's head with one hand and admonished her. Well, Linger knows. Uncle Wumian, you have to be careful here too. Xiaolinger nodded heavily, and did not forget to remind Zhao Wumian to be more cautious. It's almost done, the formation is almost complete, there's no way that demon can escape. In the dark sky above, all the powerful people in the eastern wilderness did not stop their actions. This sealing heaven and locking earth formation is extremely complicated, with countless redundant steps. Fortunately, the purple light shield has descended, and the darkness is locked inside. A few days later, Ye Beiwei cast the last array pattern on the purple light shield. Bite! A crisp sound was heard, and the formation was finally completed. Hey! The next moment, a powerful devouring force emerged within the purple light shield. It was like an invisible big mouth, madly devouring all the spiritual energy and energy within the light shield. The heaven sealing and earth locking formation is not just about isolating, it also absorbs all the material and energy within the formation at all times. Never give the trapped creatures any chance to struggle. Ha 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 ha, this little BD is finally trapped. Let's see how he can jump around this time. Ants are still ants after all. Do you think you can turn the tables and devour Tianyuan? You're dreaming. Oh, you ignorant ant. No matter how weird you are still being suppressed. You still want revenge? Go down and accompany the entire Zhao family. After seeing how mysterious the formation was, all the powerful men breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Ye Chen, who had been frightened by the fear brought by the darkness for a long time and became neither human nor ghost. Now that the darkness was completely contained, he felt indescribably happy. It's almost time to pick up the gongs and drums to celebrate. Saint Lord Kixia, are we just going to wait for him to fend for himself in there? Saint Lord Jianyuan looked at the darkness in the light shield and asked. It has to be said that ever since he heard that the 3 curses of the ants had come true, he felt like a huge stone was pressing down on his heart. It was not until today, when the Kixia Holy Land took the lead in completing this great formation and completely trapped the demon, that he felt relieved. I don't know. This demon is very strange and now it seems to have mastered the imperial weapon. You should go back and practice hard, strive to become a quasi-emperor, and then fight your way in. Ye Beiwei stepped up into the sky and stood above everyone's heads. She faced the bloody sun above, and fairy light surged from her fingertips, spreading into the sky to form a picture scroll. When the great men were about to rebuke Ye Beiwei for her bold behavior, they were deeply attracted by the content of the scroll. What kind of scripture is this? Oh my god, is this the immortal scripture? Even our clan's imperial scripture pales in comparison to it. Countless exclamations were heard, and everyone was shocked to numbness by the scriptures in the scroll. This is a scripture from the upper realm, countless times more powerful than the emperor's scripture. It can help you break through the bottleneck more easily. Ye Beiwei was rendered like a real fairy by the fairy light of the scroll. She did this to create more support and build a quasi-emperor on the Tianyuan continent as soon as possible. Even though the darkness was blocked, even she didn't know how long this original true demon would live. Just in case, we should make preparations for both scenarios. If we cannot trap it to death, we will increase our absolute strength. At that time, he rushed in with the imperial weapons and completely crushed them. Yes, this Saint Lord can guarantee that this scripture is indeed a scripture from the upper realm. Please transmit it back to your own holy land and present it to the ancestors, so that we can strive to create a quasi-emperor. Chu Xian was not angry about this. The immortal scriptures they obtained from the Kixia Holy Land were more advanced than the ones in the scroll. The upper realm. What is that place, in the starry sky? We have never heard of it. The eyes of the powerful people looking at Ye Beiwei became strange, and countless speculations arose in their minds. According to ancient rumors, above the emperor are the immortals. The upper realm naturally refers to the immortal realm. That is the world of the immortals, not the star fields outside. Saint Lord Kixia raised her face and explained with a look of great pride, as if she was from the upper realm. Could this person be? Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Jianyuan quickly looked at Ye Beiwei, his eyes revealing boundless passion. If this woman in white came from the upper realm, she probably holds an endless treasure in her hands. Humph! There are some things you are not qualified to know. Let's go. Chu Xian snorted coldly upon seeing this, and a quasi-imperial weapon appeared in his hand, as if warning the powerful people present not to have any bad thoughts. Let's go too. Ye Beiwei was too lazy to pay attention to these idiots from the eastern wasteland. She said something coldly and prepared to leave. You are in it. As long as I am here in this life, you can't even leave the eastern wasteland. When the space array pattern was activated, Ye Beiwei looked back at the darkness below. It has been more than 10 years since my rebirth, and I have been working hard for the cause of the original True Devil. Despite the failure of the previous operations, it was completely sealed today, restoring peace and order to the Tianyuan continent. The little self-righteous kid. At the same time, tens of millions of miles away, Zhao Wumian was also looking at Ye Beiwei through the vision provided by this darkness. He took in the other person's expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. People from the upper realm only have this much ability, and can only follow behind him forever. Chapter 32. You know me so well, this shouldn't be the case. Zhao Wumian retracted his gaze and fell into deep thought. This person who seemed to be from the upper realm seemed to know a lot about him. Been searching for him since before he was resurrected. And after finding it, he used all his strength to attack, wishing to wipe out everything about Zhao Wumian. All signs indicate that the woman in white has a certain understanding of the original true demon. Perhaps the so-called immortals from the upper realms calculated my existence, and that's why. After a long time, Zhao Wumian came to this conclusion. Other than that, he couldn't figure out why the woman in white was so obsessed with destroying him. Senior brother, is the Ye family heading this way? Suddenly, several figures approached rapidly from a distance. The person who spoke was a young girl who looked quite playful. Behind him were 3 women with outstanding looks, and at the end was a hunchbacked old woman with grey hair on her temples. Roll. Zhao Wumian was still dressed in white and had black hair, but his conspicuous bloodshot eyes were hidden. The people from the Ye family haven't all left yet, and he doesn't want to take the risk of killing them. Why are you being so aggressive? I'm just asking for directions, why are you so fierce? The playful girl put away her smile and her cheeks puffed up. I'll say it again, get out of here, or you'll die. Zhao Wumian showed disgust on his face, and the devil in his body was about to be suppressed. Little brother, my master, and I are just asking for directions. There's no need to be so aggressive. The last old woman smiled and looked as kind as the old lady next door. You don't want to leave? A hint of coldness flashed in Zhao Wumian's eyes, and he looked at the 5 people coldly. Young people nowadays are not as easy to please as before. The old woman's hunched body suddenly straightened up, and the words in her mouth gradually changed from kind to sinister and terrifying. Big brother, don't you know where this place is? He. I'm afraid this senior brother is lost. In an instant, the 5 people in front of him became quite strange, and the surroundings underwent earth-shaking changes. The original forest stream turned into a river of dead trees and blood. The fog rose and blocked the view. The thick stench of decay filled the nostrils from the air. It's been so many years no one has set foot in the forbidden zone of life. We have been waiting so long. The 5 men slowly approached with grim smiles, exaggerated smiles gradually appearing on their faces. The forbidden zone of life? The source of the blood sacrifice. Those 2 harsh words rang in Zhao Wumian's ears again. Life restricted zone. Blood sacrifice. The fundamental reason for the Zhao family's downfall is because of this. If the scum in the life forbidden zone did not require a blood sacrifice, Ye Chen would not have come down the mountain. Then all the subsequent events would not have happened. Hey, big brother, you know a lot. Do you want to sacrifice yourself to the Supreme Lord? The playful girl looked crazy, and a long, wet tongue suddenly stretched out and rolled towards Zhao Wumian. Trash in the restricted area. Zhao Wumian shouted secretly, unable to suppress the hatred in his heart any longer, and the monstrous demonic energy became manic. The black eyes gradually turned blood red, and a sea of blood was surging in them. Click! With a sound, he grabbed the long tongue that the playful girl stretched out. Without waiting for the latter to react, he pulled hard and ripped off the sticky tongue. Die! The girl, carried over by inertia, bumped into Zhao Wumian's fist. An extremely terrifying force erupted in an instant, shattering the girl into pieces. He's still a tough BD. Let's go together and eat him alive. The young girl died tragically, but the old woman behind her remained unmoved. Instead, she called on the remaining 3 women to rush over and kill her together. Act recklessly. Zhao Wumian's expression was indifferent, and several black thunders suddenly appeared in his white palms. With a big hand swung forward, black thunder flew out with fangs and claws, piercing and devouring the 3 women in an instant. In just 2 breaths, except for the old woman, the other 4 people died instantly. Ah! The old woman's wrinkled face was distorted, and she let out a creepy scream, which attracted the blood river next to her to suppress her. She seemed not to be afraid of death, and there was no light in her eyes. Acting weird in front of me. Zhao Wumian smiled disdainfully, waving his 5 slender fingers lightly in the air. The world-destroying demonic thunder that had disappeared earlier reappeared behind the old woman, suddenly attacking her from behind and blasting 5 large holes in her body. When the old woman was about to fall to the ground, Zhao Wumian approached like a ghost, covered her head with a big hand, and penetrated into her soul. Nothing. After a moment, Zhao Wumian let go of her hand. He did not get any useful information from the old woman's memory. Only the approximate scope of the life-restricted zone was obtained. Perhaps we need to take precautions here as well. Zhao Wumian suddenly said in a serious tone. He seemed to have forgotten the existence of the forbidden zone of life all along. Among them are figures who are far superior to the ancestors of the Holy Land families. Just imagine, when the eastern wilderness is about to be destroyed, will those people be desperate and go to the forbidden zone of life to seek help? Anyway, I'm not going to let these bastards go. Zhao Wumian muttered to himself. Then he took a step and began to fly at a constant speed around this forbidden zone of life. At the same time, countless demon seeds containing the original demonic energy fell and sank into the earth. Half a month later, Zhao Wumian walked around the restricted area of life, releasing countless demon seeds and burying them underground. After doing all this, he did not leave in a hurry, but found a place to hide and meditate on the original magic scripture. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the ancient Zhang family was quite lively. Many young men gathered in one place and discussed something intensely. After Miazu obtained the immortal scripture, his realm advanced by leaps and bounds, and in the blink of an eye he has reached the peak of a half-step great power. I wonder if I can succeed in severing the Dao today and enter the realm of great power. It shouldn't be a big problem. She originally cultivates the way of Taiyan, and her temperament tends to be cold and indifferent. It's better for her not to use her hands when it comes to beheading. Call. In a quiet paradise, Zhang Miazu breathed a sigh of relief. Slashing path. She recited in a low voice, and then a hint of determination appeared in her eyes. The next moment, her whole body entered a mysterious state. Following the instructions of her elders, her path of killing went very smoothly. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened near the end. A figure in white suddenly broke into her mind, and a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at her closely. That fiery and undisguised gaze made her feel both frightened and terrified. How could I kill the inner demon? Zhang Miazu's heart trembled. I have never heard of any cultivator experiencing the calamity of the inner demon when he was cutting off the Dao. When I reach the state of great power, I will take your primordial yin. The words from the past resurfaced in my mind, along with that invincible figure. Zhang Miazuo's magic sword stopped in mid-air. With this one strike of the sword, she will step into the realm of great power. Chapter 33. It's okay, it's okay. He has been suppressed by the means brought from the upper realm in the Ye family. It's impossible for him to escape. Zhang Miazu forced herself to remain calm and kept comforting herself. She swallowed, and the powerful power of her soul condensed into an extremely sharp long sword. With a click, Zhang Miazu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes and slashed with a knife. To cut off the Dao, to cut off the Dao, actually means to cut off distracting thoughts or the 7 emotions and 6 desires that are not conducive to cultivation. When she slashed with her sword, most of the unnecessary thoughts were cut off, and even the figure in her sea of consciousness was destroyed. It's done. Zhang Miazu's consciousness left the sea of consciousness, and his pair of phoenix eyes opened, with a sharp light coming out of them. Immediately afterwards, her bottleneck began to loosen, and she climbed towards the realm of great power. At the same time, at the edge of the penalty area, Zhao Wumian sat cross-legged underground, hiding in the darkness. Blood-black lightning was wrapped around his body, and a complex mark appeared between his eyebrows. And earth-shaking changes were also taking place in his body. A blood-black energy traveled from the solace of the feet through the Danshan and dragon spine, and finally reached the Nuan Palace. Destroy! In a trance, it seemed as if a primitive magic sound resounded through Zhao Wumian's mind. The sound is long, ancient, and extremely powerful. The law of destruction. Zhao Wumian looked inward at the demonic body, and that blood-black aura was the characteristic manifested by the law of destruction. After 3 years of contemplation, he finally cultivated the prototype of the law of destruction, and his realm naturally reached the middle stage of great power. Relying on self-comprehension is a waste of time. I need to activate the 4th characteristic as soon as possible. Zhao Wumian opened his eyes and stood up. Improving his cultivation in this way was too slow, so he was still accustomed to using the power of devouring. Although the 4th characteristic does not have the power of devouring, it can sublimate and fuse, turning the useless into the useful, and demonize the laws it devours. At that time, there will be no need to spend time specifically to improve the law of destruction, but instead use other dark laws to improve the realm first. The killing cannot stop. Ding! Your follower, Zhao Linger, killed a half-step great power realm creature. You gain 0.5 kill points. Ding! Your followers killed. Oh? Xiao Linger seems to be doing pretty well in the central plains. Zhao Wumian heard the system prompt and glanced at the panel. The kill value on it had accumulated to a huge 400,000. As a follower, Xiao Linger can also provide Zhao Wumian with killing points after killing living creatures. Over 3 years, I've accumulated 400,000 kill points. I'm afraid the number of kills has exceeded 10 million. There are not many powerful or half-powerful people in Tianyuan continent for Xiao Linger to slaughter. The killing value that creatures below the half-step great power can provide is very little. Without tens of millions of kills, it would be difficult to accumulate these 400,000 kill points. Zhao Wumian thought about it and his sight crossed the eastern wasteland and entered the central plains. Here, there is the darkness created sporadically by Zhao Linger, which can serve as his eyes. Through the darkness, Zhao Wumian could roughly see an extremely large island standing on the sea. There was a monstrous demonic energy rising near and above the island, accompanied by 1,000 strands of bloody evil energy. The darkness created by Xiao Linger is hidden in these gloomy and terrifying evil spirits. At first glance, there was nothing unusual. Dian Demon Sect. Soon, Zhao Wumian used the terrain to calculate the origin of this Holy Land-level demon force. The Dian Demon Sect, the second-ranked demonic force in the Tianyuan continent, was established on the Chaos Sea in the extreme south of the Central Plains. There are hundreds of millions of disciples in the sect, more than 100 powerful elders, and 2 imperial weapons as the foundation. Its strength has far surpassed the previous overlord of the eastern wilderness, Tianyuan Holy Land. This new elder is so fierce. He almost wiped out the entire blood demon lineage. It's almost over. The 7 elders, dozens of deacons, and tens of millions of direct and collateral descendants of the blood demon lineage are all dead. Haha, who told these fools to provoke the red sword demon? Do they think he's easy to bully just because he's alone? Throughout the Dian demon sect, the other branches calmly watched as the last blood demon died at the hands of that inferior sword. Countless disciples showed admiring eyes, staring at the peerless figure in the air with fascination. This is the strong one. Within 3 years of joining the school, he wiped out a major branch, all by himself. Fellow deist, your swordsmanship is so superb that it puts me and others to shame. Fellow deist, if you are willing to join my heavenly demon lineage, I will definitely offer you the best resources and treatment. Humph! How dare you, a member of the heavenly demon lineage, speak so boldly? This fellow deist specializes in the Dao of the sword, so he should be a member of my sword demon lineage. The most unexpected thing is, not only did the top leaders of the Dian demon sect not stop the red sword demon's crazy killing, they also enthusiastically invited him to win over afterwards. Because of this, several demon lords started arguing with each other. No need for that. Today I will establish the true demon lineage on the blood demon lineage's territory. Everyone is welcome to join me. The long hair of the red-clothed sword demon fluttered, and a cold voice slowly spread. I'm afraid it's difficult for Daihu to maintain it alone. Forget it. The demon lord of Jemai wanted to say something, but when he saw the murderous eyes of the red sword demon, he closed his mouth again. Allow. A moment later, a deep demonic voice floated out, answering the request of the red sword demon. Well. Upon hearing this, the few demon lords who were still unwilling to give up no longer wanted to pursue the matter. That person has spoken. Too strong. Add to that cold expression and that alluring aura, even that witch from the Chaos Demon Palace can't compare to her, right? Whoever can win the heart of the sword demon, it is worth dying for. I think the two are equally matched. That witch's title of Tianyuan's most beautiful woman isn't just an exaggeration. After the leaders retreated, countless disciples whispered to each other, and some even wanted to leave their original lineage immediately and join the true demon lineage. But I was afraid of being killed by my master's palm, so I could only think about it in my heart. On the other side, Zhao Wumian had already set off, and 400,000 kill points were far from enough to activate the fourth characteristic. He needs to find a holy place or aristocratic family to slaughter the remaining 600,000. Of course, he did not forget to plant the demon seeds along the way, and the route was also around the edge of the eastern wilderness. What kind of heaven-sealing and earth-locking formation is this? I don't believe you can set up the entire eastern wasteland within it. Zhao Wumian smiled. After he circled around the eastern wasteland, the darkest moment would truly arrive. Father, the immortal scripture you brought back is truly extraordinary. I have already broken through to the realm of great power. In the ancient Zhang family, Zhang Miazu walked out of the retreat with light steps. Now, she exudes a powerful aura and has become a powerful being. That's an immortal scripture. It's incomparable to the previous scriptures of our Zhang family. My father has been striving to reach the peak of great power in the past 3 years. I estimate that in a few days he will be able to enter the realm of Fuiyao. Zhang Xuanji stroked his beard with one hand and said happily. This scripture is no less than any gift of nature, and it was obtained without any effort. Young lady has become a powerful being at such a young age. I'm afraid there is no one in the entire eastern wasteland who can match her. The little maid beside her was beaming with joy, happy for her young lady. She is Zhang Miazu's new maid, and is even more charming than the maid who was beaten to death 3 years ago. The immortal scripture is not owned by our family alone. The young geniuses from other holy lands are probably also making great progress. Zhang Miazu frowned. She could never forget the little maid who grew up with her. So much so that she was quite disgusted with the new maid. Whenever I see her, I always think of that terrible day and that beast who deserves to die 1,000 times. Practice well. On the day the great demon is slain. I hope you can step forward and deliver a blow of sword. Zhang Xuanji seemed to see what his daughter was thinking. He sighed slightly and stepped forward to comfort her. Chapter 34. One sword is not enough. I want him to be cut into pieces and bathed in lava water. Zhang Miazu roared, as if the fear in his heart turned into grief and anger in an instant. How could she be content without killing the devil with her own hands? Well. Zhang Xuanji stopped talking after seeing this. He knew that his daughter's faith in Taoism had been corrupted by that evil guy. I'm afraid I've already developed a serious inner demon. If I can't kill the demon with my own hands as I wish, I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the next realm. By the way, the Medicine King Valley, which opens once every 300 years, is about to open again. You should prepare yourself. With your current level of power, you may be able to go deeper. Zhang Xuanji suddenly remembered something. There was a place of creation in the eastern wilderness that only opened once every 300 years. There are countless spiritual medicines growing in it, and in the depths there are even king medicines and imperial medicines. Unfortunately, there are restrictions on entry, and there cannot be more than 50 marks on the Wheel of Life. That is to say, only creatures under the age of 50 are allowed to enter. In the past, practitioners of this age group were at most half a step away from becoming a powerful being, and were unable to delve into it and obtain the true elixir. This time Zhang Miazu has reached the realm of great power, and he will definitely have the opportunity to obtain those king medicines and imperial medicines. Yes, Miazu knows. Zhang Miazu nodded. Yaoang Valley, this place has been engraved in her mind since she was old enough to understand. Even all the geniuses under the age of 50 in this era knew about it early on. There are so many spiritual medicines and elixirs in it that it is the only place of good fortune in the entire Tianyuan continent that can be mined sustainably. It is no exaggeration to say that 70% of the spiritual medicines of all Holy Land level forces come from the Medicine King Valley. It opens every 300 years, and each time, tens of millions of disciples flock in, bringing the sect enough spiritual medicine for the next 300 years. Well, there is one more thing. What do you think about the Ye family's proposal of marriage? If you don't want to, your father cannot refuse. Zhang Xuanji paused and asked, the Ye family is now in decline, and the marriage has lost many external benefits for the Zhang family. Father, Ye Chen and I have been childhood sweethearts. Why, do you also look down on the current Ye family? Besides, the marriage between the two families was already decided. How could they go back on their word? Zhang Miazu frowned and looked unhappy. I'm doing this for your own good. Since you don't mind, I don't have any objections either. Zhang Xuanji's old face darkened. He looked down on the current Ye family, and even more so on Ye Chen. He is just a useless guy who only causes troubles all day long. If it weren't for him, how could the Ye family have ended up in such a state? What a pity for this silly girl, she seems to have decided that the Ye family's divine son will not marry. The new site of the ancient Ye family. On this day, Ye Qingshan and Ye Chen came to the old site as usual to check the changes in the darkness in the formation. He hasn't made an inch of progress. It seems this formation is indeed effective. The demon can only wait for death in it. Ye Qingshan has been in a good mood recently and is gradually emerging from the shadow of darkness. A mere ant dares to defy the will of heaven. His fate is already determined. This is the result of underestimating a noble family's sacred land. Ye Chen said this sinisterly, his voice quite loud, as if he wanted the ants below to hear it on purpose. Let's go. You don't need to come here to inspect anymore. Focus on your cultivation and lay a good foundation for your trip to Medicine King Valley. Ye Qingshan lost interest after taking a look. He knew that the devil was doomed to fail. Instead of spending energy on this, it is better to spend more time practicing. Father, after the incident at Medicine King Valley, is it time to formally marry into the Zhang family? On the way back, Ye Chen asked anxiously. It's time to bring that wonderful girl from the Zhang family back to the Ye family and taste her for herself. You should go and test the waters first, or you might get turned away later. Ye Qingshan did not make any guarantees. Things are different now, and his Ye family has lost a lot of confidence after all. Don't worry, my child and Miazu have a deep relationship, and nothing unexpected will happen. A hint of cunning flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Over the years, Zhang Miazu has been coaxed into being extremely obedient by him. He just didn't believe it. Since I agreed, what else could the old man say? If it really doesn't work, then just strike first. What's there to be afraid of after the rice is cooked? In the 5 regions of Tianyuan, almost every force has entered a state of preparation for war. Everyone is making full preparations for the trip to Medicine King Valley. The crimson blood sun still hangs in the sky, but few people take it seriously. The curse seemed to have stopped at the ancient Ye family's territory, unable to advance any further. What is more important now is to obtain enough resources for the family. It just so happens that he has obtained the immortal scriptures from the upper realm, and with the help of Medicine King Valley, he can produce a quasi-emperor who can dominate an area, or even the entire Tianyuan. The quasi-emperor has not appeared in the world for too long. Once he appears, he may be able to suppress everything with thundering means and dominate an entire era. 2 years passed quietly in a tense atmosphere. In the past 2 years, Zhao Wumian has traveled almost all over the eastern wasteland, and during this time, he has planted countless demon seeds. It's only about a quarter of the way there, almost done. The killing value has also increased by another 100,000, but the intense 1 million is still a long way off. Zhao Wumian murmured while standing on top of a plateau. In the past 2 years, he has not found an opportunity to attack the Holy Land level forces, for fear of alerting the enemy and delaying the demon species plan. In this way, almost no killing points were obtained, and most of the 100,000 were provided by Xiaolinger. The latter is in the demon clan, so there is no need to hide his killing too much. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, countless divine rainbows suddenly flew over Zhao Wumian's head. He looked in confusion, and in the distance, farther and farther, very far away, endless divine rainbows came from all directions. It was like a rare meteor shower filling the sky, extremely spectacular. Finally, all the meteors fell to the earth and finally stopped in the huge basin below the plateau where he was standing. Zhang Miazu, has he reached the realm of great power? Suddenly, Zhao Wumian saw a familiar figure. It was Zhang Miazu who possessed the Taiyin divine body. The Taiyin law itself is dark, and after taking it, you can use it directly for your own benefit. Before the 4th characteristic is activated, you will never find such a good thing even if you search with a lantern. So many so-called geniuses gathered together. Zhao Wumian squinted his eyes and watched quietly, the devil's blood in his heart boiled, and the murderous intent rose quietly. He had a premonition that this would be an opportunity to slaughter everyone. Chapter 35. 2 hours later, the huge basin and the nearby sky were filled with human figures. At first glance, there were crowds of people, and there was no end in sight. There were at least 1.5 billion of them. Most of them are disciples under the age of 50, and the rest are deacons or elders who are responsible for leading the team. Well, this grand occasion is the same every year. Tianyuan is as prosperous as ever. Haha, if it weren't for the blood sacrifice just now, there would be hundreds of millions more people. Those ants are the same whether they exist or not. What matters is that our family and the Holy Land remain prosperous for a long time. Before everyone arrived, the elders and deacons started talking. Look over there, the Zhang family goddess seems to have broken into the realm of great power. Hiss, it's true. This girl used to be the 3rd most beautiful woman in Tianyuan. Now her strength must be ranked in the top 3. Not necessarily. I heard that these peerless geniuses all received the same fortune from the Qixia Holy Land. This time, there must be more than one genius. Zhang Miazu was one of the first top geniuses to arrive and immediately attracted countless attention. It became a hot topic among the young disciples. Here they come. The Ye family's divine son, the Tianyuan saint son and saint daughter, the Qingming Saint Sun, they have all reached the realm of great power. Someone exclaimed, pointing at several huge flying boats in the sky. It seems the rumors are true. A blessing indeed descended upon these peerless geniuses at the same time. After seeing this group of geniuses arrive, the young disciples all understood. There is a gap between them and the top geniuses, but it shouldn't be so huge. Only if the rumored good fortune is true can such a grand occasion be created. Almost every holy land and aristocratic family has one or two peerless geniuses at the level of great power. Someone from the Central Plains has arrived too. This must be her. I suspect she's from the upper realm. This aura is so strong. Isn't this a breakthrough to the Fuiyao realm? Everyone turned their heads and caught a glimpse of the Central Plains forces flying towards them. Many people only knew a little about what happened in the ancient Ye family, and they looked at the woman in white and made guesses. By the way, this person's appearance and figure are also good enough to be among the top 3 in Tianyuan, or even win the championship. Alas! I wonder which Saint Sun will get this good deal. When they got closer, everyone saw the face of the woman in white and was shocked by her beauty. Forget about the first place. With the witch here, no one can shake this position. Many dissenting voices immediately arose, and they all looked towards the Dian demon sect on the left. At the front of the huge flying boat stood a woman with eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin as white as snow, a waist as thin as a silk bundle, and teeth as red as pearls. Looking closely, her facial features are delicate and bright. She is wrapped in a violet long skirt, which shimmers like moonlight flowing to the ground, and her slender white calves are exposed from the side of the skirt. All the male monks present felt their hearts tremble and went crazy. She is so beautiful that fish sink to the bottom of their chests and geese fall to the ground. Every time I see her angelic face, I can't stop myself from wanting to see her. I feel that even death is worth it. Haha, with so many stunning fairies present today, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to leave alive. The Medicine King Valley has not been opened yet, and countless young men and women are admiring the figure in their hearts. It is rare to have such an opportunity to see the existence of someone you admire. In a corner, Zhao Wumian was quietly hiding behind the dense crowd, with a gloomy expression and vicious eyes. After blending into the crowd for a long time, he finally understood the reason for this event. Restricting the entry of young monks under the age of 50 is an opportunity for slaughter, that is. He narrowed his eyes and thought, this many people were enough for him to vent his endless hatred and harvest a lot of kill points at the same time. But the operation is quite difficult. Every monk who enters the Medicine King Valley will receive a token. Holding the token, they can be teleported out of the secret realm with just a thought. He was confident that he could kill these people before they were teleported, but there would always be some who slipped through the net. By then, these people will definitely recognize his true identity, which will be detrimental to the overall situation. Zhao Wumian's face was gloomy, and he immediately looked at the personal template in his mind. Name, Zhao Wumian. Realm, mid-stage great power. Personality, pure good extremely dark. Constitution, chaos demonic body. Skill, original demonic scripture. Laws, law of destruction, 7%, law of water, law of thunder, law of fire. Magical powers, world-destroying demonic thunder, walking through darkness. Innate magical power, destruction. Weapons, Xuxian sword, peak imperial weapon, 9-layered demon tower, high-level imperial weapon, killing spear, high-level quasi-imperial weapon, Zhantian knife, high-level quasi-imperial weapon. Feature 1, Devour. Feature 2, Demon. Feature 3, Evil Thoughts Collection. Feature 4, Dark Sublimation, not activated. Kill value, 527,007. System Wall. World-destroying demonic thunder divine power, 10,000 killing points. 9 transformations of the heavenly demon, divine power, 100,000 killing points. Heavenly Tribulation Light Divine Power, 100,000 killing points. Chaos Demon Body Magic Power, millions of kill points. World Destroying Magic Crystal Magic Weapon Raw Materials, 100,000 killing points. Original True Demon Origin Avenue Fragment, 10 million kill points. Since the demons are here, why not? Zhao Wumian finally set his sights on the two magical powers in the system wall. Heavenly Tribulation Light, an offensive magical power, can instantly cause a devastating blow at a very long distance after being released with infinite magic power. This magical power is very suitable for use in Yaoang Valley. 9 transformations of the Heavenly Demon, the basic means to change the world, can completely conceal or change its own aura and appearance. Of course, this is only the basic function of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Demon. Each of the 9 transformations has a 9-fold combat power bonus. After the 9 transformations are completed, the combat power bonus can be 81 times. However, what Zhao Wumian values now is the ability to change the world among the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Demon. With the woman in white around, he didn't dare to carry out the massacre openly. It would be best to use the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Demon to disguise yourself as a demon, then it would make sense. The demons are bloodthirsty and their methods are similar to his, so it's perfect for them to take the blame. While thinking, he spent 200,000 killing points to exchange for 9 transformations of the Heavenly Demon and Light of Heavenly Tribulation. Both magical powers require time to comprehend, but he is not worried. These disciples will stay in Yaoang Valley for a very long time, which is enough for him to complete the comprehension. Haha, I wonder if the saints will feel heartbroken after this. Zhao Wumian laughed crazily in his heart. This time of slaughter had destroyed at least 2/3 of the future of the entire Tianyuan continent. And you too, are you ready to be tortured by me? Zhao Wumian looked quietly at the Zhang family and the Ye family again. This time, Ye Chen and Zhang Miazu will both enter the Medicine King Valley. Everything of the past. All must be repaid to Ye Go this time. All disciples, get ready. Medicine King Valley is about to open. At this moment, an elder flew into the sky, pointed at a slowly appearing portal and shouted a warning. Chapter 36. A huge portal appeared out of thin air, and the moment it appeared, rich spiritual energy burst out crazily. Even through the door, one can feel the abundance of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Billions of monks rushed in like a swarm of carp crossing the river. Inside the portal are countless elixirs and powerful medicines, first come first served. No one noticed that an inconspicuous figure in white clothes and black hair first stayed near the demons, and after a while, followed the people of the Zhang family like a ghost. I was temporarily blinded, and when I opened my eyes again, I was in a completely new world. Wow! This world is so beautiful! Zhang Miazu exclaimed in admiration as soon as he opened his eyes. There's nothing special about it, it's just brighter and fresher. Unlike the Tianyuan continent, which was shrouded in the crimson blood sun, the whole world seemed lifeless. You all move together. I'm heading directly into the depths. Remember not to cause any trouble and focus on collecting herbs. After expressing his feelings for a moment, Zhang Miazu gave instructions to the millions of Zhang family members. In the huge Zhang family, she is the only genius under the age of 50 who has broken through to the realm of great power. She had to explore the depths alone, and these people couldn't help her. Yes. No. Take care, goddess. Regardless of whether they were from the collateral branch or the main branch, they all kept Zhang Miazu's words firmly in mind. When a genius becomes terrifying to a certain extent, all conflicts within the family will disappear. Zhang Miazu is undoubtedly such a person, and her potential is enough to make everyone let go of their grudges. Zhang Miazu nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and flew quickly into the depths of the vast green plain. After she left, the Zhang family disciples also dispersed in all directions in groups of hundreds. Spiritual herbs are growing everywhere on this endless plain, and if they are crowded together, the efficiency will be too low. No one noticed that a black-robed figure flew out from among the Zhang family members and chased Zhang Miazu directly. This person was Zhao Wumian. He had previously gone to the demon clan and killed a demon clan disciple silently. Then put on his face and breath. Zhao Wumian kept the maximum distance, followed Zhang Miazu at a constant speed, and looked for the right opportunity. There were too many people around, and too many talented disciples were also heading deeper. Moreover, there were countless ordinary geniuses and ordinary disciples not far behind. If they were alerted, the massacre would be ruined. Otherwise, he could have taken action now, suppressed Zhang Miaozhou, and taken away the Taiyin-law. At the same time, he was not idle either, and was distracted by comprehending the heavenly calamity light that he had just obtained. As for the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon, there is no need to rush for the time being. The basic ability to change the world can be used without any comprehension. After flying for more than half a month, the view in front of us finally stopped being a plain. The terrain below turned into gully-like cliffs, and the quality of the spiritual medicines growing on it also improved a lot. But Zhang Miazu in front showed no signs of stopping and looked down on these elixirs. A few more days passed, and the surroundings changed again. The originally short trees below became huge, growing high into the sky. The branches spread out, almost covering everything, and his spiritual consciousness enveloped it. Zhao Wumian discovered that De Yao was among them. "You're quite ambitious. You want to go straight to the deepest part to search for the imperial medicine." Zhao Wumian smiled evilly, and after coming here, the figures of many Tianjiao gradually disappeared. Obviously, they all have their own plans, or there are secret maps left in the family. Everyone has a clear purpose. Those people. Zhao Wumian looked calmly into the void on both sides. His powerful consciousness penetrated the space and saw several figures hiding in it. These people seemed to be following Zhang Miazu just like him. However, Zhao Wumian just took a quick look at them. They were just rotten fish and shrimps. They would not disturb his good deeds. After a few more days, Zhang Miazu in front gradually slowed down and fell downwards. Seeing this, Zhao Wumian did the same and slowed down slowly. About an hour later, he followed the graceful figure in front of him and arrived at the foot of a strange-shaped mountain. "We're here." According to the information left by the Zhang family, there should be a quasi-emperor medicine hidden in it. Zhang Miazu was cautious and gently reached forward with her jade fingers. A subtle dong sound was heard, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of her, which caused ripples when touched. "Tisk tisk tisk, thank you Goddess Zhang for leading the way. Thank you for your help. You can leave now." Just as Zhang Miazu was about to start breaking the formation, 6 figures walked out from the void. These people approached Zhang Miazu step by step with strange smiles. They didn't have any other intentions, they just wanted to use the Zhang family's route to seize a few imperial medicines. Of course, the main reason is that they don't have that ability. As the goddess of the Zhang family, the former has many means and magical powers, and her own physique is extremely strong. She also has a token in her hand, so she can teleport out at any time. 6 Tianyuan layman, are you following me? Zhang Miazu turned around upon hearing this and recognized the identities of the 6 people at a glance. The 6th lay Buddhist, one of the few independent cultivators in the Tianyuan continent, did not join any holy land or aristocratic family, but instead formed a small group of his own. "Looking at the way you look, who are you working for?" Zhang Miazu then said that the 6 of them were all at the level of great power, and it would be impossible for them to obtain the immortal scripture without joining a holy place or aristocratic family. "Haha, there's no need for Goddess Zhang to worry about this. Just crush the token and teleport out, so we don't have to fight." One of them said impatiently that they had other tasks this time and could not delay here for too long. "You?" Zhang Miazu gritted her teeth, unwilling to leave. But it was impossible for her to fight and defeat all 6 of them at the same time. "Ha ha ha ha, a man who knows the current affairs is a hero. Oh, no, it's for the beauty. Miss Zhang, just think of it as a trip. It won't lose anything. The 6 lay Buddhists approached quickly and were only a few feet away from Zhang Miazu. Crack! Sudden! A flash of knife light flashed in the quiet forest, and the fallen leaves flew all over the place. Zhang Miazu's hand holding the token suddenly loosened. She was confused and didn't know what was going on. As the fallen leaves drifted away, the 6 monks in front of him died in an instant, cut into 2 pieces by a single knife. The same happened to their souls, which could not escape the terrifying knife. Your Excellency is... After the 12 pieces of the body fell to the ground, Zhang Miazu saw the figure behind them, wearing a black robe and holding a bloody knife. However, before she could finish her words, a huge hand made of black energy appeared out of thin air in the space, as fast as lightning, and snatched her token away. Who the hell are you? Zhang Miazu's back was already wet with cold sweat. He killed 6 powerful men with 1 sword and took away her teleportation token in an instant. This extreme power really looks like a person. Who am I, have you forgotten? Remember what I said, when I reach the state of great power, I will take your essence. After getting the token, Zhao Wumian was no longer anxious. He slowly pulled down his black hood, revealing his true face. He grinned, revealing a strange smile, and looked at Zhang Miazu with interest in his bloodshot eyes. Chapter 37. How is that possible? Didn't Ye Chen say that you were trapped in the formation and would definitely die? Zhang Miazu was stunned when she saw Zhao Wumian's true appearance, and boundless fear came over her instantly. That devil-like figure appeared in my mind again. Nothing is impossible. This world is destined to be destroyed because of me. How could I possibly die before that happens? Zhao Wumian said coldly, the murderous aura and hatred in his eyes turned into huge waves rolling. Ye Chen is just... Zhang Miazu wanted to explain herself, but she couldn't bring herself to say the following words. Just what? Just killed some insignificant ants? Just slaughtered the entire eastern wasteland's garbage? Until now? Are you still so arrogant and have no remorse at all? The murderous intent in Zhao Wumian's eyes almost became tangible, like an ancient ferocious beast staring at the trembling body in front of him. What do you want to do? Zhang Miazu couldn't stand this naked look, so she hugged the pair of proud things with both hands, looking extremely terrified. The fate of the Taiyin divine body was determined from birth. Meeting me is even more of a misfortune for you. Ye Chen, is your engaged partner, right? Zhao Wumian is approaching step by step, Ye Chen's fiancé. This identity is great. Very good. You think too highly of yourself. How can you destroy the vast Tianyuan continent just by saying so? A truly powerful person hidden in the world can destroy you with just one finger. Zhang Miazu answered the question irrelevantly and started to mock. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to probe into the storage ring without leaving any trace and found a golden carved jade plate. This is a rare treasure made of special materials and can be used to transmit sound in real time. Before entering the Medicine King Valley, Ye Chen specially handed it to her in case any difficult situation arose. You don't need to worry about whether it can be destroyed or not. Before that, I need you to help me understand the Taiyin law. Zhao Wumian sneered, what kind of strong people can be hidden in this world? The ancestors of the Holy Land have all appeared and died in battle, and at most there are only monsters in the restricted area. But when those people come out, my strength will not remain the same. The higher the realm of the original true demon, the more bizarre it is and the harder it is to kill. You hate Ye Chen for killing innocent people, but what's the difference between you and him now? Zhang Miazu stepped back step by step, and in extreme panic, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Even so, she kept talking, trying her best to delay time. The next second, the golden hollow jade plate was successfully opened and connected to Ye Chen on the other side. Save me, Ye Chen, save me quickly." Zhang Miazu was anxious and helpless in the voice transmission of his spiritual consciousness. Somewhere in the seemingly endless Yaoang Valley, Ye Chen's action of breaking the formation suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at the golden jade token in the storage ring. "Save me, Ye Chen, save me. Miazu? What happened to you? Did you encounter a guarding monster or were you attacked by other cultivators?" When Ye Chen heard the helpless cry for help, he immediately became anxious. He hasn't enjoyed the Taiyin divine body yet, and there's also the free Taiyin law. If something happens to Zhang Miazu, everything will be in vain. I'm here. I must call on a dozen more powerful geniuses. Otherwise, I won't be a match for him. He. Zhang Miazu calmly and quickly input the coordinates. When she was about to point out Zhao Wumian's identity, her storage ring suddenly disappeared and her soul connection was cut off. Him? What do you mean by him? Miazu, tell me what happened to you. The sudden stop of the sound made Ye Chen feel something was wrong. He roared madly at the golden jade token and asked. Unfortunately, no more sound came from the other side. Tisk, there's such a thing. Zhao Wumian clicked his tongue, and suddenly a brilliant idea came to his mind. Real-time sound transmission, wouldn't this be a real-time dynamic sharing with Ye Chen? The powerful spiritual consciousness instantly poured into the golden jade plate, and after a breath, it found Zhang Miazu's spiritual mark and destroyed it. Then engrave his own spiritual mark on it. In this way, the golden jade token directly changed its owner and could be controlled freely. Who are you? Ye Chen on the opposite side was still yelling. He heard a man's voice. After a while, the jade token seemed to lose contact, but it recovered soon after. He became more and more anxious, and flew in the sky to look for other powerful geniuses. Ye Chen. He is Zhao Wumian, the devil. Zhang Miazu, who was half lying on the ground, supported himself with his hands and roared loudly, conveying the message to Ye Chen. He can't hear it. Zhao Wumian showed a hint of amusement on his face. The jade token had already been engraved with the imprint of his soul, so it was easy for him to block Zhang Miazu's voice from entering. You are shameless, you are not even human, you beast. Zhang Miazu seemed to have thought of something terrible, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead and back. Large patches of sweat soaked the white dress, showing off her delicate figure. Miazu, what on earth happened? Who dared to rob and kill you? Surprisingly, this sentence was successfully transmitted. Ye Chen frowned and felt extremely uncomfortable. Yes, she is indeed a goddess of her clan. Her appearance is almost perfect. Zhao Wumian stood in front of goddess Zhang, his black robe had long been removed, leaving only his inner shirt. Bang! He naturally slapped down, seriously injuring the beautiful woman on the ground. It should be more convenient now. After a palm strike, Zhao Wumian slowly squatted down, lifted Miazu's delicate chin with one hand and said. Pooh! You beast, worse than pigs and dogs, you will go to hell. Zhang Miazu's eyes were dead, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with sweat. In her current state, she couldn't resist at all. Hell? I've been there a long time ago. Zhao Wumian wiped the blood off his face without a care, released her chin, and slowly reached for the hairpin on her head. With a light pull, her 3,000 strands of black hair fell down. It looks better this way. The falling black hair added a bit of charm, and Zhao Wumian nodded frequently. A-hole! You are courting death. Stop now, or I will kill your entire clan. After listening for a long time, Ye Chen still didn't know what situation his fiancé was in. He gritted his teeth and his heart was bleeding. Zhao Wumian didn't bother to care about this, he just wanted to destroy everything. Coincidentally, this wonderful person who possesses the Taiyin divine body is also Ye Chen's fiancé. You have to let the other party feel the real-time sound transmission and witness this scene with their own ears. Zhang Miazu could no longer bear it and did not want the most embarrassing scene to happen and reach Ye Chen's ears. She gritted her teeth and wanted to induce her soul to self-destruct, preferring death to submission. Can you do it in front of me? Unexpectedly, the next moment an even more violent and ferocious spirit rushed into her mind, instantly suppressing all her movements. Humph! You overestimate your own abilities. Just bear my wrath obediently. Zhao Wumian slapped her in the face, then reached out and began to take off her clothes. No, don't do that. Zhang Miazu broke down and burst into tears in an instant, closing her eyes and biting her lips tightly. Chapter 38. The Ye family will definitely not let you go. Ye Chen's extremely desperate voice came from the golden jade plate. On this side, there was only a scream in response, which was the terrified sound made by Zhang Miazu. A moment later, among the green mountains and green waters, the wind blows hard and the shadows intertwine. Good. Even as a demon, this was the first time Zhao Wumian had experienced this feeling. Below, Zhang Miazu turned her head away in embarrassment and awkwardness. The huge beating sound of her heart made her head dizzy and blank. Tears of sorrow rolled down his neck. Hee hee. Zhao Wumian sneered to himself. You beast, you will die a miserable death. Zhang Miazu's whole body was tense, and he kept cursing while gritting his teeth. At the same time, FKU. I'm not a human being if I don't kill you in this lifetime. I'm not a human being. On the other side of the golden jade token, Ye Chen was furious and helpless. The voices from the other side were like thousands of sharp swords piercing his heart. He could hardly control the anger in his heart, and his face was distorted to the extreme. Whenever I think of the scene over there, I feel indescribably depressed and accompanied by extreme pain. Puff! Ye Chen, who was flying at high speed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered and rolled several times in the air. It was obviously caused by anger that overwhelmed his heart and his endurance exceeded his limit. Kill, kill, kill your whole family. After stabilizing his body, he looked ferocious with bloodshot eyes. He threw away the golden jade token, not wanting to hear the dirty words in it anymore. Boom! A series of sonic booms were heard, and Ye Chen burst out with even more terrifying speed. Looking everywhere for the geniuses and powerful people from other Holy Land families. That beast was able to subdue Zhang Miazu so easily, his strength must be ridiculously strong. You should know that the latter possesses the Taiyin divine body and is a genius among geniuses in the entire Tianyuan continent. He had previously received a reminder from Zhang Miazu, asking him to find a dozen powerful geniuses to go there. A few hours later, the Taiyin divine body is truly extraordinary. It can actually help me reach a higher realm. Zhao Wumian's bloodshot eyes half closed, he felt that the Taiyin law, which was unique to the Taiyin divine body, was being transferred to his own soul. Just kill me. Zhang Miazu looked hopeless, and her beautiful eyes were completely lifeless. At this point, she had no face to see Ye Chen again. Shut up! Zhao Wumian slapped him again. Kill? How could he bear to do that? Not to mention that this kind of genius is very suitable for becoming a demon slave, and his physique is also suitable for long-term nourishment. Most importantly, he has endless anger in his heart that he needs to vent at any time. Ye Chen's fiancée, how could you let her go so easily? A day later, Zhao Wumian also. He successfully obtained the Taiyin law and his realm directly broke through to the late stage of great power. Devil, beast. Zhang Miazu was breathing very slowly, with her hands clasped in front of her chest. She stared at Zhao Wumian with resentful eyes, wishing she could eat him alive. Oh, this is just the beginning. Compared to the deeds of your so-called aristocratic Holy Land, this is nothing. Zhao Wumian sneered and walked forward again, covering Zhang Miazu's head with one hand, and strands of original demonic energy descended. Half an hour later, the transformation into a demon was completed. This time, he gave the position of a heavenly demon to Zhang Miazu. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The latter opened his eyes and knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Wumian, his heart already belonging to darkness. "Call me master." Zhao Wumian kicked down with a sullen face, knocking the former into the ground. "Owner." Zhang Miazu quickly crawled out and knelt down again, shouting. Although her sanity is intact now, she already regards Zhao Wumian as the Supreme Lord. There is no rebellious mentality at all, and he will be punished by his master even if he says something wrong. "Can you solve this formation?" Zhao Wumian turned his head and looked forward, thinking that the imperial medicine might be hidden there. Imperial medicine, or quasi-imperial medicine, this level of spiritual medicine is no longer simply sufficient in spiritual energy. It also contains various insights into laws, which can speed up one's own comprehension. It also has a significant effect on the original true demon. "Yes, Master." Zhang Miazu stood up and answered respectfully that this formation was actually not very strong. If it were in the outside world, powerful saints could easily crack it. The main reason is that in the secret realm, no one has ever been able to reach the realm of great power before the age of 50. "Then let's get started." Zhao Wumian nodded. He had done some research on battle formations. "Yes." Zhang Miazu responded and walked forward. With a wave of his jade palm, a formation plate appeared in front of his chest. She closed her eyes and sensed something. After a long time, she opened her eyes and immediately activated the divine light in the formation plate to start breaking the formation. "Tisk, this figure is perfect." In the back, Zhao Wumian squinted his eyes in admiration. At this time, Zhang Miazu was still naked, and her every move exuded the seductive demeanor of a mature woman. "Thank you for the compliment, Master." Hearing the Master's praise, Zhang Miazu blushed and thanked him, her heart filled with joy. The happiest thing for her is to please her master. Half an hour later, the formation was broken and the invisible barrier disappeared. Zhao Wumian casually threw a black robe to Zhang Miazu, and then stepped forward. Swoosh! Before he could even step in, a flash of blood suddenly flew out at an incredible speed. "Want to leave?" Zhao Wumian acted quickly, opening his big hand to firmly lock onto the blood-red shadow. "Congratulations, Master! This is the quasi-emperor medicine blood Bodhi." Zhang Miazu said excitedly after seeing the blood-red vine clearly. "Oh? It's just a quasi-emperor medicine." Zhao Wumian was slightly disappointed, as he had thought he could obtain the real imperial medicine. The imperial medicine is so precious that it only appears in the core areas. Zhang Miazu explained that it was rare for their ancestors to find the location where the quasi-imperial medicine was suspected to be located. "As for the real imperial medicine, I'm afraid I'll have to cross the Tianyuan Avenue in the center of the Medicine King Valley and reach the core to see it." "Well, let's go and start the killing feast with me." Zhao Wumian nodded thoughtfully, put on his black robe again, and his pupils turned black. At the same time, Ye Chen sat on the ground with an angry look on his face after searching for a long time. After searching for a long time, he met two geniuses and powerful men. No matter how he tried to persuade them, no one was willing to pay attention to him. Everyone was busy looking for luck and had no time to help him. "Is it finally over?" He. Ye Chen laughed at himself, saying that two of the Ye family's ancestors had died in battle and the family no longer had the glory it once had. Now no one is willing to help with even this little bit. That's all. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and sighed, choosing to give up revenge now. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. It was impossible for him to take risks alone and sacrifice his life for a woman. There are only so many powerful geniuses in the Tianyuan continent. I wonder how you can hide after you get out. Ye Chen roared fiercely, isn't it difficult to find someone who can easily suppress the Taiyin divine body? Miazu has little chance of surviving the humiliation, and the Zhang family probably won't sit idly by. When the time comes, we will contact the Ye and Zhang families and join forces to wipe out their entire family. Chapter 39. Is this the Tianyuan Avenue that leads to the core? After several days of rapid travel, Zhao Wumian and his companion came to a bottomless ravine. Yes, Master. Medicine King Valley has stood in the eastern wasteland for countless years. Over countless years, our ancestors have never given up exploring its deepest depths. However, the idea that it contains the imperial medicine is only a guess. No one has ever seen it in person, let alone reached it in person. This speculation stems from an ancient tome. Rumor has it that a peerless genius from the Penglay Holy Land found it in the abyss of heaven. It records that the imperial medicine and other creations are hidden in its core. Zhang Miazhu lowered his head slightly and reported. Then wait for them at the end. Zhao Wumian narrowed his eyes and put on his signature evil smile. It was too troublesome to search one by one, so I just went fishing on this necessary road. After each genius has explored the land of good fortune where their family had left its mark, they will definitely try their luck in the deepest part. Well, it's just that the people from Kixia Holy Land have probably already gone in first. Their saintess is quite ambitious. Zhang Miazhu nodded and reminded. She didn't know why her master was obsessed with meaningless killing, but she would fully support and cooperate with him. Zhao Wumian's expression became slightly solemn. When he was in the outside world, he sensed the terrifying aura of the woman in white. This person was too abnormal, and her cultivation speed was even faster than his. This person's name is Ye Beiwei. Based on various indications, it is very likely that she is from the immortal realm. There are also rumors that she is the reincarnation of the most powerful being in the immortal world, which is why she has made rapid progress without any bottlenecks. Perhaps her understanding of the laws has long been engraved in her mind. The two began to move forward and stepped into the abyss. During this period, Zhang Miazhu told everything he knew about Ye Beiwei. There's an inexplicable pressure in this that can hinder people's progress. As soon as he stepped into the abyss, Zhao Wumian felt an invisible pressure blocking his way forward. Moreover, this mysterious substance will interfere with the detection of spiritual consciousness, greatly reducing the field of vision. Fortunately, when he wrapped his body in darkness, the pressure disappeared in an instant, as if it had never existed. It is indeed not something that ordinary people can go deep into. Ordinary Tianjiao cannot even enter the Tianyuan unless they reach the realm of great power. After the pressure disappeared, the two returned to normal speed and flew at high speed in the abyss. Tianyuan is not small, it is large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people walking side by side. The surroundings are as dark as night, and the only light is the colorful light released by the magical herbs and flowers. The further you go in, the greater the pressure becomes, and the spiritual herbs everywhere gradually decrease, as if they are not suitable for growth. No, these spiritual herbs are not unsuitable for growth, they are simply unable to grow. Zhao Wumian suddenly paused and looked somewhere below. There was an extremely strong residual spiritual energy there that almost turned into substance. The aura of the Medicine King. This Medicine King is almost on the verge of advancing to a quasi-emperor medicine. Zhang Miazhu was speechless. Such a king of medicine was growing casually in an inconspicuous place in the sky. It seems you are all wrong. Why are you trying to break the formation and find the quasi-emperor medicine? This heavenly abyss is the real place of good fortune, even if you haven't reached the core yet. Zhao Wumian seemed lost in thought. No wonder low-level spiritual medicines are becoming less and less. It turns out that a medicine king is growing here and has sucked up all the spiritual energy. Hurry up, you won't be able to drink the leftover soup if you follow behind. Zhao Wumian no longer stopped, his feet burst out with even more ferocious speed, his body turning into an afterimage. 2 days later. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in front of the two of them, scattered everywhere. Senior Sister Yu is so lucky. This is the third quasi-emperor medicine. A man in a black Taoist robe complimented from afar, his eyes full of envy. It's just good luck. You all have gained a lot. The woman surnamed Yu turned around and smiled, then her white wrist dropped and rolled up a quasi-emperor medicine with golden fruits. What a pity. Our newly appointed elder refused to come no matter what. Otherwise, sigh. Not far away, a woman dressed in the attire of the Dian demon sect's heavenly demon lineage sighed. The red-robed sword demon who single-handedly slaughtered the entire blood demon lineage right after joining Dian. Isn't she already 50 years old? The woman surnamed Yu was intrigued and asked curiously. Yeah, it's a pity that no matter how much the great demon lord persuaded her, she refused to come. I don't know what she was thinking. The woman sighed again. Yaoang Valley is such a beautiful place, how could anyone not want to come and pick up money? I really can't understand it. What a pity. If she had come along, our demon clan would have gained another invincible force. The woman surnamed Yu also sighed softly. This time when the Medicine King Valley was opened, all the demons united together, abandoned the places that had been marked for countless years, and came straight to the abyss. Facts have proved that this decision is extremely correct. The gains in Tianyuan are definitely greater than those in the outside world, and this is still the periphery. It is hard to imagine what kind of fortune is hidden in the core. Forget it, let's keep going. The person ahead of us has a clear goal, he's heading for the imperial medicine. Someone else spoke up, saying that there were more than just the demon clan forces here, there was also a pair of people walking in front of them. However, those people seemed to be in a hurry and only collected a few king of medicine and quasi-emperor medicines along the way. I guess they just went straight ahead and took whatever they came across. The person ahead they're talking about must be Yabeiwei, right? Zhao Wumian hid his breath and heard all the conversations between the demons. At the same time, I also learned that Xiao Linger did not participate in the opening of Medicine King Valley. She was probably afraid that her identity would be recognized, or, she knew that I would come. Master, do you want to take action? Even Yu Chen is here, so it's a bit difficult to deal with him. Zhang Xuanji's eyes were hidden in the darkness, staring straight at the almost flawless back. The most beautiful woman in Tianyuan, Yu Chen. I heard that his combat ability is also extremely high and he has top-notch physique. No need, I have a use for these demons. Zhao Wumian waved his hand and said he would not kill, but his figure gradually appeared. Who? In an instant, more than 10 people nearby all noticed something was wrong and slowed down and turned back. Zhang Miazu of the Zhang family. The woman surnamed Yu was none other than Yu Chen, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Tianyuan. Divine light flashed in her eyes, and they gradually became fierce. Are you two looking for death? How dare you show yourself? More than 10 demons surrounded him in an instant, all with murderous eyes. The good and evil forces in Tianyuan continent appear to be on good terms with each other, but in reality they will never let go of any opportunity to reduce the other's strength. The goddess of the Zhang family possesses the Taiyin divine body. If it is removed, it will be no less than obtaining an imperial medicine for the demons. Moreover, there were only 2 people on the other side, and the one next to them looked unfamiliar. He was probably a servant secretly trained by the Zhang family and was insignificant. Leave all the Medicine King and quasi-emperor medicines behind, and I'll spare your lives. Unexpectedly, a scene that made people laugh and cry appeared. The black-robed man next to Zhang Miazu was so shameless. Where did this ant come from? He's so arrogant. It's more than just not small, it's simply brainless. I guess he's been brainwashed by the Zhang family. Ha ha ha. I don't know what gives you the courage to say these things. The demons were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They had never seen anyone so stupid and ignorant of the consequences. Chapter 40. You, really asking for death? Zhao Wumian's expression gradually turned cold, and the tremendous magic power in his body circulated. In an instant, it gushed out from his right palm and turned into a palm wind that slapped in one direction. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar was heard, and a huge pit thousands of feet long was blasted out horizontally on the mountain wall hundreds of miles away. Moreover, the roaring sound never ceased, and the palm wind continued to expand, and it was unknown how long the iron and stone could be penetrated. Dozens of demons, including Yu Chen, were speechless, staring at the power of this palm in shock. They instantly understood that this was a threat. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of you in Tianyuan continent? After Yu Chen came back to her senses, she looked at Zhao Wumian solemnly, the shock in her beautiful eyes not diminishing in the slightest. They all guessed wrong. This was not a servant of the Zhang family, but a hidden monster. Haha, maybe you've heard it, but you just forgot. Zhao Wumian chuckled and walked forward at a leisurely pace. As he took a step forward, everyone was shocked and immediately became alert, taking out their magic weapons and preparing for battle. Just from the previous palm strike, it can be seen that this person's strength is beyond their imagination. I'm afraid it's the legendary invincible monster that has appeared in the world. Hand over the elixir, and will you let us go? Yu Chen felt as if a god or demon was approaching, and she was suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. She came to the conclusion in an instant that even if all the geniuses of the demon clan from farther away came together, they might not be a match for the person in front of her. If the other party is just asking for elixir, it would be good news. Of course. Today I only ask for these elixirs. If I encounter them again next time, I may not be able to find them. Zhao Wumian said mysteriously. He naturally had other plans in mind. The demons of Tianyuan continent are the most suitable force to become his tribe. They are also the easiest to win over, and it can be said that it takes absolutely no effort at all. Besides, this trip to Medicine King Valley still requires the demons to play an important role. Give it to him. Hearing this, Yu Chen immediately said, and the 3 quasi-emperor medicines and 7 pearl medicine kings in the storage ring were all delivered to Zhao Wumian. All the movements were done in one go and with extraordinary decisiveness. Seeing this, others followed suit, not daring to stop for even a moment. He was afraid that if he delayed for even a second longer, that terrifying palm would fall upon him. You are very good. We will meet again. Zhao Wumian accepted all the spiritual medicines that flew over, a total of 9 quasi-emperor medicines and 39 medicine kings. Afterwards, he said something incomprehensible to Yu Chen. Excuse me, sir, may we continue to explore the abyss? Yu Chen just watched Zhao Wumian walk past her, and just as he was about to leave, she turned around and asked boldly. It was too unwilling for them to just turn around and leave now. There was only one chance in a lifetime to enter the Medicine King Valley. Yes. Zhao Wumian said lightly. Then. Your Excellency, can you still? Yu Chen stammered and became more cautious. If we continue to explore and find that what we have obtained will be stolen, it is better to leave now. Tisk. You're very brave. How about this? I want 20% of the proceeds from now on. Zhao Wumian suddenly stopped, his whole body filled with demonic energy. He turned around and looked directly at Yu Chen. Thank you. Although he had suffered a huge loss, Yu Chen showed surprise and thanked Zhao Wumian. Oh. Zhao Wumian glanced at Yu Chen meaningfully and left. Hey. Why do I feel like I'm facing an ancestor? The oppression is too strong. How could there be such a monster in Tianyuan? Is he an ancient freak? Or maybe the emperor's son? After Zhao Wumian left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they heard voices of disappointment. This person is very strange. I feel like he's even trying hard to suppress something. And that thing? Yu Chen frowned frequently, feeling something extremely terrifying from Zhao Wumian, which he couldn't describe specifically. It just feels like that thing is suppressed and hidden, and once it's released. As she thought about it, she shook her head vigorously, totally confused. He seems to be a demon as well. Thinking back carefully, he's very similar to the demon from the He family, but his personality is completely different. Someone suddenly said that he remembered the demon from the ancient He family in the southern territory. I think he's been possessed. This person is definitely not the demon named He. Yu Chen shook her head. She had seen the demon from the He family, and it was impossible for him to have such terrifying strength. It's getting weirder and weirder. Master, are you interested in her? Half a day later, Zhang Miazuo asked timidly in a low voice. There was a hint of jealousy and envy in his eyes. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Zhao Wumian turned his head and stared, his eyes, like the endless frozen soil, extremely cold. I know my mistake. Zhang Miazuo quickly lowered her head and suddenly woke up, realizing that she had overstepped the line. Snort. Zhao Wumian snorted coldly. Even though he knew that Zhang Miazuo was loyal to him at this time, he still couldn't mind this identity. The endless pain that the Ye family brought him was far more than this. Front. Zhang Miazuo suddenly raised his hand and pointed forward, where strong light shone in. It forms a huge contrast with the dim sky. Is it almost time? Zhao Wumian also looked over there, and at the same time felt a more advanced energy than spiritual energy floating around his body. After absorbing some randomly, my realm will rise a little bit. Could it be the immortal energy? He wondered to himself that this kind of energy completely exceeded the limit of spiritual energy. Perhaps only the legendary immortal energy could be so mysterious. After a stick of incense, the two of them completely escaped from the dark abyss and entered a gorgeous fairyland filled with fairy air. The green mountains are like layers of waves, and the peaks are like swords pointing straight to the sky. Pieces, wisps, and clusters of milky white clouds float between the mountains, drifting slowly and faintly glowing. From time to time, the figures of immortal birds and beasts flashed through the clouds and mist. This Medicine King Valley may not be that simple. Zhao Wumian felt the nourishment of the immortal energy, and a question arose in his mind. Can such a secret realm be born in Tianyuan continent? The outside world seems boundless and no different from another world. It is even more amazing after passing through the Tianyuan to arrive here. It is another magnificent world, and the air contains qi that is similar to fairy air. Everything is so unusual. Secret realms are usually created by ancient masters with great magical powers, and their space should be limited. It is not like Yaoang Valley, which seems to be naturally generated, not created. Demons. Suddenly, a whisper sounded from the sky. Zhao Wumian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in white with an impeccable face emerging from the milky white mist. After taking a quick look at him, she disappeared again. The so-called reincarnation from the upper realm, Ye Beiwei. Zhao Wumian immediately felt a surge of murderous intent in his heart. This person was determined to kill him and repeatedly used thunderous means to suppress him. Today, I finally met the real person face to face. Chapter 41. Boom. Just when Zhao Wumian wanted to kill Yunhai to solve this disaster. Suddenly, wind and clouds rose above, and then an extremely terrifying palm broke through the void and smashed down. The clouds and mist dissipated in an instant, allowing Zhao Wumian and the others to see the situation above. I saw a huge snake with a majestic head being killed directly by the previous palm strike, and then quickly fell to the ground. This combat power, his realm is probably at the late stage of Fuiyao, and his strength is even. Zhao Wumian suddenly suppressed the monstrous murderous intent in his heart. He does not take ordinary geniuses from the lower realm seriously even if they have reached the peak of the Fuiyao realm. But this person displays an invincible heart of Tao in every move he makes. If I fight her now and kill her to the end, I might not be able to kill her and it might even arouse suspicion. Zhao Wumian hesitated. He underestimated the background of the people in the upper realm. They were completely different from those in the lower realm. In order to easily suppress this person, you must be at least at the same realm as him. Boom. While Zhao Wumian was thinking and hesitating, he saw the woman in white blast out several earth-shattering magical powers. Master, these magical powers are not found in Tianyuan continent. It seems that the identity of the reincarnation is beyond doubt. Zhang Miazu immediately spoke out to remind him that judging from the power of his magical powers alone, it was no weaker than Zhao Wumian's. Saint, this barrier cannot be broken by brute force. Perhaps, it requires some medium to open it. There were 4 people on the Sea of Clouds, including the woman in white, 2 women and 1 man. The one who spoke was a woman in a green dress. Tisk, 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 you all came really quickly. Why are you still taking so long to enter the barrier? Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded from behind. Zhao Wumian turned around and looked, and saw several young men and women, each wearing moon-white clothes embroidered with cloud patterns. These are disciples from Penglay Island. Rumor has it that they were the ones who obtained that book and deduced that there was an imperial medicine behind the heavenly abyss. Zhang Miazu immediately introduced it via voice transmission. Do you know anything about this barrier? Ye Beiwei turned around and stared at the people who had just arrived. Well, I know a little bit. If this, senior wants to share information with us, it's not impossible. All we need is a few immortal scriptures. The leader stepped forward and seemed to recognize the identity of the woman in white, and immediately opened his mouth loudly. I have countless immortal scriptures, but to me, you can be destroyed in the blink of an eye. The woman in white said unhappily, you want to threaten her with just a little information? I have no doubt that you have this ability, but before that, I have enough time to destroy that book. The man spoke calmly and was not prepared to compromise. He had probably considered this situation before coming. According to the description in the book, behind the barrier is a true fairyland, where a magical medicine is hidden. Though we juniors don't know what a divine medicine is, it must be several levels higher than the imperial medicine. Another disciple from Penglay spoke up and revealed inside information unknown to the entire Tianyuan continent. It turns out that what is hidden here is not some imperial medicine, but a magical medicine. Really? No one present knew what the miracle medicine was, but the woman in white was not unfamiliar with it. There was a lot of turmoil in her heart. After passing through the Tianyuan, she realized the extraordinary nature of this world. What is floating everywhere is genuine fairy air, just like the fairyland. She was even more shocked when she discovered the barrier. Such a place should not appear in the underworld. A miracle drug? Could it be that this place corroborates the ancient rumor from Haoshan immortal realm? The woman in white looked more shocked. The magic medicine is also known as the immortal medicine. It is not only higher than the imperial medicine as the ignorant disciples of Penglay Holy Land say, but it is the real supreme medicine. It is also a top-level fortune in the fairy world and a treasure that surpasses immortal medicine. Even though she was an immortal emperor in her previous life, she only got half of the immortal medicine with roots. As for that rumor, legend has it that in ancient times, an incredible war took place in the Haoshan fairyland. In the end, the Haoshan immortal realm was on the verge of collapse. Before the Haoshan immortal emperor died, he used supreme means to condense a corner of the immortal realm, hid an immortal elixir inside it, and then sent it into the chaos rift. The woman in white came back to her senses and looked carefully at this world. There shouldn't be too many discrepancies. There really is a magical medicine hidden here. At this moment, even she couldn't help but get excited. What a miracle medicine! Obtaining one of them is like obtaining a second life. The immortal emperors who possess the magic medicine will all embark on the path of invincibility. The various creations involved cannot be easily explained. Only after you actually obtain it will you know its extraordinary side. Thinking back to her previous life, she was only close to reaching the realm of Immortal King when she obtained that half-plant of the immortal medicine. The immortal elixir accounts for most of the credit for his becoming the immortal emperor. Do you have a medium that can open the barrier? If so, I will give you a copy of the immortal scripture. The woman in white didn't need to weigh the pros and cons at all. She had countless immortal scriptures, and compared with the magic medicine, there was simply a world of difference. Yes. Thank you, Senior. The Penglay disciples' eyes lit up, they had made the right bet. Show it up. The woman in white felt a flash of surprise when she heard this, but she didn't show it. Perhaps for her meritorious service in eliminating demons in this life, the heavens will reward her with such good fortune. This place is far from as simple as we imagined, hee. Zhao Wumian has been watching from the sidelines, taking in everything. Especially the various reactions of the women in white, all of which show the extraordinary nature of this place. A miracle drug, hee. Zhao Wumian sneered strangely in his heart. He once again restrained all his aura, pretending to be an ordinary demon genius, and then quietly waited for the woman in white to open the barrier. A moment later, a book with an ancient atmosphere appeared in the hands of the woman in white. After carefully examining it, she took out a circular array plate made of a special material. After a while, the woman waved everyone away, and began to break the formation by herself, circling around the barrier. Time passed slowly, and Zhao Wumian saw that breaking the formation was slow, so he simply practiced the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. He had been practicing and contemplating continuously along the way, and was almost able to successfully comprehend the first transformation. There's just a tiny bit of a threshold left. Once he successfully comprehends it, his overall combat power will be increased 9-fold. At that time, he will have full confidence to fight the woman in white without being defeated. Of course, if the latter cannot be killed, the important thing is still the magical medicine. With his speed increased 9-fold, he should be able to gain a huge advantage. 3 days later, the woman in white was still trying to break the formation. 9 days later, the barrier was still strong. At the same time, Yu Chen led dozens of demon geniuses to arrive. When all the demons arrived, they saw this strange scene. Only the woman in white was breaking the formation, while the others stood in different places, watching indifferently. Stay where you are. Yu Chen glanced at Zhao Wumian and then gave the order. She had a feeling that everyone seemed to be waiting for the woman in white above to break the barrier. 18 days later, more and more people gathered here, and after observing for a while, they also waited. 21 days later, most of the geniuses and powerful people arrived here. Zhao Wumian opened his eyes for a moment at this moment, revealing a strange smile. 36 days later, everyone suddenly heard a soft click sound in their ears. Looking up. The barrier is opened. Chapter 42. The invisible barrier began to slowly dissipate. The moment the barrier was broken, endless terrifying immortal energy poured out from the gap in the barrier that had just been torn. Hundreds of people present were shocked by this terrifying immortal energy. After taking a big breath of it, their bodies and minds were probably sublimated. Why didn't Ye Chen come? Zhao Wumian came out of seclusion, and successfully broke through the first of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon 7 days ago. The barrier is now slowly opening, and every second counts. But before that, he scanned the entire room and didn't see the BD he most hoped to see. Master, I just heard that when Ye Chen was trying to break through a formation, he was besieged by 4 powerful independent cultivators. He was forced to crush the token and escape from Medicine King Valley. Zhang Miazu reported through telepathy that she knew her master's endless hatred for the Ye family. Therefore, I was observing the people coming from the Ye family in advance. Well, I'm glad you're not dead. Zhao Wumian nodded indifferently. As long as he didn't die at the hands of others, it would be fine. If he died at the hands of others, it would be too easy for that BD. Walk. While the two were talking, the barrier finally opened up to a hole large enough for one person to pass through. Zhao Wumian grabbed Zhang Miazu's jade hand and instantly turned into black light and rushed in. Even the woman in white who was closest to her was stunned. She couldn't believe that someone could react before her and rush in front of her. There was no time to surprise her, as hundreds of divine lights had already left the ground. After Zhao Wumian broke through the barrier, he came to a world shrouded in dense mist. There is nothing else besides this, not even a trace of any miracle medicine or imperial medicine. What's going on? Zhao Wumian suddenly felt puzzled. He had been in the misty world for several breaths, but no one had come from behind. Moreover, Zhang Miazhu also disappeared. Random teleportation. Zhao Wumian finally came up with only this one explanation. Latecomers, shall we begin the trial? Just when Zhao Wumian was at a loss as to where to start, all the mist quickly dissipated, replaced by a dim plateau. An extremely tall figure appeared in the sky, looking at him. What trial? Zhao Wumian asked. The trials left by the immortal Emperor Haoshan consist of 9 levels. Each time you pass a level, you will receive a corresponding reward. After passing all 9 levels, you can enter the true place of fortune and choose a fortune. The tall figure in the sky explained. Is there a magical medicine in the place of creation? Zhao Wumian's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively. Ha ha ha, of course there is. Not only that, there is also the inheritance of Emperor Haoshan and the Supreme Dao soldiers. But the prerequisite is that you can pass the 9th level. The tall figure smiled kindly. Then let's get started. Zhao Wumian didn't say much nonsense. Only after passing 9 levels can you choose your destiny. And he has competitors. As you wish. After he finished speaking, a boy of 15 or 16 years old appeared on the plateau. Judging from his realm, he was in the late stage of great power. Hegemony body, please teach me. The young man bowed and reported his information. Is this the trial? Zhao Wumian smiled. He was very good at one-on-one fights. The young man opposite claims to have the body of a dominant god, which is probably at the level of the son of God of the Holy Land. However, the skills he practices should be top-notch, and his combat power exceeds that of the so-called top geniuses in the lower realm. Boom boom boom. The young man clasped his fists and quickly entered a fighting state, and a dull dong 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 sound came from his seemingly thin body. The body swelled rapidly with the sound and was covered with a layer of golden color. The overlord body focuses on the physical body, and a punch is like a mountain smashing down. The fierce wind from his fist plowed hundreds of feet of holes in the plateau beneath his feet. Just in time. Zhao Wumian's eyes narrowed, and he also suppressed it with a punch, fighting against it with pure physical strength. I also want to use this opportunity to test the strength of the Chaos True Demon body. Bang! The two collided, causing a deafening sound and a mushroom cloud rising in the center. The young man behind was instantly swallowed by the boundless power. Pass the first level and enter the second level. The tall figure did not show up, but words were spoken, and at the same time a quasi-emperor medicine was delivered. God King body, please teach me. A moment later, a young girl appeared and introduced herself. The Divine King body has surpassed most special physiques, and is known as one of the 3 major king bodies along with the human king body and the demon king body. After the king body is fully developed, it directly enters the quasi-emperor realm. However, it is still too weak for Zhao Wumian. A moment later, the girl turned to ashes, he obtained an imperial medicine, and then entered the 3rd level. Holy host, please teach me. This time it was a holy body, comparable to the physique of peerless geniuses such as Zhang Miazhu. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold out for a moment under Zhao Wumian's hands and was turned into ashes by a world-destroying magic thunder. After the figure disappeared, 2 imperial medicines and several scriptures floated in the sky for him to choose from. Zhao Wumian does not need other inheritances and directly chooses Emperor medicine. Then came the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th levels. He broke through the 7th level one after another, so his opponents became more and more abnormal. Some of them had holy bodies or invincible hearts, but none of them could last more than 3 breaths. At this point, together with the rewards from the previous 3 levels, he obtained 1 quasi-imperial medicine, 20 imperial medicines and 3 immortal medicines. In such a short time, we harvested a huge amount. Please enlighten me. A moment later, the 8th level opened, and dozens of figures appeared directly on the plateau, all with top-notch physiques. Zhao Wumian said nothing as he shot out instantly, and at the same time the world-destroying field enveloped him. The world-destroying demonic thunder hung high in the sky, and smashed down with a frown. The plateau collapsed inch by inch and turned into a plain in an instant. After the darkness dissipated, Zhao Wumian caught the 4 falling immortal herbs. Group battles are where he is truly terrifying. Would this kind of trial be too difficult for others? Zhao Wumian was quite puzzled, facing dozens of cultivators of the same level at the same time, and all of them were peerless geniuses with invincible hearts. Who else can pass except myself? The 9th level is opened. While Zhao Wumian was thinking, the plateau recovered and a familiar figure walked out from the opposite side. Is it him? The person who came was the tall and majestic figure from before. Haoshan, please teach me. The man named Haoshan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he exuded an indescribable aura. Is it the immortal emperor's infancy? Zhao Wumian licked his tongue, and his blood began to boil. He was also in the infancy of the original true demon, and it was just a good opportunity for him to see what the differences were for those in the upper realm who could reach the level of immortal emperor. The war is about to break out. There was a buzzing sound. A long sword appeared in the hands of the immortal emperor Haoshan. The clear and clanging sound of a sword being drawn resounded throughout heaven and earth, and a stunning sword light suddenly appeared, one that stood out from the world. The icy chill swept across the entire world, and the sword light, as graceful as a startled swan and as agile as a flying dragon, seemed to cut the sky in two. How terrifying! What is this thing? Zhao Wumian's expression condensed, and he felt an indescribable breath from the sword light. He did not dare to delay and used various methods to generate a dark field, and then used the first of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon to increase his combat power 9-fold. Heaven's calamity light. The sky and earth lost their color in an instant, and a mighty force of destruction emerged. The terrifying demonic power, so majestic that it was suffocating, descended fiercely, heading towards the unparalleled sword light. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound and was silent. All matter is disintegrating and turning into nothingness. After 9 full breaths, Zhao Wumian stood alone in the void, and was then teleported to a mysterious space. It was as if outside the barrier, there was fairy air and at the end there were 3 divine lights shooting into the sky. Congratulations, latecomer, for passing the 9th level of the trial. Chapter 43. When Zhao Wumian was looking at the 3 creations with divine light soaring into the sky, the majestic figure quietly emerged. These 3 creations are the most cherished things of this emperor during his lifetime. From left to right, they are the immortal elixir, a lifelong inheritance, and an immortal king's weapon. The tall figure introduced Zhao Wumian. What are the effects of the immortality elixir? After hearing this, Zhao Wumian showed no interest in the other 2 creations. He has the supreme inheritance of the original true demon, Taoist soldiers, and can also exchange the world-destroying magic crystals from the system mall for forging. He only has no way to obtain this elixir of immortality. The elixir of immortality. It is a top-tier creation in every immortal realm. It was created at the dawn of the world, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. As for its specific function, it is mainly planted in the spiritual sea or the soul, using its power of creation to replenish oneself and achieve the supreme path. The tall figure paused here and continued. The above are all common characteristics of the immortal elixir. The difference is that each immortal elixir is unique and will have its own unique magical effects. For example, my immortal phoenix medicine, when planted in the body, can grant its owner immortality. As time passes, the phoenix medicine will take root completely, and a drop of blood can bring about rebirth. It's not so invincible, but I want it. Zhao Wumian said inexplicably after taking a look at the tall figure. Hee. I'm not that invincible indeed. When I encounter an extremely powerful creature, no matter how much I shed blood to regenerate, it's useless. The tall figure heard the hidden meaning in Zhao Wumian's words and seemed quite helpless. Is your excellency dead now? Zhao Wumian walked forward to put away the immortal phoenix medicine, and then asked curiously. According to his guess, a figure like the immortal emperor shouldn't die so easily. I'm dead, I guess. I'm just a thought now. This thought won't last long before it dissipates. The tall and majestic figure was very calm, as if he had no attachment to the world. Oh! Zhao Wumian said lightly, and a strange light suddenly flashed in his bloodshot eyes. I wonder how powerful the thoughts of an immortal emperor are. Unfortunately, this thought was too powerful for him to provoke. Unless the majestic figure voluntarily becomes a demon and is willing to become the core of evil thoughts. Young man, I can sense that your heart is overwhelmed by darkness, but there is still a trace of clarity hidden deep in your mind. Do you need help? When Zhao Wumian was about to leave, the words of a tall figure came from behind. Qingming? Ha! Zhao Wumian shook his head, not feeling that he still had any clarity of mind. There is only endless hatred for this world. Alas! What can't you let go of? The tall figure sighed, as if lost in endless memories. I can't let it go. Why didn't anyone try to persuade those people when my entire clan was slaughtered? Zhao Wumian frowned, his expression becoming more gloomy. My entire clan, the fairyland that this emperor created, has been destroyed. Some things should be left in the past. You said your entire clan was massacred, but there's still a chance to revive them. Don't fall into endless darkness, or you'll have no chance. The tall figure was very sad when talking about his own fairyland. They can be resurrected. Zhao Wumian was extremely shocked after hearing this. He looked at the tall figure in disbelief and asked. It's a small matter. After death, the souls of living beings in the world are reincarnated. Even if the souls are annihilated together, the true spirit still exists in the world. When you reach the realm of the immortal emperor, you can simply raise your hand to go back to the past and fish them out from the river of time. The tall and majestic figure said easily that resurrecting the dead was not a difficult task, and he would be able to do it when his body reached the realm of immortal emperor. If that's the case, then I can still reach that state even if I'm trapped in darkness, and it will be faster. A burning heat rose in Zhao Wumian's heart. All the gains he had today were not as great as this news. His parents, brothers, etc. still have a chance to be resurrected. And it is not a false resurrection like demon transformation, but a resurrection in the true sense. If you immerse yourself in the devil's way for too long, you will be devoured. Then you will no longer be yourself. This kind of power is only a temporary illusion. One day, you will regret it. The tall figure roared solemnly, as if recalling his own horrific experience. Your Excellency seems. Could it be that the Haoshan immortal realm was destroyed because of you? Zhao Wumian narrowed his eyes, trying to discern something from his words. That's all in the past. In pursuit of an illusory realm, I became a demon. The tall figure casually mentioned it and was unwilling to say more. You, sir, don't even understand what a true demon is, so you didn't succeed. Zhao Wumian suddenly laughed strangely after hearing this, inadvertently revealing a trace of the original devil energy that belonged only to the original true devil. What kind of demon has possessed you? Why is this demonic energy even more, a billion times more terrifying than when I was possessed by the demon? The tall figure couldn't take his eyes off the source of demonic energy that emerged from his fingertips. Original true demon. If there is still a trace of you in the upper realm, perhaps you can borrow my power to return again. Zhao Wumian revealed the essence, and actually hoped that this person had not completely disappeared. In this way, when he goes to the upper realm, he may be able to directly obtain the combat power of an immortal emperor. Maybe there really is hope. I didn't fail after all. I successfully used the power of the devil to break through to the realm of the heavenly emperor. However, something ominous happened later, and he lost his mind, completely becoming a demon that only knew how to kill. Now his body is trapped in a large formation that seals the sky and the earth. The tall figure became extremely excited. If he could come into contact with this level of the original magic inheritance, he might be able to comprehend it, regain his sanity, and become even more powerful. What? The heaven sealing and earth locking formation. Zhao Wumian couldn't calm down either. He was not only shocked that this person's body was still intact, but also that, the heaven sealing and earth locking formation. Have you heard of this formation? That shouldn't be the case. This is a supreme formation that can only be reached by at least the immortal emperor. The tall figure was shocked again. He didn't expect that someone in the lower world would know the name of this formation. To be honest, I'm being watched by a reincarnated being from the upper realm. Not long ago, Zhao Wumian realized the seriousness of the matter and revealed what had happened before. That woman in white could control such a large formation. This is definitely not the reincarnation of an ordinary person. Young man, it seems you are in big trouble. This person was at least an immortal emperor in the immortal realm, otherwise he would not have been able to come into contact with this formation. The tall figure showed a solemn expression. Now Zhao Wumian was related to the survival of the main body. He was his only hope. There's no need to worry about this for now. She's only at the Fuiyao realm right now. Zhao Wumian quickly recovered his mentality and realized that it was actually a good thing to know the other party's true following. The unknown always brings danger. Well, you really don't have to worry too much about your foundation in the lower realm. How about this? Take these 3 pieces of good fortune and make sure to reach the upper realm as soon as possible. I may not be able to hold on for much longer. The tall figure waved his hand, and the other 2 creations also flew over and fell into Zhao Wumian's hands. Don't worry, it won't take long. Besides, your thought is almost gone anyway, so why not turn it into something I can use? Zhao Wumian took the other 2 pieces of fortune with peace of mind, and then set his eyes on the tall figure itself. Such a powerful thought, I wonder what kind of evil thought collection will be created after it is integrated into the demon seed. The tall figure stared at the demon seed for a while, nodded, and then drilled into the demon seed. Tisk, this trip was not in vain. Zhao Wumian looked at the demon seed with great satisfaction, and then he left this space with a thought. There is no need to rush to create a collective of evil thoughts now. Ye Beiwei may come here through the 9th level at any time. Zhao Wumian's guess was correct. 2 hours after he left, the woman in white was teleported in. The aura of the immortal elixir. The woman felt a very familiar breath before she opened her eyes, and she was suddenly ecstatic. The legend is true, there really is an elixir of immortality hidden here. Chapter 44. Ye Beiwei's delicate body was trembling with excitement. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked towards the direction where the breath of creation came from. Who took it before me? How is this possible? When she opened her eyes, she saw an incredible scene. There were 3 places in front of me where there were still dazzling divine lights remaining. According to the aura, it could be inferred that they were an immortal elixir, a supreme inheritance and a Taoist weapon of at least the immortal king level. However, all that was left was the remnants, and the true fortune disappeared. According to the trial rules, everyone who passes the 9 levels chooses one of the 3 fortunes. Now doesn't this result mean that 3 people came here before her? Is there really such a genius in the lower realm? Ye Beiwei fell into self-doubt and didn't believe this fact at all. She cultivated herself again with the memories of the immortal emperor from her previous life, but she was still no match for the ants from the lower realm. Someone must be interfering. Who is it? After a long silence, Ye Beiwei roared to the sky. She was unwilling to lose this good fortune that was hard to come by even in the upper realm, and she didn't believe that anyone could pass it before her. Especially that immortal medicine. How can the opportunity to attain enlightenment fall into the hands of others? What Ye Beiwei didn't know was that the real culprit was the demon she thought she had locked up. And he returned to the mist with the 3 creations 2 hours ago. Ha 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 ha, you all have gained a lot. This trip of ours can be said to be very fruitful. That's right. Almost everyone has an imperial medicine. Even the worst ones have passed the first level and obtained a quasi-imperial medicine. I heard that the top geniuses have obtained quasi-immortal elixirs, and they are so envious. As soon as I fell in, I heard countless excited conversations around me. Master, you must have passed the 9th level. At this time, Zhang Miazuo came over and asked with concern, her eyes full of expectation. Zhao Wumian hummed lightly, but his eyes were fixed on another figure walking towards him. Your Excellency, this is 20% of my demon harvest. The person who came was Yu Chen Chen. She held a storage ring in her hand and handed it to Zhao Wumian. Very good. Now go and call all the demons to the back of the crowd. Zhao Wumian nodded with satisfaction, and there was a flash of extreme madness in his cold eyes. Yes, I'll go right away. Yu Chen Chen inexplicably felt a chill reaching deep into his soul, and his whole body began to tremble unconsciously. After a moment, all the demons moved silently to the back of the crowd, talking to each other in confusion. What's going on? Sister Yu, do you have any instructions? Boom! While everyone was still discussing, they suddenly heard a terrifying noise coming from the front. Then he saw an unforgettable scene, his soul trembled immediately, and he felt a breath of destruction spreading over there. Half a breath passed, and all the righteous geniuses in front disappeared, and no one survived the monstrous demonic power. Only the imperial medicine was left on the ground, shining with fairy light, dazzling. Ding! You killed a powerful creature and gained 1 kill point. Ding! You killed a powerful creature and gained 1 kill point. Ding! You killed a powerful creature and gained 1 kill point. The system notification sounds were flooding the screen like crazy, hundreds of them. What happened? Who is taking action? What kind of combat power is this? The Tianyuan continent is about to be in chaos. After a moment, all the demons gasped and looked at it in disbelief. Hundreds of righteous geniuses all died here. They were the future of the righteous forces in Tianyuan continent. Wouldn't the outside world go crazy when they heard the news? Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Miazuo walked to the front and picked up the scattered imperial medicines one by one. Many geniuses of the demon clan were about to step forward to fight for it, but were shouted back by Yu Chen Chen. Helplessly, everyone could only watch Zhang Miazuo collect all the imperial medicines and put them in a storage ring. Finally, she walked up to a man in a black robe and handed the ring to him. He's the one who did it. Why would the Zhang family goddess get involved with the demons? All the demons were puzzled at the same time. The two of them standing together looked weird. Shut up! Yu Chen Chen scolded again. These ignorant people are really asking for their lives. Sir! Your Excellency, do you have any other instructions? Yu Chen Chen bravely stepped forward. She was completely numb, deeply shocked by Zhao Wumian's fighting power. They are both at the realm of great power, so how could this person have such incredible combat power? At the same time, she was also quite fortunate that she had honestly handed over 20% of the resources before. Otherwise, their fate might be. Everyone, go out. Remember to return to your respective families as soon as possible. Don't linger. Zhao Wumian waved. He still had things to do, and these few hundred geniuses were completely unable to satisfy his need for killing points. Yes. Yu Chen Chen nodded obediently, not daring to question it at all. She also understood a little bit of what Zhao Wumian meant. So many geniuses fell, but the demons were all intact. The righteous path will inevitably bring tremendous anger upon them. You should go back to the Zhang family and wait for my orders. Zhao Wumian added that Zhang Miazu might become an important chess piece and be placed in the eastern wasteland. Yes, master. The latter replied respectfully, then crushed the token and left. At this point, Zhao Wumian was the only one left in this world. He took out the demon seed slowly and devoured all the thoughts of hundreds of geniuses before and after their death. After doing all this, he rushed back into the abyss without hesitation and headed towards the outside world. 10 days later, Zhao Wumian appears in the starting place. Counting the days, there is still about half a month before Yaoang Valley closes. He found a secluded corner and quietly comprehended the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. Time passed quickly, and one day, he was awakened by countless chirping sounds. The highlight is coming. Zhao Wumian's spiritual consciousness spread out silently, and he saw a dense crowd of people gathered on the plain. Everyone was ecstatically discussing their gains, or looking forward to the rewards their families would give them after they left. It's so lively. Zhao Wumian quietly blended into the boundless crowd, his aura constantly rising. It was not until the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon was activated that he completely revealed his bloodthirsty madness. Heaven's calamity light. The breath of destruction spread instantly, and the sky and the earth lost their color in an instant. A ray of demonic light flashed by like a startled wild goose, taking away the lives of hundreds of millions of human beings in an instant. The bodies of countless people were crushed into mud by the devilish light, and waves of blood instantly covered the plain, forming a sea of blood. The remaining less than 1 billion humans were so overwhelmed by this hellish scene that they lost their minds and did not realize their dangerous situation at the first time. When they were about to react, the unparalleled demonic light flashed again, slashing down like the devil's scythe. Hundreds of millions of human beings died tragically again and became part of the sea of blood. Ding! You killed a half-step Great Power Realm creature and gained half a point of killing points. Ding! You killed a Dragon Transformation Realm creature, gaining 0.25 kill points. Bite! The system backend exploded, and countless prompts came flooding in. The kill value on Zhao Wumian's panel kept skyrocketing. 300,000, 400,000, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. It finally stopped rising to 32 million. The number of creatures he slaughtered this time was close to 1.3 billion. Although they were all creatures of a low realm, the number was huge. The harvest always exceeds his $1 million expectations. Come on, evil collection. Zhao Wumian had no time to waste, as Medicine King Valley was about to close. He took out the demon seed that had devoured the immortal emperor's thoughts and threw it over the sea of blood, absorbing the evil thoughts of 1.3 billion creatures. Chapter 45. Countless evil thoughts rose from the sea of blood and all gathered into the demon seed. The demon seed began to expand rapidly, getting bigger and bigger, emitting a dazzling blood light, dyeing the world red. Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, all the evil thoughts in the sea of blood were absorbed. The demon species in the sky expanded to its maximum size, emitting a very penetrating buzzing sound. Huff! The next moment, a gust of evil wind appeared out of nowhere, and 9 huge tornadoes were immediately blown out of the sea of blood on the ground. Just like a dragon sucking water, the sea of blood began to be absorbed by the demon species. Half an hour later, not a drop of blood was left in the sea, and the demon seeds in the sky burst into a strange blood light. Bang! Suddenly, the demon seed exploded. In an instant, billions of blood lines penetrated the space in disorder, forming a crisscrossing blood network in this world. Boom! 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 Zhao Wumian watched calmly from the side, the sound of his heart beating violently rang in his ears. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large black cocoon in the middle of the blood net, and it was this black cocoon that was constantly beating. And with every beat, infinite energy is transmitted to the inside of the black cocoon through the blood network. Is this devouring the energy of this world to nourish itself? Zhao Wumian was slightly surprised. This first collection of evil thoughts made quite a commotion. It starts devouring the world as soon as it is born. It is hard to imagine how terrifying it will be when it breaks out of the cocoon. Under Zhao Wumian's gaze, countless blood-colored filaments seemed to have life and wriggled rapidly, taking root and draining one area before immediately moving to another. Under such a terrifying devouring speed, Yaoang Valley was visibly declining, and the space became extremely unstable and began to shake violently. There is a possibility of collapse at any time. Fortunately, this process did not last too long. The black cocoon seemed to have absorbed enough nutrients and the epidermis slowly cracked. After a while, the black skin on the surface completely peeled off, revealing a crazy and twisted strange creature. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The twisted thing, with billions of blood threads as its feet, slowly approached Zhao Wumian. The sounds emitted during this period were distorted, evil, and full of a sense of destruction, which made people shudder. Zhao Wumian said nothing, standing quietly in the air waiting. He could sense that the twisted thing emerging from its cocoon had not yet reached its complete form. It may take a little time to adapt to yourself and stabilize your mind. Sure enough, as the twisted object got closer, it kept undergoing various changes. Sometimes it grows 9 heads, sometimes it grows 6 wings, sometimes its body grows rapidly, and sometimes it is covered with red hair. When it finally reached 3 feet away from Zhao Wumian, it transformed into a naked woman with a charming appearance. Remember to transform into clothes when you appear next time. Zhao Wumian glanced at it lightly, and then focused his attention on the specific data of this collective. From the system, we know that Evil Thought Collection 1, Unnamed. Type, Growable War Weapon. Core Composition, Thoughts of the Emperor of Heaven. Level, Realm Natural Disaster Level 3, Quasi-Emperor Realm. Qualification, Growth Limit Ultimate Natural Disaster. Ability, Spreading Weirdness and Ominousness. Ability Range, 1 Domain. Growth Method, Spreading and Assimilating Living Beings, 0/10 billion. Ding, the Evil Thought Aggregate has been successfully hatched. Please name it. Shadow of War. Zhao Wumian picked a name at random, and he was very satisfied with the first collection. The ability of Shadow of War will be of great help to his next move. System, are collectives still divided into different types? Zhao Wumian asked curiously before crushing the token and leaving. Ding, due to various factors, the aggregate may eventually become a war weapon type natural disaster or a single weapon type natural disaster. There are also fixed types and growth types, which are also determined by various factors at birth. Natural disaster classification, natural disaster, advanced natural disaster, ultimate natural disaster, destructive natural disaster. So, Zhao Wumian murmured and nodded, then randomly searched for the appearance and breath of a human in his mind, and used the method of changing the world to perfectly replicate this person. Only then could he openly crush the token and start teleporting. What on earth happened in Medicine King Valley? So many disciples have fallen into a state of dementia, as if they were frightened. As soon as he left Medicine King Valley, Zhao Wumian heard the boundless roars and howls of the forces from various holy places. This is because the hundreds of millions of disciples who escaped were all in a strange state. Either they looked dull or they were mumbling nonsense, none of them looked normal. It's hard to imagine what kind of horrific scene one must have experienced to be scared like this. Why did all those demons retreat? Does this matter have anything to do with them? An elder from the Holy Land expressed doubt. Almost all the powerful and talented demons were teleported out and left this place as soon as possible. No way, these disciples are also victims. A powerful man shook his head. Among the hundreds of millions of disciples who had fallen into dementia, a small number were disciples of the demon clan. If it was really a plan of the demons, why would they throw their own people into it? No need to speculate excessively. If you want to know what exactly happened, just wait for the geniuses to come out and find out. The 7 elders of Qixia Holy Land stood up and comforted everyone. He, they can't get out. In the corner, Zhao Wumian raised the corner of his mouth. These idiots thought that only the disciples outside were robbed. In fact, these people outside are already lucky survivors. Ye Beiwei hasn't come out yet. What is she doing in there? Zhao Wumian quietly left the stage, but a question arose in his mind. The figure of the woman in white was not seen just now. Logically, after Ye Beiwei passed the level and went to the final place of fortune, she would immediately leave Yaoang Valley when she found that the 3 fortunes disappeared. Now it seems not, the woman in white is still among them. Is she still in the trial? Never mind, this is for the best. He shook his head and put aside all distracting thoughts. It was better not to come out early so as to cause less trouble for Zhao Wumian. After taking a final look at the powerful men from various tribes, he quietly left the spot and headed out of Medicine King Valley. The task of planting the demon seeds around the eastern wasteland has not been completed yet, and now every second counts. Soon the Tianyuan continent will be thrown into complete chaos because of the Yaoang Valley incident, and a conflict between good and evil will inevitably break out. That would be the perfect time for him to truly launch a dark rebellion. After several hours, the elders of the various Holy Land families gradually frowned. Yaoang Valley is about to close, but the disciples have not come out yet. What's going on? You should have come out by now. Everyone was getting more and more anxious, and the portal was beginning to close. Something bad is bound to happen. Dozens of powerful men watched helplessly as the portal became smaller and smaller, feeling dizzy for a moment. With so many geniuses killed, the future of Tianyuan continent is over. Someone's coming out. Suddenly, a white figure flew out at the last moment, and then the door closed completely. Senior. I wonder what exactly happened. Why haven't the disciples come out? Dozens of powerful people asked in fear, and now they could only place all their hopes on Ye Beiwei. Didn't come out. Ye Beiwei's expression was already ugly, and after hearing these words, it became even colder and colder. She was very unwilling to accept the fact that the opportunity to go to the land of fortune had disappeared, and she kept calling out to that tall figure but received no response. Afterwards, he kept wandering around to investigate clues, and finally turned the land of fortune upside down. Unexpectedly, I received this strange news after I came out. Yet, with only a few disciples coming out, and they all look like they're neither human nor ghost. Did something bad happen? The elders were almost in tears, as they were responsible for the safety of these disciples. Now only a few 100 million ordinary disciples are left alive. How can they explain this to their sect? Let me take a look. Ye Beiwei had a bad premonition. She slowly grabbed a disciple and used the great magic power of the Fuiao realm to force him to regain consciousness. Demon! Big demon! The demons have gone crazy. Dead, everyone is dead. The disciple screamed wildly the moment he came to his senses, as if he was still under the cover of the world-destroying demonic light. In his terrified words, he almost relived the horrific massacre. A-hole! It really is related to the demons. They have such vicious hearts. Are the demons trying to start a decisive battle between good and evil? It has already begun. All the geniuses have perished, and only 1 in 10 ordinary disciples survived. This feud is irreconcilable. These 2 sentences almost revealed the truth, and considering the demons' previous abnormal behavior, the identity of the murderer is about to be revealed. This news, which was enough to shock the entire Tianyuan continent, was quickly brought back to the 5 realms by the elders. It was passed on to the Holy Lord and even the ancestors. Chapter 46. Half a month later, the outcome of the Medicine King Valley incident was passed on to all the Holy Land families. For a moment, earth-shattering roars were heard from all over the 5 domains, and terrifying figures were born and reappeared in the world. The family's future was swept away, and no one could sit still. All the righteous forces communicated with each other immediately, without any extra words, and started the demon eliminating ceremony directly. The ancient Ye family. Ye Chen felt mixed emotions after receiving this news. Fortunately, he escaped by accident and was one of the few survivors. The worrying thing is that he hasn't recovered from the huge blow yet. He has worked hard for so many years, and is about to have a wonderful night and obtain the Taiyin-law. In the end, he was severely slapped in the face by reality, and he still pricked up his ears to listen to that dog couple. The person behind this is probably the beast who defiled Miao Zhu. She must know something. Ye Chen said hatefully with red eyes. He learned of Zhang Miazu's return. Among all the geniuses and powerful people, only these two survived. But Ye Chen wished the latter would die in there. Chener, temporary gains and losses are nothing. Look at the Tianyuan continent today. The future is all yours. Ye Qingshan walked behind Ye Chen and comforted him. He didn't know the truth and thought that his Kailan child was blaming himself for escaping from Yaoang Valley early. Father! You don't know that I... Ye Chen gritted his teeth and growled, but the words were on the tip of his tongue but he couldn't bring himself to speak. I don't know what. Why can't you figure it out? This is your blessing, and the blessing of the entire Ye family. If you hadn't come out earlier, you might have perished in it as well. Look at you now. All the geniuses of the Holy Land families have fallen. The future will be dominated by you. Get the marriage done as soon as possible. Together with Miao Zhu, you two will be the leaders of Tianyuan, right? Ye Qingshan was so disappointed that such a small blow made Ye Chen so depressed that he couldn't even think straight. In his opinion, no matter how you look at it, this is a great fortune for the Ye family. Ha 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 ha, blessings! Ye Chen was almost going crazy. This was retribution or blessing. Useless thing, pack up everything immediately and come with me to the Zhang family to propose marriage. Ye Qingshan's old face turned cold, and his good mood was gradually ruined by this idiot. I'm not going. Ye Chen slumped on the ground. He couldn't propose to that, BCH. Say that again? My family has been forced to move away from our ancestral land because of you. Believe it or not, I will chop you to death with one blow. Just when Ye Qingshan was about to get angry, an old man walked out quietly. He looked at Ye Chen and Ye Qingshan angrily. How could I give birth to two useless people like you? Go to the Zhang family and bring that girl back. The old man was Ye Chen's grandfather, a powerful person in the Fuiyao realm. What do you mean by you? Don't force me to use the family rules. The old man said coldly. The Ye family has an opportunity to rise. If they handle it well, they may be able to become the overlord of Tianyuan in one fell swoop. That's why he came out of seclusion and took charge of the Ye family again, taking care of all matters personally. Grandson obeys. Ye Chen shuddered and dared not disobey anymore. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and followed Ye Qingshan to the Zhang family. The Taiyin divine body is extraordinary. It's not just the first time you have intercourse that you can gain the Taiyin law. Every subsequent time will bring you immense benefits. Along the way, Ye Qingshan kept instilling in Ye Chen the importance of Zhang Miazu. I know. Ye Chen's mind was a mess. From time to time, the dirty voice would flash in his mind, and he even thought of disgusting pictures. However, for the prosperity of his family, he endured it all. So what if I've been played with? I'm just missing a Taiyin law. Later on, Ye Chen slowly comforted himself in his heart that it was not like he had not played with married women before. Just think of it as marrying a furnace. Not long after, the two arrived at the Zhang family. As soon as he arrived at the mountain gate, Ye Qingshan took out several storage rings, which were filled with spiritual medicines, skills, and other high-level resources. It is the betrothal gift this time. Brother Zhang, Miazu should be at home. I'm bringing Chener to propose marriage today. Ye Qingshan went straight to the point and handed several storage rings to Zhang Suanji. Ha ha ha, brother Ye is proposing marriage at this time. I'm afraid he has already made up his mind. Zhang Suanji didn't reach out to take it. He knew very well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With all the geniuses dead, the Ye family wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to form an alliance and dominate the future. What about the Zhang family? If she were to marry him like this, the Zhang family would be left without a pillar of support. Now Zhang Miazu is the only hope of the Zhang family. Brother Zhang, you're overthinking this. This marriage will definitely not let you suffer any loss. How about this? From now on, Miazu and Chener will be raised by our two families together. If we have children, the first one will be named Zhang, and the second one will be named Ye. Ye Qingshan naturally knew what this old fox was thinking. At the same time, he also knew that it was impossible for the Ye family to marry Zhang Miazu as their daughter-in-law as they had done in the past. Only win-win is the best result. In that case, I have no objection. Zhang Suanji smiled knowingly, this was exactly the result he wanted. I disagree. Just when the two old foxes were secretly excited, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Miazu slowly appeared. She was wrapped in a violet long skirt today, the skirt was shining like moonlight flowing on the ground, and the side skirt revealed her slender white calves. Her facial features are delicate and her little face is slightly pink. The marriage is annulled. Zhang Miazu glanced at Ye Chen. This piece of trash was completely different from the majestic figure that appeared in her mind. UBCH. Ye Chen, who was standing behind, saw all of Zhang Miazu's expressions. When he saw that the latter seemed to be savoring something in her eyes, he became completely furious. He, Ye Chen, the divine son of the Ye family, put aside his attitude and came to propose marriage without holding any grudges. But this BCH was thinking about another man at this moment, the man who RD her. BCH, do you think this God's son cares about you? Shameless St. Ye Chen's mentality, which had just recovered, exploded in an instant, and he roared with a ferocious face. Beside them, Ye Qingshan and Zhang Suanji had different expressions, from shock and anger at first to contemplation later. Both of them realized that something must have happened between the two little kids. Shut up! Although Ye Qingshan had some guesses, he was still unwilling to give up this marriage. The Ye family's foundation is too weak, and it will be difficult to accomplish anything without the support of the Zhang family. Well, Miazu, young people are bound to have some misunderstandings. Let's just leave the past behind. Look, you two are the most suitable match for Tianyuan right now. Give up on this idea. I won't marry you. Zhang Miazu interrupted Ye Qingshan coldly and went straight back to the Zhang family. BCH. I will kill you. Ye Chen was raging with rage, with endless hatred surging in his heart. His face was distorted to the point of being deformed. Since my daughter is so determined, let's just give up. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Suanji slapped Ye Chen away and directly closed the mountain gate, locking the Ye family father and son out. Let's go back and tell me what happened. Ye Qingshan was surprisingly calm and had a rough guess in his mind. Perhaps this was the real reason why Chener was decadent all day long and resisted coming to the Zhang family. Miazu, don't you have anything to say to your father? Inside the Zhang family, Zhang Suanji narrowed his eyes, his face showing no emotion. My daughter has someone else in her heart, and he is 1,000 times stronger than Ye Chen. Father, please don't worry about it. Only by closing the mountain and shutting the door can the Zhang family be protected. Zhang Miazu gave a brief explanation and left. Demons, or who? Zhang Suanji didn't have much objection to this, as the marriage with the Ye family was actually dispensable. Even without the Ye family, his Zhang clan can still train Zhang Miazu well. 2 months later, all the forces of the righteous path formally established the demon-slaying alliance and launched a decisive battle against the evil path. Zhao Wumian in the eastern wasteland is also about to complete the final distribution of demon species. During this period, he also successfully implanted the immortal phoenix medicine into his soul. With the help of the immortal elixir, he broke through to the Fuiao realm that day. Of course, the main thing is to unlock the fourth characteristic and put all the rules on the panel to use for yourself. The righteous army is marching, the demons may not be able to hold out for much longer. Zhao Wumian buried the last demon seed, and then his mind sank into endless darkness, and his consciousness came to the Dian demon sect. Linger, spread the darkness and surround the three demon sects as much as possible. Zhao Wumian found Xiao Linger through the darkness and gave the order. Well, Linger knows. Uncle Wumian, can the demons stop them? I heard that many ancestors have appeared. Xiao Linger said worriedly. Haha, don't worry, they'll probably turn back halfway and come to surround and annihilate me, the real demon. Zhao Wumian smiled strangely. Soon after, the eastern wasteland was empty, and that was when he launched the darkness. At that time, it will depend on whether the so-called righteous alliance will eliminate the demon clan or him, the great demon. The Ye family. Qian Yuan. Dong Huang. I've let you enjoy yourself for so many years. It's time to repay you. Zhao Wumian withdrew his consciousness and looked towards the boundless eastern wasteland. He had painstakingly laid out a shocking plan, and the day of harvest had finally arrived. Chapter 47. One after another, terrifying auras appeared in the land of East Wilderness, and they responded to the invitation of Central Plains to go together to slay the demons. However, there are also some tribes that remain inactive. After playing the victim for a while, the Ye family symbolically sent out a powerful person, which was barely acceptable. The Zhang family was more extreme. They didn't even send out a single soldier and were spurned by many aristocratic families and holy places. This time, the battle between good and evil was unprecedentedly large in scale, with all 5 domains coming out in full force. Although all the demon lords came out and tried their best to explain what happened in Medicine King Valley, no one believed them. In desperation, the demons could not just sit there and take the beating. The 3 demon holy places and the 2 ancient demon families reached a consensus in an instant and joined forces to resist the righteous army. The noble families already in the southern region have already started a war with the demons. Fortunately, the righteous forces in the southern region alone are not enough to pose too much of a threat to the demons. There is even a high possibility of being counterattacked without support. The Ye family isn't involved, that's perfect. At this time, Zhao Wumian had arranged all the demon species and was lurking near the Ye family. He did not choose to take action immediately because he had just left the aristocratic Holy Land in the eastern wilderness not long ago, so it was not suitable to take action. Open the personal panel and system wall. It only costs 1,000,000 kill points to activate the 4th feature, and there are still a huge kill point of 30 million lying on the panel. The darkest hour is approaching, and Zhao Wumian is preparing to maximize his combat power through the system wall. Name, Zhao Wumian. Realm, early stage of Fuiao. Personality, pure good extremely dark. Constitution, chaos demonic body. Skill, original demonic scripture. Law, the law of destruction. Supernatural powers, destroying demonic thunder, walking through darkness, heavenly tribulation light, 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. Innate magical power, destruction, domain. Spiritual medicine, immortal phoenix medicine, 12 immortal medicines, 420 imperial medicines, 390 quasi-imperial medicines. Weapons, Xuxian divine sword, immortal king's Dao weapon, Xuxian sword, top-level imperial weapon, 9-story demon tower, high-level imperial weapon, Shimi spear, high-level quasi-imperial weapon, Zhantian knife, high-level quasi-imperial weapon. Feature 1, Devour. Feature 2, Demon. Feature 3, Evil Collective, Shadow of War. Feature 4, Dark Sublimation. Feature 5, Not Activated, 33 million/100 million. Kill Value, 31 million. System Wall. Darkness Travel Magic Power, 1000 Kill Points. World Destroying Demonic Thunder Divine Power, 10,000 Killing Points. 9 Transformations of the Heavenly Demon, Divine Power, 100,000 Killing Points. Heavenly Tribulation Light Divine Power, 100,000 Killing Points. Chaos Demon Body Magic Power, millions of kill points. Taegzu Sword Scripture Technique, 5 million kill points. World Destroying Magic Crystal Life Treasure Embryo Fragment, 100,000 killing points/piece. Original True Demon Origin Avenue Fragment, 10 million kill points/piece. Gate of the Heavens, 1 billion kill points. Exchange for the Taegzu Sword Scripture and Chaos Demon Body. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Wumian exchanged for a sword scripture and a magical power. Chaos Demon Body, after use, it can absorb the darkness and continuously expand the demon body. As the demon body expands, various attributes are greatly improved. Taegzu Sword Sutra, there are 3 moves in total. The first move, beheading gods, the second move, killing immortals, and the third move, destroying Taoism. What a pity! Zhao Wumian thought to himself. He wanted to exchange the raw materials of his natal treasure, but after calculating, he still fell short. To forge a complete embryo of the natal treasure, one needs 365 pieces of world-destroying magic crystals, which is 36.5 million killing points. It's just a few million short. After weighing the pros and cons, it was decided to exchange for magical powers and sword manuals that could be used immediately. Now he has a lot of weapons in his hands, but he does not have any corresponding skills, so he cannot bring out the true power of these weapons. Immediately, Zhao Wumian sat down and began a short retreat. It would take at least a month for the armies from the other 4 regions to reach the southern region. He still needs to wait for half a month for darkness to descend smoothly. With the help of the immortal Phoenix medicine, he instantly entered a state of enlightenment. Behind him, the shadow of the immortal Phoenix medicine immediately appeared, and thousands of branches hung down mysterious mysteries. The original true demon's already extraordinary enlightenment has undergone a qualitative transformation. At the same time, the 3 holy places of magic in the Central Plains were very decisive and had moved their ancestral lands to the southern region long ago. This behavior is mainly because there are ancient demon families in the southern region, and they are all at the overlord level. However, the 3 holy places of magic are not the only overlords in the Central Plains. Central Plains is too dangerous. Anyway, the 3 holy places of magic are all built near the southernmost part of the Central Plains, so it is not difficult to migrate to the southern region. Recently, the war in the southern territory is becoming more and more intense, and even a quasi-imperial weapon has been born. Large tracts of land were blasted into nothingness, and countless lives were killed. In such a horrific battle, no one noticed that a red figure turned everything into darkness wherever it went. She reaps lives like the god of death and brings down darkness at the same time. At this time, no righteous army outside the southern region had arrived yet. 5 days later, Zhao Wumian completed his comprehension of the first move of the Taegzu Sword Sutra. 10 days later, the second form was fully comprehended. 15 days later, the third form was successfully comprehended. The efficiency has increased so much. Zhao Wumian opened his eyes and sighed. The speed of comprehension is at least 100 times faster than before. The time has come. Zhao Wumian stood up, his whole body no longer concealed, and the breath of the original true devil came again after disappearing for several years. He opened his arms and slowly rose towards the sky. The darkest hour is here. As he uttered the devilish words, the demon seeds buried throughout the outer periphery of the eastern wasteland exploded instantly. Endless darkness descended upon the earth like a black curtain, roaring and rolling. In just a moment, Dong Huang was surrounded. The direction of the darkness spread was completely opposite to before, this time it was spreading towards the sky first. Ye family! At this moment, Zhao Wumian completely released all the resentment, murderous intent, evil spirit, and terrifying demonic energy buried in his heart. He roared loudly, and the sound was heard thousands of miles away. Its body swelled rapidly, expanding to a size of tens of thousands of feet in an instant. It was like a peerless god or demon with his feet on the ground and his head in the sky descending, looking down with bloodshot eyes. High in the sky, the light of the crimson blood sun became even more blood-red and eerie. Boundless darkness began to spread wildly from the Ye family again. He's coming! How is this possible? This. Ye family! All the disciples and elders were instantly enveloped by a breath of death. The monstrous devilish sound echoed in the ears, making people tremble with fear. On the main peak, Ye Chen and Ye Qingshan looked as if they had seen a ghost. When they looked outside, they happened to see Zhao Wumian's majestic demonic body. The two were almost speechless with fear, and an indescribable panic rose in their hearts. How could this be? Ye Chen's pupils dilated rapidly, his heart beat violently, his calves and thighs, his whole body was shaking, even his soul was trembling. If Ye Qingshan hadn't touched his head in time and diverted his gaze, the latter was almost scared to death on the spot. Spread the message to all the major regions. The real demon is here. Return to the eastern wasteland and slay the real demon immediately. Ye Qingshan roared in fear and sent out for help like crazy. There are also 4 Fuiao realm ancestors of the Ye family and the last Xiaoao realm ancestor who are born one after another. The first thing to do when using the great supernatural power is not to meet the enemy, but to send a message. Trying your best to deliver the message. It seems that he knows that the Ye family cannot resist and does not dare to choose to fight head-on. Haha, so what if it gets out? Zhao Wumian's eyes flashed with cold light, and a surging sea of blood rolled in his eyes, as if it was about to flow out at any time. Amidst the rolling devilish sound, a blood-red figure burst out from his body and flew straight into the sky. Boom! The blood-colored figure exploded in the sky, transforming into an even larger, more bizarre, and terrifying twisted demon. This is the first evil thought cluster hatched by the third characteristic, the shadow of war. Chapter 48. What is that? I don't want to die. Not only the people of the Ye family, at this moment, all the creatures in the eastern wilderness felt the arrival of the ultimate demonic power. They saw it. The sky turned blood-red, as if a huge bloody hand was passing by, sprinkling countless bloody mists. The whole world is extremely weird, like hell on earth. When someone touches a little bit of the blood-colored mist, their body will instantly undergo a horrific catastrophe. Pus and blood flowed all over the body, and granulations covered with mucus grew everywhere. Soon, the granulations turned into long tentacles. The blood-colored mist fell like rain, and soon spread across the entire eastern wilderness. Anyone who touched it would undergo unimaginable changes. Some turned into flesh and blood monsters, some turned into skeletons, and some turned into bodiless ghosts. Everyone was terrified and retreated into the sect or hid in the mountains. But soon they discovered with horror that the blood-colored mist was corroding everything. Even the activated Holy Land formation could not stop its erosion. No. Wu, brother, please save me. Wow! After seeing this scene, everyone completely collapsed. The vast eastern wasteland was filled with wailing, like a ghost town. Zhang family, a golden light rushed in. After reading it, Zhang Xuanji quickly left the retreat and walked out to see the shocking changes in the eastern wilderness. The Ye family asked us for help, the devil has appeared again. Zhang Xuanji's expression suddenly changed, and he was at a loss for a moment. I don't know whether to choose to help the Ye family. After all, the disaster affected the entire eastern wilderness, and it seemed that the Zhang family was not spared. Father, if you stay within the clan obediently, you might still have a chance of survival. To become his enemy is to court your own destruction. Zhang Miazu walked out and looked at the tall demonic figure with a fiery expression. You, are you? Zhang Xuanji stared at Zhang Miazu in disbelief. I have been the master's man since the Medicine King Valley. Father, give up. It is impossible for mortals like you to defeat him. Zhang Miazu said enthusiastically. Give up? Will he let the Zhang family go? Zhang Xuanji asked back. The nature of this demon is difficult to guess, even if they do not resist, and with this demon-possessed daughter around, there is no guarantee that the Zhang family will be spared from being massacred. Submit, you still have a chance of survival, resist. Zhang Miazu said meaningfully, in an extremely arrogant tone, as if the person in front of her was not her father, but just an insignificant ant. You. Zhang Xuanji pointed at the former and roared, but there was no further words for a long time. At the same time, he did not take any action for a long time, perhaps he was still struggling inside. Die! Suddenly, the god and demon standing on the ground roared, a magic sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed towards the Ye family. A black sword light suddenly appeared, piercing through the sky and earth. An icy chill swept across the entire world, as if it was going to cut the earth into an endless abyss. How dare you, you evil creature! Faced with the crisis of genocide, the last ancestor of the Ye family who was in the free and easy realm came to the mountain protection formation with the last quasi-imperial weapon in hand, ready to take action at any time. With a bang, the mountain protection formation broke like an eggshell and had no effect at all. The imperial weapon strikes, and great power is revealed. The ancestor of the Ye family's eyes flickered, and he immediately urged all the energy in his body to flow into the quasi-imperial weapon, and faced the devilish light fearlessly. After a moment, the great power remained, but the old man turned into dust silently. Just when everyone looked ashen and resigned to their fate, the terrifying black sword light suddenly disappeared. They looked up in confusion and saw the body of the god and demon slowly approaching, with a demonic hand suppressing it. The pressure caused the space to explode and the mountains to collapse. Don't die so easily. The hope that the Ye family disciples had just felt disappeared instantly. Once you fall into the hands of this devil, even death is a luxury. You are so arrogant. The only 4 remaining ancestors in the Fuiyao realm rushed up into the sky again, blocking the Ye family with their old bodies. He he he. Zhao Wumian laughed strangely, and with a flick of his 2 fingers, he sucked the 4 people in between his fingers. Bang! With a slight force, the 2 people at the top and bottom were crushed in an instant, blowing out 2 balls of blood mist. Ancestor! Father! Grandfather! Such a bloody scene frightened all the Ye family members below. Hypocritical, disgusting. Zhao Wumian's ruthless eyes were full of mockery. With a snap of his fingers, the 2 ancestors were shot to the ground by a huge force. After 2 boom sounds, the 2 men crashed into 2 mountains, and their bones were broken and exposed all over their bodies. Go! Immediately afterwards, Zhao Wumian waved his hands, and several clouds of blood mist floated towards the 2 old men. I wonder if they will show mercy to you after they transform into strange forms. Zhao Wumian said cruelly, waiting for the disaster to happen to the 2 with great interest. At this time, hundreds of letters from the Ye family finally crossed the ocean and arrived in the hands of the demon-conquering army. Return quickly and slay the true demon. The devil has awakened again and has descended upon the eastern wasteland, becoming even more powerful. This. After a moment, the army suddenly stopped moving forward. A strange atmosphere quickly rose, and countless creatures looked back at the eastern wasteland at the same time. Unfortunately, the distance is too far and I can't see anything. Is this true? Saint Jianyuan asked in disbelief. Could this be a trick played by the demons to delay us? The Holy Lord Qingming frowned. Wasn't the great demon sealed? This was a fact that everyone could see. What do you think? The Holy Lord Qixia looked at Ye Beiwei with great concern. Go back. Also, send people to the southern territory to stop the war and invite the demons to join us in slaying the demons. Ye Beiwei said with extraordinary solemnity. She saw several important pieces of information in the letter, which described the true identity of the great demon. Having personally fought against the great demon in her previous life, she knew that this was the demon's method. Similar to the laws of heaven and earth, the contents of the letter are probably 90% true. Just going back like that? I don't know if it's true or not. Did we make this trip for nothing? That's right, the demons have committed something horrific, and this time their entire clan will be exterminated. If you want to go back on your own. We will go to the southern region. People from other holy places in the western regions and the central plains strongly disagreed with going back. They had never directly faced the original god or the true demon, and did not know how terrifying it was or its abnormal growth rate. In their opinion, even if there was such a demon, there would not be a need for so many people to suppress it. It seems that the demon has never been sealed and has escaped long ago. It seems that the real massacre in Medicine King Valley was not carried out by the demons, but by this great demon. You don't know how terrifying the original true demon is. In my previous life, I didn't take him seriously even though he had just broken through the gate to the fairyland. But in the end, in just a few thousand years, the great demon grew to a point that shocked everyone. Countless immortals died in the battle, and several immortal emperors also died. In the end, I'm the only one who traveled back with my soul. Do you still think I'm insignificant? Do you still think you can look down on him? Ye Beiwei's expression was more solemn than ever before. Now that I think about it, the culprit behind the incident in Medicine King Valley must be that big demon. She does it again. Failed again, completely failed. He thought he had trapped the demon, but in fact he was giving it the best time to grow. Now when I think about it, I realize how ridiculous my so-called planning and formation were. They escaped long before the formation was completed, and swaggered into Medicine King Valley. Her confidence ruined everything and gave the demon a chance to grow. Okay. After hearing Ye Beiwei admit her identity as a reincarnation with her own ears, no one dared to say anything more. They were also afraid of the original true demon described by Ye Beiwei. After a while, the mighty army changed direction and headed towards the eastern wilderness at the fastest speed. Chapter 49. The bloody sun appeared in the sky, and darkness swallowed up the light. The strangeness and darkness spread across the eastern wasteland. Those with weaker minds were all transformed into twisted monsters, red-haired monsters, etc. Ghosts wailed and gods howled everywhere, and the ground was covered with bones after the evil wind passed. Among them, the Ye family is the worst. The thickest blood-colored fog filled every inch of space. 70% of the disciples lost their minds and became weird. What a sin! Several elders of the Ye family pounded their chests and shouted, tears streaming down their faces. Just now, their only two remaining ancestors suffered a shocking change in the blood-colored mist. The exploded bones and flesh extended infinitely outwards, and then dense red hair grew out, which was extremely creepy. What made people even more desperate was that the two ancestors transformed into strange creatures with thousands of vertical pupils all over their bodies, rushed into the Ye family and started a brutal massacre. The bloody aura suddenly rose into the sky, and a blood-red waterfall flowed down from the huge sacred mountain. It was made of the blood of the Ye family's children. Grandfather, I am Zhao Kaiyu. Grandpa. Countless Ye family disciples were filled with fear and panic, and finally died in despair at the hands of their own ancestor. Is this feast good? A god-like figure lay across the Ye family's land. In front of him, there were two black spots that were controlled by a powerful force and could not move. The distance is shortened. This is exactly the father and son of the Ye family. Ah, you beast, devil, scum! Ye Chen roared, veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. What a familiar scene! The scene in Qingping City that year reappeared. But this time it was Zhao Wumian's turn to watch the show. Hee hee. Zhao Wumian made a creepy sound, and a soul slowly transformed into another him, a normal-sized him. He walked up to Ye Chen step by step, and his 2 fingers were as fast as lightning, bringing up a strong wind, and with a click, he pierced Ye Chen's eyes. We're just getting started. Zhao Wumian smiled evilly and punched out again, as if a mountain hit Ye Chen's lower abdomen. The terrifying force instantly tore through his skin and flesh, exploded his spiritual sea, and finally penetrated out from his back. Ah! The latter's body instantly arched up, and he let out a scream that shook the earth and sky. The bone-gnawing pain spread throughout his body, and later on, Ye Chen was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. Chener! Ye Qingshan roared, tears streaming down his face. He wanted to do something but found that his whole body was being suppressed. Devil, come at me if you dare! He turned and roared at Zhao Wumian, hoping that Ye Chen would suffer less. No hurry, yours is indispensable. With a snap sound, Zhao Wumian slapped Ye Chen's thigh to pieces, and then the other one. Pa pa pa! After 3 consecutive sounds, Ye Chen's hands and 5th limb were all turned into mud. Treat others as you would like to be treated. Listening to the screams in his ears, Zhao Wumian did not show any mercy, but became even more ferocious and angry. So, you also feel pain? He grabbed Ye Chen and roared, and the endless murderous intent in his bloodshot eyes burst out directly, corroding the latter's entire head into a skeleton. Snort! Zhao Wumian immediately released his hand, stepped down, and stomped Ye Chen into the air, crashing straight to the ground. Chener! Ye Qingshan cried tremblingly, unable to suppress the grief and anger in his heart. Ant! Kill us, even if you do. Your whole family will never be resurrected, never. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly seemed like a completely different person. His white hair fell down in an instant and he laughed non-stop. Old dog! Zhao Wumian had a gloomy face, and covered his face with his big hands, using 5 fingers to exert force. Crackling sounds of broken bones rang out one after another. At the same time, a black thunder emerged from the palm of his hand and rushed into Ye Qingshan's internal organs through his mouth. Bang! In an instant, Ye Qingshan's body kept making explosion sounds, and countless parts of his body were destroyed and shattered by the world-destroying magic thunder. Not enough! Not enough! The spirit-transformed Zhao Wumian dissipated, and his real body roared out waves of demonic sounds on the land of East Wasteland. Destroy it! Zhao Wumian suddenly lowered his eyes and looked at the entire earth. When the sound fell, thousands of world-destroying demonic thunders descended, bombarding all places of the Ye family indiscriminately. Boom boom boom! The magic light became brighter and brighter, spreading far away. The Ye family, a mere family, could not even hold on for a stick of incense before disappearing in the boundless lightning. Immediately afterwards, the whole world seemed to tremble. The earth actually began to sink under the endless bombardment of the world-destroying demonic thunder. Death! 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 He was like a killing god, his eyes red, holding a quasi-imperial weapon and launching the most brutal massacre on earth. Half a month later, the armies of the 4 regions arrived at the edge of the eastern wilderness. This demon, when did it devour the entire eastern wasteland? Are we still going in? Countless people stopped and looked ahead with their mouths wide open in disbelief. I saw. Everywhere I looked was shrouded in darkness. The boundless darkness was like the sky, covering the entire eastern wasteland. The powerful ones who knew the strangeness of darkness showed despair on their faces. In the entire eastern wilderness, only the highest dome was not covered by darkness. The rest were all swallowed up. The so-called darkest hour may have arrived. Sir, do you want to charge in? A certain saint asked carefully. No. We can't fight our way in. Rushing in will only lead to death. Ye Beiwei's face was pale and her heart was trembling. The weirdness of the original true demon was far beyond her imagination. He had quietly completed his plan for the eastern wasteland, and then used the demons to attract their attention. It's horrible. She murmured, her mind blank, without any idea. Is this beast really invincible? Everyone, please mobilize your imperial weapons. Let's completely destroy the eastern wasteland. I don't believe this darkness can still exist. Saint Lord Jianyuan stepped forward and spoke to all the creatures in the sky. No. Using the imperial weapon consumes the vitality of the ancestors. In my opinion, we should use the heaven sealing and earth locking formation again to isolate the entire eastern wasteland. We absolutely cannot allow the darkness to spread to other regions. Senior, our ancestors have a chance to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. We just need a little time. The Holy Lord of Qixia stepped over to Ye Beiwei and comforted her. You all seem to have forgotten the true master of the Tianyuan continent. Suddenly, an ancestor from the Penglai Holy Land spoke. After attracting everyone's attention, he continued. Haha, the demon is so rampant that he has already touched the interests of those people. I believe that if this news were to reach the forbidden area, an ancient being would emerge to suppress him. Yes. Why didn't we think of that? Those ancient beings still need blood sacrifices every 1,000 years. Now that such a variable has appeared, how can they just sit back and watch? Soon, someone echoed as if suddenly realizing something. That's right. Send some people to try to contact the ancient existence, and we will follow the immortal to seal off the eastern wasteland. The eyes of the Holy Lord Qixia lit up. Instead of risking the lives of the ancestors, it would be better to divert the trouble away and let the great demon and the ancient existence fight each other. That's it. Ye Beiwei nodded. She had no better idea at the moment. Set up the formation. Immediately afterwards, with an order, this huge project was immediately launched. It is extremely difficult to control the entire eastern wilderness, but fortunately, all the strong men from several domains have gathered together today. Meanwhile, Zhao Wumian was still slaughtering crazily on the land of East Wasteland. Although most of the people from each Holy Land family left the eastern wilderness and went to the outer realms to slay demons, there were still a considerable number left. In a short period of time, he almost flattened the eastern wilderness, and all the fairy mountains and sacred mountains were cut down from the roots. Such a crazy massacre also earned nearly 9 million kill points. The killing value is a little low, mainly because the realm has been broken through again, and there are not many people left in Donghu. Who is disturbing my sleep? Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from ancient times came from the desolate place in front of Zhao Wumian. Chapter 50. Lord of the Life Forbidden Zone. Zhao Wumian stopped killing, narrowed his bloodshot eyes, and stared ahead solemnly. The Forbidden Zone of Life, an existence that all the Holy Land families fear. Blood sacrifices are derived from these ancient creatures. He had to be cautious, as the Forbidden Zone of Life was completely unknown to him. Moreover, his current realm is not too high, and it is still difficult to withstand enemies above Xiao Ao. In the Jedi ahead, a huge vertical pupil appeared in the darkness. After looking around, a sound of surprise came from the other side. You destroyed Dong Huang. The vertical pupil slowly squeezed outward, and gradually, a giant's face fell into darkness, followed by the head and neck. A moment later, a giant that was no less powerful than Zhao Wumian appeared in the darkness. Invincible. Zhao Wumian was slightly startled. The other party's aura was too terrifying, making him feel extremely threatened. He originally thought that if at most a quasi-emperor emerged from this restricted area, it would be a big deal. Now it seems that he is far from being just a quasi-emperor. So what? Zhao Wumian's huge demonic body gradually dissipated with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it completely merged into the darkness. A trifle. The giant with vertical pupils scoffed softly, turned his big hand, and took out something that looked like a wooden stick. Suddenly, he struck with his stick, and the earth was instantly crushed into nothingness by a huge force. Just that ordinary stick strike was far more powerful than the sword strike Zhao Wumian had used with the imperial weapon before. After the attack, the vertical-pupiled giant let out another puzzled sound. His attack almost turned the entire area into nothingness, but the darkness remained intact and not damaged at all. I haven't been born for a long time, and the outside world has undergone such changes. No more sound came from the darkness, and the vertical-pupiled giant gave up after studying it for a while. He cannot see the true nature of darkness. Something's wrong with this continent. Let's notify the immortal temple. After a while, the giant muttered something and turned back to the penalty area. Your Majesty, this is probably a quasi-emperor who has reached the pinnacle. I am no match for him. In the darkness, the Shadow of War said respectfully. What do you think of the quasi-emperor of the extreme realm? Zhao Wumian was puzzled, he didn't know much about the realm behind. When one's cultivation reaches the peak of the free and easy realm, one has already taken half a step into the Great Dao. From this moment on, you must transform the laws into the Great Dao and forge your own path. Generally speaking, the quasi-emperor realm is used to transform into the Great Dao, but almost no one can successfully complete the transformation in this realm. Only when entering the Emperor realm can one glimpse the true appearance of the Great Dao. And the quasi-emperors of the extreme realm are those few who have completed the transformation of the Dao and can slightly borrow the power of the Great Dao. The Shadow of War explained it in detail, and also gave Zhao Wumian a general understanding of the subsequent realm. Then let's bypass this area first. Transform all the creatures in the eastern wasteland into monsters as soon as possible and increase the level of natural disasters. With darkness as his backing, Zhao Wumian is not afraid of the so-called extreme quasi-emperor, but he can't do anything to the other party at this stage. The area where darkness spread was too vast. In the eastern wilderness, if he did not take the initiative to provoke the strong, he would be almost invincible. At this time, Saint Lord Jianyuan and Saint Lord Kixia came together to a life-restricted area in the north of the Central Plains. There are 5 life-forbidden zones, 1 in each major domain. The current Holy Lord of Kixia Holy Land, the current Holy Lord of Jianyuan Holy Land, has an important matter to discuss with you. Senior, please come out and see us. Gu Yang and Chu Xian bowed and spoke at the same time, using their great magical powers to transmit their voices. At the same time, both of them took out an ancient token and threw it into the air. It was a medium or a certificate. According to ancient legend, if one wants to see the existence in the forbidden zone of life, one must hold this object. Otherwise, unimaginable disasters are likely to occur. Immediately, as the two watched, 2 ancient tokens rose into the sky and burst into a burst of blazing light. After a while, ripples appeared in the space and a figure slowly walked out of it. Only when he fully appeared did the 2 of them see his appearance clearly. This person was wearing a very ordinary jade-green Taoist robe, with a wooden hairpin in his bun and a red mole on his forehead. There is nothing valuable on his body, but there is a faint flow of Taoist charm, and his appearance is solemn and majestic. The blood sacrifice has just ended. What brings you here? The middle-aged Taoist priest looked like an immortal god descending from the sky, and asked with an expressionless face. Senior, a lawless demon has appeared on the Tianyuan continent. This demon is extremely strange and can spread darkness. Its growth rate is extremely alarming. In a short period of time, the eastern wasteland has been occupied by it, and countless lives have died. We are worried that if we allow this to continue, Tianyuan may not be able to hold out for much longer. Then, it will also affect the blood sacrifice ceremony of the ancient beings. Chu Xian lowered her head. Facing a strong man of this level, she didn't even dare to look at him anymore. Has the eastern wasteland been lost? Hearing this, the middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest was startled, and his narrow eyes narrowed into slits. Yes, please look. The Holy Lord of Jianyuan, Gu Yang nodded repeatedly, and threw out a photo ball with a flick of his hand. It records the current situation of the eastern wasteland. The middle-aged Taoist took it and looked at it, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. This peerless demon is extremely difficult to deal with. When he is at a low level, he can hide in the darkness, making it difficult for anyone to attack him. But when its strength reaches a certain level, its demonic nature is immediately revealed, and it slaughters all living things it sees. Chu Xian emphasized the terrifying nature of the devil at the right time. You are from the eastern wasteland, right? Is that so-called demon so powerful? Did he beat you all and force you to escape? The middle-aged Taoist looked solemn and asked Gu Yang. That's not the case. Half a month ago, that's how the devil got the opportunity to take advantage of it. The main thing is that the devil has imperial weapons and quasi-imperial weapons on his side, and is hiding in the boundless darkness. Even if we send our ancestors in, it will be useless. But letting him continue to grow is definitely not a solution, so I came to bother you seniors. Gu Yang shook his head, briefly described the conflict between good and evil, and then explained the reason for this. Well, you guys should retreat first. I will contact that fellow Taoist from the East Desert to see what the situation is. The middle-aged Taoist nodded slightly, agreeing to the matter. Yes. The two saints took the ancient tokens and left honestly. After the two left, the middle-aged Taoist returned to the restricted area with a frown. As soon as you step into it, it feels like you have arrived in another world, full of vitality and countless living creatures, which is completely contrary to the outside world's speculation about the forbidden zone of life. Even there was actually another sun hanging in the sky, a normal sun that hadn't suffered any abnormal changes. The middle-aged Taoist paused for a moment and then crossed billions of miles in one step, entering an ancient temple engraved with complex runes. After closing his eyes and silently reciting a few obscure incantations, the temple suddenly became bright with divine light. The next moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest crossed the vast domain and came to the forbidden zone of life on the land of East Wilderness. Master Zhuishan? Why are you coming here instead of concentrating on contemplating the great Dao? The giant with vertical pupils instantly noticed someone being teleported over, and after taking a closer look, he asked indifferently. With such a major event happening on the Tianyuan continent, how could I sit still? You are in the eastern wasteland, so you must know about it. Taoist Zhuishan said solemnly. He's just an ant in the Fuiao realm, but his methods are a bit weird. The vertical pupiled giant appeared nonchalant, but in fact he was already feeling apprehensive. I advise you to be more cautious. This demon is extremely strange. Don't let it destroy the territory we have managed for so long. Why don't you join forces with me and fight your way out to see what's so strange about it? The middle-aged Taoist's eyes turned fierce, and a deep murderous intent spread out involuntarily. Come on, I've fought him before, and he's very cunning. He can't be found after he hides in the darkness. I was just trying to contact the powerful ones from the immortal forces to see if I could summon an emperor. The vertical pupiled giant waved his hand, expressing his true thoughts. That's fine. The blood sacrifice that happens once every 1,000 years must not be interrupted. If this boy doesn't die, it will be difficult to complete the tasks assigned by the immortal temple. Taoist Zhuishan nodded and said seriously. Chapter 51. Failed again, damn it. Ziwei Star Region, Ye Holy Dynasty, inside the Emperor's Prince's mansion. A young man wearing a 7-star crescent crown and a purple ribboned cloud crane robe suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His angular face was filled with dejection and anger, and his pair of extremely deep black eyes were filled with an elusive light. 10 years. 10 whole years without any real, feasible, and effective method being deduced. The young man's face was terribly gloomy. He was the son of the emperor of the Yeye Holy dynasty, but he had been troubled by one thing for 10 years. As a result, his cultivation has stagnated and there has been little progress over the years. Did God allow me to live again, just to die at the hands of that great demon once again? The young man said bitterly, his eyes full of resentment. Maybe we should take a different route and find the woman in white first. After a long time, the young man pushed open the huge stone door made of bronze and walked out. I still remember that before my rebirth, a woman in white walked out of the immortal temple and lobbied everywhere, calling on the 3 major immortal forces in the Zhiwei star domain to pay attention to the darkness. Unfortunately, no one cared. Until one day, when everyone saw the horror of darkness, it was too late. The Emperor's son is going to the immortal temple. After a while, a thin middle-aged man with a sinister and cold expression appeared beside the young man, wearing a green robe embroidered with strange patterns and an indigo cloth wrapped around his head. This person has a rather gloomy name, Yan, and is the young man's protector. Well, I want to go find someone, although I don't know if I can find him. The young man nodded slowly. In his vague memory, the woman in white did not seem to be from the immortal temple. It is still early in this life's rebirth, so it is difficult to confirm whether the other party is in the immortal temple. I'll be ready now. The middle-aged guardian claimed to be old, and then took a photo of a huge spaceship. Tianyuan continent, eastern wasteland. Zhao Wumian returned to his original form and returned to the ancient Zhang family. They're all dead. Zhao Wumian glanced over and saw that Zhang Miazu was the only living person left in the huge Zhang family. They didn't die, they just submitted to their master in another way and served him. It's their honor. Zhang Miazu was full of flattery and enthusiasm. All the people in the Zhang family escaped Zhao Wumian's devastating blow because of her. In the end, it failed to stop the strange transformation of the blood mist. Now, the entire Zhang family is filled with strange creatures, and even Zhang Xuanji has not escaped. There are only 6 ancestors in the Fuiao realm and 2 ancestors in the Xiaoao realm who are still struggling to hold on. I'll give you a way to survive, enter the Devil's Way. Zhao Wumian's magic eyes saw through everything and looked directly at the 8 ancestors hiding in the Zhang family's secret realm. We are willing to enter the path of magic and follow in your footsteps. A moment later, the 8 ancestors broke through the secret realm and knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Wumian. The entire eastern wasteland was transformed by blood mist, and they had only managed to hold on until now thanks to their slightly higher strength. But it can't last too long. Compared to becoming a weird creature without mind, falling into the Devil's Way is simply a blessing. Very good. Zhao Wumian nodded with satisfaction, and the original demonic energy was released, turning the 8 people into demon slaves. Thanks to his deliberate intervention, the sanity of several people was preserved and they did not become zombies. Otherwise, ordinary demon slaves are not qualified to possess sanity. Master, several powerful people from large domains have gathered outside the eastern wasteland. They are setting up that kind of large formation again. Do you want to? After the 8 ancestors completed their demonization, Zhang Miazu stepped forward to report. Go and take a look. Zhao Wumian said indifferently. In fact, he was not worried about any big formation now. He has already reached the Fuiao realm. If he continues to retreat to comprehend the laws and break through to the Xiaoao realm, he will be able to break through the sky and go beyond the continent. If these people can use that formation to block the eastern wilderness, can they also block the starry sky outside the continent? His situation was already set, so he didn't need to be as cautious as before. Hurry, faster! At this time, at the edge of the eastern wilderness, countless people were moving under Yebeiwei's orders. Divine materials fell from the sky like they were free and became the foundation of the formation. Report. Dozens of demons spotted ahead. Suddenly, an elder above the earth shouted, and his voice reached the sky. Demons? Kill them! Ye Beiwei said indifferently after hearing this. Previously, several people were sent to the southern territory to invite the demons to come and suppress the big demon. Unexpectedly, the other party had no intention of providing support at all, and even killed those who reported the news. In recent days, she received news again because no one from several major regions came to the aid of the southern region. That place has been occupied by the demons, and even the demon families from other major domains have rushed to the southern domain upon hearing the news. They took the opportunity to completely transform the southern region into a demonic land, and the forces of justice fled or died. Humph, as expected, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. These demons are unreliable at critical moments. The Penglai Saint Lord said coldly, and the next moment he brought one of his own ancestors in the Fuiao realm to suppress the enemy personally. Senior Sister Yu, what should we do? On Earth, dozens of demon geniuses were terrified. They were the first group of demon geniuses who came out of Yaoang Valley that day. That day, everyone followed Zhao Wumian's advice and left the secret realm directly, flying towards the southern region at full speed. However, several major domains immediately issued orders to kill demons, and countless powerful people appeared. With their level of cultivation, if they continue to move south, they will definitely be caught up by the righteous army. So, Yu Chen led everyone to do the opposite and came to Donghuang in secret. Listen to my orders, and together we will unleash our strongest power. Even if we die, we must drag this old ancestor down with us. Yu Chen gritted his teeth and led all the demon geniuses to face the enemy head-on. Ants dare to defy the will of heaven, they don't know how to live or die. The ancestor of the Penglai Holy Land sneered, and suddenly a bright light appeared in his hand, which turned out to be a quasi-imperial weapon. I originally brought them here to annihilate you demons, and now they've come in handy. The old ancestor growled gloomily. The light of the quasi-imperial weapon in his hand grew brighter, and a tremendous pressure came like the sea. Kill! Faced with such a terrifying attack, even though they knew they were doomed to die, all the demon geniuses did not retreat a single step and released their strongest magical powers together. The 10-colored light shone brightly, seemingly becoming their final glory. Tisk tisk tisk, that's all an old dog can do. Suddenly, a giant hand that covered the sky broke through the formation that had not yet been completed and descended in front of dozens of geniuses. An extremely terrifying true demonic force instantly surged out. At this moment, the supreme pressure of the quasi-imperial soldiers seemed to be suppressed and could not advance an inch. In a moment, a long spear broke through the formation wall again and came out into the air. With one shot, he pierced through the eyebrows of the ancestor of the Penglai Holy Land and nailed him into the ground. You go die too. This wasn't over yet. The heaven-shattering demonic hand instantly moved again, suppressing the bewildered Penglai Saint Lord like a mighty force. Chapter 52. Magic. High in the sky, everyone stopped moving, and an unspeakable fear rose in their hearts. Only when you truly look directly into this strange demon can you feel the indescribable terrifying aura. It was as if a deadly breath from the soul was spreading. Use the imperial weapons. Ye Beiwei roared, and her eyes instantly burst into infinite anger. Facing this great demon again was different from when he was in the fairyland. This time, in addition to the fear hidden deep in his soul, there was also extreme humiliation. For more than 20 years, she has been toyed with like a 3-year-old child. Kill! Chop off his hand! Ye Beiwei was so angry that she didn't even care about the dignity of being the immortal emperor. After roaring, he rushed forward with a quasi-imperial weapon in his hand. Cut! I just don't believe this. In an instant, several ancestors in the Xiaoao realm attacked together, and the weapons in their hands were at least quasi-imperial weapons. This crazy woman! The corner of Zhao Wumian's mouth twitched inside the formation. He really couldn't imagine how much this woman in white hated him. That look was as if he had done something cruel to her in his previous life. Your Majesty, I'm here. When Zhao Wumian was about to forcibly mobilize the power of the imperial soldiers to protect the demon clan's Tianjiao, a huge shadow leaned over from behind. She shouted respectfully and then rushed directly towards the unfinished formation. Boom! With a loud noise, the wall of the formation twisted and deformed in an instant. If you look from the outside, you will see a huge, twisted and terrifying demon face constantly breaking through the array wall. What is that thing? Countless creatures in the outside world immediately became agitated and took a big step back. Next second, a sinful face covered with red hair forcibly broke through the wall of the formation. With a sharp hissing sound, the giant face spewed out endless blood-red mist. He then stretched out a giant red-haired hand, grabbed dozens of geniuses and retreated them back into the formation wall. At this time, the attacks of several ancestors also fell, all hitting the red-haired giant's face. Pa! A scene that no one expected appeared. The attacks from several ancestors using quasi-imperial weapons and imperial weapons were like hitting cotton. There was only a slight sound, and the giant face did not retreat like a piece of candy under the powerful attack. Just when everyone thought that the giant red-haired monster was going to retreat, something strange happened. The red-haired giant monster exploded with a loud bang, and its life form seemed to change instantly, turning into a pool of blood. Retreat! Yebeiwei and several ancestors shouted at the same time. They felt the breath of death spreading. For a moment, no one dared to get close to the strange blood water that was falling like a waterfall. Ah! The blood was like an endless sea bursting its banks, madly flooding the earth. The disciples who did not retreat in time sank directly into it. Amidst screams, they underwent horrifying changes. Some were covered in the red hair of the giant monster, while others were torn into pieces and covered with mouthparts. Damn it! Stop all attacks and leave to complete the formation. Yebeiwei's pupils suddenly contracted, and images related to the red-haired giant monster immediately appeared in her mind. She was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that the original True Devil had this method at this time. Knowing how terrifying the red-haired monster was, she didn't dare hesitate for a moment. She even snatched an imperial weapon from the ancestor of the Qixia Holy Land and threw it down, turning it into the core of the formation. With the joint efforts of countless creatures, the last few steps of the formation were quickly completed. The broken formation wall was sealed again, and the waterfall of blood finally stopped flowing. He's growing faster than I imagined, and the situation has become even more difficult. Yebeiwei's back was soaked with cold sweat, and she spoke with lingering fear. My lord, this thing was also created by that great demon. Why do I feel like it exudes the aura of a quasi-emperor? An old ancestor was terrified. If he was not mistaken and the other party was really a quasi-emperor, what hope was there for the righteous side? This giant red-haired monster is indeed terrifying, but only relatively speaking. It has a terrifying ability to spread strangeness, but its combat power is almost non-existent. Of course, its defense is infinitely high, making it extremely difficult to kill. Yebeiwei explained slowly after calming down a little. I see. No wonder the giant red-haired monster didn't just charge out. Hearing this, many ancestors suddenly understood. Then a feeling of luck came over me. The main reason is that they haven't produced a quasi-emperor yet. If a true quasi-emperor appears on the demon's side, it will be a disaster. Don't be too relaxed, this red-haired giant monster is the most powerful and strange trump card of the original True Devil. Its destructive power and spread are far beyond the reach of even a quasi-emperor. Yebeiwei warned seriously, as she was the only one among all people who had witnessed the terrifying sight of the red-haired giant. Now, what should we do? I feel like this formation seems. An ancestor-level figure from the Qianyuan Holy Land asked, and anyone could hear the hidden meaning in his words. The last formation didn't work at all. Yet, why don't we escape into the starry sky? This kind of unstoppable demon can't be defeated. Another elder from the Qianyuan Holy Land spoke tremblingly. Unlike people from other domains, their Qianyuan Holy Land was one of the culprits of what happened back then. Now, the Ye family is doomed to fail. The devil's sight was definitely on these families. It is conceivable that these people are under tremendous pressure and fear every day. Escape? If we allow him to grow unchecked, the entire continent, the entire Zhiwei star region, and even the heavens and myriad worlds above will cease to exist. You still haven't figured out one thing. The original true devil isn't simply seeking revenge. He's completely embraced darkness. He wants to destroy chaos, everything. Ye Beiwei raised her eyebrows, and said solemnly after rising to a higher level. She knew deeply that the birth of Zhao Wumian meant the coming of a great catastrophe for the entire chaos. I'm afraid he will only stop after all the big worlds derived from the chaos are destroyed. Don't hold on to any more hope or think of running away. Go back quickly to comprehend the immortal scripture bestowed by this emperor. After the emperor is born, we will return here to try again. Inside the formation wall. It was just a little bit off, almost enough to pollute the outside world. The shadow of war returned to normal human size, and the red hair on her body disappeared. This time, she was wearing clothes. It doesn't matter. Tianyuan continent's defeat is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Zhao Wumian waved his hand. Temporary gains and losses were nothing. Besides, the purpose of this action is to save people, as long as the goal is achieved. Senior, thank you. Yu Chen finally woke up from her extreme fear. When she realized that they were rescued by the so-called Big Devil, she expressed her gratitude in disbelief. You seem surprised that I would rescue you. Zhao Wumian had a wicked smile on his face, staring straight at Yu Chen, whose face was gradually turning red and hot. The latter nodded timidly, hummed softly, and almost buried his head in his chest. Don't overthink it. My transformation into a demon is just the beginning. Today I will establish the Primordial Demon Palace. All like-minded fellow Taoists are welcome to join. Chapter 53. Yu Chenchen's mind was full of thoughts. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Zhao Wumian quickly, and found that he was looking at her with a smile. Hey! Yu Chen instantly looked away, let out a breath, and felt his heart beating much faster. For some reason, every time I face this mysterious and powerful man, I always have a strange feeling in my heart. Senior, are you really willing to accept us? Just when the scene fell into silence, a demon genius asked in surprise. But we have already joined a magic holy land or aristocratic family. Is it okay to do this? After a while, more disciples asked in succession, their tone full of desire. This man's strength is obvious to all, and he had already experienced the terrifying nature of his talent in Medicine King Valley. Being able to enter Yaoang Valley means that the other party is under 50 years old, just like them. But their combat power is far superior to theirs and cannot be compared at all. Of course, no matter how strong one's personal combat power is, it will not make the already proud geniuses want to become his disciples. The main thing is that during this period they learn the true identity of this person. The real demon, this alone has a fatal attraction to all demons. They are demons, but not monsters. However, they have an immense desire to become real monsters. However, there has been no channel that can accomplish this throughout the ages. The demons have always been just demons. Now, this opportunity has arrived. The southern region has now gathered all the magic holy places and aristocratic families. The original magic palace will be built in the southern region, not the eastern wasteland. Zhao Wumian's deep bloodshot eyes looked towards the south, the meaning was self-evident. We are willing to join the Primordial Demon Palace and serve you for life. Hearing this, dozens of Tianjiao fell into ecstasy, and then looked at Zhao Wumian eagerly, as if expecting something. Don't worry. The ranks of the demons I currently possess are 3 true demons, 8 heavenly demons, 12 earthly demons, and 365 great demons. Now that one true demon rank has been consumed, the remaining ranks are all empty. Whether you can obtain the above ranks depends on your future performance. Zhao Wumian paused here, then continued with a smile. However, I can give you a little sweet taste first. As he spoke, dozens of wisps of pure black energy emerged from his fingertips. This was the original demonic energy of the original true demon. In a moment, dozens of original demonic energies swirled into the bodies of all the demon geniuses present. The moment the original demonic energy entered their bodies, everyone immediately showed expressions of ecstasy and satisfaction. Unbelievable, is this the source of the devil's power? The magic we have cultivated for decades is nothing but dirt compared to this. It's such a great honor to witness and be a part of it. Yu Chen and others expressed the highest exclamation, all of them were shocked by this miracle of dimensionality reduction. The next moment, dozens of people entered a state of enlightenment at the same time. Yes, your comprehension is excellent. Zhao Wumian nodded imperceptibly. The original demonic energy of the original true demon is like a deadly poison to normal people, but to the demon cultivators, it is simply a blessing from heaven and a supreme blessing. Dozens of geniuses did not disappoint him, and all of them had an epiphany at the first moment. The soul entered a deep and mysterious state and began to communicate and comprehend the original demonic energy. Let's find a place and start our retreat. Zhao Wumian turned his head to look at Zhang Miazu, and a fire suddenly ignited in his belly. We. Zhang Miazu's cheeks immediately flushed and her ears turned red. Then she asked in a low voice in surprise. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? I was almost staring out of my head just now. Zhao Wumian did not deny it and teased jokingly. Master, please follow me. Zhang Miazu was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Zhao Wumian anymore. She mustered up the courage to hold Zhao Wumian's hand and walked towards a secret place in the Zhang family. When the little hand touched the slightly larger palm, a unique feeling of coolness immediately spread throughout the body. Zhang Miazu couldn't help but tremble immediately. This familiar feeling made her forget all the previous unpleasantness. Just now, she saw Zhao Wumian and Yu Chen having a good conversation, and she felt really jealous and uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, the owner had been keeping an eye on her. Now, he's actively inviting her to join him in seclusion. A little time. Tisk. Zhao Wumian felt relaxed and happy, and was amazed. The Taiyin divine body must be unique in some aspects. The body of a beautiful girl in her 20s is as soft as butter, and she carries a sword at her waist to kill foolish men. Although you don't see your head falling off, your bones will dry up in secret. Zhao Wumian closed his eyes and couldn't help but think of this poem in his mind. I didn't know what it meant before I became a demon, but now that I'm experiencing it, it seems as if I suddenly understand its meaning. It's probably like this, you get to know the taste of the marrow once you taste it. Thank you. The instep of his foot, with its pale blue veins, stretched straight. Zhang Miazu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Zhao Wumian infatuatedly. This is the ultimate tenderness that only the master can give her, unique, surpassing everything in the world. Southern Region, Dian Demon Sect. After the war, the southern region was devastated and the demons suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, they finally won and brought together the demonic forces of the entire Tianyuan continent. The demon clan is now more united, and they implement a unified external attitude from top to bottom. On this day, the demon lords from various demonic holy places and families gathered at the Dian Demon Sect. After a while, an old woman on the first seat slowly spoke. Everyone, the southern territory has won today, but this does not mean that we can defend the southern territory and withstand the powerful attack that may come next. According to intelligence, all the righteous forces didn't come to support us because they turned back midway to the eastern wasteland to slay a great demon, a demon even more pure and terrifying than us. Now, please share your opinions on what path the demon race should take and how it should proceed. The old woman has white hair and wrinkles on her face, but she exudes absolute majesty at all times. The reason why she can sit in the first seat today and ask questions to all the leaders of the magic sect is because of her special identity. The old woman's original name was Bai Qingtan. She was a founding member of the Dian Demon sect and the only one still alive today. Therefore, she has extremely high prestige among the entire demon clan. In my opinion, we should recuperate for the time being. During this time, we can try to constantly stir up hatred between the righteous alliance and that great demon, so as to buy time for our demon clan to recover. Hearing this, everyone looked in one direction, where a middle-aged man with a rather dignified look was sitting. Her long black hair falls naturally on her shoulders, and her eyes are deep, as if containing great wisdom. This person is none other than the demon lord of the Chaos Demon Palace, Han Qunju. Well, anything else? The old woman could not deny it and turned her gaze back to the crowd. I second the proposal. The great demon is undoubtedly the perfect person to attract the righteous alliance's attention. If handled well, he can indeed achieve the effect the Chaos Demon Lord mentioned. Second. Soon, more and more demon lords expressed the same opinion and strongly agreed with the idea of the Chaos Demon Lord. I object. At this moment, a clanging sound came from the mouth of a woman in red carrying a huge sword on her back. Chapter 54. Red Sword Demon. This demon lord of the true demon lineage is truly brave. Ha ha ha, that's really her style. She does things that ordinary people wouldn't dare to do. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Dian Demon sect reacted the most. Ever since the day when the Red Sword Demon single-handedly killed the Blood Demon, countless disciples have regarded it as a spiritual belief. That invincible grace is engraved in everyone's mind. Red Sword Demon? This title is so fitting, I love it. So she is the new demon lord of the Dian Demon sect. Then the disciples of other demonic forces began to exclaim in surprise. In the Battle of the Southern Territory, if we were to say who was the most outstanding demon lord, it would undoubtedly be the woman in red carrying a giant sword. In this battle, the woman in red descended like a god of war, with a unique magic skill and a set of superb sword techniques. The righteous forces in the southern region were utterly defeated. He killed 3 holy lords in a row and even seriously injured 2 Fuiao ancestors. The dazzling performance impressed everyone. True demon lord, do you have any opinions? The old woman also showed a look of surprise and looked at Zhao Linger with interest. I think we should establish a cooperative relationship with the great demon, and even intervene in the righteous forces' suppression of it. As fellow demons, shouldn't we help each other? Zhao Linger stood up and spoke word by word, her voice still sonorous and powerful. Cooperate? Intervene? I'm afraid you don't understand the current situation. Doing so is tantamount to seeking death. The Lord of Chaos frowned. This was contrary to his idea. If he did so, it would only lead the demons into an irreversible Jedi. Haha, you are young after all, and you think too simply. The Sword Demon Lord sneered. He admitted that the Red Sword Demon was unparalleled in combat power, but his brain. No, we are not of the same kind as him. According to the voice transmission, this demon has completely fallen into endless darkness. He has already lost his most basic sanity. If we cooperate with him, the end result will probably not be very good. Voices of opposition then arose from different places. No one was willing to support Zhao Linger's suggestion. The sound transmission is just a rumor after all. I have first-hand information that all our geniuses have been discovered by the righteous in the eastern wasteland. And in the end, it was the great demon who saved them. The great demon has completely fallen into the devil's way, but he has a clear mind and is definitely not what you say he is. Zhao Linger said coldly, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. She could also get the view from the east wilderness through the darkness and knew what had just happened. Nonsense! We haven't received any news. How do you, a newly promoted demon lord, have such access? That's right, how can you make me believe what you said? Do you have any evidence? As expected, the weak and powerless Zhao Linger was once again criticized. The old woman sitting at the head seat was also indifferent, as if she was waiting to see how Zhao Linger would refute her. Evidence? Is this enough? Zhao Linger directly imprinted the scene she saw, and then waved her hand to make it appear in the sky. The picture shows the scene where the shadow of war is born and saves Yu Chen and others. Xiao Shuer. However, what was met with was endless ridicule, and no one believed that the picture was real. After all, anyone can fake such a scene. You guys! You're looking for death. Zhao Linger was filled with anger, and murderous intent swept the entire place in an instant. These stubborn fools! Uncle Wumian was willing to give them a chance to live, but no one was willing to cherish it. How dare you! You! The Chaos Demon Lord slammed the table and stood up. Just as he was about to suppress this ignorant little girl, he seemed to see something incredible. His hands froze awkwardly in mid-air, his mouth opened but no words came out. Demon, demon, demon. Oh my god! She's a real devil! She really is a devil! The whole audience was instantly boiling. Everyone showed a look of reverence, as if they saw the truth in their hearts manifested in the world. Even the old woman sitting at the head seat couldn't remain calm and stared at Zhao Linger in amazement. The great demon is none other than my uncle. Do you really want to use him as a pawn? At this moment, Zhao Linger showed the power of the true devil in front of everyone for the first time. The purest demonic energy appeared and suppressed all the demons present. As her demonic gaze swept across the entire room, every demon instantly avoided her gaze. No one dared to look at her directly. The pressure from the superiors falls upon everyone. The old woman with powerful cultivation also looked away after watching for a few breaths. Even she couldn't bear this kind of pressure. Please put away your magical powers. We are sorry that we didn't recognize you. After a moment, the old woman suppressed the trembling in her heart and spoke with her head lowered. You're so stubborn. If you weren't still of some use to Uncle Wumian, humph. Zhao Linger snorted coldly and then restrained her breath. Now, who else opposes my suggestion? After sitting down again, Zhao Linger asked indifferently. I dare not. Everything is carried out according to your will. Everyone present was surprisingly unanimous and gave an answer instantly. But, how can we interfere with the forces of justice? After a long silence, someone asked cautiously. The gap in strength between the forces of good and evil is too great. Even if all of them were mobilized, they would not be able to defeat the Central Plains. Not to mention the Eastern Wasteland. For now, there's no need for you to do anything. Now that the righteous path has trapped our uncle again, all of you should go back and recuperate. What we have to do is wait for our uncle to come to the southern territory, and then lead you to attack the Central Plains. Zhao Linger suddenly overturned all her previous plans. She suddenly remembered that after mastering the dark walking technique, she could ignore everything and descend directly into any darkness. From the previous sight, we learned that Uncle Wumian had just entered seclusion, most likely to comprehend the art of traveling through darkness. Yes. All the demon lords were surprised when they heard this. They did not doubt Zhao Linger's words at all. They believed that a real devil would definitely have this method. In a blink of an eye, 5 years passed. On this day, Zhao Wumian woke up from his retreat. I'll be out later. He patted Zhang Miazu, who was naked in front of him. 5 years. These 5 years have passed so quickly. Yes, Master. Miazu knows. Zhang Miazu slowed down her movements slightly, and then let out a murmur. Chapter 55. Half a month later, after the last communication, Zhao Wumian's aura suddenly increased significantly. The demonic energy in his body grew uncontrollably, and he broke through to the peak of Fuiao. Congratulations, Master! I, the maidservant, have also reached the Fuiao realm. Zhang Miazu whimpered, slowly separated from Zhao Wumian, wrapped herself in a plain long skirt, and immediately bowed her head respectfully. Well, wait aside. Zhao Wumian sat up cross-legged, closed his bloodshot eyes and examined all the changes in the past 5 years. Name, Zhao Wumian. Realm, Peak. Personality, pure good extremely dark. Constitution, chaos demonic body. Skill, original demonic scripture. Laws, law of destruction, 88%, law of the moon, 90%. Supernatural powers, world-destroying demonic thunder, great achievement, walking through darkness, perfect, heavenly tribulation light, great achievement, 9 transformations of the heavenly demon, perfect. Innate magical power, destruction, domain. Spiritual medicine, immortal phoenix medicine, 12 immortal medicines, 420 imperial medicines, 390 quasi-imperial medicines. Weapons, Xuxian divine sword, immortal king's Dao weapon, Xuxian sword demon, top-level imperial weapon, 9-story demon tower demon, high-level imperial weapon, Shimi spear demon, high-level quasi-imperial weapon, Zhangtian knife demon, high-level quasi-imperial weapon. Feature 1, Devour. Feature 2, Demon. Feature 3, Evil Collective, Shadow of War. Feature 4, Dark Sublimation. Kill value, 39 million. During the 5 years of seclusion, he was not always indulging in desires. With the strength of his soul, he was able to do many things at the same time. During these 5 years, the world-destroying demonic thunder and the heavenly calamity light reached perfection, and the power of the supernatural powers increased dramatically. The dark travel and the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon have reached perfection. One is the ultimate escape, and the other is the ultimate attack. The original true demon's already heaven-defying foundation burst out with 81 times the combat power. I believe that even those at the peak of the free and easy realm can crush him single-handedly. It would be the same even if the person in the free and easy realm opposite was the woman in white. My natal treasure. What excited Zhao Wumian the most was that his killing value continued to rise during his retreat, reaching a huge amount of 39 million. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 365 pieces of world-destroying demon crystals, and finally had 2.5 million killing points left. In order to refine the world-destroying demon crystal faster, Zhao Wumian found a product called 9 Netherworld Fire in the system mall. Another 2 million killing points were spent to exchange it. After a while, Zhao Wumian finished fusing the 9 Netherworld Fire, and immediately took out 365 pieces of world-destroying magic crystals to begin tempering. He has never been interested in other weapons because the best one is the one that suits him. The original true demon is paired with its natal treasure, which is far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Perhaps it can achieve a qualitative change. The next morning, Central Plains. On this day, Ye Beiwei came out of seclusion. 5 years had passed, and the immortal aura surrounding her became even more intense. The vast aura emanating from his body is not inferior to that of the ancestor of the Holy Land, and may even surpass it. From a distance, she looks like a fairy walking out of a painting. Her eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of fairy light burst out. Then she took a step forward and came to the main hall of Qixia Holy Land. What's the point of having a sedate practice? Ye Beiwei glanced around the hall with a rather cold tone. She was striving to reach the quasi-emperor realm, and it seemed that it would not take long for her to break through the bottleneck, but she was awakened by Chu Xian's call. Something happened in the southern region. Over the past few years, the southern region has been behaving very strangely. Chu Xian gave up the main seat and waited for Ye Beiwei to sit down before telling her what had happened. It turned out that for the past 5 years, the demons in the southern region had frequently sent troops to harass the central plains, which was the closest to them. At first, it was just a small fight, but gradually, high-end combat forces joined in, including some ancestor-level figures carrying quasi-imperial weapons. And last year, a sword demon dressed in red came and almost destroyed an ancient family with a weak foundation with one sword strike. After this incident, we secretly sent an ancestor to the edge of the southern territory, and finally discovered a shocking secret. Chu Xian said with a worried look on her face. Red sword demon. Ye Beiwei frowned, and suddenly remembered the three peerless demons who had always been by the side of the original true demon in her previous life. Isn't one of them the one in red with a sword? Yes, it's her, Zhao Linger. Large areas of darkness are now appearing in the southern region. We really can't tell whether it's because we haven't sealed off the original true demon, or… Chu Xian was worried. Both situations would be extremely tricky. In desperation, he could only ask Ye Beiwei to come out. I never thought that the famous red sword demon would be my abandoned disciple. Ye Beiwei suddenly felt a sense of regret. I should have followed Chu Xian's advice that day, and eradicated the problem completely. The darkness must have been created by the red sword demon. From what I know, the original true demon clan has a strict hierarchy. And the red sword demon belongs to the true demon level, only one level lower than the original true demon. Ye Beiwei thought for a moment and then said. Now that I've emerged from seclusion, let's deal with this sword demon first and chop off one of the primordial true demon's left and right arms. Her eyes narrowed. It wasn't too late to eradicate the problem now, even though she hadn't done so in the past. Although the true demon and the original true demon are only one level apart, their foundations are a world apart. Okay, I will gather the strong men from the three regions and set out for the southern region. Chu Xian's voice suddenly became softer, and she seemed a little dazed. Before we knew it, 2 of the 5 regions had been occupied. How many years has it been? This Tianyuan continent has stood for countless years, although no force can last forever. But it's not like now, where 2 major domains were destroyed in such a short time. Is there no news from the Life Forbidden Zone? Ye Beiwei nodded, then asked again. The Life Forbidden Zone is an extremely powerful force. If we can win them over, everything will be much better. No, there hasn't been any news since our last meeting, and no ancient beings have emerged from any of the forbidden zones for life in the major domains. Chu Xian shook her head. To be honest, not only did Ye Beiwei not understand the life forbidden zone of Tianyuan continent, even the natives like them only had a vague understanding of it. What is the purpose of the blood sacrifice that takes place once every 1,000 years? Why is there a life forbidden zone in all 5 major domains by coincidence? These have always been mysteries. There have been various speculations throughout the ages, but none of them have been confirmed. Never mind. After the battle in the Southern Territory, I will personally go to the restricted area to investigate. Let's go. Ye Beiwei waved her hand. There were many things that people in the lower world could not understand or deduce. Only when she saw them with her own eyes could she break through the fog and get to the essence. A fairy order was sent from Qixia. Half a month later, the Buddha's light shone everywhere in the western regions, and a huge Buddha came out chanting scriptures. Bian also had divine light rising into the sky, and a person with great supernatural powers broke through the space and came. This time, all those who participated in the battle were extremely powerful people who were above the level of the great powers, and almost all of them came out in full force. With the immortal scriptures provided by Ye Beiwei, all the ancestors gained a lot, and many of them broke through directly to the free and easy realm. The ancestor who originally belonged to the free and easy realm was approaching the peak of free and easy realm, and was only one step away from reaching the quasi-emperor realm. The powerful man appeared with such a huge momentum that he was soon noticed by the demons in the southern region. Chapter 56. Southern Region. The crimson blood sun hangs high in the sky, and rolling evil clouds cover the earth. Between the vast heaven and earth, a man in red is dancing like a god or demon. Rays of sword light, unique in the world, shot up into the sky. Too strong. Even if more than a dozen ancestors attacked together, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Is this the true devil's background? Above the earth and at the edge of the sea of clouds, countless demon disciples watched this earth-shaking battle with fiery expressions. That invincible figure was completely imprinted in everyone's soul, becoming a vivid memory. Ha 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 ha, I admit defeat. The true demon lord is so powerful that the outcome will be the same if we continue fighting. An old man with black hair standing upright and holding a large black tripod laughed heartily. After a while, more than 10 ancestors at the peak of the Fuiao realm stopped, unwilling to bring humiliation upon themselves. He's still growing a bit slowly. I'm afraid that person has already reached the realm of freedom. The red-robed sword demon put away his sword and kept his gaze fixed towards the central plains. During the 5 years, she was never idle. She either went to the central plains to kill a few ancestors or went to the southern region to find more than 10 ancestors to teach her tricks. The heaven-devouring demonic art that she obtained was different from ordinary martial arts. Only through repeated battles could one comprehend the true meaning of the Tao and develop an invincible heart. Report. Urgent message. The masters from the 3 regions are coming out in full force, heading towards the southern region. Suddenly, a loud roar broke the silence of heaven and earth. A middle-aged man in the realm of great power came to Zhao Linger and bowed down. Have you, the reincarnated one, discovered me? Zhao Linger's eyes were cold and contained a hint of sarcasm. Don't worry about it, let them do it. Without any hesitation, Hong Ai responded immediately. I obey your command. The middle-aged man who delivered the message was stunned at first, but then quickly put his doubts aside and chose to believe it. Everyone, start preparing. Zhao Linger flashed and sat down on the top of a mountain, her eyes closed and her sword thrust to the side. It seemed as if they were ready to wait for the righteous army to arrive. The other dozen or so ancestors also behaved abnormally. In less than a moment, they disappeared and no one knew where they went. What are the ancestors and the true demon lord doing? Do you want to confront the powerful beings from the 3 realms head-on? No way, maybe there's a hidden card we don't know about, but it can't be revealed for the time being. What trump card can I have? All around, countless demon disciples were whispering, very puzzled by Zhao Linger's actions. However, no one stood up. Although they had doubts, it was impossible for them to come out and make accusations. 7 days later, the powerful men of the righteous path gathered in the central plains and set foot on the Chaos Sea. Is there any news from the southern region? While flying at high speed, Ye Beiwei asked aloud. No. Within the observed range, none of the demons showed any signs of abnormality or panic, nor were there any large-scale demon gatherings. Chu Xian recently took over all the intelligence directly and gave a reply quickly. Tread carefully, this is a bit uncharacteristic. Ye Beiwei frowned slightly after hearing this, sensing an unusual aura. It is impossible that the southern region did not notice such a big move by the righteous path. This shouldn't be the reaction after noticing it. Don't worry, with nearly 200 ancestral-level combat forces, we are enough to crush all conspiracies and tricks. Chu Xian was quite confident about this. No matter how powerful or strange the southern region was, it only had 3 holy places and 2 aristocratic families. What can we use to resist such a huge lineup? I hope so. Melt. At the same time, in the Zhang family of Dong Huang, Zhao Wumian was surrounded by a strange blood-red flame. He roared and finally melted the last piece of the world-destroying demon crystal. Hey! After he let out a light breath, a crack automatically appeared on his palm, and a large amount of demonic blood flowed down like water, flowing into the melted world-destroying demonic crystal. When the blood touched the melted world-destroying demon crystal, it was not instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature, but merged with it. A little bit. One after another, complex, mysterious and vast runes emerged, bursting out with endless magical light. Zhao Wumian took a look, as if he saw the great worlds collapsing in the magic light. I saw a giant demon of heaven and earth waving his hand to destroy the huge star in the endless deep space. I also saw an immeasurable behemoth moving forward in the chaos, crushing everything in its path into a state of nothingness and vacuum. Could this be my life treasure? Zhao Wumian was stunned. He couldn't see the specific outline of the behemoth. It was too big. A world that is countless times larger than the Tianyuan continent is like a small bowl in front of it, and it will be destroyed if it touches it. Combine. Suddenly, Zhao Wumian saw the right opportunity, shouted loudly, and began to shape his natal treasure. According to the glimpse in his mind, he waved his hands unconsciously, not knowing what kind of treasure he was going to refine. On the other hand, more than 200 ancestors arrived at the edge of the southern region 7 days later. Everyone stopped temporarily at Ye Beiwei's signal. Go ahead and charge in. Before the darkness completely covers the southern region. An old ancestor in the free and easy realm shouted, his spiritual sense spread over countless miles, and he did not see anything abnormal. Don't worry, immortal. These 5 Holy Land level forces are nothing to be afraid of. Well, even if we lose this battle, we have no complaints. More and more people are advocating to invade the southern territory, mainly because most of the southern territory is still a land of light and has not been eroded by darkness. In the absence of darkness, the ancestors really have nothing to fear. Each of them is a powerful person who dominates a certain area. Their old eyes have become sharp and they can easily analyze the current situation in the southern region. Sacrificial vessel, kill. Leave no one alive. Ye Beiwei observed carefully for a while and then drew her sword and pointed it at the south region. Just now, she used a pupil technique to scan the land of the southern region, and there was indeed nothing strange. At first glance, there shouldn't be any hidden danger. Kill. More than 200 divine lights began to move again, rushing towards the light land in the southern region. The sounds of swords and horses suddenly rang out invisibly, and the ancestors began a ruthless massacre as soon as they entered the southern region. With every sword and knife he cut through the sacred mountains and the earth, taking away the lives of millions of demons. Ha 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 ha, these bastards must have gotten scared and hidden themselves in the darkness. An old ancestor laughed wildly and slashed at the nearby darkness while speaking. Kill, first kill all the demons outside of the darkness, and then. Chu Xian held high a quasi-imperial weapon, and rays of divine light shot out, destroying everything in sight. Gradually, more than 200 ancestors went deeper and deeper, and before they knew it, they were about to conquer 1/3 of the territory of the southern region. Zhu Xian formation rises. Just when everyone thought this battle was too easy, a burst of demonic sound rang out from all directions. Chapter 57. Oh no! It's a trick! The ancestors were startled instantly and looked up to see more than 40 demonic shadows floating on the surrounding mountaintops. There are 365 blood-black flags surrounding the mountains. We've fallen into the formation. Chu Xian was stunned, a little surprised, and more of a disdain. There are only 5 Holy Land level forces in the demonic world. Over countless years, their true identities have been figured out by the Holy Lands of the righteous world. The demons don't have any useful killing formations, and even if they did, it would not be able to trap the more than 200 ancestors present. Then she looked at Ye Beiwei with full confidence. After years of getting along with her, she knew the latter's superb attainments in formations. Be careful, this formation is not simple. Unexpectedly, Ye Beiwei immediately gave a serious warning, her sharp eyes always alert to the surroundings. It seems like there is something terrible hidden in it. Today, I will severely damage the vitality of your so-called righteous path. Suddenly, a red figure sitting cross-legged on the highest peak slowly stood up. Open! The next moment, she drew the long sword beside her and pointed it at the more than 200 people outside the formation and roared. As he finished speaking, 365 blood-black flags began to spin rapidly. Countless mysterious runes on the flags shone brightly, gradually outlining 4 divine swords. Immortal Execution Sword, Immortal Slaughter Sword, Immortal Trap Sword, immortal extermination sword. The red-clothed figure spat out a blood-colored lotus from his mouth. Every time he shouted out 3 words, endless murderous energy from heaven and earth would gather from all directions, and finally formed the shadow of a magic sword. This formation is the Zhu Xian sword formation, which Zhao Linger obtained from the last page of the Supreme Sword Manual. This formation is the supreme formation that dominates the killing of the heavens. The sword formation is mysterious and strange, full of murderous intent and great danger. A murderous aura quickly rose in the formation, and the 4 main swords appeared, summoning countless virtual swords and real swords. Sword shadows filled the sky, cutting through the air and charging towards the 200 people below. "Block it for a while, give me a little time," Ye Beiwei said calmly. This formation is truly extraordinary, and can be said to be no less than the top killing formations in the fairy world. However, she was confident that she could break through, provided it took some time. After she finished speaking, her eyes burst out with an extreme purple divine light, and then she turned her eyes to look around. The purple extreme divine pupil is a divine pupil technique that she discovered in the former residence of an immortal emperor when she was in the late stage of the immortal king in her previous life. After cultivation reaches perfection, it is in no way inferior to the top-level divine pupil physiques such as the samsara-breaking pupil and the double pupil. "Goddess, please hurry up, we can't hold on for much longer." After only a few breaths, an old ancestor was struck by the elusive Zuxian sword, his left arm was broken, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Cough. How could this killing array possibly exist in this world? It's so terrifying. After a while, several more ancestors were covered in blood, their faces filled with terror. How could it be? At this time, Chu Xian's legs were cut off, and she muttered to herself, unable to believe it. "No, I don't want to die." Chu Xian suddenly burst out with all his magic power and rushed towards Ye Beiwei. She had just broken through to the Fuiyao realm not long ago and could not withstand such a terrifying killing formation. "Save me, Senior, save me." Seeing the 2 main swords suddenly appear beside her, Chu Xian wanted to die. She stretched out one hand towards Ye Beiwei, her eyes full of pleading and unwillingness. "Found it!" Ye Beiwei, with her purple eyes turned, suddenly moved, summoned a quasi-imperial weapon, and attacked in one direction. Chu Xian, who fell behind her, had 2 more bloodlines on his body. A gust of magic wind blew, and her body split into 4 pieces and fell to the ground. No! At the moment of his physical death, Chu Xian's spirit left his body and he screamed desperately. However, the 2 immortal swords emerged again and targeted Chu Xian, who was in the spiritual state again. "Break!" Ye Beiwei shook her head, ignoring the cries for help in her ears, and attacked the center of the formation with the quasi-imperial weapon in her hand. With a loud bang, the center of the formation exploded, and then the 365 blood-red flags stopped rotating. The sword shadows in the formation quickly dissipated, and soon the formation was broken. "It's a pity that you haven't yet fully comprehended this formation, right? Little Linger." Ye Beiwei ignored Chu Xian's death. The purple light in her eyes became brighter and brighter as she looked straight at the red figure on the top of the mountain. "You don't deserve this name. Kill them all." Zhao Linger's expression was extremely cold. She raised her sword and swooped down. Although the Zuxian sword formation was broken, more than 200 ancestors also died, 2 or 3 out of 10. The rest were also seriously injured. So far, this battle can be considered a great victory. He, so arrogant. Without that killing formation, Tuer is like a butchered dog. The killing formation disappeared, and the remaining ancestors stood up again in an instant, with the quasi-imperial weapons and imperial weapons in their hands shining brightly. For a moment, the dim southern region was shrouded in 10-colored light. A great war is about to break out, with swords flashing, blood and flesh flying, and broken bones everywhere. It was my mistake to let you live that day. Today, I must make amends for it. High in the sky, two figures, one in white and one in red, faced each other. The woman in white was surrounded by fairy light and spoke coldly from a high position. Are you worthy? A monstrous demonic aura surged from the woman in red, and her tone became even colder and more piercing. In the later stages of Fuiao, you are no match for me. Ye Beiwei threw a punch casually. In the dazzling immortal light and under the brilliant fist of creation, it seemed as if the entire world was shaking. The outcome is still uncertain. Zhao Linger snorted coldly, revealing her true demonic background and using her supreme swordsmanship to chop at the constantly shattering space. The war intensified, and soon the entire southern region was affected. Several hours later, after another terrifying explosion, the southern region under the crimson blood sun finally fell silent. Fall into a brief calm. Both the righteous and evil paths paid a huge price, with casualties. However, overall, the evil paths suffered losses in terms of imperial weapons, with almost two-thirds of their ancestors perishing. How long can you last in this state? High in the sky, two red and white figures confronted each other again, staring at each other from a distance. Among them, the white shirt and skirt were torn in many places, and blood could be vaguely seen. The man in red was not feeling well either. His long sword had already broken into several pieces, and half of his body was stained red with demonic blood. Demons, your fate today is sealed. Surrender and I will leave you with an intact body. Rays of divine light from the imperial weapons shot up into the sky, illuminating the broken world. Fight to the death. Zhao Linger forced herself to suppress the blood that was flowing back to her mouth, raised another quasi-imperial level magic sword, and shouted hoarsely. You don't know your own limitations. There are still more than 80 ancestors left in the righteous path, and each of them is a powerful person in the free and easy realm. After taking a short breath, they shook the earth and charged again. The brutal war breaks out again. A boundless aura of murderous solemnity filled the sky of the southern region. In the far distance, countless disciples of the demon clan suddenly felt a sense of sadness. Where's that original true demon? Didn't he say he would descend? Why didn't he come to save our ancestors, to save the blood-soaked true demon lord? The disciples, aware of their own low strength, could hardly hide their disappointment. War. Amidst the awe-inspiring roar, the only remaining demonic giant had a look of determination on his face. A truly bloodthirsty war broke out, even more brutal than before. Almost every few breaths, an ancestor-level being fell. The mountains and rivers collapsed, all obstacles were smashed, and the earth was turned into a boundless Tiankang. 3 days later. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, a figure in red fell like a meteor. She seemed to have lost her breath, and slowly sank into the abyss-like sinkhole under the illumination of various lights. Ha 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 ha! I heard that you are the only living relative of the original true devil? Now that's good, I can help him transform into a demon more thoroughly. High up, an old man laughed loudly towards the sky. In 3 days, almost all the ancestors of the demon clan died. The old man took the opportunity to stand up with the imperial weapon in his hand and successfully hit the red-clothed sword demon. Stop talking nonsense, slaughter everyone in the southern region, then go back to retreat and attack the quasi-emperor gate. Ye Beiwei said with a frown, her eyes fixed on the falling red figure. This world is indeed dirty, but it shouldn't be destroyed. After a long time, Ye Beiwei sighed. So, we are the ones who should be destroyed. Sudden. A ruthless voice that was so familiar that it was almost engraved into Ye Beiwei's bones rang out. Chapter 58. An icy chill instantly swept across the broken battlefield. People suddenly discovered that the sinkhole below was shrouded in darkness in an instant, and a man in white clothes, black hair, and bloodshot eyes, holding the man in red clothes, slowly rose into the sky. As he reached the sky, the bloody sun was obscured and the world became completely dark. The aura of destruction spread rapidly, as if a magic sword was suspended in front of everyone's neck. The whole world fell silent and fell into deathly silence. Impossible! How could you suddenly appear here? After a long time, extremely terrified words spread in the darkness. In such a scene, it seems very jarring. He he he. The man did not respond, but just paced slowly in the void. In everyone's consciousness, something darker than darkness, similar to a domain, instantly descended. The devil clouds rolled and the thunder rumbled. Blood-red thunder fell from the sky with bared fangs and claws. Immediately afterwards, the red-clothed sword demon who was supposed to be dead in the man's arms suddenly made a sound. All the injuries on his body were visibly healed. After a few breaths, the woman in red opened her eyes. Uncle Wumian. I knew you wouldn't abandon Linger. She was not surprised at all, her big eyes fixed on the familiar face. Well, of course not. Zhao Wumian smiled more gently than ever before, and embraced Xiao Linger with one hand. In the other hand, a peerless magic sword appeared and gently slashed forward. A moment later, tens of thousands of miles away, an old figure exploded into a ball of bloody mist. With just a casual blow, he wiped out an old ancestor of the free and easy realm who was holding an imperial weapon. In the darkness, the sound of people sucking in their breath of cold air could be clearly heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only now do I know how terrifying it is to face the original true devil. It was like a huge mountain standing in front of them. No one could even think of escaping, let alone fighting. Even Ye Beiwei found it difficult to resist this unreasonable pressure, and her body trembled slightly in the sky. Let's all die. The man seemed to lose his patience. He casually swung the magic sword downwards, stabbing an ancestor to death. Just when everyone was wondering why he abandoned the imperial weapon, they suddenly saw an extreme demonic light blooming between the man's eyebrows. Boom! When the light appeared, the sky and the earth were dimmed, and purple thunder roared higher in the sky. It seems that something extraordinary is about to come out, but it cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. What on earth is this? Is there really no one in the world who can stop him? Dozens of old ancestors swallowed their saliva wildly, their already numb hearts were shocked once again. What was about to come out from between the man's eyebrows was too terrifying. It gives people an indescribable feeling of palpitations. Here he comes, he's finally here. In the distance, cheers erupted from countless demon disciples. I'm here, but the ancestors are all dead. Of course, there were also many disciples with gloomy expressions. The shocking battle lasted for too long, and one can guess what the situation was like by imagination. Well, the cheers gradually faded, and were followed by sighs. On the battlefield, the object containing endless darkness between Zhao Wumian's eyebrows finally appeared in everyone's sight. It was a small, black, millstone. It looks ordinary and there is nothing eye-catching about it. I failed. Just when everyone was puzzled, Ye Beiwei suddenly looked up at the sky and sighed. Her face was full of helplessness and self-blame. After rebirth, nothing has changed, and even the growth rate of the original true demon has been accelerated. At this moment, she really doubted whether her rebirth was a joke. Have you ever succeeded? Zhao Wumian said lightly. The small millstone swelled up in the wind, and it was out of control. It expanded to half the size of the domain in a breath. All the purple divine thunder spewing down from the sky was absorbed by the millstone without causing any waves. Haha! I didn't expect you to refine this weapon so early. Ye Beiwei seemed to have given up resisting and just watched the millstone turn and crush downwards. Ding! The host kills a creature in the free and easy realm, gaining 2 kill points and a wood law. Ding! The host kills a creature in the free and easy realm, gaining 2 kill points and a spatial law. Ding! The host kills a creature in the free and easy realm, gaining 2 kill points and a law of thunder. Bite! Just like the wheels of the long river of time rolling over, all the ancestors had no power to resist and turned into blood mist. I didn't expect to meet a reborn person. What a pity, it was a nice-looking skin. Zhao Wumian had an evil smile on his face, and he controlled his natal treasure with his mind to change direction and crush it towards the figure in white. It must be said that the woman in white had an extraordinary temperament, which at a certain moment aroused a little passion in him. However, the person in front of him represented too many variables, and holding back might put himself in a life and death crisis. The reincarnation of the immortal emperor is no joke. How could a creature like him, who was only a few dozen years old, compare with this old monster? Just as the huge millstone was about to crush the woman in white, several figures of different sizes rose into the sky from the Southern Territory's life forbidden zone. Young man, you can't kill her today. The original true demon? It is indeed remarkable. You can make the emperor take notice. You should be proud of it. Two voices were heard, and at the same time, a huge spiritual hand no smaller than a millstone grabbed directly. Chapter 59. Uncle Wumian. Xiaolinger in his arms exclaimed in surprise, those figures were so powerful. Fine. Zhao Wumian expressionlessly retracted the towering millstone, holding Xiaolinger in one hand as he gradually disappeared into the darkness. How strange! The giant hand that covered the sky took the woman in white away, and several figures with unparalleled divine power arrived in an instant. Unfortunately, in the end, all we could see was a pair of bloodshot eyes taking their last breath in the darkness. Why would such an unreasonable demon be born on this continent? It doesn't make sense. The middle-aged Taoist priest in a green robe frowned, unable to understand. There's nothing strange about it in the vast universe. It's just a demon with low cultivation. It's just that his abilities are more formidable. The vertical-pupiled giant also came along this time, and didn't take the original true demon too seriously. Are you the living beings in the forbidden zone of life? Ye Beiwei survived the disaster and spent a lot of time to get rid of the fear before she guessed and asked. I guess so. May I ask if your surname is Ye and you are from the future? The Taoist in green robes asked respectfully. Exactly. How did you? Never mind. What do you want from me? Ye Beiwei originally wanted to ask these people how they knew about her rebirth. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but give up the idea. Her reincarnation from the upper realm is already known to all 5 realms. It is very simple for the existence in the forbidden zone of life to know. It's not convenient to talk here. The Taoist in green clothes glanced at the darkness around him and said meaningfully. Please come this way, Excellency. Let's discuss this in detail in the Southern Territory's life forbidden zone. After a while, an old woman with wrinkles on her face came forward and invited him. This person is the master of the Southern Territory's life forbidden zone. Ye Beiwei nodded, and then the 5 figures gradually walked away. Uncle Wumian, these 5 people, are so strong. Also, there seems to be some force behind them. In the darkness, Xiaolinger looked at Zhao Wumian with considerable worry. The Tianyuan continent is far from being as simple as it seems. Don't worry. When we were weak in the past, those holy places were like a mountain pressing down on us. The current life-restricted area is just another mountain. Zhao Wumian has been in a state of calm since he discovered the appearance of the 5 extreme realm quasi-emperors. The current disparity in combat power is too great, and we cannot defeat them. But it's hard to say what will happen in the future. A few years ago, weren't the many holy places so high and mighty? Now, they have all become a bunch of dirtbags. More than 200 of the strongest ancestors were wiped out in this battle, and the rest were nothing but ant-like trash. The ultimate effect is just to transform into the kill value on your panel. Go ahead. Suddenly, Zhao Wumian nodded slightly towards the sky, as if giving instructions. In the distance, Ye Beiwei, surrounded by 5 figures, was about to step into the forbidden zone of life in the southern region. No one noticed that a crimson shadow rushed in at lightning speed, following the last person. In. Yes, come in. Throughout the entire southern region, darkness surged wildly, rapidly covering all areas of light. Zhao Wumian reappeared, with Shadow of War and Xiaoling beside him, who were talking to him. Very good. Let me see. Zhao Wumian showed a strange smile, and his soul instantly descended upon the Shadow of War. Just now, it was the external incarnation of the Shadow of War who followed the 5 extreme quasi-emperors into the Southern Territory's life-forbidden zone. The external incarnation, in layman's terms, is another way for the Shadow of War to spread weirdness. Store a sufficient amount of blood mist in advance and give it elementary intelligence and hidden divine power. As for its function, it is used in this situation. After Zhao Wumian entered the body of the Shadow of War, he immediately gained the full sight of the external incarnation. Just after stepping into the forbidden zone of life, 10,000 dazzling and scorching rays of light descended from the sky. Looking up, I saw a huge sun floating in the sky. Right in front of them, the 5 extremely powerful figures, along with Yebeiwei, disappeared in an instant. This place seems like another world, and it looks even more magnificent than the Tianyuan continent. Zhao Wumian said in surprise in the sea of consciousness of the Shadow of War. It is indeed a world with tens of billions of living beings, but it is fundamentally different from the Tianyuan continent. Shadow of War said this excitedly, but she didn't know what the essential difference was. Well, this world looks more like it was created by humans. Zhao Wumian soon shared the feeling that this place didn't seem real. Catch up with them and see if we can get some information. If not, spread the weirdness. After observing for a long time, Zhao Wumian lost interest, gave a casual order, and withdrew from the sea of consciousness of the Shadow of War. Yes, sir. The Shadow of War followed the order and controlled the foreign minister's avatar to move in the direction where the 6 people disappeared. About 2 hours later, the foreign minister's incarnation arrived in front of a magnificent palace. After pausing for a moment, the incarnation of the foreign minister swaggered and began to climb the bronze steps that looked like a ladder to heaven. About half an hour later, she walked across the avenue openly, and the human beings standing on both sides like guards acted as if they did not see her and did not move. After passing through a spacious lobby, you will see an extremely huge temple. There is a colorful altar at the end of the temple, and a complex formation is carved on the ground of the entire temple. What is your purpose? Why did you bring me here? Yebeiwei asked in confusion beside the long bronze table in the center of the temple. Don't worry, Your Excellency. The Emperor's son will show up soon. The Taoist in green robes spoke gently, but his feet kept moving, coordinating with the other 4 people to move in a certain order within the temple. Okay. Yebeiwei suddenly calmed down. After just a few glances, she could see that several people were activating a formation. As of now, this formation should be an ultra-long distance teleportation formation. She couldn't help but feel some anticipation as to what kind of person would be teleported out by the teleportation array that could be opened by 5 quasi-emperors of the highest realm. Slowly, as the 5 people moved, various rune lines on the ground lit up. After several hours, the 5 people stopped and each took out a crystal clear stone and threw it into the center of the temple. Top-grade spirit crystal? I'm afraid this can't support one person being teleported here. Yebeiwei suddenly couldn't understand the 5 people's behavior. She had almost figured out this teleportation array. It is indeed a long-distance teleportation formation, but just 5 top-grade spirit crystals are definitely not enough to support such a long-distance transmission. As expected of a reincarnation from a complete immortal realm, you probably possessed at least the cultivation level of an immortal king in your previous life. Just as Yebeiwei was puzzled, the light and shadow in the center of the temple changed, and then a huge painting appeared. 2 of the figures were looking at Yebeiwei with a smile. Chapter 60. Who are you? Do you know me? Also, what complete fairyland? Isn't this the lower realm? Yebeiwei asked 3 questions in a row, becoming even more confused. From the words of the male protagonist in the scroll, she deduced 2 points. First, the other party knows him and has a certain understanding of him. Second, this world or the boundless star field outside this world does not seem to be a simple lower world. Combined with what the other party said, this may be an incomplete fairyland? No, 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 I don't know you, sir. But the person next to me should be quite familiar to you. By the way, my name is Wang Heng. The young man named Wang Heng in the scroll pointed at another strange young man beside him. Long time no see, I'm Yuking Ian. The strange young man stared at Ye Beiwei with an extremely weird look, as if he had a lot to say. Have we met before? Are you also from the Qinglian immortal realm? The more Ye Beiwei listened, the weirder it seemed to her, and she was very confused by this person's behavior. I'm not from the Qinglian immortal realm, but I have indeed seen you before. I saw you in my previous life. A trace of reminiscence appeared on Yukinjian's face, as if he had known Ye Beiwei for thousands of years. Nonsense! You're not from the Qinglian immortal realm, how could you have seen me in your past life? Ye Beiwei's tone was unfriendly, and her previous confusion turned into shock and anger, as if she had been fooled. We have indeed seen you. In your previous life, you were incredibly talented and brilliant. As soon as you walked out of the immortal temple, your reputation as a genius illuminated the entire broken universe. Your attainments and formations are superb, and your 9 magical powers have made you invincible. Yukinjian told the story in detail, almost revealing all of Ye Beiwei's secrets. No, impossible. I was clearly in the Azure Lotus immortal realm in my previous life. How could I appear before you? Ye Beiwei's pupils dilated slightly and she looked at Yukinjian in disbelief. Although she didn't admit it, she already believed it about 70% in her heart. Many of those secrets were ones she had never made public. This person spoke of it as if he knew everything about it. How can one not believe it? But if she appeared in this universe in her previous life, then who was Ye Beiwei in the Qinglian immortal realm? It doesn't make sense at all. I don't know much about that. I only know that you were invincible all the way to the pinnacle of this universe, and finally joined forces with countless powerful masters to fight a decisive battle with the original true demon. Yukinjian seemed to have noticed the problem and was confused for a moment. Decisive battle? What's the outcome? Ye Beiwei calmed down for a moment, then asked anxiously. In another past life, she actually had contact with the original true devil? If we lose, we all lose. Everyone dies in battle, and darkness descends upon the entire universe. Hearing this, Yukinjian looked lonely. Still lost. What am I going through? Could it be that God has allowed me to be reborn time and time again, only to die at his hands time and time again? An unacceptable guess suddenly arose in Ye Beiwei's mind. She may have entered an infinite time and space loop, and each time is related to the original true devil. Her rebirth was not to sweep away the darkness, but... No. No, no, no. After a certain moment, Ye Beiwei suddenly screamed like a madman. The voice containing powerful magic echoed throughout the magnificent temple for a long time. She danced around, almost to the brink of collapse. At this moment, all beliefs and pride seemed to be wantonly squeezed by a ruthless big hand. The truth may not be so cruel. Perhaps there is a hidden secret. Moreover, if I had found you in advance in this life, the ending might have been different. Yukinjian was very calm. He knew that if he collapsed at this moment, there would be no hope. He must give Ye Beiwei a reason to continue. Is there any hope? I don't see it, I really don't see it. The immortal emperor suffers repeated defeats. Could it be that I cultivated a fake immortal emperor in my previous life? All those tens of millions of years of experience were wasted. Ye Beiwei looked crazy, but not completely out of control. She indirectly answered Yukinjian's question while roaring. I know one of his weaknesses, but your participation is necessary to increase the chances of success. Please trust me, and trust yourself as well. We are facing an unprecedented existence, and all our failures are excusable. On the opposite side, Yukinjian was shouting with veins bulging, and he even wanted to break through the scroll and go into the temple. What weak! Bang! Ye Beiwei had just tried her best to calm down and was about to speak when a ball of blood exploded in the temple. Although the powerful impact did not cause any harm to the people present, it completely destroyed the formation that manifested the scroll. Before everyone could come to their senses, they saw endless blood-red mist spreading out in an instant. In an instant, the temple was filled. What the hell is this? The 5 quasi-emperors at the highest level looked around in fear, but could not see anyone. Not good. For some reason, Ye Beiwei gradually calmed down. Immediately, she looked panicked, turned around and flew out of the temple. The 5 people behind quickly caught up. When I came to the outside world, I saw a despairing scene. I saw that the boundless blood-red fog seemed to cover the entire life-forbidden zone in an instant. Among the tens of billions of living creatures, 80% were directly transformed into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. What kind of method is this? Why were there no signs beforehand? He chose to attack at that moment. Was he afraid that his so-called weakness would be exposed, and that you would regain your fighting spirit? The 5 quasi-emperors at the extreme level had different expressions. The blood-colored mist is different from darkness. It can be destroyed with extreme power. Don't let the remaining creatures be contaminated. It seems to make its owner even more powerful. Ye Beiwei gave a hurried order, and then purple divine thunder shot out from her body, annihilating large areas of blood-colored mist. Seeing this, the 5 people followed suit and used their most powerful method to start clearing out all the polluted spaces and living beings. Southern region. Your Majesty, their connection has been interrupted, but it may not prevent their next meeting. Shadow of War came back to his senses and immediately reported to Zhao Wumian. It's okay, you've done very well. Zhao Wumian waved his hand. He didn't care about the reborn people, whether it was 1 or 100. The original intention this time was to spread weirdness to the forbidden zone of life, which could harvest a wave of killing points and allow the Shadow of War to grow rapidly. Being able to get this news was an unexpected gain. How many lives do you need to advance to a high-level natural disaster? Zhao Wumian looked towards the central plains and asked lightly. There are approximately 8.2 billion souls in the restricted area. Adding the 700 million or so we had before, we are still short of 1.1 billion. Shadow of War replied immediately. Not much different. Killing all of Central Daxia will bring us 10 billion. Let's go and meet those old friends. Wake up! Zhao Wumian's expression was icy as he raised his arms and shouted loudly. The next moment, all the Southern Region Demon Clan disciples and all the Demon Clan ancestors who had died in the battle were resurrected. If there is a soul left, it is a true resurrection and the person has sanity. Not only that, all the ancient ghosts and dead bones on this land began to crawl up. Soon, the entire land was covered with countless demon slaves standing quietly and obeying orders. Kill! Kill all over the central plains, destroy everything, and destroy all the false justice. Zhao Wumian's feet suddenly burst out at great speed, carrying boundless darkness and his tribesmen towards the central plains. Chapter 61. In the central plains, the bloody sun hanging high in the sky turned from crimson to blood red. Everywhere you look, you see a world full of blood. The sudden change in the vision frightened everyone, and they retreated into their own holy places, trembling and talking about it. Over 200 ancestors marched towards the southern territory. Why, instead of reporting any results, did they cause such a terrifying change? Is this a coincidence or, why do I have a palpitation? Me too, my heart was beating uncontrollably, like something big was about to happen. This bloody day. Before any signs of real crisis appeared, countless people fell into endless fear. As if they had sensed the coming of death, everyone found it difficult to calm down. Everyone, it looks like something big is about to happen. Do you have any way to deal with it? In the Qixia Holy Land, Saint Jianyuan and others also felt the same palpitations. Moreover, most of them escaped from the eastern wilderness. They were all people who participated in the trial back then. Especially the Holy Lord Jianyuan, who was high above and in the lead at that time and pronounced the final punishment. He still clearly remembers that resentful look. What else can I do? The strongest fighting force has come out in full force. I can't wait to be a fish on the chopping block. Just wait. An elder from the Qixia Holy Land spoke sarcastically, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at the people from the eastern wilderness. By now, the root of the matter has long been spread. Everything started because of the Ye family and because of Dong Huang. Now, the Ye family has been destroyed, but one of the masterminds, Saint Jianyuan, has managed to hide in the Qixia Holy Land. When the bloody sun first appeared, it signified the awakening of the original true demon. Now, the bloody sun has become even more eerie red. I'm afraid nothing good will come of it. Eastern Wasteland. The Holy Lord Qingming sighed and said. In this situation, there is probably no need to deceive yourself. Report. Ancestors, ancestors, the longevity tablets of the ancestors, are all cracked. Suddenly, a disciple flew over in panic. Judging from the fact that he fell 3 times in a short distance, he was scared out of his wits. What? When did this happen? The only 12 remaining elders of Qixia Holy Land all questioned this question, and at the same time, the little extravagant hopes in their hearts were completely extinguished. No. I'm not sure. When I went there, the longevity tablets had already collapsed. The disciple who reported the news was in tears. He was not a disciple stationed in the Soul Palace, but he had a sudden idea and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the ancestors were out to see the legendary Soul Palace opposite. As a result, he was scared half to death when he saw it. A-hole! The elders of Qixia Holy Land were shocked and angry, and wanted to punish this disciple but had no basis to do so. After all, they knew that the one guarding the Soul Palace was a powerful warrior who had followed the immortal to the south to slay demons long ago. No one is to blame for this. Besides, even if they knew about it immediately, they would have no way to do anything. You bunch of bastards, get out! Get out of Qixia Holy Land! More than 10 elders had nowhere to vent their anger and fear, and finally targeted the people from the eastern wilderness who were also frightened and pale. What do you mean? It was the immortal who arranged for us to be here. You have no right to chase us away. Saint Lord Jianyuan was also furious. He had been living under someone else's roof and had been looked down upon for days. Now that he was about to die, he was being driven away like a stray dog. Who can stand this? He immediately stopped enduring it and fought back. Humph, you bunch of troublemakers, you should take responsibility for the trouble you caused. Do you want to drag me down with you? The elders were furious, and many even had murderous intentions. 12 old dogs, even if we don't leave, what will you do? Saint Lord Jianyuan was enduring boundless fear, but at this moment he could no longer bear it. He took a step forward and stared at the 12 elders of Qixia with a fierce look. Soon, all the powerful elders in the eastern wilderness followed suit. There were 50 or 60 of them in total, and they surrounded all the people in the Qixia Holy Land. Now that all the ancestors have died in battle, isn't the Qixia Holy Land still under the control of them in the eastern wilderness? All right, all right. Now you've revealed your true colors, you beasts with evil intentions. Why don't you just die? The 12 elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood, but they did not take any action. The enemy is numerous and we are few, so a war will definitely be a one-sided situation. We're all going to die anyway, so let's fight them. An elder's eyes were bloodshot, and he burst out with his last courage under extreme fear and anger. Just you? You're looking for death. The powerful man from the eastern wilderness sneered coldly. The aura around him continued to surge. This battle was inevitable. I haven't even arrived yet, and you beasts are already fighting each other. That's right, let me see how a dog bites another dog. Suddenly, the blood-red sun was obscured by darkness, and an extremely cold voice sounded from the sky. Everyone's souls trembled suddenly, and when they looked up, their whole bodies were shaking with shock. They saw that the boundless sky was occupied by endless demons and strange creatures. At the very front, a man with black hair and bloodshot eyes looked down at the Kixia holy land like a god. The irresistible feeling of oppression rushed towards them, and in just a moment, everyone's face lost all color and turned pale. You're here after all, ha 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 ha. I shouldn't have left your remains and soul in this world back then, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Saint Lord Jianyuan spoke with difficulty under the boundless pressure. In just one sentence, his skin was torn into pieces, and countless tiny bloodstains spurted out, turning him into a bloody man. What are you barking about? Are you still pretending to be a hero at this late hour? Zhao Wumian's eyes were extremely cold. As he spoke, he covered the ground with his palm, causing the surrounding space to explode. A breath later, a huge handprint was left on the ground. The Holy Lord Jianyuan, who had just stood up to show off his power, has turned into a puddle of mud. The spirit lights the lamp, right? Zhao Wumian reached down again and fished out the soul of Saint Jianyuan from the depths of the earth. He deliberately restrained his strength and did not break up his soul. Do you know what kind of flame this is? The next moment, a ball of dark blue flame, which was sometimes extremely cold and sometimes extremely hot, emerged from the fingertips of his left hand. Pooh! The Holy Lord Jianyuan was extremely weak in spirit, but his expression seemed disdainful. He knew very well that falling into Zhao Wumian's hands would mean certain death. Since you are going to die anyway, why bother begging for mercy like pigs and dogs? Even death cannot make him happy. Tisk! Zhao Wumian didn't say anything, and more green flames emerged from his fingertips, gradually forming a palm-sized sphere. Afterwards, he grabbed the soul of Saint Lord Jianyuan and stuffed it directly into the lamp made of the 9 netherworld fire. The fire of karma can burn away all your sins and bring you liberation. Of course, that's if you can persevere to the end. After Zhao Wumian finished speaking, he casually threw out the lamp made of karmic fire. Ugh! Please kill me, please kill me! Instantly, there were heart-wrenching roars and endless prayers. The Saint Lord Jianyuan, who had been extremely stubborn just now, lowered his head in an instant. Today, it's time to settle the matter of Qingping City. Zhao Wumian turned a deaf ear and cast a cold gaze at all the people in the eastern wasteland below. Chapter 62. That matter has nothing to do with us. You can't do this to us. Everything was caused by the Ye family. The blood sacrifice was also presided over by the Ye family. We clearly did nothing. After seeing the miserable state of Saint Lord Jianyuan, most people no longer dare to pretend to be heroes. Each one of them tried their best to deny the blame, gesticulating and trying desperately to express their innocence. Shut up! Did the people in Qingping City do something? What did the countless mortals and low-level cultivators do? You talk about morality and justice, but secretly you hold cruel blood sacrifices every 1,000 years. How are you any different from the devil? Since the devil is deep within me, then I will completely transform into a devil slave. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Zhao Wumian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the true demons who covered the sky and the sun swarmed over the border like locusts. Boom! In the center of the central plains, a red-haired monster that covered the sky and the sun suddenly fell heavily. Countless tentacles covered with fine red hairs extend from its body, like a world tree rising from the ground, with its branches running through the central plains. Blood-colored mist floats all over the sky, spreading strange seeds. What have we done wrong? If you have the guts, why don't you charge into the restricted area of life? They are the culprits and the real masterminds behind all this. How are your actions any different from ours? If it weren't for the ancient existences within the life-forbidden zone threatening the major sacred sites, who would hold such a meaningless blood sacrifice? We are innocent. If you insist on committing such a murder, you will be punished by heaven. When true death came before their eyes, everyone was mentally broken. They tried their best to seek the last glimmer of hope. He, I'm different from you, I'm a demon. Zhao Wumian stood high in the sky, watching all this happen indifferently. Watching the people of the eastern wilderness die in despair, and watching the central plains being invaded by strange things. Watching the immortal who used to look down on all living beings now begging for mercy. Ding! Your demon slave killed a creature at the half-step Great Power Realm. You gained 0.25 kill points. Ding! Shadow of War killed a powerful being. You gained 0.5 kill points. Ding! Your demon slave killed a Soul Palace Realm creature, and you gained 0.125 kill points. Ding! Shadow of War kills. In the background, the killing value began to soar again. Little guy, you should go out for a walk too. After watching for a while, Zhao Wumian lowered his eyes to look at his hand, where an ancient millstone the size of a palm was lying. Buzz! The millstone made a humming sound, and the next moment it turned into a beam of devilish light and disappeared into the gradually accumulating sea of blood. After consuming the blood of these creatures, I should be able to grow a lot. Zhao Wumian muttered to himself. This millstone was exactly what he had refined with 365 pieces of world-destroying magic crystals. Its name is, the Great Mill of Destruction. The Great Mill of Destruction. Category, Natal Treasure, Growable. Level, Top-Level Quasi-Imperial Weapon. Basic Magical Power 1, Bloodthirstiness, devour the blood of all living things to grow itself, breed and transform the original blood evil energy. Basic Magical Power 2, Gigantic, expands similarly to the law of heaven and earth according to the level, the damage is constant, regardless of size. Additional magical powers, not obtained. The world-destroying grinder is one of the treasures that the original True Devil possesses, and is also known as the Natal Treasure. When Zhao Wumian refined it at the Fuiyao realm, it directly reached the Quasi-Emperor weapon level. Its subsequent growth method is mainly to devour blood and integrate new world-destroying magic crystals. The Natal Treasure has two types of magical powers. One type is basic and will be automatically generated when it is refined, or it will be automatically derived when it grows to a new stage. The other category is additional. After Zhao Wumian learned a little about it, he realized that he wanted to activate additional magical powers. You have to redeem the original Avenue runes from the system wall. Each rune represents a powerful ability. In a moment, Zhao Wumian personally went down to the scene and devoured the remaining laws and spiritual power of the dead masters in the Sea of Blood. Every time it devours a law, it immediately transforms into the Law of Darkness, and then uses its devouring characteristics to absorb it into the Law of Destruction to help it grow. It's only 2% away. Zhao Wumian glanced at the panel. The current progress of understanding the Law of Extinction was 88%, and only 2% was needed to reach 90%. And 90% is the bottleneck to entering the realm of freedom. Half a day later, Zhao Wumian devoured all the laws and reached the early stage of Xiaoao. The breath of a heavenly tribulation. Zhao Wumian suddenly frowned, noticing something unusual. Quasi-Emperor Tribulation. After a while, he figured out that he would most likely face a heavenly tribulation when he broke through the Quasi-Emperor realm. And next, I am afraid that every realm will suffer a great disaster. But, what can this calamity do to me? After a while, Zhao Wumian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In fact, the cultivators on this continent have been facing heavenly tribulations since they reached the Soul Palace stage. Zhao Wumian, on the other hand, rushed all the way up without encountering any natural disaster. Until now, I finally smelled a hint of the breath of heavenly calamity rising and falling. Ignoring everything else, Zhao Wumian took back the world-destroying grinder that was emitting a powerful magic light. After devouring the sea of blood on the earth, the rank of the world-destroying grinder has reached the level of an imperial weapon. His fighting power surged again. You know, the natal treasure is different from other imperial weapons. As for the other imperial weapons, Zhao Wumian would consume a great deal of his soul and mana when activating them in the free and easy realm, and even burn his essence to unleash their power. But it is different for the natal treasure, which only needs to be activated by magic power. Continue northward and turn the Tianyuan continent into a demonic land. Darkness has completely enveloped the central plains, and Zhao Wumian's sight is set on the extreme north of Tianyuan, Bian domain. At the same time, in the southern territories life forbidden zone. The 5 quasi-emperors of the highest realm joined forces to disperse all the blood mist and kill all the strange creatures. As expected of the original true demon that even your excellency is troubled by, a single trick he throws out can cause us to exert so much effort. The hunched old woman said with a serious expression that she had once again witnessed the horrific methods of this great demon. The key is that they are extremely cunning. Once they realize they are no match for their opponent, they will immediately retreat into the darkness, leaving you powerless. The vertical pupiled giant gritted his teeth and said that the birth of such a creature was simply unreasonable. These are nothing. As he grows stronger, the strange methods he will display will be beyond your imagination. Ye Beiwei sighed slightly. She didn't know when a deep sense of frustration had been buried in her heart. She was worried that as time went by, this feeling of frustration would likely erupt again, causing her to completely lose the courage to face the demon. Repair the formation and open the scroll again. I believe that the Emperor's friends have much to discuss with you. The Taoist in green seemed to notice Ye Beiwei's depressed mood, and roughly guessed that she might have buried some inner demons that were difficult to get rid of. Otherwise, what kind of frustration could make a supremely powerful person who was an immortal emperor in his previous life walk to the brink of collapse? That's right. Things haven't gotten that bad yet. With the immortal Dao in the starry sky, we won't let it grow endlessly. The person who spoke this time was a very short and ugly man. Well, let's go. I also want to hear what the original true demon's weakness is. Ye Beiwei nodded. She almost regarded the unfinished words of the person outside the scroll as her only hope. Chapter 63. Soon, the 5 quasi-emperors of the highest realm and Ye Beiwei returned to the temple and began to restore the magic circle. This formation was not too difficult for Ye Beiwei, and with the assistance of 5 quasi-emperors, it was rearranged in less than 3 days. Immediately, Taoist Qing Shan and others activated the formation, and before long, the scroll appeared in the temple again. Everyone waited for a moment, and 2 figures slowly emerged from the opposite side. What happened before? Yu Qingjian asked hurriedly after seeing that the other side of the scroll had returned to normal. He looked quite anxious. It was the trick of the red-haired giant. He followed us here at some point. Ye Beiwei explained. I see. Now it should all be resolved. When Yu Qingjian heard this, the strange red-haired figure appeared in his mind. The red-haired giant monster is a terrifying existence that ranks among the top 3 among the various followers of the original true devil. However, this monster only possesses an extremely powerful ability to spread strange things, and poses little threat to powerful individuals. Go on, what are the weaknesses of the original true demon? Ye Beiwei went straight to the point and was in no mood to care about anything else. The demon's realm is getting higher and higher, and it is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. If it goes on like this, even people from the fairy world may not be able to suppress it. Weakness. Actually, he has no weakness. No weaknesses. Are you making fun of me? When Ye Beiwei heard this, her eyebrows immediately raised and she glared at the 2 people in the scroll. Ahem, don't be impatient, Your Excellency, please listen to me until I have finished speaking. Yu Qingjian's face was embarrassed, and then he continued. Although the original true demon has no weaknesses, I know there is a substance that can stop the spread of his darkness. If there is enough of this substance, it can even dissolve his darkness. I believe you are well aware that the strange darkness is the original true demon's greatest reliance. Isn't this also his weakness? Yukinjian spoke eloquently, saying that he had gained nothing after so many years of rebirth, so he had no choice but to reveal the information he had learned in his previous life. What substance? I've never heard of it in the fairy world. Ye Beiwei frowned and recalled the past. There was indeed no similar substance that could stop the spread of darkness. That thing was like an unsolvable disaster that could not be stopped, let alone dismantled. Primordial matter, of course, is just a name we gave it after we discovered it. We don't know exactly what it is. Yukinjian's eyes were lost in memories. It was just a coincidence when he discovered this substance. I've never heard of this substance. Where is it produced? What are its characteristics? Ye Beiwei searched all her memories but found nothing related. She was very confused. Logically speaking, how could something that did not exist in the fairy world exist in the underworld? This doesn't make sense. It's produced in a place called Yuangsu. Its characteristic is a misty, white, aurora-like appearance. When it was discovered, some powerful people speculated that it must have been formed when a vast world was decomposed into pieces as it was heading towards extinction. Unfortunately, we discovered it too late. By then, the original true demon had already occupied the entire ruined world. The primordial matter within the abyss has completely lost its function. Yukinjian sighed deeply. If it had been discovered earlier, before the original true demon grew to such a terrifying size, perhaps we could have turned the tables. You mean, this isn't the underworld, but a vast world on the verge of extinction? Ye Beiwei's pupils dilated slightly. The world. In her previous life, she lived in a fairyland in the universe. She never thought that this was also the big world, not the small world of Sumuru as she had imagined. Well, the world we are in is called the Primordial Realm. A long time ago, it was indeed an extremely powerful world. I don't know what happened in the middle, which led to a horrific war in the heavens and myriad worlds, causing the collapse of various immortal realms. In the end, the origin of the world was lost, and it gradually declined. Yukinjian revealed an expression of endless yearning as he spoke. Perhaps he was also imagining what the Taishur realm was like during its heyday. The Tianyuan continent is almost occupied by the primordial true demon. You may wish to use this teleportation array to travel into the starry sky and go to the abyss to search for the primordial matter. Wang Heng, the prince of the immortal temple who had remained silent all this time, suggested. That's right. This continent is dispensable except for that thing. It's useless for you to stay here. You might even die. Upon hearing this, Yukinjian nodded and invited him. Also, the immortal temple where my brother is already sending an emperor on its way. My Demon Moon Holy Dynasty has also sent an emperor and 9 quasi-emperors. This Tianyuan continent suspended in the starry sky will soon be completely annihilated. Yukinjian added meaningfully. Is what you're talking about related to a blood sacrifice? Is everything you're doing for some treasure? Ye Beiwei suddenly became very curious about what kind of treasure it was that could make forces outside the starry sky covet it. It's not convenient to talk about this matter, but the blood sacrifice is indeed to nourish this treasure so that it can reach the time of birth as soon as possible. Wang Heng's eyes flickered, but he didn't tell the truth. Okay. I'll meet you in the starry sky and first take a look at the so-called primordial matter. Having said that, Ye Beiwei took out a magical medicine that was filled with fairy light. To activate this ultra-long distance teleportation array requires a large number of top-grade crystal spirits, or an immortal crystal. She didn't have either of them, so she had to use an elixir that also contained tremendous spiritual power instead. Although this will consume some of the medicinal properties, there is no other way. Then we too will respectfully await your arrival. You 5, don't provoke the original true demon during this period. Be sure to guard that divine object and wait for the emperor of the clan to come and take it away. When the scroll was about to disappear, Wang Heng gave a very serious warning. I will obey the emperor's decree. I will obey the emperor's decree. I will obey the emperor's decree. The 5 people immediately bowed and accepted the order in unison. After so many years, the divine object is finally about to be born, and we can return to the immortal temple. The old woman murmured as she looked at the sky in the restricted area. This is a great achievement. I believe there will be rewards when I return. Everything is worth it. The Taoist in green robes showed a hint of relief. Outside the restricted area. Ding, you killed a creature in the Fuiao realm, gaining 0.5 kill points. You devoured and obtained a law of earth. Ding, you killed a half-step great power realm creature, gaining 0.125 killing points. You devoured a prototype of the law of fire. As soon as darkness descended upon Bian, the killing value began to skyrocket. After twisting off the head of the person in front of him, Zhao Wumian stopped and looked up at the sky. Amidst countless wailings, the shadow of war stands like a demon. Her whole body was emitting a sky-high red light, and she was evolving from a natural disaster to an advanced natural disaster. Before, when he was in the central plains, Shadow of War was just a little bit away from evolving. Not long after arriving in Bian, the number of people spreading the weird news reached tens of billions, meeting the needs of evolution. I wonder how much my communication abilities will improve with this advancement, and what new magical powers I'll gain. Demonic light surged in Zhao Wumian's bloodshot eyes. The Shadow of War was his most terrifying group attack method at this stage. The improvements and new abilities brought about by each evolution will inevitably greatly increase the overall combat power of our side. Chapter 64. Above the earth, darkness was like surging waves in a storm, roaring and madly drowning towards the light. The Shadow of War in the sky gradually turned into a giant cocoon, just like when it was just born. When the cocoon breaks, it means its evolution is successful. Devil! I want to curse the heavens, I want to. As Zhao Wumian gazed at the giant cocoon in the sky, he heard familiar words. He turned around and saw a young man in purple clothes lying in a pool of blood and screaming. In front of him was a strange creature in the realm of great power, holding a butcher knife high. You want to become a demon too? Don't worry, there's a chance. Zhao Wumian said indifferently, and the next moment, the butcher knife fell, and the purple-shirted young man turned into a killing value. This person wanted to learn from what he did in Qingping City and longed to succeed as well. I have to say, it will succeed. It's just transforming into Zhao Wumian's demon slave, which should be considered half the success. When the blood moon comes, the nation will decline, its energy dwindling. It's like falling into the underworld. If the moon changes color, disaster will come. Blue means hunger and worry, red means conflict and war, yellow means gain and joy, red means deceit and change, and black means silence, illness, and death. The bloody sun is overhead, darkness covers the sky, our energy is exhausted, and we all die. At some point, a tragic voice was heard briefly, and one word determined the fate of everyone in the world. There was no fear or resentment in his voice, but there was a hint of regret. Even under order, there are troublemakers. Heaven will not care, and the earth will not bury them. It is up to me to overthrow everything and rebuild it. Zhao Wumian's demonic voice spread across Bian, penetrating endless distances, as if responding to the words just now. Kill. Immediately, his expression became more resolute, and after a roar, he summoned the world-destroying mill to smooth the earth. A few days later, Bian was defeated. At the same time, the blood cocoon in the sky began to slowly peel off. Soon, the blood cocoon fell off completely, and a charming figure covered with red hair walked out from it. Zhao Wumian immediately looked over. Evil Thought Collection 1. Name, Shadow of War. Type, Growable War Weapon. Core Composition, Thoughts of the Emperor of Heaven. Level, Realm Advanced Natural Disaster, Emperor Realm. Qualification, Growth Limit Ultimate Natural Disaster. Ability 1, Spreading Weirdness, Range, Continental. Ability 2, Strange Fusion, Range, Continental. Growth Method, Spread and Assimilate Creatures, 210,000/trillion. Very good, very good. Go ahead and turn the last of the western regions into a demonic land. Zhao Wumian nodded with satisfaction, and then gave orders. The Shadow of War at the Emperor level has an additional offensive ability, integrating the weirdness of a continent to form an unknown weirdness. This fusion is not a simple superposition, but a true dissolution and fusion to become a new and powerful individual. Indirectly allow the Shadow of War, which has no combat capability, to obtain the means of attack. Follow the Lord's will. The Shadow of War bowed slightly. Go into seclusion. After the Shadow of War left, Zhao Wumian looked at Zhang Miazu, the only one he brought with him. Okay, Master. Zhang Miazu's face lit up with joy and she trotted over with a smile. It was her great honor to serve her master. 10%, it won't take long. After that, I won't need you anymore. Zhao Wumian said something inexplicable and disappeared with Zhang Miazu. Time passes slowly. Half a month later, the Tianyuan continent turned into a devilish land, and darkness swallowed everything. 2 years later, a shocking change occurred in the forbidden zone of life. 5 quasi-emperors of the extreme realm returned to their own forbidden zones and actually started a massacre on their own initiative. Only after slaughtering all the living beings in his restricted area did he begin to collect endless blood, souls, magic power, etc. Finally, the 5 people met and headed to the extreme north of Tianyuan continent with the sacrifices that were preserved after the massacre. Another half-month passed, and the 5 quasi-emperors of the extreme realm arrived in front of a mountain range. 9 dragons have guarded the mountain, countless years of blood sacrifice. This era should allow it to break out of its shell. The golden-robed man who fell behind the 4 people murmured, and if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were filled with heat. Big Peng, I warn you again, don't try to get the dragon's blood. The creature inside this egg is too precious for even the Emperor's son to handle. The old woman bent her waist, her eyes filled with murderous intent. It was as if she would suppress the rock directly if it dared to talk back. I know you are from the demon race and you crave the nourishment of the blood of the supreme dragon clan the most, but this at least requires that person's consent. The Taoist in green robes also immediately offered advice, but it was actually more like a threat. I know. Can't I just think about it? The Peng bird waved its hands impatiently, looking very unhappy. In his opinion, he had spent countless years protecting this Zilong egg. Was it too much to ask for a drop of dragon blood? That's not too much at all. It's not like I want Zilong's blood. Pointless quarrel, hurry up and perform the final blood sacrifice. After the vertical pupiled giant said this, he flew straight into the sky. Let's go. The old woman glared at the rock, then followed the vertical pupiled giant. Snort. The Peng bird's feet also began to move, but there was a lot of resentment in its eyes. There are even some murderous intentions lurking. After several people rose to the sky, their vision became clear. I saw 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges stretching and winding below, with a towering peak in the center. Right at the top of the peak, there is a black spot, which is the passage leading to the dragon's nest at the bottom. At the bottom of the passage is a bright red dragon egg. The 5 people above did not use the passage to go down inside, but began to pour endless blood, souls, etc. into the cave at the entrance. Such a huge amount of sacrifices were sucked up the moment they came into contact with the dragon eggs, as if they had entered a bottomless pit. Gradually, the dragon egg became redder and redder, even emitting waves of scorching heat. Unfortunately, despite being watered with various sacrifices for half a year, the dragon egg still showed no signs of hatching. Just hold on here. The immortal God Emperor and the elders from the Demon Moon Holy Dynasty are arriving soon. The old woman suddenly suggested, instead of going back directly as usual. From the direction of its gaze, it can be seen that it is on guard against the rock. That's good. This blood sacrifice didn't bring it out, but it's almost there. Stay here to prevent any accidents. I have no objection. The other 4 of the 5 agreed one after another, but the Peng bird was the only one who was slow to speak. Of course he understood that several people were on guard against him, and he felt very uncomfortable. In this way, time passes quietly again. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Until the 5th year, the strange peak under the feet of the 5 people suddenly trembled. Chapter 65. After feeling the violent tremor, the 5 people immediately became alert. Here it comes. It's coming out. The Taoist in green robes had a pair of eyes that flashed with divine light. After flying away from the top of the mountain, he stared at the dragon egg at the bottom of the passage. Crack, crack. After a while, the eggshell cracked. Although it was just a simple crack, the sound penetrated the space and traveled far away. The moment the shell cracked, thousands of rays of light shot out from the gap and soared into the sky. Even the towering peaks and mountains were pierced through, unable to block the attack in the slightest. It's so terrifying. It's worthy of being the legendary candle dragon egg. This strange phenomenon. With the emergence of this ancient fierce dragon, the temple may be able to make further progress in the primordial realm. It's more than just one step. Once it grows up, it will definitely be a terrifying existence that can sweep across the heavens. While a few people were still marveling at the sight, the myriad rays of light suddenly changed into myriad rays of bloody evil light. Even in the dark, one can see the rich color of the blood with the naked eye. As the eggshells fell, the blood-red light shone through the entire continent. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red dragon claw stretched out, followed by a dragon head, dragon body, and dragon tail. It was a little dragon with a blood-red body. As soon as the little dragon was born, he opened and closed his eyes. As if it felt something was wrong, it repeated the action of opening and closing its eyes again. The result still seemed unsatisfactory, and it became increasingly irritable, blinking rapidly. After a long time, Xiao Zilong collapsed to the ground, doubting his life. Zilong is born with nature. Eternal times, he was also known as the god of Zhongshan, also named Zuyan. He saw day as day, closed his eyes as night, blew as winter, and exhaled as summer. He did not drink, eat, or rest, and his breath was wind. The inherited memory imprinted in its mind tells it that when it opens its eyes it is daytime, and when it closes its eyes it is nighttime. But it almost opened its eyes to death, but the world was still pitch black. Well. Above, the 5 extreme quasi-emperors seemed to understand Zilong's behavior. They felt quite funny, but more of it was fear. According to ancient legend, when the candle dragon opens its eyes it is day and when it closes its eyes it is night. But now it has failed, and the reason is naturally related to the original true demon. Even this innate descendant of the candle dragon cannot interfere with the darkness brought by the original true demon. The Taoist in green robes spoke in a heavy tone, "The original true demon, what on earth is this existence? Why is it that the more I come into contact with it, the more horrified I feel? It makes people feel powerless, as if they are going against God." Roar! When the 5 people had different thoughts, the little candle dragon below suddenly let out a roar. The next moment, its dragon mouth opened wide and spewed out extremely high-temperature dragon flames. In an instant, a huge hole was burned horizontally on the mountain. Swoosh! In an instant, it rushed out along the opened passage. "Go and catch him quickly and bring him back to the restricted area. The seniors haven't arrived yet, so there might be an accident." The old woman urged the fastest rock. "Haha, what are you afraid of? The original true demon is now in the western regions. Besides, Aren't you afraid that I might do something secretly? The big bird said nonchalantly, seemingly not caring, but in fact its consciousness was always locked on the little candle dragon. Although this dragon is powerful, it has only just been born and it is impossible for it to escape from his hands. Shut up! The original true demon's methods are strange, and the entire world is shrouded in his darkness. Maybe he has some terrible methods that can. Come on, what terrifying methods are there? He shouldn't have reached the free and easy realm yet, not even a quasi-emperor. How could he have crossed a vast realm in such a short time? The big peng bird retorted with its beak, but its body moved slightly. You! The old woman was furious, and it was obvious that she swallowed her words back after rushing out. Roar! In front, the little candle dragon seemed to sense the approach of the big peng bird, and after letting out a dragon roar, it fled even faster. Tisk tisk tisk, maybe when you grow up you can escape from my hands. Now, you're still a little young. A golden light flashed in the eyes of the peng bird, and its big hand slowly reached forward, still hesitating in its heart whether to secretly take out a drop of blood at this time. After 2 breaths, the peng bird uttered a sound of disbelief and confusion. It was because when his big hand fell, he didn't catch any living thing, only a piece of stubborn stone and some dead grass. Isn't it possible? The peng bird's heart suddenly began to beat violently, his throat was churning, and he kept swallowing his saliva. The spiritual consciousness was also rapidly penetrating the space, searching for the figure of Xiao Zilong. This, impossible! Impossible! Aren't you in the western regions? The peng bird Yujia was terrified, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. They clearly saw the red-haired giant monster and the strange army marching towards the western regions. Logically speaking, the original true demon would also follow. Why are you here now? You're killing me! The rock was almost going crazy. He was not afraid of the original true demon. After all, the demon's current realm was not high enough and it could not threaten him at all. What he feared was the upcoming seniors. If I knew that little candle dragon was lost because of him. He will die, he will definitely die. Not even his true spirit will remain. The rock was running madly in the darkness, its huge hands grabbing everywhere, almost lifting the earth apart. Idiot! In the end, what he got in return was an extremely disdainful and mocking voice in the darkness. Ah! You're looking for death. The peng bird collapsed upon hearing this. Only after he actually confirmed the result did he despair. Die! He was unwilling to give up, and even though he knew that the original true demon could not be dealt with in the darkness, he still attacked in anger. The terrifying magical power swept across the sky and the earth, tearing the space apart and piercing the earth. Tisk tisk tisk, thank you for sending the candle dragon. This spirit is destined to be with me. Above the scarred earth, piercing demonic sounds rang out, penetrating deep into people's minds. You useless thing! Behind them, 4 people who realized something was wrong came across the space at high speed. The big bird was so desperate that it couldn't speak. When he thought of the arrival of several powerful emperors, his heart trembled. If you ruin the endless years of planning of the temple, you're doomed this time. Boom! At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed outside the continent. You're looking for death. The Taoist in green seemed to realize something, his face twisted in an instant, and he slapped out with his palm, hitting the peng bird directly. Why did he work so hard to guard this small world? Just as he was about to leave, he was about to receive the blessing of the temple. Everything was destroyed by this BD, and he might even lose his life and everything he owned. How could he not be angry? How could he not be furious? Chapter 66. You're hiding your head and showing your tail. If you have the guts, come out and fight. I will chop you into nothingness. Not far away, the rock was still in a frenzy, wantonly displaying the tremendous magical power of a quasi-emperor. The ground beneath our feet was annihilated into pieces. If it had not already turned into devilish soil, who knows how many lives would have died tragically. As you wish. The devil's whisper suddenly sounded in the darkness. After hearing this, the peng bird fell into a moment of confusion. Before he could make any move, a white hand stretched out from the darkness behind him. The peng bird's consciousness locked onto it madly, and its soul was stretched to the extreme. That hand. It looked ordinary and extremely slow, but it pierced through his body the moment he saw it. In just a short moment, he almost burned half of his essence, and tried his best to use various life-saving methods, but it was too late to stop it. Pucci. The sound of flesh piercing was particularly crisp in the silent darkness. The next moment, a white hand passed from behind the peng bird to its front, clutching a still beating pale golden heart. It was not until this moment that the rock seemed to unleash all of its most powerful magical powers to save its life. But just as he turned around, another white hand reached out from the darkness above and covered his head. No. Before the peng bird could even utter the next word, the soul in the Nuan palace quickly left the body and disintegrated. In his last consciousness, he felt like he had fallen into an endless abyss, surrounded by silence and coldness. Ding! You killed a quasi-emperor creature, gaining 1 killing point. Your first ability devours 5% of the prototype of the Great Way of Wind x1, and 100% of the Law of Fire x1. He has reached the quasi-emperor realm. Such a rapid growth rate. Not far away, the giant with vertical pupils took a breath of cold air. The last time they met, he was just at the free and easy realm. How long has it been? He reached the quasi-emperor realm, and the speed of breakthrough was truly terrifying. This combat power is not ordinary. The old woman and others were stunned, with huge waves of fear in their hearts. He was able to crush a quasi-emperor at the ultimate realm just after breaking through the quasi-emperor realm, which was unprecedented in history. The quasi-emperor of the ultimate realm, this word ultimate realm is not just for fun. Even a quasi-emperor at the peak of his power can only flee in front of the extreme realm, as there is a chasm between the two. There's a reason why the 5 of them were sent here to guard the candle dragon egg. However, the original true demon directly broke this record that had never been seen before. Kill him. The emperor's might is approaching, and it's estimated to arrive in less than a year. If we can't get the candle dragon back, we're doomed. Since he's exposed now, this is an opportunity. The giant with vertical pupils' aura was rising steadily, and he was ready to fight to the death. Then let's fight. There's no retreat. The Taoist in green robes also had the same mentality of ready to die. If he could recapture Zilong in this battle, he would be able to return to the temple and gain the opportunity to break into the Emperor realm. If you can't, you will die. From this perspective, fighting is the only option. In that case, I won't hide it anymore. Seeing that the 2 fellow Taoists began to burn the source of life, the old woman did the same. In an instant, golden clouds filled the sky around him and shot straight into the sky. I think you all overestimate him. He just took advantage of the madness of the peng bird to launch a sneak attack. I don't believe that there is anyone who can crush the quasi-emperor at the extreme level with an early-stage quasi-emperor. The last person said in a sinister voice, stepped on the ground, and disappeared after leaving 2 horrible holes. The war is about to break out. From the very beginning, brilliant sparks were torn out, and 10-colored light shone brightly. Everyone used all their means to blast out the strongest magical powers and secret techniques. Bring it on! Zhao Wumian leaned down in the darkness, as if the sky was tilting down, bringing with it tremendous power. At this moment, his combat power almost reached its peak, his innate domain was activated, and the world-destroying magic thunder followed closely and bombarded down. The main body suddenly grew into a giant of heaven and earth. During his last retreat, he not only cultivated the Taiyan law and the world-destroying law to 100%, but also comprehended all his magical powers to perfection. The power of every magical power now reaches its peak. Dong dong dong. Several dull sounds were heard. After the two sides collided, they separated into two parts of the sky. Puff! The four of them all spat out blood, their faces were pale and they looked quite listless. Among them, the old woman was the most miserable, with one of her hands being chopped off instantly. She tried to repair her injured body, but found that there was a strange substance blocking it, making it impossible to heal. On the other hand, Zhao Wumian looked as if nothing had happened, his white clothes not stained by dust. Is there really anyone who can ignore the divine punishment of the realm? Just use the last resort. There's no point in testing. The Taoist in green robes said in a serious tone that it was only after the initial fight that he realized the true horror of the other party. That ultimate collision of strength and magic power, the four of them were far inferior. Good. The giant with vertical pupils nodded immediately and took out a weapon from the Nguyen Palace. As soon as this weapon came out, an extremely powerful imperial majesty suddenly spread out. Imperial weapon, a top-tier imperial weapon. Zhao Wumian half closed his eyes. The aura of this imperial weapon was no different from that of the magic sword. You're not scared, are you? The old woman was shocked. She didn't expect that this person could recognize the level of this weapon at a glance. She spoke quickly, trying to provoke the other party's anger, mainly because she was afraid that the demon would turn around and disappear into the darkness after realizing the situation was unfavorable. By then, even if they had top-level imperial weapons in their hands, it would be useless. I also have a sword. Zhao Wumian stood high in the sky, his black hair loose and his white clothes rustling. Clang! The sound of a sword roared throughout Bian. The moment the magic sword was born, the heaven and earth began to tremble, as if a world destruction was about to befall, and all directions were unstable. Humph! I just don't believe it. The four of us working together to activate the imperial weapon are still not as good as you. The four of them now had no way to retreat, and each of them began to burn their souls to activate the imperial weapons. After a while, another energy that could destroy the world rose up, and the four of them raised the tripod-shaped imperial weapon together to suppress it. Cut! Zhao Wumian shouted softly, and at the same time activated the first 3 of the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon, instantly increasing his combat power by 27 times. In the previous encounter, he had only refrained from using the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon. This time, facing the combined attack of 4 supreme quasi-emperors, he had to be a little more serious. Chapter 67. High in the sky, the most brilliant fairy light and devilish light began to intertwine. The moment the two touched, all the matter in the center immediately began to annihilate. The space collapsed again and again, almost releasing an unknown horrible substance. The violent gale generated by the collision swept across the entire Bian region, overturning everything and completely razing Bian to the ground. Buzz! The next moment, a terrifying black hole in the sky rapidly expanded. All the broken things around were swallowed up. Oh no! He was hiding his abilities earlier. Damn it! After a short confrontation, the 4 of them screamed in horror at the same time. Their faces were filled with horror, their souls were trembling, and they were sounding the alarm of death. In the perception of the 4 people, the strength of the big demon seemed to have suddenly increased by dozens of times, and was completely incomparable with before. The Emperor's dream. The Taoist priest in green robes cried out in sorrow, and after a brilliant light, the 4 quasi-emperors at the highest level turned into ashes and then disappeared. Completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Ding! You killed 4 quasi-emperor creatures, gaining 4 kill points. Your first characteristic is devouring broken laws. Ding! Your kill value has reached 100 million. You have unlocked the 5th characteristic, Dark Cage. Oh? Do these 4 kill points just reach 100 million? After the system prompt, Zhao Wumian looked directly at the panel in his mind. Name, Zhao Wumian. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Level 1. Personality, Pure Good Extremely Dark. Constitution, Chaos Demonic Body. Skill, Original Demonic Scripture. Laws, Law of Destruction, 100%, Law of the Moon, 100%. Supernatural Powers, World-Destroying Demonic Thunder, Perfect, Walking Through Darkness, Perfect, Heavenly Tribulation Light, Perfect, 9 Transformations of the Heavenly Demon, Perfect, Chaos Demon Body, Perfect. Innate Magical Power, Destruction, Domain. Natal Treasure, World-Destroying Mill, Emperor's Soldier. Spiritual Medicine, Immortal Phoenix Medicine, 12 Immortal Medicines, 420 Imperial Medicines, 370 Quasi-Imperial Medicines. Weapon, Sushin Divine Sword, Immortal King Deo Weapon. Feature 1, Devour. Feature 2, Demon. Feature 3, Evil Collective, Shadow of War. Feature 4, Dark Sublimation. Feature 5, Sublime Darkness, allowing it to condense into a cage. Kill value, 100 million. Good. After going through it carefully, Zhao Wumian was very satisfied. This 5th characteristic is far more than just forming a cage. When the feature is activated, the darkness is sublimated. Today's darkness has undergone a fundamental change. Let me put it this way, in the past, if he turned into darkness, he might have been killed directly by a covering attack from the strongest person. Now, this situation will definitely not happen. The darkness has become even more bizarre, and no matter how powerful the magical power is, it cannot destroy it, and naturally it cannot destroy him who has become the incarnation of darkness. The ability to survive has been greatly improved, and there is no need to worry about encountering indiscriminate bombardment from powerful people who are much higher in realm. As for the dark cage, as the name suggests, it is a cage created with the boundaries of darkness as the limit. The wider and farther the border, the larger the cage. The upper limit of the cage's strength is 3 levels of Zhao Wumian's realm. For example, he is now at the Quasi-Emperor level, so if he wants to break the cage, he has to release at least the power of an immortal to do so. The main function of this feature should be to trap the enemy. For example, some formidable opponents who are impossible to defeat can be trapped in it, leaving them no hope of growth. After the darkness sublimated, Zhao Wumian was not afraid of the strong men who came in at all. He had plenty of ways to slowly grind them to death. It's just like closing the door and beating the dog. If anyone ever again relies on their cultivation to wander around in the darkness, hee. Zhao Wumian sneered, grabbed the cauldron and disappeared into the darkness, appearing near Zhongyu in the next moment. The previous battle almost destroyed Bian and Zilong, and Zhang Miazu were brought to the central plains by him in advance. Congratulations, Master, for another blessing. As soon as Zhao Wumian showed up, Zhang Miazu came over with a smile on her face. Your existence has little meaning. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wumian suddenly said something inexplicably, and then raised his right hand, not knowing what to do. Ah! Before Zhang Miazu could react, she was horrified to find that the white hand released a terrifying attack. Why? In the end, it turned into ashes before even a sound could be heard. Ding, you kill. Ding, a position in the heavenly demon rank is vacant. 2 system prompt sounds rang out immediately, and Zhang Miazu died in confusion and grief. Before she died, she racked her brains but couldn't figure out why her master suddenly wanted to kill her. Everything was fine before, right? You little demon, you dare to imprison me? Don't you want to live? My father god is not dead yet. The young Zilong was currently being imprisoned by the divine chain of laws transformed from darkness. It opened its not-so-big bloody mouth, revealing its tender dragon teeth and roared. Speaking of which, are you a purebred candle dragon born after birth? Could it be that some of your abilities have been castrated? Zhao Wumian ignored Xiao Zilong's threats and instead became suspicious of the latter's bloodline. Generally speaking, the ancestor of each race has the purest bloodline and is the most powerful. Of course, there are some exceptions. But 99% of people still follow this rule. That's why Zhao Wumian asked this question. He had to feel the potential of the little candle dragon to decide what rank to give it. Are you insulting me? I am the offspring of Father God and that person. I will only be stronger. Xiao Zilong was beaming with joy, and looked very proud when he mentioned that person. That one? Who is it? Zhao Wumian took in the former's expression. The person who could make him show such an expression, must be no ordinary person. What do you care? Anyway, I'm a little bit more powerful than the Father God. Think carefully and release me as soon as possible. Otherwise, hee. The little candle dragon showed a meaningful smile, as if it was sure that Zhao Wumian would not dare to do anything to it. It has personality. I like it. I might consider keeping some more for you. Zhao Wumian slowly raised his signature evil smile, and then slowly approached step by step. Don't laugh so frighteningly over there. What do you want to do? Xiao Zilong suddenly had a bad feeling and couldn't speak clearly. I have 3 true demon positions under my command, and there are still 2 vacancies. I'll give them to you. Zhao Wumian made no secret of his intentions, and a big hand was ready to strike. You want to enslave me? That's hilarious. Can you do it? After fully understanding Zhao Wumian's plan, Xiao Zilong was no longer panicked. It looked very comfortable, as if it was letting others do whatever they wanted, and was not worried at all. Because it knows very well that all the members of the Zilong clan, regardless of direct or collateral lineage, are branded with a mark by the old Zilong using his origin at birth, and no one can bypass the mark and enslave it. Of course, it is impossible to destroy the brand unless there is a being with a higher status than Zilong who takes action. However, such existence is simply impossible. Zilong was born from the beginning and conceived in chaos. Let me ask you, is there any existence with a higher status than Zilong? Chapter 68. Do you know what it means to be born from chaos? Zhao Wumian laughed strangely. He had already sensed the mark of the old candle dragon's origin in the little candle dragon's body. However, this branding is useless in front of him. Little demon, how ridiculous! What are you pretending to be here, ah? Just as Xiao Zilong was about to mock him, he saw an extremely dark aura emerging from the palm of the blood-eyed demon. How is this possible? The little candle dragon screamed in shock, and the whole dragon was in trouble. With just one glance, it felt that the black energy was a kind of origin, and it was more than 1 level higher than the origin of the Father God. What kind of monster are you? I advise you again, don't do anything rash. Even if you get my dragon body, you will never get my dragon heart. Don't bring disaster upon yourself. Xiao Zilong was completely panicked at this moment. The origin mark would definitely not be able to withstand this black origin. Is it really going to be enslaved by such a weak creature? So much nonsense. Zhao Wumian had no intention of listening to these nonsense. More and more original true demon origins surged from his palms, all rushing into the little candle dragon's body, disintegrating the mark at an extremely fast speed. No, there are 2 marks, and another one is hidden under the mark of old Zilong. However, he couldn't hold on for long. It was just as the former said, that person was only slightly stronger than the old Zilong. Devil! As the magic words rang out, more original magic energy entered the dragon's body. About half an hour later. I am Xiao Zilong, your humble servant, here to pay my respects to your majesty. Little candle dragon slowly woke up, and when he opened his eyes again, his previous hostility towards Zhao Wumian was gone, replaced by absolute respect. Don't you have a name? Zhao Wumian felt something was wrong and couldn't help but frowned and asked. No, only after birth can one be given a name by the father. Little candle dragon answered honestly. Oh, then let's call him Xiao He. Zhao Wumian said casually. Yes. The little candle dragon was still conscious. After hearing this, he looked at his blood-red skin. What's dark? At the same time, in the endless and distant world, in a vast grey world. Roar! Suddenly, two earth-shaking roars were heard in the dead silent chaotic space. Who dares to enslave my young son? After the roar, the grey air dissipated, and a huge monster that spanned the chaos questioned the endless chaos. Does such a thing exist? After a while, another voice was heard nearby. Although the tone contained extreme anger, there was also a hint of doubt and confusion. Logically speaking, the mark laid by the two of them personally could not be unsealed by anyone in this chaos. Now, it's solved. Maybe there is. It's rumored that there's a world called Hongmeng outside of primal chaos. Could it be that little candle dragon went to Hongmeng through the space cracks? Old Zalong gradually calmed down, vaguely remembering that when chaos was first born, he caught a glimpse of the extreme purple light. Then, maybe it has something to do with Hongmeng. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. As long as the little candle dragon is still here, it's good. And this time we can follow the previous direction. Another voice said expectantly. Let's go now without further ado. I want to see how powerful the existence in Hongmeng is. Old Zalong said angrily that he had dominated the chaos for countless epochs and was already tired of it. This time, I can take the opportunity to find Longzi to explore the illusory Hongmeng world. Are they all dead? Where have you been hiding? After taming the little candle dragon, Zhao Wumian ascended to the sky and looked down at the Tianyuan continent which had turned into a demonic land. His sight quickly fell on several life-restricted areas. The woman in white is a disaster and cannot be left alive. Leave the restricted area of life and find that person for me. Zhao Wumian turned around and gave an order with a wave of his big hand. Obey the Lord's will. The next moment, countless demon slaves and subordinates shouted in unison, and the demonic sound resounded through the sky and spread across the four seas. Is this the so-called Tianyuan continent? At the same time, in the starry sky outside the Tianyuan continent, dozens of divine lights streaked across the universe and quickly approached this side. The leaders among them were the emperors and some quasi-emperors sent by the Immortal Temple and the Demon Moon Holy Dynasty. Behind these people, there are more troops coming in continuously, all riding on giant star beasts and huge flying boats. The number is probably no less than hundreds of billions. This is not the end yet. Further behind, several continents with no end in sight are approaching rapidly. Each continent is 1,000,000 times larger than the Tianyuan continent. In an imperial palace on the mainland, a woman in white was discussing something with two young men. Brother Wang is indeed a monstrous being that hasn't appeared in hundreds of thousands of years. He actually managed to get the Immortal Temple to move these subsidiary continents to you. The three of them sat opposite each other, and Yu Qingjian was still sighing with emotion. Moving such a huge continent is not an easy task and it requires a huge amount of resources. What can we do? You two are both saying more terrifying things than the other. If we don't get rid of this demon, my temple will never be safe. Wang Heng said seriously. This time he used his greatest power, mobilized all the resources he could, and even used the magic weapons of his clan to bring the continent across the starry sky. He had to do this because Tianyuan continent was too close to the Immortal Temple. If it is allowed to develop, the first to suffer will definitely be the Immortal Temple. This is not enough. After we complete the encirclement of Tianyuan continent and suppress him, we must immediately set out to search for the primordial matter. Ye Beiwei reminded. The suppression by force is only temporary after all, and can only slow down the speed at which the devil spreads darkness. If you don't find the primordial substance that can disintegrate the darkness, you can't really kill the original true devil. Fortunately, this isn't the lower realm, and there are powerful beings above the emperor level here. Otherwise, we might not be able to suppress him. Then, Ye Beiwei added quite easily. After entering the starry sky through the teleportation array, she learned that this broken world still retained sufficient heritage. At least there is an existence that can make the original true demon fearful, which can greatly slow down the speed of its disorderly expansion. Don't worry, my protector is here with us this time. He will lead us to Yangsu. Also, if the situation here gets out of control, I will ask the elders to come and lend a hand. Since finding Yebeiwei, Yu Qingjian has slowly walked out of the shadow of the original true demon. More than 10 days later, Zhao Wumian walked out of the Western Region Life Forbidden Zone. His eyes were unusually cold, and the demonic power he unleashed inadvertently made the air around him as gloomy and chilling as the underworld. Do you think you'll be safe if you go beyond the stars? As Zhao Wumian spoke, his demonic body rapidly grew larger, and soon his head emerged from the Tianyuan continent and saw the deep and silent starry sky. The next moment, he stretched out a huge hand that covered the sky, aimed at a few planets and grabbed them. During half a year, the two trolls kept moving planets across the starry sky. Every time they brought one, they turned it into devilish soil and filled it with darkness. Until today, tens of thousands of the larger of these planets are almost the same size as the Tianyuan continent, while the smaller ones are only about half the size. Gradually, Zhao Wumian's demonic land became larger and larger, tens of thousands of times larger than the Tianyuan continent. The real Tianyuan continent is surrounded by the center, and an extremely huge magic palace is built on it. Engraved on it are the 4 words, Original Demon Palace. Go, spread darkness across this starry sky, and turn everything you see into a new demonic land. On this day, Zhao Wumian sent out most of the magic slaves and prepared to march into the starry sky. Your Majesty, there is movement in the distance. We are surrounded. As soon as Zhao Wumian gave the order, the shadow of war appeared beside him and presented several pictures in the air. It can be seen that each picture corresponds to a different direction of the original magic palace. And among them are supercontinents that seem to have no end, which are countless times larger than the newly established original magic palace. Chapter 69. Are these the so-called immortal temples? Zhao Wumian's expression immediately darkened. It really never ends. Just drag the mainland here to encircle and suppress me. They are indeed several affiliated continents of the immortal temple. In the darkness, a huge figure emerged. It was the Peng bird that was killed instantly by Zhao Wumian. After killing him that day, Zhao Wumian left behind a few traces of his soul and his body. Only after the war did they find an opportunity to turn him into a demon slave. As for the other 4 quasi-emperors at the extreme level, they died so cleanly that they completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Without the necessary conditions, it is impossible to transform into a demon. What kind of powerful people are distributed in this starry sky? Zhao Wumian calmed down his mind. He didn't know much about the forces outside the Tianyuan continent. In fact, this is a ruined universe, and the star field where the Lord is located is called the Ziwei star field, which contains 3 major immortal level forces. The immortal force is ruled by an immortal. I don't really understand what realm the strongest are in. And in this broken world, there are more than one star field, and countless immortal level forces. Above them are even more terrifying divine kingdom level forces. Rumor has it that there's even a relatively intact fairyland in the center of this vast world, where a fairy king might exist. The Peng bird roughly recounted the details he knew, as well as those passed down from ancient times. However, the latter sentence is mostly legend and its authenticity remains to be verified. Immortal King, the power of this world far exceeds my imagination. Zhao Wumian's eyes became extremely deep. He had always thought that this was the so-called lower world, and the strongest person was only the emperor. Now it seems that it is not that simple. There are several great emperors and dozens of quasi-emperors a few continents ahead. They will arrive in less than half an hour. What should we do? The shadow of war looked at the supercontinents getting closer and closer, with murderous intent in his eyes. Don't worry about it. Just hold this place. We have plenty of time to waste with them. However, you could create an external avatar and try to invade those continents. Zhao Wumian said lightly. If the fifth characteristic had not yet appeared, he would still be afraid of the strong man who could cover the entire darkness. Now, there's no need to worry at all. The fifth characteristic strengthens darkness, making him immortal in darkness. Note, the fifth characteristic has been modified, and the previous one was not good enough. I will obey the Lord's will. Shadow of War nodded immediately and began to prepare. Trying to trap me? You're taking it for granted. Zhao Wumian took one last look at the scrolls and then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Long before, Zhao Linger suddenly found him and said that she wanted to go deep into the starry sky to find the four swords of Zhu Xian recorded in the Supreme Sword Classic. The four swords of Zhu Xian, in fact, the Zhu Xian sword in Zhao Wumian's hand is one of the four swords. Seeing her determined face, Zhao Wumian said nothing more. He gave her the Zuxian sword and sent her out of Tianyuan continent. The heaven-devouring demonic art in Xiao Linger's hands cannot grow in a comfortable nest. So, the source of darkness has actually long since disappeared into the endless starry sky. The so-called immortal forces surrounding him were just what they imagined. Not long after, dozens of figures appeared outside the original demon palace. Several emperors and dozens of quasi-emperors at the front stopped and looked at the vast darkness lying in the starry sky from afar. The Tianyuan continent is definitely not this big, and that darkness. A man with an extremely dignified appearance narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Could it be that the life-restricted area has been breached? Then, where is that divine object? Another empress in the immortal temple burst out with fairy light all over her body, directly illuminating the entire sky. She was so anxious that she rushed towards the darkness without any hesitation. Qing Xi, don't be reckless. The man next to him immediately spoke out to stop him, but the peerless figure in front of him remained unmoved. Brother Qi, don't worry. The Dark Lord is nothing to be afraid of. Didn't the Emperor's friend say that the so-called original true demon is at most at the free and unrestrained level? Another emperor stood up and waved his hand to signal Qi Kanglong to relax. But that person also said that the original true demon's methods are extremely strange and bizarre, and one can get deeply trapped in them if one is not careful. Besides, this darkness has spread so widely, I'm afraid the 5 quasi-emperors guarding the divine objects are no longer around. Qi Kanglong had a gloomy face. He was always cautious. The size of the darkness is completely inconsistent with what the Emperor said. Something must have happened. It's okay, it's okay. Even if the original true demon breaks into the quasi-emperor realm, it can't be the opponent of a great emperor. That person still didn't take the original true demon seriously. Yes, she has already gone in, let's go in too. As the two were talking, the Empress plunged into the darkness. Damn it! Since they're not from your Yeyu holy dynasty, of course you're not worried. Qi Kanglong's face darkened, and after hesitating for a moment, he quickly followed. Just as he was about to dive into the darkness in front of him suddenly condensed into something like a shield. Bang! Qi Kanglong bumped into it head-on and got hit in the face. This change in scene startled both of them. That method, that woman surnamed Ye seems to have seen it before. Qi Kanglong's expression became increasingly ugly, so gloomy that it looked as if water was about to drip out of it. This is really a trick. His figure disappeared in an instant and appeared not far away, and then he brought down a powerful magical power that was enough to destroy the 10 Directions continent. The void suddenly trembled, as if the sky was about to collapse and everything was unstable. Immediately afterwards, the sound of boom was heard continuously. Qi Kanglong unleashed one terrifying magical power after another, even using high-level imperial weapons. After a fierce bombardment, he roared unwillingly. The shield formed by the strange darkness seemed to be made of divine iron and was impossible to shake. Chapter 70. Brother Qi, Calm down. Although this shield formed by darkness is strong, it is not impossible to break it. My prince once mentioned that as long as the power reaches a level greater than the sum of all darkness, it can be broken. Just wait a little while, and the seniors behind will come and break it. The Emperor of the Demon Moon Holy Dynasty comforted him. He had not expected this to happen. Wait a minute. Qi Kang Glong's voice was extremely cold. There were variables everywhere in the darkness, so how could he really wait? Maybe during this waiting time, Gu Qingzi would encounter an accident. Where will he go to cry then? You have to know that the Emperor is also an indispensable and absolute fighting force in the Immortal Temple. How many Emperors can an immortal force produce? Any loss would be a huge loss. Qi Kanglong ignored the advice of Qin Ziyuki from the Demon Moon Holy Dynasty and directly took out a secret treasure to ask for support from the seniors in the rear. I understand. I'll be there in an hour. In the back of deep space, the immortal who was using his immortal power to push the continent forward suddenly stopped all actions. Then he came to Wang Heng and said, "Someone who was exploring the way ahead had an accident. Wait here for now while I bring out the sacred object in Gu Qingzi." After a brief explanation, the immortal stepped directly into the starry sky. After taking another step, the figure disappeared. I'm afraid he has truly reached the quasi-emperor realm. In his previous life, when he was able to use this method, he was already at the quasi-emperor realm. On the side, Yu Qinjian had a worried look on his face. It seemed that the demon was growing faster in this life. Divine object. Wang Heng seemed unaware and kept muttering those two words. Zalong. The future hope of the Immortal Temple is even more important than him, the Emperor's son. Note, the Emperor's son does not refer to the son of the great Emperor, but is a nickname for a person who is a peerless genius and has the potential to become an immortal. In front of the divine object, Gu Qingzi's life was not worth mentioning at all, so the immortal left in such a hurry when he heard that something happened in Tianyuan continent. Brother Wang? What exactly is this divine object? Your immortal temple has been hiding it for so long, isn't it time to make it public? Don't you even trust me? Yu Qinjian asked hurriedly. He had been curious about this question for 2 lifetimes, but never got an answer. The immortal temple is hidden too deeply. Aren't you a reborn person? Why are you still asking me? Wang Heng joked with a smile. In fact, he was testing the other party. Absolutely no information about this legendary and terrifying beast can be leaked out. You think you know everything after being reborn. At this time in my previous life, I was still in seclusion. Yu Qinjian rolled his eyes, probably understanding what Wang Heng meant, so he didn't ask any further. At the same time, in the darkness, Gu Qingzi had just stepped in when he noticed something was wrong. It was so quiet. All around was silent and still. Although I could use my spiritual sense, I couldn't see any living beings. Suddenly, her figure flashed and she jumped across space to another planet. Are you trying to trap me silently? Layers of cold sweat broke out on Gu Qingzi's smooth skin. As soon as she entered the darkness, she realized that she was locked in it. If I get locked up again, I'm afraid I'll be in a miserable situation where I can't move at all and be at the mercy of others. Although the Emperor is powerful, he will also die. Then, any Midnight Snack Realm creature can be killed thousands of times. Why do you have to go against me? Why don't you just stay home and wait for the world to end? Zhao Wumian slowly moved forward, his bloodshot eyes staring straight at the still frightened woman. I have heard of your deeds, but I cannot understand all that you have done. The dead cannot be resurrected, and you have avenged your great vengeance. Why are you still obsessed with destroying this world? Or, you can practice on your own, reach the ultimate realm, and then resurrect your loved ones. Gu Qingzi was alertly looking around, searching for the whereabouts of Xiao Zalong, while persuading Zhao Wumian. Are you looking for it? Zhao Wumian ignored the woman's words and called Xiao He out and held him in his arms. This is the divine beast that I have captive in my immortal temple. I urge you to hand it over immediately. Otherwise, the immortal will lash out in anger, destroying all your hopes." The moment he saw the little candle dragon, Gu Qingzi could no longer remain calm and his breathing became rapid. The immortal temple had been planning for countless years, and its creation finally came into being, but it appeared in the hands of the great demon. "Tisk tisk, you were trying to persuade me to let go of my hatred 1 second, and the next second you revealed your true colors. Do you have to be so unconcealed?" Zhao Wumian released boundless murderous intent, his expression gradually becoming crazy. The world-destroying mill instantly appeared in the boundless darkness, and expanded rapidly, becoming half the size of a planet in a breath. At the same time, he also used the chaos demon body to become a demon god of heaven and earth. Die. The 9 transformations of the devil, all 9 transformations are activated. The unparalleled power of destruction descended upon us. The murderous intent came so suddenly that Gu Qingzi retreated infinitely. This demon seems to be easily angered, and will go crazy if he disagrees with something. As she thought this in her heart, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why should we be afraid of such a stupid demon? Clang! A buzzing sound exploded. Gu Qingzi summoned a peerless immortal sword. The sword rises and the galaxy shatters, the vast sword light comes like the galaxy. The immortal sword and the world-destroying grindstone collided with each other, causing a sharp roar. Bang! After a while, the two had fought thousands of times. After another violent collision, they moved away and stared at each other in the sky. A quasi-emperor of the 1st level, trying to challenge me, a great emperor of the 7th level. Gu Qingzi couldn't believe it, and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. How could such a monster appear in this world? Fortunately, he's like a killing machine. Immediately, Gu Qingzi regained her composure. She still had a trump card, which, if used, could definitely seriously injure or even kill the opponent. As long as it confronts them head-on and doesn't hide in the darkness. She raised the magic sword again and rushed forward, with millions of sword lights, cutting countless big stars into pieces. Under the unparalleled bombardment, he was cautiously and unnoticeably brewing a killing move. Had Zhao Wumian, who looked like a madman, sneered in his heart. They used the world-destroying mill and various imperial weapons to attack together. The battle became more and more intense, and all that could be seen were the 2 rays of immortal and demonic light constantly interweaving and separating in the darkness. Sleepy. Sudden. Zhao Wumian took the risk of taking a hard hit and escaped from the center of the battle. And just as he left, an oval black prison locked Gu Qingzi tightly inside, and it was constantly shrinking, leaving him nowhere to escape. Chapter 71. You cheated. Gu Qingzi, who was about to launch a killing move, roared angrily, and his handsome face turned red. It was unbelievable that she, the great emperor, would one day be deceived by such a low-level trick. He was only thinking about brewing a killing move to deal a heavy blow to the original true demon, but he didn't expect that he would be tricked first. In the darkness, all attacks suddenly stopped. The 2 imperial weapons that were fighting fiercely also stopped. However, the world-destroying grinder slowly returned to Zhao Wumian's hands, while the immortal sword seemed to have lost control and fell straight into the empty earth. Cheating? Do you think I'm talking to you during a life-or-death battle? Zhao Wumian found it quite ridiculous and used his mind to control the dark cage to slowly shrink. In the end, it became an irregular prison that perfectly fits Gu Qingzi's body. What are you going to do? Do you know who my grandfather is? Gu Qingzi's pupils suddenly dilated as he suddenly realized that his situation was extremely dangerous. In a panic, he no longer cared about Zilong and quickly called on the elders behind him. I have no interest in knowing your family background, but I believe your grandfather will kill you on the spot the next time he sees you. Zhao Wumian kept approaching with a grim smile, and a big hand instantly covered it, and the first characteristic began to devour it directly. Ding! You have devoured dozens of the great emperor's residual souls. Ding! You swallowed a fragment of the embryonic form of the immortal way. Ding! You swallowed a fragment of the embryonic form of the Five Elements Avenue. Bite! Under the unstoppable devouring power, everything in Gu Qingzi's body was rapidly disintegrating and transferring. Zhao Wumian didn't stop until only a trace of his soul remained. Devil! Of course he would not let go of the best demon slave embryo. A moment later. Demon Gu Qingzi, meet your majesty. The previously insolent empress suddenly prostrated herself at Zhao Wumian's feet and surrendered herself to him. Outside the darkness, more than half an hour later. An extremely majestic aura came across the endless starry sky. Now that you are here, please act quickly, senior. This is too strange, and Qingzi might be in danger. It'll be fine. This demon is just a weird one. It's impossible for him to hurt Qingzi. The visitor's white hair was flying, and his every move was surrounded by immortal aura, as if he was a banished immortal. You guys retreat now. Having said that, the white-haired immortal did not delay too much. A stream of immortal energy floated out, carrying everyone away. Then he looked towards the darkness. Little Doyle. After a rather disdainful and sarcastic remark, the white-haired immortal raised his hand in the air and pressed down again. Boom! In a moment, the deep and silent starry sky collapsed directly, affecting extremely far places. A huge handprint that could split the sky pressed down fiercely, and the terrifying power almost destroyed everything. Bang! In less than half a breath, a huge handprint that could cover all the darkness pressed down. As a dull sound spread, the shield formed by darkness cracked into long cracks like an eggshell. After a moment, the dark prison collapsed, revealing its dark nature. After the dark cage disappeared, the big hand remained and could have continued to crush down, but it did not move forward even a little bit. The white-haired immortal was also afraid of accidentally hurting Gu Qingzi. It's really strange. I can't even see through it. His pair of immortal eyes burst out with divine light, but after a long time, he still could not move forward an inch. Senior. I heard that this darkness can block vision and spiritual consciousness, and only by entering it can one regain spiritual consciousness and see things. In the distant starry sky, Qi Kanglong shouted a reminder. No. The white-haired immortal replied calmly, and then stepped into the darkness without any hesitation. Where are the people? As soon as he entered it, his spiritual power was restored. But when he scanned the entire darkness, he did not find the person or dragon he was looking for. The ant demon has yet to reveal himself. Do you know who you are fighting against? The white-haired immortal suddenly felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, there was no way Gu Qingzi could be defeated by this demon. But now I can't see him anymore, I'm afraid something really happened. For a moment, he frowned, feeling quite troubled. Without knowing the specific situation of Zilong and Gu Qingzi, he didn't dare to act rashly again. If he is not careful, his old friend's granddaughter and the creation of the immortal temple may die together. Immortals are nothing more than this. After a while, no one showed up, only a mocking voice rang in my ears. Court death. The white-haired immortal slashed down with his palm towards the source of the sound. The terrifying power of the Great Dao instantly shattered the planet below and blasted into the endless deep space. That's all, is there any other way? The mocking voice sounded again, this time even closer, almost sticking to the white-haired immortal. Little BD, do you really think that this immortal dare not use his full strength? The latter was instantly defeated and could no longer maintain his immortal image. So what if you dare, so what if you don't dare, old dog? The voice rang out again, making the white-haired immortal grit his teeth in anger. It's really like you can't hit him, and you can't scold him enough. Youngster. Qingzi and Zilong are indeed important to the immortal temple, but they are not as important as you. Hand them over, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, even if it means death, I will not let you go. The white-haired immortal's eyes flashed, and his tone softened slightly. Oh? If you swear the Great Dao oath, I will believe you. The voice sounded again, and this time a figure appeared. Kingzi, are you okay? The white-haired immortal saw the rather listless Gu Kingzi at a glance, and for a moment he couldn't help but feel angry and shocked. What made him angry was that the latter's invincible Dao heart might have been destroyed, and what shocked him was that Gu Kingzi was defeated and captured alive by the devil. Can. There was no need to hesitate, the white-haired immortal agreed directly. He still knew what was important and what was not, but, his oath didn't mean that others in the temple would abide by it. Oh, go ahead and send it out. You can take this piece of junk away with you after you're done. Zhao Wumian kicked Gu Kingzi on the butt and kicked him forward. 1. The white-haired immortal immediately asked dissatisfiedly. Whether you want love or not, I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. Zhao Wumian's body then began to gradually turn into darkness, and he seemed to be leaving. Okay, I'll send it right away. The white-haired immortal quickly agreed, saving as many people as possible. As long as Zilong is still there will always be a way to get it back. After a moment, the Dao oath was taken, which stipulated that the white-haired immortal could not attack Zhao Wumian in any way. As soon as he finished making the oath, the white-haired immortal immediately picked up Gu Kingzi, and then instantly stepped out of the darkness and came into the starry sky. Well. The first moment he came out, the white-haired immortal sighed deeply, and then began to comfort. Kingzi, don't blame yourself too much. The original true demon does have some tricks, so it's normal for him to be defeated. And at this moment, in the darkness, didn't we take this incarnation of the foreign minister out? He. Before Zhao Wumian disappeared into the darkness, he let out a strange laugh. He had anticipated the arrival of an immortal, so he bestowed the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon on this new heavenly demon, allowing it to change its aura and become the previous Gu Kingzi. Chapter 72. Your Majesty, please give Xiaohe a magical herb. This body is too weak. In the darkness, the little candle dragon slowly flew over, its tail swung, its 2 dragon eyes fixed on the storage ring in Zhao Wumian's hand, saliva flowing to the corners of its mouth. It's only been a few days, and you've already used up all 3 quasi-emperor herbs. Your cultivation hasn't improved much. Zhao Wumian glanced at the little candle dragon. When he was born, he was around the peak of Fuiao. After swallowing 3 quasi-emperor medicines, he was in the middle stage of Xiaoao. This world is too bad. It can't even compare to the chaos realm. This little spiritual medicine is useless. The little Zilong felt quite aggrieved. He was stranded in a foreign land and lacked the various blessings and support from the old Zilong, which resulted in him not having a good foundation. Now, the dragon's body is still in an empty state and is in dire need of nourishment from fate. Take it. Once you digest this, if you don't reach the Emperor realm, you'll be eating dirt from now on. Zhao Wumian said with disdain, and directly threw a total of 370 quasi-emperor medicines to the other party. He has already broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, so this thing is no longer of much help. It would be better to give it to Xiao Zilong so that he can quickly improve his realm and enrich the foundation of the original demon palace. It's just a quasi-emperor medicine. The little candle dragon first swallowed it all in one big gulp, and then muttered with a little dissatisfaction. Once, it saw the Emperor's medicine and immortal medicine blooming with various immortal lights in the storage ring of the Lord. It seems that leaving you with too much of the 7 emotions and 6 desires was a wrong decision. Do you want me to help you eliminate some of them now? Zhao Wumian showed a sinister smile. If it weren't for the 2 terrifying beings behind Xiao Zilong, his transformation into a demon should have been more thorough. Outside the original magic palace, I will take Kingzi to the Emperor's side first. You must not enter the darkness without permission. The white-haired immortal gave a warning and then took Gu Qingzi and tore through the space and left. Every time I see Senior Wu, I feel a sense of insignificance compared to the vast ocean. This is what an immortal is. Qi Kenglong said in a daze as he looked at the space crack that was gradually repairing. Ha ha ha, being the mainstay that suppressed the Zhiwei star region for several epochs naturally makes people yearn for it. I believe that one day Brother Qi will be able to reach this level. The Emperor of the Yeye Holy Dynasty also revealed an expression of envy and longing. Brother Qi, you're joking. With my talent, I'm destined to stop at the Great Emperor realm. It's probably hopeless to climb the path to immortality. Qi Kenglong shook his head, very self-aware. There are few immortal and godlike figures like Ning Wu in ancient and modern times. The path to becoming an immortal is harder than ascending to heaven, and it is no longer possible to achieve this by simply having talent. There are too many mysteries hidden in it, and it is destined to be the biggest obstacle for countless practitioners. Speaking of which, is this primordial true demon really so strange and difficult to deal with? Even immortal Wu only brought fellow deist Gu with him when he attacked. Then, what will become of the divine creatures that your temple has been cultivating and refining? After a moment, Qi Yu looked solemnly at the cold and silent darkness. This time, I followed my own prince to the starry sky, and along the way I listened to him talk about how strange the original true demon was. Before this, he didn't take it seriously, but was just amazed that the Emperor's son was actually a reincarnated person. Now, after experiencing what happened with Gu Qingzi, he became extremely alert and no longer dared to underestimate the demon lord. A being that can destroy an entire continent in such a short time is certainly not just a name for nothing. Even if it's just a low-level continent. Qi Kenglong was already quite wary of the Lord of Darkness, and now he was even more terrified of it. Well. Then he sighed softly. If Zilong was not brought out, all subsequent actions would be disrupted. Quite troublesome. On the other side, Ning Wu took Gu Qingzi through the space crack and returned to the Juzhu continent an hour later. The Kyushu continent is divided into 9 parts, with one continent being one of the top 20 continents under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Temple. This time, 5 of the 9 states are heading to Tianyuan continent. Wang Heng and others were in Maishanzhou, one of the 9 provinces. We're here. Do you want me to take you directly back to the Immortal Temple to recuperate? Because you might have some hidden dangers in your body, Gulogwai might give me trouble. After stepping out of the space crack, Ning Wu said with concern. No need. I have recovered a lot along the way. The strangeness and strength of the original true demon cannot be compared with us ordinary creatures. I believe that after a few months of cultivation, I will be able to restore my Dao heart. Gu Qingzi shook his head and refused, giving a very reasonable explanation. Indeed, this demon cannot be judged by common sense. Even a young true immortal would not be its opponent. You really don't need to worry about it. Then you can find a place on your own. I still need to discuss some matters with the Emperor. Immortal Wu said gently that it would be best if the little guy could figure it out on his own. Okay, Senior, do as you please. Don't worry about me. When Gu Qingzi heard this, his eyes twitched slightly. Upon seeing this, Immortal Wu went straight to Maishanzhou, while Gu Qingzi behind him chose another continent nearby after a brief hesitation. After a few breaths, Immortal Wu arrived at Maishanzhou, Zhenshen City. Senior, you're back. Did your trip go smoothly? As soon as Wang Heng saw Immortal Wu, he stood up to greet him personally. He had a big smile on his face and seemed to be in a good mood. Generally, only Qingzi was brought back, and the sacred object was not brought back. After entering the fairy city, which was comparable in size to the Tianyuan continent, Ning Wu's face darkened slightly. Zilong was not brought back, which caused many obstacles to the subsequent actions. At the moment, I can't figure out how to bypass the original true demon and get Zilong. It is also impossible to bypass Zilong and directly kill the original true demon. Both things are extremely important to the immortal temple, but they are mixed together. What's going on? Isn't the divine object watched over by 5 quasi-emperors of the ultimate realm? Why can't you bring it back? Wang Heng's smile froze on his face, and his good mood plummeted. Darkness has already engulfed the Tianyuan continent, even expanding countless times. The quasi-emperor of the extreme realm is probably already dead. The divine object also fell into the hands of the original true demon. Ning Wu said with an extremely ugly expression. These are troublesome. Wang Heng instantly thought of the entanglement of various problems. My mind immediately became a mess, and it was difficult to unravel it for a while. How come the demonic land is expanding so fast? Ye Beiwei and Yu Qinjian in the back were both stunned when they heard this. It hasn't been long since the original true devil reached this point.